I think most Warrior fans were getting nostalgic as he's rattling off all of the accomplishments and various key points in the organization. What do you want to call them? Career highlights. But then there's also this what do we do next? Because there's so many things up in the air. Who is going to be at the helm of all those? And I just kept thinking, because I think the job's very difficult. I don't know if you can hit 2 grand slams back to back, but I guess my question is out loud, and I want to get into Lacob at some point as well. How important is the GM job for this team? Is it really like that end all be all? Not that I'm diminishing what Bob Myers has done. That's not what I'm saying. But don't they have pretty good infrastructure in place to be able to withstand someone leaving like Bob Myers?
You would think, but there's somebody that has to go out there and negotiate with other GMs. There's other guys who have to go out and negotiate with players where Bob Myers is very experienced. Dunleavy's trying to catch us to speed. If it is him, Kurt Lacob, how much do you trust with that? Do you want Joe Lacob running everything? There's a lot of it. I think the GM spot is very important with the Golden State Warriors. That is the bridge to the head coach, to the ownership group, and the players. And now Bob Myers was an exception to the rule with the way he got close to his players. And he spoke about that yesterday. And you know what? That's who Bob is. That's what made him so special. I think that's why so many people miss him, because he was so personable with his players, with this coaching staff, with us, with everybody here at 95.7 The Game, with the fans. And he choked up talking about the fans and being a fan with the Golden State Warriors. But I do think you need a figurehead there. You need somebody there who could push back with Joe Lacob.
So his greatest strength in your mind was the relationship stuff.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, what do you think?
I didn't say that. I don't know what his greatest strength was. I think he was just an overall good GM. It's hard for me to pinpoint what his greatest strength is. Is it a negotiator? Because you remember he was an agent.
Yeah.
He went out there and got players money, got players paid. Hell, he was Darrell Wright's agent once and brought him out here to the Bay Area. His relationships with players, the way he communicates with players. Is it the draft? Is it player evaluations? Is it courting free agents? Is it getting free agents to come sign up for his basketball team? I don't know what his greatest strength is. I think that's a little unfair to pinpoint. I think just overall, though, when you look at all his strengths, and I don't even know what his weaknesses are. Is it the draft?
I think
is it player development? Is loyalty?
Yeah, I think loyalty would be a weak. It's also a strength. Sometimes, I'm a big loudmouth. It's a strength and a weakness simultaneously.
Just sometimes.
I've got to understand what my strengths and weaknesses are, and I do think that he's loyal to a fault, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that that's a great quality, but there are times when it can kind of get in your way of moving on. No, I'm just trying to quantify what they're losing. Right?
Yeah.
I think that's the big thing is it's really difficult to quantify exactly what you're losing and how replaceable those qualities are.
What's so difficult about why do you have trouble with that?
Well, because I think that it's hard to quantify in front offices, just in sports in general, how decisions are come to how a group comes to a decision, right? In the NFL draft, we hear all these stories. So-and-so, Mike Singletary, stood up and he pounded the table for Patrick Willis. Could have easily have been Adam Carricker from Nebraska. Had at least that's the story.
Right.
If Mike Singletary doesn't pound the table and they don't coach in the Senior Bowl, right? You hear these things. If Shanahan doesn't see Deebo Samuel up close and personal, maybe they go in another direction.
Right.
Well, was that all Kyle Shanahan, or was that John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and Adam Peters coming together? Who picked Trey Lance? Right. So again, I think we look at these selections and we look at free agency. Bielitsa a couple years ago. Was that Bob Myers, or was that, hey, somebody in the front office, I really think Bielitsa would be a great fit. You know what? Let's take a look at that. And then we start going down the road, and collectively we came to the decision. I just think it's hard for most of us on the outside try to pinpoint who's doing what.
Let me make this example. Okay, so
is that unfair to Bob?
You look at this. Maybe.
I
it's
don't
a great
think
question.
I'm trying to give more credit to groupthink.
Yeah. So here's the deal. Clay, Steph, and Draymond, when they were in their prime. I was like, damn. Or better yet, let's go Emmitt Smith, Trey Aikman, Michael Irvin.
Uh-huh.
One of those guys, you take away one of them, they were just not the same, right?
Yeah, when Emmitt Smith held out, they weren't the same team.
They struggled.
Well, I forget they missed.
But if Michael Irvin didn't play, they struggled. If Troy Aikman didn't play, they struggled.
Totally different team.
You get Clay, Dre, and Steph, and you see the data. When one of those guys are missing, it's a different team.
Mm-hmm.
You need all these pieces to fit into one puzzle.
Yeah.
And if you take a one piece, you can't complete that puzzle.
Yeah.
You can't come to an agreement. You can't put your best foot forward, right? Bob Myers is a big piece to the puzzle.
Of course.
Now, is he making all the final decisions? I think he's like, hey, Joe, I think we should really step back from this and prevent Joe from doing certain things. Now, sometimes ownership's going to come down your road. They're going to do what they want. Imagine working for a guy like George Steinbrenner, right? Like Brian Cashman. I applaud Brian Cashman because that's a difficult job to have to adhere to George Steinbrenner all those years, and now you got Hal Steinbrenner, where it's a little easy, but you're in New York. You got to make all these big decisions, trades, to pressure for the fan base or whatnot. So I think Bob Myers, is he the end-all, be-all? Can you replace a guy like him? It's going to be very tough.
Oh,
it's going to be very difficult.
I completely agree.
Like John Lynch, for example.
I think it's a big loss. I just want to make sure.
Okay.
I want to make sure that's clear.
It's a huge loss.
I think this is a big loss.
Huge loss, and he's a big piece to the puzzle. That bridge to be, like, does Kirk Lacob have their relationships with other NBA
I don't think Kirk Lacob's going to be
or
the
other
GM.
franchises? I know. Yeah, I don't think so either.
Well,
I never
why
thought
would
that.
you put your son in a position to either have to step down, be fired, face scrutiny? If you're gonna own the team for, let's just say, 35 years, right? I think the average tenure of American franchise ownership is somewhere between 25 and 35 years. Let's say you're gonna own it.
Right.
Why would you set your son up to face all that scrutiny when he can have the same amount of influence and not have the title and never have to be fired?
However, you can make him the GM and just never fire him. Stevie Jones and Jerry Jones run the Dallas Cowboys.
True.
Nobody's firing them.
Yeah, but they get a lot of heat.
They get a lot of heat, but they don't care. They own the team.
I know
and they're
they
going to
don't.
make all the decisions they make. And Joe Lacob said, look, as long as I'm the owner, I want to win.
Yes.
We're going to win.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do everything I can to win. So maybe there is a power shift to the Lakers. They're saying, we're smart. We know how this runs. We know how to run a business. This is a different business, but we feel like we could be successful without whoever. Let's go, baby. And so who's to say that Kurt Lacob is not the GM? I don't believe he's going to be that. I don't believe he's going to be that. But you see it in sports sometimes when a family says, you know what? We're making all the damn decisions.
Well, no, you don't have to see it in sports. Like I don't know if you listen to me and Spadoni, but my uncle runs a small family business. And I understand there are a lot of differences between a $6 billion team in the Golden State Warriors and the Mary Sales Company, which is what my uncle runs. Now, my grandfather was basically the head of the company years and years ago. My uncle started off in the warehouse. Bonte started off in the warehouse, and he worked his way in to certain positions. And in my grandfather's mind, he did his due diligence. He worked every single job that you could work inside that business before obviously taking over, and he had the education and all the different things that were required of him. And he made a lot of mistakes along the way, but it's still now a thriving business. And one day, his son is going to take over that business. And his son works in the summers and during the when he's not in school and whatnot, in the warehouse. And he's learning from his dad the right and wrong ways to do things, and he'll make mistakes. But that's the American business dream. That's what most people are doing.
Yeah, but if you make mistakes in this business, it sets your franchise back. It affects your season tickets.
Of course.
It affects your revenue.
Of course.
It affects everything. And it's on a bigger platform.
Bonte,
you
no
make
one's
mistakes
denying
on
that. But
this
the characteristics I think are similar in the sense that when you are the top dog and you run the business, you are going to put people that you like, people that you have connections to, in positions of power.
But you can't be reckless. This is sports. This is a little different than all those other businesses. I agree. The analogy
Bonte,
works.
You could hire a guy from the outside who sucks.
The analogy works. But we got to remember, this is the NBA.
Bonte,
it's a little bit different than a warehouse business.
No one is
and
saying
it's a little bit different. No, I hear that. But you have to draft players. Hold on, let me finish, because I'm not disagreeing with you, Sasky.
Yeah.
But that analogy where your dad or uncle's running a business,
any business,
great, that's fine. But when you're talking about the Golden State Warriors, you're talking about a major professional business, and you make player mistakes, and you make coaching mistakes.
Of course.
And you make executive mistakes, and you don't win games.
Well, of course.
That is a little different. And all of a sudden, people stop coming to your profit, and guess what? That really affects your bottom line. You got to hire the right people. And is Kurt Lacob the right person to be the GM? I don't even think he's going to be the GM. I never thought that whatsoever. I think he's going to be more of an ownership role. The guy to look at is Mike Dunleavy Jr., who Bob Myers spoke about and said, look, I believe Mike Dunleavy Jr. can do this. I believe he can. Now think about Mike Dunleavy Jr. The brief time we mentioned him yesterday when the news dropped at 9:20. How many fans are already against Mike Dunleavy Jr.? They're already not feeling the move because of what he was as a player.
Well, that's
which
not
is unfair.
fair.
It's not unfair. But this is a new guy who's doing a new job. However, as Joe Lacob said yesterday, I took a chance on Bob Myers. Bob Myers said it. Joe Lacob took a chance on me. I had no experience whatsoever, and it worked out well for everybody within the Golden State Warriors organization, including Bob Myers, who's going to walk away June 30th. So how important is Bob Myers? I think it's pretty damn important. Could it be the first domino to drop for this regime, for this dynasty? We'll see. We'll see. We got some big decisions to make here. That new GM or the Lacobs, whoever's going to have to figure out what to do with Draymond Green. They're going to figure out what to do with Jordan Poole. We'll see. We'll see. But I think Bob Myers, you can talk about his flaws, strengths. I'm here to talk about all that. How was he? How would you assess his role as GM here with the Golden State Warriors? It's fair. Everything's fair. Was he good? Was he overrated? Did he run things? Did he not run things?
How impactful is the GM? That's a question I keep coming back to. I think it's important, but I'm seeing a lot of people say it's not that it's irrelevant, because I don't think it's fair. No, I just think I've seen some people say, well, as long as they have Steph Curry, everything else settles itself. And I'm thinking, Steph Curry wanted Avery Bradley last year. I love Steph Curry. Steph Curry's amazing, right? He's one of the all-time greats. Steph Curry wanted Andre Iguodala this year. That didn't really work out too well. He wanted Avery Bradley last year. Thank God they hung on to GP2. That ended up being a great move for them. Yes, you want to listen to your players, and yes, great players, can really help a situation. There's no one's denying that. But you still need the proper infrastructure in place to create a great environment around Steph Curry. And sometimes you need someone who's not that individual to put the right pieces that maybe he wouldn't have normally considered alongside of him to just see what works.
Bob did that.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
But if you're wondering out loud how important the GM role is for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, for right now, if they roll it, I'm thinking okay, let's say Draymond opts in, right? And they want to keep it together, okay? How many moves can you really make right now?
You could make a few.
You think?
You could make a few. There's Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay.
There's Andrew Wiggins. There's Jordan Poole. If they do decide to go with the core three. Now, my gut today, if you ask me, hey, Bonte, is Draymond Green going to be back on the team? I do believe he's going to be back with the Golden State Warriors.
You think so?
I have a hard time seeing him opt out. That's just my gut. I could be wrong. My gut has been lying to me a long time. A long, long time. I think Draymond's coming back. So if Draymond's coming back, you obviously want to put veterans around Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. And will that new GM or whatever decision-maker you have, because Joe Lacob said it's a week thing. He said it yesterday.
Yeah.
When he walked in the studio a couple of years ago when he talked to us, he said it was a we thing. When I talked to him before with Greg Papa, he said it was a we thing. It's a lot of group decisions. But who has the most impact in those decisions? I think Bob Myers had a lot of impact in those decisions. You can't dismiss that. Who will have that impact? Who will push back on Joe Lacob if Joe Lacob wants to go down the Kelly Oubre route again? A player like that where he's like, oh, boy, this is a big mistake. Somebody needs to talk to Joe Lacob, talk him off the ledge here. Who's going to be that guy? I think that's where you may miss Bob Myers most.
No doubt. But
I do believe.
I agree with that.
I do believe a GM role is important. You need to establish that. You need to establish your roles in this organization, the infrastructure. It can't be loosey-goosey saying, hey, this guy's going to be part of our front office, but he doesn't have an official title. Well, how much power does he really have?
That's kind of where I'm going. And I keep coming back to who, right now, who's determining that we're rolling back with the core? Is that Joe's feelings? Is that the GM's feelings? Or is that bestowing to the wishes of certain players?
We don't know.
And that's I guess that kind of is baked into the GM question.
Right. So I do believe the GM role is very important.
So
very important. I don't agree with the notion that, hey, you could get by without, you could just keep the same infrastructure with the guys who are basically inexperienced, and you put Mike Dunleavy Jr. in a bad spot. You don't even hire him an assistant GM or whatnot. I think the GM role is in all the sports. Like people, you know what kind of bugs me about the 49ers whole thing? And 49ers Twitter, by the way, is a disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, it's weirdo land right now. John Lynch gets dismissed as Adam Peters. Why does John Lynch get dismissed as the GM of the 49ers or the president of the 49ers?
I think actually John Lynch, similar to Bob Myers, his greatest strength is working the room, meaning empowering certain people in certain positions so that they can come to a group decision. But ultimately, I think he's got the credibility and the respect of the people that he works with to not make it about himself. But when we all know, like, at the end of the day, he's the one whose record is going to be affected based off Solomon Thomas is a bust, Nick Bosa's a home run, right? That goes on his record, not Adam Peters. To me. So same thing with like James Wiseman. Everyone could say James Wiseman was this guy's pick. No, Bob Myers, that's on his record. Just like Jordan Poole in a positive light and Kevon Looney are on his record. Ultimately, the buck stops with them.
So I do believe John Lynch has an important role. Would you say that? Would you agree to that?
Of course.
So why? So you know what I'm saying? So we do this with the teams out here saying that, John Lynch is not really, he's just a figurehead.
No, that is ridiculous. It's diluting the importance of the individual. But I will say this, Bonte. I do also, because I sound like I'm going all over the place here, but I do think we assign magical powers to people like Jerry West as an example. Jerry West, and again, Jerry West's track record is amazing. But to think that successful people don't also make mistakes from time to time,
no, he did.
That's ignorant.
He made plenty of mistakes.
The Clippers situation's kind of a nightmare.
But it's a nightmare because of the players. They put together the team. The players have screwed that up.
But isn't that a cautionary tale?
It's on
what the Warriors are going through.
But you could say it's on Jerry West. They did the right thing. If you go back to that time after 2019. And you look at what the Clippers did, we all say, you know what? I'd do it again. I'd go back and trade for Paul George and Kawhi Leonard right now.
And
you think about the team.
SGA.
And think about how the bubble affected them. The halt to the season, the Clippers were surging. Hell, the last game of the pandemic was against the Clippers here at Chase Center. I sat courtside. They beat the Warriors by 30, and they were humming. And I said, boy, this looks like a championship team. So the players, all you can do is put the players on the court and figure out, hey, I think this is the best team. You can't do nothing about injuries.
Well, no, but at the end of the day, you're either successful or you're not on the court. And I don't think the Clippers situation has been successful.
It hasn't been successful.
And we can have all the context.
It hasn't been successful, but wouldn't you say that's on the players?
No, it's on everyone. I mean,
it's on the players. The players got to play.
I hear you, but I'm just saying, like, that's how pro sports works.
Yeah, but the players got to play. The Clippers went out there being aggressive, and they did what every other fan will want their ownership or front office to do, which is trade for big stars. And they got the biggest star at the time in Kawhi Leonard, and they brought in Paul George. The players have failed the Clippers. They're wearing down Ty Lue.
Well, we can blame it on the players, but that's not how it works.
No, it's not how it works. But we see that situation. Yes. You could say it's not how it works, but we see that situation. We say the players have failed the Clippers.
Yeah, but I also look at that as a cautionary tale for Warrior fans where when you allow the players to create the environment and there's not input from the GM enough, that you get yourself in a sticky situation.
888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. We'll get into Bob Myers, Joe Lacob, what they had to say yesterday. We reacted to it. What was your big takeaway? Can Bob Myers be replaced? We got a lot of questions. So we're going to have an open conversation here on the Morning Roast, and that's brought to you by S.E. Johnson Raid.
The new greatest.
somebody give Bob some credit?
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr, what up? What up? What up? Wherever the Warriors go from here as Bob Myers steps down yesterday, spoke to the media at 1 o'clock at Chase Center. It was surreal. It was surreal to see him walk up to the podium, give an opening statement for about 15, 20 minutes. We'll replay that in the 7 o'clock hour.
What was the energy in the room?
It was just a regular press conference.
It was regular. It wasn't any different.
I mean, media members can't really get emotional. You got to be, got to be objective. You know what I'm saying? Got to keep the feelings out of it.
It didn't feel different?
It was huge. It was huge.
Oh, no, that's why I'm curious. Because you've been to a lot of huge press conferences.
Well, when Bob Myers walks in, and then you got the front row with Kirk Lacob, Joe Lacob.
Who else was in that front row?
Jama Malalea. He went to the back. Ron Adams was standing on the side. Eric Housen was there. So you had some big shots in the building. Yeah. Big shots. Brandon Snyder. Bless me. Brandon Snyder was sitting in the front row alongside Joe Lacob and Kirk Lacob. It was big. I mean, it was surreal. It's a guy who's stepping down from his post after 12 years.
I know.
12 years. So, yeah, it was a big time. Definitely was a big time press conference. It was surreal. And we listened to Bob. You listen to Joe Lacob. You have your takeaways, and it's like, whoa. All right, the first domino to drop now. The first big domino to drop from this great dynastic run. And instead of thinking of who's next, how do you replace this guy, and how do you move forward? Well, Lacob, I got to tell you, man, Lacob's something else.
In a bad way or in a good way?
I truly believe he's a modern-day Eddie DeBartolo. Like
you can make an argument he's actually been more successful in terms of the business aspect because he actually got the stadium done.
No, he did get the stadium done.
But we can argue about that till we're blue in the face.
We can say Eddie D had the stadium on the brink of getting done. It did. We know what happened in Louisiana.
Yeah. Well, we gave him $100 million as a city, but yes, it was still going to be.
It was going to be tough. So Joe Lacob said basically, look, man, CBA rules, whoever's here, we're going to win. I like the bravado. I do. I do love that bravado. We're going to win. And Joe Lacob's a maniac in that aspect. He goes, if we're not playing to win, then what the hell are we doing it for?
I totally agree.
And I think as a fan,
I totally agree with you.
I love hearing that from my owner. Now, it's one thing to hear it. We got to see it, too. We got to see it. It's a big decision for Joe Lacob on how he pivots or moves forward here with this regime. But Bob Myers did step away yesterday, so we're taking the calls about that. He was very, 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 very emotional, which was no surprise.
Yeah, and I know that you maybe don't think that these analogies hold water, but I do think that there are certain characteristics in every successful business, whether we're talking about Bezos running Amazon, whether we're talking, I know people get triggered when they hear this name, whether they're talking about Elon Musk, whether we're talking about the guy who runs, a successful small chain in Northern California, pick whatever one you want. I think that you need to be emotionally invested in your product. I think when you look at some of the huge failures in sports, there usually is a consistent theme. It is emotionally not there and detached physically from the product. When I look at the worst owners across the board, Chris Cohan comes to mind. Chris Cohan could walk down the street. I wouldn't even know what he looked like. We never saw him. And that doesn't mean that he didn't care from afar, but I never saw him, and I never felt like he cared.
No, he was terrible.
And he didn't express it. John Fisher,
terrible.
do we ever see him anywhere?
No, at a Kings game.
That's what I'm saying.
He sit next to Vivek Radadive at a Kings game. Go figure.
Now, look, there's obviously a hard line here. I think that maniacally, Mark Cuban is obsessed with winning. I don't think he's perfect. In fact, I think he's far from perfect. And there are times where I think he gets in his own way. But at least I know this. He's emotionally invested in trying to win.
Yeah, you know what, though?
I don't think he's the greatest vehicle for the conversation. I'm just using him as an example.
You know what, though? His business, as much as Mark Cuban's done very well outside of basketball.
Yeah.
Very well. I've seen all the promos from Strike Week coming up. But there is something to say about him not being able to net big-time free agents. There is something to say about his business having multiple allegations when it comes to sexual harassment.
Agreed.
And things towards women. There is something to say about that. He has no control over that organization from what it feels like. And then the constant crying and complaining.
Well, that is
and you look at what he's done with the head coaching. I think Mark Cuban, is a little overrated.
No, but
I think it gets a lot of hype, and I think I hear what you're saying here, but his business has been he's been successful. He's gotten a lot of revenue
He's
from the
one of the
Dallas
few
Mavericks.
owners with a ring,
You
but
know,
that doesn't
he's got
mean
a
that
ring.
he did. See, but that's a great example of someone who I'm glad you referenced all the negative stuff. That's somebody who I think at times a little too involved. Right? I think there's a fine line. You referenced Jerry Jones. I do think Jerry Jones wants to win. I think Jerry gets in his own way a little here and there.
He's way too involved.
Right?
And that's why the GM is important.
Agreed.
You just answered your own question.
But
that's why you need a GM who could push back on some of these guys. That's why you need somebody in place saying, hey, look, I appreciate you having some insight here. Let me do this. Let me cook. Like Rob Pelinka, the buses finally kind of got off his back, right? And Rob Pelinka was able to swing a big deal and get the Lakers back into contention. Oh, by the way, Rob Pelinka, whether we crap on the bubble ring or not, got him a ring.
Yeah, but Jeannie's pretty involved from what people say. Not that she's like tinkering at every level, but she's pretty involved. Yeah, she's pretty
involved. I want owners involved.
Yeah,
but you gotta know your role. You gotta know your limitations.
That I agree with. But that's where you need to hire strong personalities around you who can disagree. And, I know that we're going to make a lot about the Kirk Lacob thing and him being involved. Let me ask you this.
Kirk Lacob's already been involved.
I think so too.
Like people,
but that goes to my analogy of like learning underneath your dad's wing in the business. Jed York is a good example. And I think Jed, like, if we go back in time and go back to when they put Jed in position, he had only really been with the organization for a couple years. He was right out of college, and yes, they tried to give him the seasoning. I actually think the family kind of put him in a position of power prematurely, and he had to learn on the fly in the front, and he did some really good things, and he did some really bad things. But all in all, as we've taken a step back, how do you think Jed York has done? Just in general.
He's done fine. He's done a good job of stepping back.
He learned the hard way.
He learned the hard way. He got his hands dirty, made a lot of bad moves, but you know what? He's got the stadium, although a lot of people complain about the stadium.
But it's there.
But he's got 2 Super Bowls there now. 2 Super Bowls that he's going to be able to host.
He's a host. He's been in 2 Super Bowls.
He's got a lot of revenue booming. That team store's booming. Jed York, there's a lot worse owners than Jed York.
That's what I'm saying. And I think the difference between Jed with his parents and Kirk, and again, this is just the only example we have locally, and Kirk with Joe. Joe is going to be involved.
Right.
Denise and Dr. John don't want to be involved.
They don't want to be involved
at all. So there's a big difference.
But also, Jed York had to take a step back. And he had to let the football people do football things.
100% agree.
Adam Peters, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan. You had to let them do their thing.
I don't think he meddled, though, with the Balky thing. I just think he sided with the wrong guy.
He just sided with Balky.
Yeah, he sided with the wrong guy.
And he thought, Coach, we don't need him.
And Harbaugh disrespected him.
He
did.
Like, Harbaugh disrespected him.
Whether we like Harbaugh or not.
You hear stories about Jed York trying to go into the team meetings or whatnot, and Harbaugh's like, yo, get out of here.
Yeah, that's not, you can't
do that.
You know what I'm
saying? You got to let the owner just sit there.
Could you imagine Coach X doing that to Lacob?
Like you see Belichick after the Patriots games.
Thank you.
Robert Kraft is right there in the middle. You got to, it's the owners. You got to respect the owners, no doubt about that. But Joe Lacob, will he know his limitations? How deeply involved will he get with the decision making of the Golden State Warriors? A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit because owners
too.
Because it's just not just money now. Now you're not throwing around money. And by the way, you don't have a lot of money to throw around
that's
now.
A whole nother element. That's where I go back to the GM and I say to myself, like, and I guess my bigger question, Bonte, is, are you, as the owner, are you going, hey, I'm going down with these 3? Or are you allowing the GM to come in and he can either come to the determination I'm going down with the big 3, or we need to go in a different direction? Like, has that already been predetermined?
I don't know.
I don't know. I guess maybe I'm not laying it out right.
Well, I think that's all the questions that we have in our heads. Who's going to run the show? Do they have a plan? I think they do have a plan. Now, he was asked if his son Kirk is a candidate for the GM opening. Here's what Joe Lacob had to say about that.
I'm not going to comment on who's a candidate, who's not a candidate at this point. I'm going to keep you all guessing.
I'm going to keep you all guessing. You don't think Joe Lacob has a plan, but what does that plan involve? Does it involve Mike Dunleavy Jr.? Does it involve Kirk Lacob? Does it involve himself? I don't know. But it's a pretty big decision because you got a plethora of other decisions you had to make, including the basketball team. And how involved will they be on tinkering with this roster? Will they run it back? Do you want to see him run it back? I don't know, but this is a fascinating move as Bob Myers steps away. We'll play more sound from that. We'll take your calls, 888-957-9232. 9570. Bob Myers, how will you remember him in his time with the Golden State Warriors? I'm eager to hear from Dub Nation about that. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Mom, Dad.
The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Damn, I've never heard that one before. Wow.
Oh, hey there.
By the way, speaking of players, how about Kevin Durant calling Bob Myers from Monaco?
There was layers to that drop.
That was pretty legit.
Yeah, it was awesome.
That was pretty funny. Kevin Durant, he loves going out there to Monaco and chilling out there in Europe. Shout out Kevin Durant. He actually posted a nice little story with Bob Myers, him with the trophies, and Bob Myers celebrating. Bob gets a lot of love, man. A lot of love. But I think you answered your own question already, Shasky, about how important the GM is.
Well,
I think we just kind of broke that down.
It was just a thought that I was having because, and again, I'm not saying one way or the other. I think it's important, but people that we're bandying it about and just in different group threads from some of my buddies, and people are like, "Well, how important is it?" And I'm thinking to myself, "Okay, it's an interesting question. I don't know. I think it's really important. And I think a lot of people think that the media is fawning over Bob Myers, and I would say rightfully so. Think of what he's done."
Well, here's the deal. Whenever you could get a relationship with a guy who's in that position, like how many people has his personal phone number at the station?
Oh,
you text Bob.
It's a great point.
And he may not reply right away, but he'll reply.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you see him out in the street, you're just talking to him. You don't get that.
No.
You don't get that very often. Like John Lynch calls a lot of people by their first name basis. Bob, yesterday when he's conducting his presser, yes, Kareth. Yeah, Logan. Hey, Anthony. Hey, Marcus.
Mm-hmm.
Monty, he knows everybody.
Yeah.
Big John was telling the story yesterday after the show. Big John, who's filling in for Sam Lubman. By the way, Sam Lubman's doing well. I FaceTimed him yesterday. Sam Lubman's, I love Lubman.
How's the face? Does he look good?
He looks good. He was stressing out over the Giants. I was ahead of him, and I was like, "Oh, that's the ball game."
We're going to leave guys on in every inning.
And then Pirates had their little dance at the end of the game. But Big John was saying, he goes, I've just gotten into this business. I called Myers once, told him how I was golfing. The next week, Bob was like, "Oh, what's up, Big John? How you doing, man? How's the golf?" Seriously, that's who Bob is. The little things like that. He got the little things. And you need a GM like that who's not so rigid, who can read the room, work the room.
I think that John Lynch has some of those qualities.
He has a lot of those qualities.
Yeah, I think
a lot of those qualities. He'll walk on the field and shake everybody's hand.
Yeah.
He'll walk everybody's hand. So, 650.
I've shaken John Lynch's hand, and him and I have had our own little one-on-one conversation as Lubman came sprinting over, scaring the crap out of him at training camp. I'll never forget that. And then the rest of the beat writers, I think, were mad at me because I had a little one-on-one with Johnny L.
I don't think anybody was mad at
I'll tell you off air. I'll tell you off air.
650. Bonte, can Soda fix trim the fat on the Warriors roster? Whew, we are way over the cap. I don't know if Soda can help to go to St. Warriors. Maybe Anthony in the city can. Soda's helping me. It's about to help Guru.
Is
it's
it?
about to help Guru. Yes, sir.
What? You know what? Before you take this call, exactly, break down the Soda thing to me. What are you doing?
Let me do it after Anthony.
Okay.
Let me do it after
Okay.
Anthony. All right. Anthony, get out here. Anthony, you there?
Hi, guys. You guys doing? Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
But just to talk about Myers. He's a super cool guy. It seems like it. The way you guys are describing him, an executive like that returns your texts and everyone's on a first name basis with him. I think that's super dope. He will be missed, but he was checked. He said that he was checked out. Right after the 2019 finals when we lost to Toronto, and kind of wonder if that had any influences on him, not drafting pretty good, not hitting on his draft like Wiseman, and maybe giving Poole money, quicker than he probably deserved. Probably jumped the gun on it. Who knows? But I will say that this thing's far from over. I remember after that same finals, they were saying the same thing. Like, okay, Durant's leaving. Is Clay ever going to come back to the same? And they're moving into to Chase. Is are they going to have that home court advantage like they did at Oracle? And then boom, we won a championship. A few seasons later. So as long as number 30's there and he's playing like a madman, we're going to be all right. And then I remember you guys were talking about Jed York, and he has improved, but honestly, he really did a lot of bad than good, in my opinion. And, Levi is getting their second Super Bowl, but to to me, it's just like because it's like a newer stadium and it's in the Bay.
Yeah, but he's been in the. Just let me give you the pushback. I've been the harshest critic. He's been to 6 NFC Championship titles in 14 years.
The 49ers have.
But he doesn't get credit for that?
He gets some credit, but the 49ers have. 49.
He's done it with 2 different coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, you know how many teams would line up and die to... The Detroit Lions would die to have any one of those years.
I hear you.
The Bears would die to have those years. The Vikings would die to have those years.
But I like to give credit to the players and the coaches, more so. I get the owner has to sign the checks, but the players got to go out there and play and make things happen.
Who's the guy that puts the infrastructure in place?
Right. Who's the guy who's drafting them? It's not Jay York.
No, but he's the one who finds the guy who's drafting them, right? So you do get credit for that.
You get some credit, not all the credit. I just have a problem saying that he took the Niners to 6 NFC championships.
No, he's a part of it.
He's a part of it. Anthony finished.
He's a part of it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. But yeah, no. So I mean, he's a part of it. But I mean, look at how you handle Harbaugh. Yes, he was disrespectful. He said, this meeting's for men only, and you don't do that to the owner. But suspend the guy. Don't fire him. You know what I mean? Or like fine him, something like that. Because I remember you talking about how he learned from his family, but then what you call him? I remember when Bill Walsh was there, and then him and Eddie D were clashing, and Bill Walsh was close to leaving, and then Eddie D kind of checked himself. He's like, you know what? This is a great coach. I'm gonna put my pride aside, keep him on, and then we won.
Well, I think more so John McVay and Carmen Policy checked Eddie D. It was like, we need to chill. But anyway.
Bill said in his memoirs that Eddie D meddled on everything.
Dude, Eddie D fired him like 50 million times.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Look, Chet York hiring Kyle Shanahan and learning from his mistakes with Harbaugh is very impressive. And he's learned to stay back. He's learned not to meddle into the football business.
He's cut all the checks. We're talking a lot about the Golden State Warriors and the amount of money they spent. The one thing that I don't think we talk enough about, and I've actually got a bunch of notes on this. Today's not the day, but they have spent money on people and had to put money in escrow every single offseason. Yep. They said that they were going to be able to have financial flexibility when they built the stadium, and you have to give them credit. A lot of the reason Khalil Mack was not a Raider was because they didn't have the $70 million to put in escrow. Every year the Niners do that. Yep. So the guy's written his checks.
The good teams do. The Dallas Cowboys, the LA Rams, the Chargers. Now, I mean, you're going to have money like that, and you're bringing in all that revenue the Niners are. You're going to be able to do things like that. So Jed York has learned to step back a little bit. Let the football people do the football things. He has Parag Barate to handle the business. They have a very good infrastructure with the 49ers. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt. I can't dismiss that in this segment. Of course, we're going to talk about Bob Myers. We'll replay the opening segment, his statement, in the 7 o'clock hour, but you're talking about soda and how does it work?
Yeah,
Well, so it's basically a food plan to where you're not taking any pills.
Okay.
You're not super working out. You can't lift weight for the first 3 months, right? It's basically cardio and just learning how to eat very sizable portions. You don't want to pig out, right? For example, we could go out there at dinner and we hit the buffet.
I have a big problem with that.
My portions or whatnot. Are too big. Yeah, my portions are terrible.
Yeah.
So this helps you with your portions, right? Breakfast. Get a couple eggs, a couple pieces of bacon, or you go to cereal and the milk route. Get a little protein bar, which I forgot that I was supposed to eat at 9:30. Lunch, you do a little
regular milk?
Almond milk. Almond milk. Can't do whole milk, not fat milk. Got to go almond milk.
I'm doing. I kind of oscillate between unsweetened oat milk and almond milk.
Yeah, I go unsweetened. I've been doing unsweetened almond milk for about 5 years now. So that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
2 cups of veggies, some soup at lunch, but it's about when you eat and how much you eat. That's the biggest difference. And after 6:30, no more. No more. No junk food, no chips, no peanuts, no snacks. Just drink water. And that helps, man. It really does. And your portions. Now, dinner is cool because you can be a little flexible. Animal protein. You can have a steak. You got some vegetables with that. A little bit of seasoning here and there. And so you got to be careful just with the portions. That's the biggest thing that I've taken away from this diet is portions and when you eat.
Do you feel better about yourself? Because you look great. I'm like legitimately jealous of how good you look.
I've always been feeling good.
Well,
Boy, I always feel
okay.
But I do feel good.
No.
It does feel good.
Yeah.
It does feel good to fit into some shirts that you can't fit into,
Yeah.
or some shirts that was a little tighter than usual, and you're like, damn, I'm getting kind of chubby here. And so I got about 20 to go. I want to lose about 20 more pounds, so you have to be precise with this diet. Can't cheat. Can't drink alcohol. Can't have sugar.
Yeah.
Can't eat honey. You can't even eat fruit, Shasky, because of all the sugars that are
the
in
natural
fruit.
and current. Yeah.
So it's tough,
Tell
man.
Steve Jobs
So-
got pancreatic cancer.
Yeah, trust
all he
me.
ate was fruit.
Yeah, exactly. So this is tough, man. This is a tough deal to try to be disciplined. That's the biggest thing. It's mind over matter. Guru's asked me yesterday, how do you do it? Well, I was at the golf spot last week. Shout out to the golf spot out in Pleasant Hill. They have a Round Table Pizza right next door to me.
Oh,
Round
I
Table
love
Pizza
Round Table.
is my favorite.
Yeah.
It is my
I
favorite.
didn't realize how into pizza you are because
love
my
pizza.
wife's obsessed with pizza.
I love pizza.
Yeah, it's like her major food groups:
I mean-
water, pizza.
Pizza is the best. It is the best. Get some black olives, some mushrooms, some pepperoni.
I'm
the
not an
garlic
olive
twist.
guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love black olives.
Wow,
oh my
really?
gosh, I love black
I didn't
olives.
know that about you.
Yeah, black olives, mushrooms. I love
I'm out
that.
on that, but keep going.
But yeah, so pizza, you got to cut it out. No pizza.
Interesting.
That was the biggest thing I told the nutritionist. Like, no pizza for 3 months? Really? And then Guru
You've been very disciplined. I'm really proud of you, man.
And Guru was like, man, the nutritionist was telling me about you, man. She said, no pizza. He's going to have a hard time with pizza. So when I see that round table, and I'm like, and I'm there with Sid the Kid, our sales rep, who's there, and I'm just like, oh, garlic twist, red sauce. I got a long ride home. The nuts inspired me. Nah, you know what? I'm
Garlic
staying back.
nuts.
And so you just get in the car, you drive, you get the hell out. You get the hell out, and you stay disciplined. So it's tough, man. I'm not going to say it's easy. It's tough, but it's worth it.
Good for you.
Soda. Go to sotasoda.com. That's right. That's right, Spadoti. Go to Soda.
Not only will you save some pounds, you'll save some cash too.
Bingo. Bingo. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HC1. San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Of course, we love all of you there. 888-957-9570. Here's what Bob Myers had to say about the job, saying it requires 1,000% of his energy, and he did not have that to give.
But this is tough. This is hard. I have, so many different things, emotions that I'm still processing. But the bottom line is this job, the one I'm in, and I would say this for any professional general manager or coach, requires complete engagement, complete effort, 1,000%. And if you can't do it, then you shouldn't do it. That's the answer to the question of why I can't do that to our players. I can't do that to Joe and Peter. Really, I can't do it to myself. And that's a question I've been wrestling with. Appreciate your patience, letting me make that decision. Everybody in this room, I've only known how to do things one way my whole life, is kind of all the way, and it doesn't feel right to do something when I can't give it everything, and that's what it takes to do what we've done over the last, for me, 12 years.
So he said he couldn't give everything he had, and that was some of the rumors, some of the murmurs I heard throughout the season was he's not all in. He's starting to check out, and we saw the podcast, right? We saw him have a couple episodes of the podcast. Venture gets to that. Now, how involved was he into the day-to-day? I think other people were starting to step up and fill roles, knowing that there's a possibility that Bob Myers could leave. But he mentioned it there. I just couldn't give 1,000%. If I couldn't give 1,000% to this radio show, I'd probably do the same damn thing and step out. I wouldn't do that to you. That's not fair. I couldn't stand working with people, whether it's this station, whether it's a Costco or UPS. Guys not working hard. Guys not grinding. I have an issue with that. You can't work as what are we doing here? If you can't give 1,000%, get the hell out the way.
Well, you also have integrity in how you were raised, because I think some of us, I know I can speak for myself. My mom said, if you're going to sign up for something, you see it through. I don't care what it is. And it's kind of one of my biggest pet peeves. We make a lot about the modern child and how they do X, Y, and Z. To me, it's as much on the parents these days, because I can't tell you how many kids sign up for an activity only to do it once or twice, and then I never see them again.
Right.
Or they come and go as they please, and it drives me nuts. And I'm like, look, man, if you are going to sign up for something, ballet class, you're going to be in the play, you're going to play soccer, you're going to play baseball, be all in. You owe it to yourself, number one, and then you owe it to the people, not just the whoever the instructor is that's volunteering their time, or in some cases you're paying them, but also to the other peers that are going to be in that group. So as we bring the metaphor back to Bob Myers, like, yeah, no doubt he owes it to himself first, but he also owes it to all the people he's working with.
Yeah, no doubt. No, I
think we can all relate to that. There was another quote that he had, Bonte, I think right on the heels of that, regarding how, I guess the insinuation is that he's burnt out, but that he go since he got out of college. How many people can relate to that?
Yeah.
I mean, not all of us are in a position financially. I mean, actually, very few of us are in a position financially to be able to, quote unquote, hit the timeout button. But I think we all can relate to that. As I just spent an extra day off last weekend, it's like I needed that for the soul. I can't imagine being on the grind the way these guys are, and just feeling like you're worn down to the nub.
But I also got the sense yesterday listening to Bob, he's going to be back.
Oh, no, at some point, yeah.
And it could be in a year.
It feels like he hit the pause button. No?
Because it's tough to just stop. Like he talked about waking up at 3:30 every morning, right? Taking the kids to school and doing things with the basketball ops or whatnot. And I kind of live like that, too. Some of us have no choice but to go.
Of course.
You can't press pause on anything. You just can't. I haven't been able to press pause on my life. Hell, since I was 18 years old.
Yeah.
It's been go. I only know one way. That's why it's so hard to take a vacation. And even when I get on vacation, it's tough to unplug. I have a tough time not sinking my teeth and saying, man, if I don't work today, I'm going to fall behind somebody. Well, I'm going to lose that race.
There's the financial component, which we can all relate to, which is I literally need the money right now because it's going out faster than it's coming in.
Right. Thankfully.
Don't break that up into a sound quote.
Yeah. I don't think Spinotti was paid attention. Yeah. Bob Myers talked about growing up as a Warriors fan. This is when he was about to choke up and shed those tears. Here's what Bob Myers had to say about that.
To the fans, oh boy, I grew up a fan of the Warriors. I was like the 10-year-old kid up in the upper Oracle. I was telling the business side who I just met with that I get Warriors tickets for my birthday, and it was months in advance. This is when you actually got the hard tickets. There's no digital tickets. So my brother, my dad, and I would go. And I was born in 75, and that was the last championship. And to feel like I had helped give this fan base and this community, did my part, not perfectly, but as best I could to get some more of those things. And Joe said it when he bought the team, that we're going to have more of those. And I remember looking at that thinking, how the Warriors aren't very, how are you going to do that? And boy, did he do it. And it's crazy to see.
It's crazy to see. Growing up as a fan and then running the team and going down 4. That's a dream come true, man.
How many guys can say that?
I don't know.
Like in sports. Like they grew up in that area, rooted for that team, and then became the president, the GM, whatever, the coach of that team.
Was Howie Roseman an Eagles fan growing up?
I have no idea.
I think Howie Roseman was an Eagles fan growing up. And he would send letters to the Eagles saying, hey, I could run the team.
Wow. And he brought them a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
If that's true,
and
they
were like,
incredible.
Who is this kid? He got an internship. He got into the organization, and he worked his way up. I'm not sure if he's an Eagles fan, but he was sending Eagles letters.
Interesting.
Yeah, he grew up in New Jersey, so he may have been, depending if it's North or South Jersey. South Jersey's usually Philadelphia
Eagles,
fans, yeah. But he did say, when I was 9 or 10, I would write to various NFL teams, like, I want to be a GM when I'm older.
That's pretty incredible.
So there's not many people who's been able to do that, right?
The other thing that he referenced there, and this is just me being nostalgic, I get it, carbon footprint, reducing waste, the convenience factor of being able to download a ticket. I do miss hard tickets. And when he brought that up, what?
I miss hard tickets so much.
I have a entire binder of all the tickets that I used to go to and all that stuff. There is something special about that. Like all those finals games that I've been to over the years, I don't have any hard tickets from them because they're all digital now.
Right.
I wish I had those just for me.
So Bob, I want to segue to Joe Lacob because I think what Joe Lacob said yesterday was very, very intriguing. As we say goodbye to Bob Myers. Bob Myers said this about the Warriors' future.
This team is in great shape. Joe's not going anywhere. He has supported me. He has given me. If there was a metric on cost per win, I don't know how good I'd be because we've spent a lot of money because he's so competitive. because he cares so much. And to have an owner like that puts his heart and his will and his money into winning, you cannot ask for anything more, and that's not changing. Got a fantastic coach. You've got arguably one of the best players to ever play and one of the best people to ever play in Steph Curry. So the future's unbelievably bright. I know that some people have said I'm leaving because there's a lot of big decisions. Well, it's been a lot worse than this. There's been a lot harder summers than this when we started and in the past. So I have great confidence in what's to come and have no doubt that much success will still be forthcoming. So,
and Joe Lacob basically said the same thing when somebody asked him about the CBA rules impacting the Warriors roster.
We're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game. And our game is to win games and to win championships. When we came here, this ownership group 13 years ago, we made a ridiculous proclamation about winning within 5 years. And of course, somehow we managed to do it, all of us, players and everybody involved. And we've continued to win. And look, the rules will change in the game, but we'll continue to do that. We're going to work really hard to do it. And I think we have really smart people, and we'll do it.
And then the misconceptions about him being involved. Here's what Joe Lacob had to say about that.
I think there are a lot of misconceptions. I'm involved as an owner, and Peter's involved, but I think you should be involved if you want to be successful. I think this idea that somehow you should stay out of the way is ridiculous. No good business runs that way. Whoever's in charge is involved, and they know what's going on. Now, you hire great people like this guy, and you let them make the calls. And you don't get in their way. You let them do their job. So that's a basic tenet of what we do. But as long as I'm involved in ownership, I'm going to be involved in the organization. Sometimes there are ultimate calls that have to be made, and the buck stops here, as they say, so you have to do that. But I haven't really had to do that very much because I've had great people like Bob Myers and Brandon Schneider and Rick Welts before that and Steve Kerr. And these guys know what they're doing, and they're great. They've been great at their jobs.
A lot there for Joe Lacob.
Well, I know you or audience might roll their eyes if I make this comparison, but look at all the best companies across the board, whether you're talking about Fortune 500 companies or whether you're talking about unbelievable mom and pops types companies. Like you go to Westlake Joe's right now, you're going to see Mr. Dugan in his 80s in the restaurant somewhere shaking hands with somebody. He's not on the line cooking with people because that's not his forte. But if he needed to in a pinch, yeah, he could probably do it, but that's not, he sticks to his lane, but he's there every day. Right. And so I do believe obviously there's a fine line between meddling and not being there at all. But like to me, you got to be there. You got to be present. You got to be emotionally invested. Now you also have to hire the right people. That is crucial.
And he said that. He said a couple key things there. Basically, Bob Myers, I step out of the way. He runs the show. He usually makes a final decision. Mm-hmm. Sometimes there has to be some ultimate decisions, and the buck stops here, of course. But for the most part, he allowed Bob to do his job. Will Joe Lacob continue to do that? That's the key. Yeah, I think that's why the GM question, I'm like, whoa. It's important. It's important in any business. You got to have that guy who can give you a little pushback and challenge the owner, make the owner think like, hey, wait a minute here. Just because you got all the money, just because you're an owner, can't do anything. We see owners in sports. Why do you think you got the draft lottery now? Because the old owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers was just giving number one draft picks away. Just giving it away. That's how the Lakers got James Worthy.
There's a lot of examples of guys who throw money around and it's not successful. Dan Snyder would win the offseason how many times? How many times?
Thank God he's leaving.
How many coaches did he throw lots of money at? How many players did he throw lots of money at? There's more to it than just throwing money around.
You have to let the football people do your job, and you can't have puppets. And Bob Myers wasn't a puppet to Joe Lacob.
Exactly.
Bob Myers was able to do his job, and that's one thing I got to respect Joe Lacob for. Now, moving forward, let's see what works. Let's get to Joe Lacob. We'll also replay Bob Myers' opening statement from yesterday right here on the Morning Roast. That's all coming up, brought to you by 7-Eleven.
Any size iced coffee is only $1.29 at 7-Eleven with 7 rewards. But it's nutted that thing.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Giants. What does I think about Lions for? Giants lose 2-1. Pittsburgh Pirates.
So confused.
Yeah, I'm confused too. Because I was playing with Lions with Baby Chaz last night.
Oh, nice.
Lions. A lot going on with Baby Chaz these days. A lot going on.
Simba,
Kuna Matata, Boss Baby. She's on the Boss Baby stage.
Oh, nice.
Penguins in Madagascar. That's a good one.
Yeah, my brother's kids are obsessed with cars.
Masha and the Bear.
Huge
La.
cars. It's like they get into a trance.
Yeah. 209. Comcast Business Text Line. This is exactly what these kids do. They get into a trance. So I was at the playground yesterday with her as well.
Were you extra cautious?
Extra cautious. Going down the slide, climbing up ropes. I didn't realize Spinoni said it to me after the show yesterday. Because these softies out here. All these softies. But, got to be careful. I was like, I don't need karma hitting Baby Chaz because I'm talking about some kid who got hurt on the seesaw.
Yeah, that's not, we don't want that.
I'm not going to do that.
We don't want that.
I never got hurt on the seesaw. I never got hurt at the playground. I don't know how you can do it, but Baby Chaz, I got your back. 209, Comcast Business Text Line. Lacob is lying through his teeth. Myers is tired of the micromanaging. I could see Lacob with his nose in everything when he shouldn't be. Interesting observation.
He owns the team, so on some level, he's going to be involved. But we can have a reasonable conversation as to how much autonomy, decision making he should have, and what's best for the team and the organization and the fans. Like we can have that argument. But to say that he's not involved in everything, like he's the owner, I don't know. I just assume that more owners than not are involved in some level.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, David Sampson talks a lot about how his owner, Jeffrey Lurie, would basically...
Is that his father?
No, this is his stepfather. Would basically talk directly with agents when they would have an entire budget and a plan and everything set up. And then, what's the agent in baseball? Boris would just pick up the phone, and this is what he did with Cohen, and just call them and be like, hey, I got Jose Reyes. And the next thing you know, the Marlins are signing Jose Reyes because the owner wants him.
It's David Sampson. Oh, my God.
I found that interesting.
He is such a carnival barker. Luis Robertson. Lacob mentioned calling Bob 5 to 20 times per day. They would sit next to each other. I would sometimes watch them during the game. And I watch Lacob text. And I look over to Bob to see if that text is going to him. And then I see Bob look at his phone.
That's pretty funny.
I would do that a lot. I'm
That's
not gonna
pretty
lie.
funny.
I'm not going to lie. Watching Lacob sometimes during the game is pretty funny. Here's before we go to the Bob Myers opening statement and replay that. Here's what Lacob said about what's next. What's next for the Warriors?
What's next? Bob addressed it, and I think he addressed it well. And I'm sure you'll ask a couple of questions. But look, we have a great organization. We believe in bench strength. Some may think we don't, based on they criticized our bench on the court sometimes. But we do believe in bench strength, and within this organization, we have a lot of bench strength, and we have a lot of people that are really good at their jobs, and that we're constantly training for situations like this. You can't always achieve it, but Bob has trained some great people in his organization, and I think they'll play a great role going forward. I'm not going to say what we're doing yet because I don't know what we're doing yet. I only learned of this decision this morning, and while we've been thinking about the possibility of it happening, certainly knew it was a possibility, although I didn't want to admit that was really a possibility to myself. It was a possibility, and so we've thought about it, but it's not going to be something that we rush into. We'll get it done when we get it done. We'll make the right decision for the organization and hopefully move forward. I think we're preparing for the draft, free agency, all those things. And I know I'm going to work him to every last day till June 30th to be involved here, whether he knows it or not.
Yeah. Oh.
So he'll be here for that. And
I didn't know. That's fine. Yeah.
That's the way it's going to be. So I think we'll be prepared, and we'll go forward, and it'll be good.
Got a little awkward at the end there. Remember watching that live, was like, oh, that doesn't seem natural.
I thought he was joking.
Yeah.
But people taking it at face value, maybe I'm the one who's wrong.
Well,
but the decision
owners really don't tell good jokes, right?
No.
Typically,
they
don't
think
take
they're
good
funny.
jokes. Yeah, and it was like, but Bob was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to work till June 30th. Probably.
No, I'm out the door, dog.
I'm cleaning out my office as soon as this is over.
Yeah, I know. But a couple quick points on this. The first one that I definitely want to make is, do you believe that he found out morning of? Do you just think that Lacob was in denial the entire time? Did he still think that he would be able to close the deal? Like, are you taking that at face value that he just found out in the morning?
It's possible he could have found out in the morning and got the final decision, but they've been bracing for this for about 3 months.
Okay.
I mean, when there's no contact or communication about a contract extension and you get, the season completes against the LA Lakers or it ends against the LA Lakers and you have all these exit meetings, they know, okay, Bob leaves, he could definitely leave, and we can read the tea leaves. This is what's happening, but let's make a last-ditch effort to maybe offer him more money. And Bob Myers mentioned it, that it wasn't about money. He had plenty of money. He could have received plenty of money from the Warriors. He could have received a stake in ownership.
Some form of equity.
But maybe that came too late. Maybe the initial offer didn't have that.
Was insulting or something in some way? Or
I don't know if it was insulting, but
impactful enough.
Yeah, Bob was like, come on, man, I'm worth a little more.
So,
I want ownership. So, but whether or not they found out early today, a lot of people around the Warriors said they found out today, but they had a good idea what was going to go down.
Well, I mean, I think some people do when big decisions are made. Everyone kind of gets a feeling of what's going on, even though no one comes out and tells you. The other part of this is allowing the situation to breathe. And I guess, I want to ask you about hiring from within and then hiring from outside. But in terms of not naming who the next GM was yesterday, I think that was a really smart move. Even if they know in their heart of hearts who's going to be that person, I think allowing Bob to have that day.
No doubt.
Have that moment, allow the whole thing to breathe, at least externally showcase or present that you're being thoughtful in the search. I think that does matter.
No, I do too. Let's go to Aku in L.A. Aku, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I just had to call because when I came back home to the Bay to visit this weekend, Round Table. Let me tell you something. My cousin Wesley, shout out to Wesley Security at Richmond High. We grew up in Hercules, also eating Round Table every day. And let me tell you, when we moved to Marin, my family, the great late Tupac Shakur, that was his only job, was working at Round Table.
Really?
And my point is this. That's what he worked at the Round Table that's in town over there in Mill Valley.
Okay.
And then and lastly, I would just say this. Tell me this. The closest pizza to Round Table has to be, would you say, Mountain Mike's Pizza? That's all I got.
Mountain Mike's is good.
Mountain
Mike's is good.
I think he's right.
Mountain Mike's is really good. I just discovered there was a Mountain Mike's 5 minutes away from me.
Really?
I had no idea. I've been to Mountain Mike's in over 10 years. Don't worry.
Well, soda, you don't need to go again. SOTAweightloss.com. SOTAweightloss.com.
SOTAweightloss.com. That's true. That's very true. Maybe I'll wait till football season or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. Baku, that was a hell of a go. I once worked at a Round Table Pizza.
Did you?
For about 2 months.
What'd you do?
I was cutting pizzas.
Or do you do everything when you work there?
Yeah, I guess you kind of do everything. Which one? It was on Irving and 20th, 25th or something like that.
Irving and 20th. Is that
Sunset.
near the Walgreens?
Yeah, near the Walgreens, a few blocks down from KFC. And the way I quit was I no call, no show. Because I had new money, and I was like, you know what? There's this dope ass. So me and my buddies in high school.
Now I got to get into this. How old were you?
So I was senior year of high school.
Okay.
And I was like, you know what? I don't really want to go to this job because me and my buddies had some things going on, and there was this dope ass party at USF that night.
And you were supposed to be working.
I was supposed to be working, and we were high school kids. And it was basically a college party, and we went in there, and it was like, oh my gosh, this is next level. I can't wait to get to college. Young 18-year-olds at a college party with grown women. Oh. And I lost my job. Just like that.
Well, you didn't lose your job. You
just basically quit.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'm out.
Yeah, losing your job means you it was an accident.
I was basically out.
Felt very premeditated.
Yeah, I was like, I'm out. I'm out of here.
So Bonte and Tupac worked at Round Table.
Yeah, there you go. I got something in common with Tupac Shakur.
No wonder. It's not King Arthur. It's King Bonte. Come on. Give me something for that.
If people ever say, somebody on the street, I'm not gonna lie, he's like, oh, it's the king. I said, don't ever call me that, kid. I'll never act like, don't do that.
Only I can call myself the king.
No, you did that. You in the chat did that. You in the chat did that. I don't give myself nicknames. You did that. You did that.
Hiring from within and outside. I think both have their merits. He was talking about, having people within the company that you're training to take over for positions. That is what almost every company tries to do. You try to put together some sort of a hierarchy and some sort of an infrastructure to where if someone does leave, you do have people in place. But you also want to leave yourself open to hire the best overall candidate. And sometimes that might not be from within, right? Sometimes that is someone on the outside.
Who would even be on a short list?
I was trying to wrap my head around that. And Bonte, look around. These names, we don't even know any of these names. Even the ones who are good, current GMs, most people don't know who they are. If I just said common NBA fan, rattle off 5 GMs, not your teams.
Yeah, not a lot of people could do that.
Most people think Pat Riley's the GM in Miami, and he's not.
Yeah, he's not at all.
So I think it's very difficult, and I think when you look at this from the Warriors' perspective, I guess my question to you is, Bonte, what do you want? Do you want them to hire from within, or do you want them to go outside and have someone who maybe doesn't have attachments or preset ideas or concepts looking at what they've got going on right now?
I don't know. Is Mike Dunleavy Jr. the answer? I think Mike Dunleavy Jr. could do a great job at this. I think
you're warming up to that.
Oh, I've been warmed up to it. I think a lot of people, when they rip Dunleavy, it's because of the way he played as a player.
Yeah, but that's
when
not
he's the number 3 overall pick. And I know it's not fair, but that's what's going to come with fans.
It's a totally different skill set.
Some fans are irrational. I agree.
No, I know.
Fans don't. They think they see Mike Dunleavy Jr. They don't see a lot of emotion, but the guy is locked in to being a grinder, to doing his job at a high level. Again, I go back to basketball families: Curry, Dell, Stephen Dell, Clay, and Michael. Well, Mike Dunleavy Sr. was a basketball lifer. His son was born into this. And getting to know Mike Dunleavy Jr. a little bit, what he does, scouting, dialing into it. Remember when he first got the job? We were like, assistant GM, Mike Dunleavy Jr., really? Why is that? Well, because the guy grinds and he gets to business. I think it'd be a fine hire. I think Mike Dunleavy Jr. could do a good job for the Warriors.
I don't want you to expose any, trusted information that people have given you.
I would.
But people talk highly of him around you? Or is this just your personal feeling from information that you've gathered?
My personal feeling and getting to know the guy and my assessment of it.
Gotcha.
Now, you can take my assessment and say, Bonte, you don't know a damn thing. It could be true.
Look, there was the day they hired Chip Kelly, I was sitting here going, as a fan, you know what? At least it's bold. And boy, was I wrong.
Boy, I said the same thing about Jim Tomsula.
At least it was bold.
I said the same thing about Jim Tomsula. I said it could be worse. Well, no, it can't. Well, actually, it was worse.
It was worse. It was Chip Kelly.
But getting to know Mike and how, it's a reason why you got a franchise like the Warriors with what they've built are just not going to hire a Mike Dunleavy Jr. just to hire him
for the feel goods.
And really, there's no feel goods when you bring back a Mike Dunleavy Jr. to this organization, considering how he played for this organization, being traded away, not panning out as a number 3 overall pick. But he came back. He's an assistant GM. He's been with this organization now for a few years. He's around the team. He scouts. He goes on the road. I think he has all the qualities to be a solid GM. I really do. Now, this is a tough job. You got Stephen Curry still in his prime. You got a superstar player. What do you do with Draymond Green? What do you do with Klay Thompson? What do you do with Jordan Poole and Andrew? All this stuff comes into play. But I do believe Mike Dunleavy Jr. is qualified to take the job. Hell, Bob Myers spoke about it yesterday. I didn't know who Bob Myers was before he got hired as assistant GM.
I thought it was a huge stretch because the guy had no experience,
right?
And so I think a lot of people, at least they want some sort of name familiarity. And whenever you hire someone who doesn't have, a track record, a resume, familiarity, people are going to question it. How many guys have been hired from the Patriot organization that haven't worked out?
That haven't panned out at all. And we know all those
coaches,
guys.
GMs, executives. Yeah. So let me ask you this. You said all the qualities. What are the qualities that make a good GM?
I will answer
for basketball.
That. I will answer that after the Bob Myers replay. We're going to replay his oopening statement right now to squeeze us in during this block. Yeah. By the way, UC Steve wants me to travel all the way to New Haven, Connecticut for some pizza. Come on, man. I'm not traveling to Connecticut for a slice of pizza.
Is New Haven even worth traveling to?
Hell no. Bob Myers, opening statements from yesterday's presser.
You can't make it to a day like this anymore without everybody knowing what you're going to say. But this is tough. This is hard. I have, so many different things, emotions, that I'm still processing. But the bottom line is this job, the one I'm in, and I would say this for any professional general manager or coach, requires complete engagement, complete effort, 1,000%. And if you can't do it, then you shouldn't do it. And so that's the answer to the question of why. I can't do that to our players. I can't do that to Joe and Peter. Really, I can't do it to myself. And that's a question I've been wrestling with. Appreciate your patience, letting me make that decision, everybody in this room. I've only known how to do things one way my whole life, is kind of all the way. And it doesn't feel right to do something when I can't give it everything. And that's what it takes to do what we've done over the last, for me, 12 years. I have a tremendous amount of respect for everyone within the Warriors, especially Joe and Peter. Joe, you gave me an opportunity to work for this organization. Nobody else did. I was just an agent, a young agent that hadn't done a ton. And got hired by what at the time was, I think, the most expensive purchase of an NBA team. Pretty gutsy call on Joe and Peter's part. I think about those memories of the brand new, trying to figure it out days. Joe was a new owner. I was a new GM. Kirk was there, and people like Raymond and Brandon and Larry Riley teaching me in my first year patience. I kind of wanted to come in and thought, like a lot of people, you can figure it out, and learn quickly the humbling part of the job. But he accepted me. Guys like Travis Schlink, Larry Harris, people that were there before me. Larry was a GM. I knew Larry when I was an agent. He's a great friend today and always will be. Travis. It's really the people that you do it with. But those people, the original people that were there, there's a special place back in Oakland for all of us when it began, and it's hard to go back that far because so much has happened. When Joe hired Jerry, I knew Jerry, and getting to work with him was a joy. One of the best things I've ever gotten to do. Learning from him, but mostly just getting to know him. What an amazing guy. Forget about the basketball side of him, just as a person. And Joe and I getting to know him and sharing his energy and passion. It's hard to watch a game with Jerry because he's competitive. But I passed that on to Kirk and some other people. A few years in, I said, he's too much to watch a game with. Rick Welts also was one of the originals. What a decent man. What a great leader. Helped shepherd the business side into what it is today. All great people. Joe and Peter have done a tremendous job. And I would like to think I'm evidence of how good they are at hiring great people and letting them do their job. Mark Jackson was my first coach, and Mark was so right for the time. He was what we needed. We needed confidence. Our players needed it. Our organization needed it, and he brought it in only the way that he could, and got us to start believing in ourselves. And that's an important thing, and he brought that confidence and leadership. And as I think about making the playoffs, was such a huge thing for the Warriors. And I think that was 2012. my first year as GM. And then beating Denver. I remember going to that Denver series just thinking, I hope we don't get swept. Just hope we don't get swept. And obviously winning the series and playing the Spurs was the beginning of all of it. It was the beginning of this. And the players were showing us the way and leading us and guiding us. And then Steve came along and oh boy, what a guy. What a once in a lifetime friendship, once in a lifetime person who is he's a fantastic coach. He's an all-time top Hall of Fame coach, but you can go through a whole life and not meet people like that, not make friendships like that. It's super rare. Most GMs and coaches don't like each other. And I can see why. It's pretty set up to fail. Your fault. No, it's your fault. No, you're doing it wrong. You should play these guys. No, you got me the wrong players. It's so set up to fail. But he, winning a championship in 15 with him, when Steve's in the room, it just makes you feel better about the room. He has the way of doing that. You've all been in here with him so many times, and he just has a calming presence. He's got, like I said, decency, a humanity that is rare, and also is a fantastic coach and has led this organization for, I think, 9 years and will continue to lead this organization. The players, what can you say? They're the reason that I've loved it so much. They're the reason for the success. I got a chance to talk to most of them, most of the key guys. Some people say the GMs shouldn't be, don't get close to the players. You might have to cut them, or you might get emotional, not pay them or whatever it is. I kind of push back and go, what is the point of any job if you don't like and build relationships with who do you go to work with? What is the point? Some would say to win. Okay. But who are you doing that with? And what happens after that? And so, Steph Curry is just, you can't even begin to, can't overstate who he is. When I talked to him, it's so rare of somebody of his caliber to be who he is. And I think people know him for what he does, but how lucky is this organization to have him as its leader? And for me to get to watch him be that guy for my whole time here, what a gift to me. And that's one I could never repay ever. But it's great that he's staying. It's great that he's here. Draymond and we've been through a lot too, from watching games with, the game in the finals when he got suspended, to all the conversations that no one knows about. Clay, I remember with Larry Island, I met with him at Scott's Seafood over in Oakland, and he could barely talk in his rookie kind of get to know you tryout with us. And now look at him. He's very comfortable in his own skin, and 4 championships later. And Iguodala, who took about 3 years to get to know because he doesn't trust anybody. But what a unique leader. He was a huge part of that first championship, and to watch Looney become who he is, just wonderful people that have graced this organization and will be remembered kind of forever. Durant called me today. He's in Monaco. What he did for us, showing up here, knowing what he would hear about when he made that decision, for him to have that courage. I remember Joe and I were on the phone with him right before he decided, and you could tell he knew what might be coming down his road if he came to us. And for him to do it and to completely deliver on everything that you would want, 2 finals MVPs, 3 in a row championships, taking us to the finals, 3 finals appearances, but 2 championships. What a talent. What a great, if you like basketball, watching him and Steph and these guys play, I mean, that was, I'd do that for free. Sean came to work with us. I don't know if you know Sean, but another, just these people are so hard to find in sports. They're so rare. Getting to know Andrew, watching him show up, watching him become him. All these guys. I mean, Jordan, some of the main guys and even some of the young guys. It's just, it's what makes it great, makes it hard to leave. Guys that have been here before, Bogut, David Lee, David West, Zaza LB, JaVale. I mean, it's the journey with all these players, with all the coaches going through it, with Alvin and Mike and Luke and all the people that went on to be head coaches here. And it's what makes it great. I want to thank Rick Celebrini and his staff for getting all our guys healthy, trying to get me healthy, although that hasn't quite happened yet. I've stolen some of Rick's time. But Rick and Drew and their whole staff, what they do is underappreciated, but hugely important. My group, that's who I really get to do it with. Kirk and Mike, Larry, Kent, Nick, Sean, Pabel, Ansi, David, Ryan, Hannah, Nea, Chloe. I get all the people in my position. It looks like I'm doing these things. I know full well that it's us, and it'll always have been us. And we win together, and we lose together, and we succeed, and we fail. Thank you for helping me, doing it with me, challenging me, supporting me, befriending me. That's my team of people. To the fans, oh boy. I grew up a fan of the Warriors. My first, I was like the 10-year-old kid up in the upper Oracle. I was telling the business side who I just met with that I get Warriors tickets for my birthday. And it was, months in advance. This is when you actually got the hard tickets. There's no digital tickets. So my brother, my dad, and I would go. And I was born in 75, and that was the last championship. And to feel like I had helped give this fan base and this community, did my part, not perfectly, but as best I could, to get some more of those things. And Joe said it when he got hired, or not hired. Joe didn't get hired when he bought the team. We were going to have more of those. And I remember looking at that thinking, how the Warriors aren't very, how are you going to do that? And boy, did he do it. And it's crazy to see those 4 new ones up there and where the organization has come. But I'm so thankful. I wish, part of me wishes I could have been a fan during it all. I might have enjoyed it more, and I hate saying that, but I might have sitting up there in the upper deck or wherever I was sitting. But wow, the people that I see on the streets, the people I see in the airports, very kind fan base. And we haven't gotten everything right. I did get yelled at a few times about we didn't sign a big man at the buyout. It's not as easy as everyone thinks. We do like big guys, contrary to popular belief. Joe especially likes size. He'll tell you himself. But thank you for your support. Thank you for your passion, understanding that we're human. We try harder than you can even imagine to give you what you deserve. I wake up at 3 a.m. I've woken up at 3 a.m. way too many times for a job. But as you all may know, it's more than a job. And that's why I love it. And that's why it's hard to leave it. Lastly, before I take questions, I want to thank my wife and my daughters for getting on this train with me It's a fast one, and once you're on it, you're on it. And being there with me in a crazy kind of awesome way. I tell my daughters, I would have done anything to be in a Warriors parade, and they've gotten to be in 4. Well, one of them has, and one of them I forget, but they've done enough. They've gotten enough success. But thank you for you, and always reminding me that you're when I work, you take care of the kids, and that is I couldn't do my job if you didn't do yours, and that means a lot to me, and it's a lot of sacrifice. I was at dinner last night talking to my family, and I said to my daughters, I said, thank you guys too for being there. And, I missed a lot of stuff, but we had some great times, but thank you guys for kind of allowing me to do it and being there. And one of my daughters says, Dad, and I said, I'm thinking, okay, we'll get some feet. She said, Dad, you pass the ketchup? So kids are fine. Family's good. They're worried about their own situations. But I'm sure they'll miss it as they all will as we move through it. So lastly, to everybody here, when I started, I think it was this guy over here in the red and white hat, Marcus and Rusty. I don't know if Steinmetz was in the mix at that time. He might have been moved on, but it wasn't this. And it's been fun watching it become this. This is what you want. And it wasn't an internet, and it wasn't social media. It was, I guess, the Chronicle and the Contra Costa Times. Simpler, but thank you for all of you. You covered me fairly. You cover us fairly. Getting to know some of you. I like all of you. You have hard jobs too. I have no idea how hard, but I know it's hard. And hopefully, I think Raymond's about as good as they come. And hopefully he's been a good partner for you as much as I think he has. This team, and then I'm going to take questions. This team is in great shape. It's in great shape. Joe's not going anywhere. He has supported me. He has given me. If there was a metric on cost per win, I don't know how good I'd be, because we've spent a lot of money because he's so competitive, because he cares so much, and to have an owner like that puts his heart and his will and his money into winning, you cannot ask for anything more, and that's not changing. Got a fantastic coach. You've got arguably one of the best players to ever play and one of the best people to ever play in Steph Curry. So the future's unbelievably bright. I know that some people have said I'm leaving because there's a lot of big decisions. Well, it's been a lot worse than this. There's been a lot harder summers than this when we started and in the past. So I have great confidence in what's to come and have no doubt that much success will still be forthcoming. So sorry I went all over the place, but that's it. I'll answer any questions you have.
You're listening to Bob Myers on 95.7 The Game, stepping down as president and general manager of the Golden State Warriors.
Decision. And when you describe the job that requires complete engagement, could you share a little bit of the timeline about when you first started considering a departure? When did those feelings get really real? And would you describe this as a family decision?
Well, every decision is a family decision, but I know it's been my wife's. If I stayed, she support me. My family would support me. 2019, we've been in the finals 5 years in a row. That's a lot. It's exactly what you want. It's exactly what you do it for. And I had to figure out then what was left. Finals take a lot out of you. Some of you that covered us for the finals. So for 4 years ago, I thought, can I keep doing this? And how can I keep doing it? Talked to Joe. He said, what do you need? We brought Mike in. I've got a tremendous amount. It's only because of the help I've had over the last 4 years. But you think about it, I've thought about it, Kareth, but really, I wanted to go through this season, just focus on the season. And then when the season ended, I started thinking, do I have what is required to do it the way I know it needs to be done? And it's a personal thing, right? And so for me, it was just, it's hard because it's so public. I don't love it that it's so public, but I get why it is. I would just wish you could leave a job like most people. And your reasons are your reasons. But I started thinking about it when the season ended, and had thoughts prior, but really when the season ended, and people can do it however they want. I have great respect for every GM in any sport. They do it however they want. I know how I have to do it, and if I can't do it that way, I can't do it.
Bob, you know how hard this is for you, but what's the hardest part of coming to this decision, knowing how close you are to the guys and everything?
Well, the hardest part is I love the people at my work, and I won't get to see them as much, and I won't get to help them as much as I can. That's a tough thing, but I also know that they deserve the parts of me that I got to be able to give, but it'll be the people. I guess I'm probably semi-addicted to the competitiveness, maybe more than I think. This is an intoxicating thing. I will probably have a hard time with it. Games become part of your life. Coming to games, road games are on TV. You feel it. You wake up in the morning. The competitiveness, there's nothing like it. It's just high stakes. So I'll miss that because you can't really find that. It's a hard thing to find. It's a tough thing to live in, but there's an awesomeness to the competition at the highest level, and to compete in the finals and do all those things. I'll miss watching games. I'll miss going to games. I love basketball. I love it. It's my first love. Being this close, watching Curry warm up, being with Steve, being with my group, battling it out with Joe on the wrong thing. Those are just, it's a constant thing, and I don't know how I'm going to do. But there's a lot of things I'm going to miss, and I'm sure I'll find those things out as time passes.
All right, that was Bob Myers, of course, yesterday's opening statement. We'll react to that. Yeah, I see something on YouTube right here. Is Bob the best GM to ever come through the Bay Area? Is he the best GM? Who would be on your short list? And what's next for the Golden State Warriors? We'll do all that. 888-957-9570. Phone lines are now wide open. We'd love to hear from Dub Nation about those topics. What's next for the Golden State Warriors? Is Bob the best GM? How do they move forward without him? Are the Warriors in trouble? There's so much on the table here. We only have 2 hours left in this show, so let's get to the injury report and get to your phone calls here coming up. All right, it's a tough day for all the Baltimore Oriole fans out there. My Orioles, they just announced that outfielder Cedric Mullins will be placed on a 10-day IL with a groin injury. I was looking forward to seeing Cedric. While the Orioles are optimistic that Mullins will not be out for long, he did sustain an injury during their loss to the Guardians on Monday, running out a ground ball. Mullins has been a stud for the Orioles this season. 285 average, 8 homers, 38 RBIs, 13 stolen bases. And the Orioles right now are rolling, man, but I'm not going to be able to see Cedric Mullins.
Also hit for the cycle earlier this year, represented Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. He absolutely is.
Man, the Orioles 3 games behind the Tampa Bay Rays for first place in the AL East. Again, your phone calls coming up. That's the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Guernsey, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Again, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. What's next for the Golden State Warriors? Bob Myers, the best GM we've seen in the Bay Area. Your thoughts on everything that transpired yesterday at Chase Center with the Golden State Warriors. Bob Myers, Joe Lacob, a lot to dive into. Only 2 hours left to go in this show. That's coming up here on The Roast.
When you open your hopper, you don't fill it with just any hardwood pellets, right? You fill it with Kingsford 100% hardwood blend pellets.
Oh, hey there.
And can somebody give Bob some credit?
We're giving them all his flowers today, folks, on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube, Twitch. What is happening? All the professional dancers, the golfers, longshoremen. Why are you smiling?
I didn't know that we were going to start naming professions and then golfers would be one of them.
All right, golfers.
I like that.
The caddies. Shout out to the caddies.
Yeah, well, the loopers are absolutely
What's loopers?
grinders. That's what caddy, they go by loopers.
That's the nickname?
Yeah, yeah.
Loopers?
Yeah, they call themselves loopers.
All right, shout out to all the loopers.
I like that movie. Hayden Christensen, Samuel L. Jackson.
That was actually a really underrated movie.
Oh, wait, I'm thinking of not Looper. I'm thinking of Looper's the one with Bruce Willis, right?
No, but the one
And,
I'm thinking
Joseph
of, Looper,
Gordon-Levitt.
I think it had Tom Hanks' kid in it.
Colin Hanks?
I think.
I'm all over the place.
Colin Hanks, he's
I'm
an
making
actor?
mistakes all left
Yeah.
and right.
I didn't know that. What famous movies
I'm
is
looking
Colin
it up
Hanks
right
in?
now. Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Bruce Willis, Emily Blunt, Piper Parado. I don't know who that is.
Yeah. Joseph Gordon-Levitt plays a
it's
young
a
Bruce
time-
Willis.
So
It
he
goes
looks
back in
like
time.
Time.
Yes,
To
Looper.
me, he
I was
looks
thinking
like
Jumper,
Colin
the
Hanks.
other
I get
one.
him.
It's a time traveling movie?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Highly recommend. Salad
right.
Bruce Willis, yeah.
All right. Good morning to all the pizza delivery workers and all the people who make the pizza dough. We're talking about pizza this morning. Shout out to pepperoni pizza. Shout out
Seriously.
to combination pizza. If you had a slice last night, hey.
You ain't mad at him, Tupac?
Not at all.
As we go full table.
Eat one for me. Because you know I'm on that soda diet. Spadoni, what's the website? Spadoni? Soda.
SOTAweightloss.com.
So now we need the Scarface. Got some for me?
Guru's about to be on the soda. I don't know if Guru's going to be able to make it.
Why are you
I don't know if he's disciplined enough, man. We're going to see. We're going to see how disciplined Darryl the Guru Johnson is.
I know, Bonte.
It's going to be awfully tough for Goo.
I got Goo's back.
Bonte did have a point.
Just don't want that smoke.
Well, no, I'm trying to support my friend as
I'm
they
supporting
search
him.
for health.
I'm supporting him. I just know Guru very well. And I know it's going to be very difficult for Darryl the Guru Johnson.
Hey, look, you're gonna fall
You can't
off.
drink alcohol. You can't go to the oat chip and drink a beer. Can't do that.
I don't know what his alcohol consumption levels
Well,
are.
I know the Steiny Guru crew like to go to the old chip. We used to go to the old chip.
Okay.
You go to the old chip on payday.
Well, then maybe I'll sit this one out.
I'm just saying, it's going to be tough.
All right.
Gonna be tough.
Well, anybody who's trying to better themselves, I'll help support them.
I'm not saying
and
that.
so I'm got his back.
I don't
I
hate
didn't
on
say that's what
anybody.
you were doing.
Yeah, I don't have no haterism in my blood, but I'm saying Guru likes to day drink. It's going to be tough to say no. Summertime's coming around the corner. Pool party season.
Guru likes to day drink.
I was day drinking.
Hey, he loves his pool parties.
Did you hear who was day drinking yesterday?
No.
Bob Myers.
Was he?
He said he had champagne in the back.
Yeah, he had champagne. One of the
An hour prior to going out. It probably loosened him up a little.
Yeah, I saw him talking to the employees and stuff. He thanked them, and I saw RZ Davis and the rest of the crew. James Kincaid tucked in with a nice little Warriors polo. James Kincaid got all the Warriors gear now. He looks good.
Go off his Padres gear too. Apparently
he's a Padre fan. Yeah.
Wait, the guy who doesn't like steroids at all is a Padre fan, even though their best player just got popped for steroids, and one of their seminal characters in the history of their organization, Ken Caminiti, was also a huge Reuter who actually died because of it.
He's also afraid.
Interesting.
Yeah, send that to Jimbo Kincaid. Send that to him.
Please do.
Well, he's Frank Thomas's #1 fan.
Well, we know Frank Thomas.
Well, that's just eugenics. That's fine. Come on.
We saw Frank Thomas.
Got a 5 head.
Did you see him at that convention when it was
Talking
Jose
about-
Canseco,
Thank
Rafael
you,
Palmeiro,
Bonte.
and he couldn't even make it? He was via satellite. And he was via satellite. He was so huge. He was like filling up the entire TV screen. James Kincaid.
He was on the soda diet.
He is. Hey, Kincaid looks good. Looks really good
Is he
right
really?
now. Oh, dude. I
He's
don't know
on
if
the same one?
I don't know if he's on the soda diet.
He
He's
does
on
look
something.
fantastic.
He's on something. Jimbo's looking great.
You know who else is on something? And I know we're going to get back into basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Lance taking all the first team reps. Tough day for Sam Darnold lovers.
Well, who did we
Fight
have
off.
on? Matt Barrow. Did they have OTAs yesterday?
Well, apparently right now it's been Trey Lance taking all first team reps.
That's how it should be. That's how it should be. But we had Matt Burrows on last week, and quietly, we didn't even react to it. Just got to say, interesting. Sam Darnold being indecisive in 7 out of 7.
The water is wet.
I mean, come on, man.
Snow is cold. Darnold indecisive with decision making.
What are some people
shocking?
What are some people going to do when Trey Lance takes his job and starts every single game this season?
It would be a great redemption story.
What are some people going to do here? Because a lot of people sold their stock on Trey Lance.
Are we bringing the index card back?
Oh, I'll bring the index card. Who took the index card down?
I mean, at this point, it's a poster board.
Who took it down, though?
Remember doing poster board projects?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Who took it down, though? The index cards.
I don't know.
I melted because of the heat.
Because Mark Willard, I'm a
probably melted because of the heat with the lack of fan in this room. Joe, you're on fire.
Listen, I'm gonna have Mark Willard. He's gonna be
levity.
on. He's gonna be on one entire index card. Mark Willard. 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 He wouldn't even acknowledge that Trey Lance helped win a damn game in 2021 to get to the Rams game in Week 17 to have a chance to play for the playoffs.
Well, on one level, I get where he's coming from. He's like, you can't win big when you're trying to develop. Have you seen my radio career?
Damn. You always seem to make it about yourself.
That was just a funny joke.
Walk off.
Come on.
Listen.
Spadoni, that was just funny.
I know who's the humble one of this show, Spadoni. And it ain't Joe Shasky the Butcher.
I'm out here trying to be Doc Gooden. And I'm not talking about the extracurriculars. I'm talking about winning the Rookie of the Year and MVP right off the rip.
You trying to be in a crack house 3 years from now?
No, I just said not the extracurriculars.
Doc would consider. He just consider that just another day in life.
I honestly, young Doc, so amazing.
He was.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
True now, this kind of right. You never miss a chance to pat yourself on.
Yes!
The Morning Post, as Dan Dibley would say, Leland, Danville. Leland, what's happening?
Oh, I think Bob Myers is the best GM they've ever had. I think in the Bay Area, I think he led them. He drafted all three of these players that had great chemistry together, Steph, Clay, and Draymond. I mean, he didn't draft Kyrie, Kevin Durant, James Harden next where everyone wants to run the show.
How old are you? How old?
What's up?
How old are you?
13.
Oh, this is great information. I love
you going to school right now,
Leland? It's a young Shasky.
Yeah, school's starting in a minute. So.
Oh, that's cool. So you listen to the Morning Roast every day then, huh?
Yep.
Where you go to school?
Where you go to school at, Leland?
Charlotte Wood out in Danville.
I love it. Don't be late to class, Leland. Hey, go ahead and throw us on the Odyssey app. Throw an AirPod in. You're not going to learn that in the first 2 hours of school anyway.
Like Wu-Tang said, don't go to summer school. Get you a Wu-Tang album and get your education that way. Put on the Odyssey app or the YouTube app if you're paying for it.
Middle school, May 31st. Come on, it's a wrap.
Yeah, I mean,
he's graduating soon.
Can we have another conversation about this?
First 2 hours of school is just, you're just trying to wake up.
Well, now they're starting school later. I heard a lot of schools start at 9:30 now.
Oh, that sucks.
They're letting kids sleep in.
Well, what time do they get out of school?
Yeah, if you're still getting out
know.
at 2, it's fine. But if I'm having to stay till 3:30,
that's a problem.
Feel me?
I'm out.
I like being out. I'd rather go early.
I agree.
And get out early.
I agree.
I
agree with that. But the other part is not only are they dropping. That means parents have to go in later if they are able to. That makes things logistically very difficult. Now you're paying for before school starts daycare for some people, which is just a nightmare. The other part is this. School ends in June now and starts up August 10th.
Yeah.
What happened to summer?
Yeah.
What happened to summer?
Do you guys prefer normal schedules or block schedules?
Block
normal
was
schedules.
a joke.
Normal schedules. Give me the normal schedule.
Yeah, I
want to
be able to dupe 7 teachers simultaneously, not just 4.
Normal schedules all day long. Think about Leland. He's 13 years old, born in 2010. Steph was already part of the Golden State Warriors. Bob Myers came a year later. He's 1 year old when Bob Myers joined the Golden State Warriors organization. He's born in the championships.
He was born in 2010 and his parents named Leland. That's what I got from that.
Forged in the fire of winning.
What's wrong with Leland?
Yeah, Leland Stanford, isn't it?
Jim Leland? That's like, I'm sorry. When you hear the name Leland, I thought he was like an 85-year-old man.
Oh,
like, did
well,
we all
we're not
not
making
think that?
Lelands no more?
I don't think so.
Lee?
I think Walter as well. No one's making Walters anymore. Dennis. Is there a lot of Dennises?
We stopped doing
Walters
Wallies?
anymore?
Yeah.
Wally?
There's certain names that I think are getting phased out. Leland's one of them. And I like it. I'm just saying. It's an old name.
How many Bobs we getting these days?
Oh, there's a lot of Bobs.
Are there?
A
A lot of
short for Robert.
A lot of Roberts.
lot of Roberts. Yeah, okay. All right. Maybe I'll...
Well, see, what I like about the names these days is that parents are getting more creative instead of recycling names. It's like recycling.
That I agree
movies.
with.
How many there's so many Roberts out there, so many Michaels, so many Johns, so many Tylers, so
some
many
of them...
Tims.
Easy.
And I'm not...
Cape
listen,
up for the Irish. We
listen.
go to the Bible, so there's a lot
Speaking
of
which,
Bible names.
I work with 2 Joes on one show.
Yeah.
Can we get a little more creative? Like, there's
Joseph
nothing wrong with
was
Joe.
the
It's
father of
offensive
Jesus.
when you say
There's-
average Joe. It's offensive, actually.
Yeah.
No,
Don't
there's a
like
lot
that.
of average Joes out there. A lot of average men.
Average Joe's
named
gymnasium.
Joe.
Come on.
But listen, let's get a little creative. You know what I'm saying? Let's get creative.
From Drew Down on the YouTube chat, some parents are too creative, and I
That-
agree.
that
There's
is very
some
true.
where it's like you're naming your kid Pebble. Come on.
Yeah, that's
Rock.
Yeah, that's
Come on.
that's a bit much. I don't like talking
I'm
about
not going to
people's
tell
names.
anyone what to name their child. That's up to them.
I won't tell them any. Just get a little more creative.
I'll judge it, though. I will.
I'll judge it, though.
Fonte Shasky, please touch on Jimmy G failed physical. Nah.
We did that yesterday.
Yeah, that's the Raiders' problem now. I'm over Jimmy G. I've talked about Jimmy G from October of 2017, or excuse me, early November of 2017 until last January. I'm over Jimmy G. You want to talk about being exhausted? Oh my gosh, I don't have to cover him ever again.
What do you think of the way T.I. has named his children? Because he's got some interesting names.
You know,
Da Money.
Yeah, that's... Is it really?
Yeah.
He has a kid named Demar.
Yeah. I'm going to pull some of these names up.
Yeah.
Because that show was funny.
But you know what? You know what's funny? Sunday night. Monday night. Anna and I were watching Atlanta. The movie Atlanta, very underrated.
Great
Nunu,
movie.
Lauren London.
Yeah. What was her name in that? Lulu? Lala?
Nunu.
That's
Nunu.
what it was. Nunu. There you go.
Yeah, Jackie Long was in there.
It was a very good movie.
Yeah,
Big Boy,
very
by
good
the way,
movie.
plays a good villain.
Yeah, he does play a good villain.
Yeah.
So, Dumb Money. You said Dumb Money's a name? What else?
Yeah. I'm looking at some.
Kanye's got Northwest.
I'm not. Just poor Kanye.
Oh, what about the coldest to ever do it? Crawford, LSU commit. That was it. The coldest. Wow, names. Casey Pratt coming on? No, he's going to come on Thursday. Casey Pratt, 9:20 to talk about the Oakland A's.
He's got Deja is one of the names.
That's a solid name. I got a cousin named Deja. Shout out Deja. Graduated San Diego State. Shout out to Deja.
DeMoney is Domani. Messiah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. King, but his real name's Clifford. So I guess it's not too bad. The DeMoney one is the one. I remember he's referenced it in multiple songs.
The money.
Money time! Money time!
It's a pretty funny name.
There's a defensive back at Alabama named Kool-Aid McKinstry.
No, that's got to be a nickname.
He's going to be like a first-round pick next year.
Yeah, he's about to be a
That's got to
first-round
be a
pick.
nickname.
No, Kool-Aid Cabal. Kool-Aid Cabal. No, he could. Kool-Aid's legit.
He's got sugar.
He's no,
Dude, no. He's got the NIL money with the actual Kool-Aid brand. Come on.
Well, sugar's what makes the Kool-Aid. No?
It's just flying over his head, Spadoni. I'm not. Bob Myers, was asked if it's. I'm just trying to pivot here. This is Joe Lacob.
I'm not going to comment on who's candidate, who's not a candidate at this point. I'm going to keep you all guessing.
I'm going to keep you all guessing. Sasky's still trying to get it. And 889579570. Leland, 13 years old, going to school out in Denville, said Bob Myers is best GM ever here in the Bay Area. Best GM ever in the Bay Area.
Let me push back just a little. I think that his resume might be very comprehensive. He has an argument as luring the greatest free agent of all time, some great trades. I mean, Bonte, if Bill Walsh gets credit for being the GM, he found Joe Montana. He found Dwight Clark. He found Jerry Rice. He traded for Fred Dean. He found Ronnie Lott. I don't know. I have a hard time saying that Bob Myers is ahead of Bill Walsh. He's real close, though.
Yeah. He's up there. I don't know if he's the best. But what do the Warriors do next?
I mean, is he better than Sabian?
He's up there with Sabes. Sabes, those 3 championships at the end.
Because they both
really
inherited
good.
a guy in
Right.
like Curry and Bonds.
No doubt. But you got to make moves with them. You just, I think the misnomer is that you could just put stars together and go out there and win championships. No, you can't.
Well, how many superstars currently right now looking at their situation are envious over the last 10 years of the situation that's been around Steph Curry?
James Harden.
Thank you.
Russell Westbrook.
Uh-huh.
Kevin Durant was, and he came, and then he left. And now look at him. LeBron James, I think, from afar has been jealous. Joel Embiid.
Yep.
You got the Tatum. You got the Browns.
Luka.
You got Luka Doncic.
We make it out like it's some easy thing to assemble talent around a superstar. I think, is it easier than taking over Oklahoma City? Sure. But I think that we don't give enough credit for putting together championship rosters around him. We make it act like, Steph Curry could win with anyone.
Nah.
It's
not a one-man show. Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Chris Paul's a really good one.
Chris Paul is a good one, actually.
CP3 is really good. Lacob, what's next? What's next for the Warriors?
What's next? Bob addressed it, and I think he addressed it well. And I'm sure you'll ask a couple of questions. But look, we have a great organization. We believe in bench strength. Some may think we don't, based on they criticized our bench on the court sometimes. But we do believe in bench strength, and within this organization, we have a lot of bench strength, and we have a lot of people that are really good at their jobs, and that we're constantly training for situations like this. You can't always achieve it, but Bob has trained some great people in his organization, and I think they'll play a great role going forward. I'm not going to say what we're doing yet because I don't know what we're doing yet. I only learned of this decision this morning. And while we've been thinking about the possibility of it happening, certainly knew it was a possibility, although I didn't want to admit that was really a possibility to myself. It was a possibility. And so we've thought about it, but it's not going to be something that we, rush into. We'll get it done when we get it done. We'll make the right decision for the organization and hopefully move forward. I think we're preparing for the draft, free agency, all those things. And I know I'm going to work him to every last day till June 30th to be involved here, whether he knows it or not.
Yeah. Oh.
So he'll be here for that. And,
no, that's fine. Yeah.
That's the way it's going to be. So I think we'll be prepared and we'll go forward and it'll be good.
A little awkward at the end there. A little awkward.
The handshake at the end was a little awkward too. I don't know if you caught that.
I mean,
it was, but I think,
I don't. Can I say this?
What? What's that?
About the handshake thing.
Why?
I just think some people just aren't good at giving good handshakes. It's almost an art form.
Wait, are you talking about a dap or a handshake?
Both. Aren't they kind of both?
Well,
like
sometimes you get caught in between.
Right. Yeah. So that's all that is.
When you guys had Joe Lacob on to talk about him on the morning show, I got a chance to introduce myself, and I shook his hand, and I kid you not, and I hope I'm not revealing anything too weird. He gave me like a limp, like handshake response.
He gave you the claw?
Dude, no. It was weird. Like, I went to shake his hand like a strong
Well,
firm
you're supposed
grip.
to kiss it.
No.
Kiss the ring. No, I'm teasing.
He held it like...
That was a joke.
No, he held it like it was like a limp. I was like, this is the weirdest thing I've ever happened. So I'm just saying, like...
Maybe he's just not a good handshake
He's just
guy.
not.
Yeah, exactly.
He's just not.
Well, I was always taught you gotta really get in there and be firm with the handshake.
After COVID, after the whole pandemic thing, I don't even like giving handshakes.
Well, you know what they did at Cal?
Huh?
You know what they did at Cal recently? I guess it's the COVID thing. Still, they hand you the diploma, and my nephew did elbows up with the professor and then took the photo. They did it with everyone.
You know what I did with the D when I got my diploma?
Yeah, what did you
I walked up. I had my Canon camera. I took a selfie with them.
Really?
Took a selfie,
What year was that?
Not too long ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say
10-year anniversary coming up.
Yeah.
But
Did
I
you
was
pull out the Nokia? The flip phone?
No, it was the Canon camera with my lids, baby. Like,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was cool. He was like laughing. He didn't know what the hell was going on.
That's really cool. That's probably a picture that you love.
I haven't looked at it in a while.
Well, that's the thing. Whenever I watch the the All-Star game or anything, people bust out their phones now, and they used to have the camcorder, and I'm always like, are you going to go back and watch that later?
Yeah.
Can't we just enjoy it in real time?
You're going to watch it back. I look back at some of my photos. People come over, and it's like having a slideshow. You're like, hey, here you go.
I think the worst thing in the world is when someone's like, hey, come look at this. And you're standing over them, waiting for them to find picture, video, whatever. It's like, just send it to me.
954, Comcast Business Text line. Bonte, what are the chances of you guys getting a last Bob Myers interview? So if I had to put odds up on if anybody got this Bob Myers interview, if you wanted to talk to anybody here in 95.7 The Game, I would say Steiny and Guru are minus 500, which means you have to bet 500 to win 100. They're the odds-on favorite
Okay.
to get a Bob Myers interview, the last one, Steiny and Guru. I would say minus 500. I would say we are even money. Even money. And I would say Willard or Divs plus 10,000. I'm not trying to cloud. I'm just saying.
Pre-game show is actually minus 20,000. Me and Bob are so tight.
Yeah, I mean, you got better odds than Willard or Divs. Shout out to Jennifer Claus. I'm taking shots, man. Can we laugh a little bit? Why are you so scared to laugh?
No, I've been laughing at everything. I'm smiling.
Laugh, man.
Ear to ear.
Jeez.
We're having fun.
Gosh.
We're having fun.
Gosh.
How does the drop go? Yes! No, the one where Bonte yells at me, who's mad?
Who's mad? I'm not mad. No, because it's the worst thing. It's the worst thing.
What is?
Nobody's mad.
That one.
Exactly.
That's my favorite.
Exactly. When somebody says, why are you so mad? Why are you so mad? Bro, I'm not mad. Why are you so mad?
Now
Why
I
are you
am
so
mad because of the way you said that.
Right.
You know, like that's
yeah,
what that
frustrated.
Exactly.
I forgot what that conversation was about. I was like, nobody's mad. And it's early in the morning. I already wake up cranky. Like Anna's like, make sure you tiptoe around the house. You're too loud. I'm like, shut up. Try to get up and get ready for work. Leave me alone. It's the worst. And it's they're right. It's
like
the worst.
when you call like whatever company, right? And you get like one of their automated, you finally push a button. Can I speak to a person?
Right.
Finally you speak to a person and you explain, hold on, sir, we're going to put you on hold. And then you get to the next person and you're like, all right, this is what I need. Sir, stop raising your voice.
Yeah, my God.
I've been on hold for 27 minutes.
Right. Oh, it's the worst. It's the worst.
It is the worst.
And then then all of a sudden you get hung up on. And you're like, wow, hour of my time gone just like that.
Yeah, it's the worst.
Just like that. By the way, shout out to DAZN, the app DAZN. They show all the boxing stuff.
Yeah,
I want to shout them out because
why?
I haven't had a subscription with them since October.
Okay.
So I sent Spadoni to go get coffees for us yesterday. He was like, Gambino's around. I was like, here, take my credit card.
The way you
credit
said
card,
that was...
Yeah, he didn't let me take when he walked that back.
I know, I know.
Spadoni's like, anybody want some Gambinos?
Chop, Spadoni.
Yeah, no, I'm not that guy. I know people who've done that in this business.
Raven.
I know people who've done that in this business. It's like, how disgusting
people have done that?
Oh, absolutely.
Honest to God, if somebody talked like that, then you would never do that. That's not in your nature. But if someone did that, come on, man.
Yeah, no doubt. But Spadoni's like, I'm making Gambinos run. I gave him my credit card. My credit card didn't work. And then I got a text saying there's fraud alert on there.
No.
And so somebody was some company called World Points or something like that. I don't know, whatever. Was trying to get me. So anyway, since October, DAZN, another app that shows boxing. This is a terrible website to watch boxing. It always glitches everything. So I canceled it back in October.
Okay.
They've been charging me $19.99.
Oh.
So I called the credit card company, got my money back, and then they doubled down and started charging me $24.99. So I had to get on the phone with my credit card company yesterday, and it's like a 30-minute call just for no reason.
Yeah, see, someone signed us up for the Netflix video part, and I go, videos? When was the last time I rented a Netflix video? Listen to this. 2013.
Wow.
I go, so I've been paying for it for however many years. Like, yeah, you signed back up in 2018. I'm like, no, I didn't. What? I haven't owned a DVD player in years.
No.
Years. And
It's
by the way,
unbelievable.
it's so liberating.
Yeah, Netflix, I don't know how many movie theaters I'm going to ever go to again.
Well, I
'Cause all
went
the
to
movies
Guardians
are
of the
in-
Galaxy with my little nephew, James. By the way, Guardians of the Galaxy.
Hey, you been to the new Stonestown Theater?
It's incredible.
It is
Regal.
great.
That's the one we went to.
Yeah. I saw Creed 3
cried,
there.
like tears were coming down.
You cried for
Dog,
Guardians of the Galaxy?
There were some scenes with
Wait a minute.
animals
You
that got
cried?
me so emotional.
Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy?
I'm telling you right now, watching experiments on animals for some reason and the way that they made it, it got to your boy. It was an excellent movie and it was a tearjerker, and I admit that yes, I teared up. Yes, multiple times.
You guys are crying in or Guardians of the Galaxy?
I didn't cry. Tears. Just a tear. I'm telling you,
What's
bro.
coming up in the game sponsored by CalHope.org and the Department of Healthcare Services. We're getting to crying. Bob Myers cried yesterday. Shasky apparently cried during Guardians of the Galaxy.
It's hard
Tearing
not
up.
to.
It's coming up in the game.
Uncertain. It's
God, we're having fun.
Hill bends, spins, shoots. It's short. Rebound grabbed by J.R. Smith. J.R. Smith dribbles it to the far side, throws to Hill. The game is tied at 107. We're going to overtime.
I think the Warriors will take that under the circumstances over the last 2 minutes.
Just wow.
It's better than him making the free throw and having a 1-point lead.
George Hill shot it short. We've got 5 more minutes. What a crazy finish. J.R. Smith thought they had the lead. He dribbled it out to midcourt.
What is he doing? Well, that's J.R. Smith.
He thought they had the lead. LeBron James going, what are you doing? Oh, my goodness.
That was wild. And that was 5 years ago today. 5 years ago today. Wow. I was like, that was 2 shows ago for your boy. 5 years ago today at Oracle Arena. Game 1 of the 2018 NBA Finals.
More like 3 shows ago.
Yeah, it's true. 3 shows ago. Jeez, losing count here.
I know.
Oh, 4 shows. You want to bring it overtime.
That's true.
LeBron James, 51 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists. But that play right there, George Hill misses a free throw. Kevin Durant fails to blocks out. J.R. Smith doesn't realize the time of the clock, doesn't realize that the Cavaliers need to score. That's a tie game. And they don't even get a shot off of LeBron James with the meme of all memes.
It's the best.
Do it. And then the timeout when he's just sitting there on the bench, huffing and puffing, fuming. And the Warriors would go on to sweep the Cleveland Cavaliers to win their 3rd championship in 4 years. What a game that was. What a scene at Oracle Arena. That was wild. 5 years ago today. Time's flying, man.
Yeah, it is.
Jeez.
God, I remember taking calls. I was talking to Spadoni. We were doing the post-game show. We went all the way till midnight at that time. That was, you want to talk about an era, going till midnight. And I just remember we crushed everyone on Cleveland. From LeBron not knowing the situation, because he didn't call timeout either.
No.
Tyronn Lue didn't call timeout. J.R. Smith didn't. They had called timeout in between the 2 free throws, and nobody discussed, hey, if we get a rebound here, let's call a time. Like, the whole thing was nuts. And I believe J.R. had a good game in that game.
I think J.R. Well, I know LeBron James had a great game.
Yeah, well, that was an all-time game.
LeBron James was fantastic in that one. I mean, he was pulled up from 3 feet from beyond the 3-point line, hitting fadeaways, dunking on dudes. Kitcher Perkins was standing up, cheerleading hard for him that day. I mean, LeBron James was in his bag. But the Cavaliers, that was their one shot to win a game in that series. They just were no match for the Warriors that year.
5 years ago.
5 years ago. I can't believe that. And the scrum, just a personal experience, just being in the scrum when J.R. Smith was talking.
Yeah.
I was in a photo to the group chat. I looked so greasy, like I did have a slice of pizza all over my face or something while trying to hear from J.R. Smith. Your boy was sweating bullets in a small locker rooms in Oracle Arena.
So damn good.
It probably was Taco Bell sweating out, especially back then. The boy was balling on the budget. Wasn't making much. No haircut, no nothing. Taco Bell, KFC right there on 6th and Gary, 4 blocks away from the crib.
Every now and then during the middle of COVID, you and I did a video and it'll pop back up somehow on my phone, like memories.
Yeah.
And I look at you and then I look at me and I mean, I didn't do the beard thing like you did. I mean, your thing was out, bro.
Oh, it was out.
Yeah. And your hair was the longest I'd ever seen it.
It was so out. By the way,
BTW.
Guess what? We got birthdays today. We'll get to the calls in just a second.
Who?
We have birthdays. Nicole Cassidy from Comcast Xfinity.
It's her birthday today?
It's her birthday today, her 25th birthday.
Nice.
25th birthday. Nicole.
Not only happy birthday, but how the heck were you able to survive Kieran talking your ear off for 3 straight days?
Well, Nicole was talking ears off, too. She talked my ear off about me not knowing who Diana Ross was.
Yeah, she told me that she has a lot of family group threads that she would send back and forth about how ridiculous we can be at
Diana
times.
Ross?
And I appreciate her support.
Yeah, I do.
It's why I have Xfinity at 2 different locations under the Shasky umbrella.
Shout out to Nicole. It's your birthday. Let's go celebrate, Nicole. What you doing? Let's go out for a little celebration. A little lunch. A little champagne. I don't know why I said it like that.
Yeah, I thought it was champagne when people do it that way.
Champagne.
But that's fine. You do you, boo-boo.
I'm not a big champagne.
How replaceable is Bob Myers?
Oh, boy. Oh,
and I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm saying, like,
oh, boy.
Is it like...
Well, who's the guy who's going to check Draymond Green when he's going crazy like he did against the Pelicans? Remember Bob Myers
is
came down from his seats to tell Draymond, hey, come on, man, let's go.
Well, is Dre going to opt in?
Great question.
What do you think now? Like here you go. Does Draymond opt in or out given this news?
I don't know. Does he opt out and test the waters?
Or does he opt in knowing that he doesn't want to play here?
And then the Warriors maybe sign a trade? I don't even know the parameters there.
Yeah. Does Bob Myers being involved, is that a deal breaker for some of these guys? Because Steph Curry put out an entire collage on his Instagram stories
you saw that?
about Bob Myers. Yeah, I did see that. And to me, it was like, oh, okay. Like, it really means something to him. Bob does. And people could roll their eyes and say, it's just Instagram. Curry does not just, post anything on his Instagram.
No.
He's very calculated.
No.
I don't even know if he's the one controlling it.
So I'm looking at just some random stuff here about the Warriors, whether or not they can sign and trade Draymond Green. And they can. They can. If he opts in, they could look to sign and trade him. Now, what would you get? What would the value be? What would his value be? But it is possible. Now, he could decline his player roster and become an unrestricted free agent. We all know that. That's $27 million he's leaving on the table. Can he get that per year in his next deal? I don't know. I know Rich Paul and company, they are tampering. And Draymond's going to have a clear idea of what he can do. Oh, they already
That's
know
just a
what's
funny
going on.
sentence to me.
Tampering.
That's just funny.
Teams are tampering with Rich Paul, but they have an idea what's going on.
When they showed Rich Paul, it was him that was with, who's he dating?
Adele.
Yes. Why did he have to be on the phone when they cut to him? He knew they were cutting to him during one of the playoff games.
Oh, it
just felt very premeditated. Hey, I'm so important, I'm on the phone.
Well, here's my deal. If we're at a game,
phone's down.
I'm not talking on the phone during a game.
Exactly.
I'm waiting to the timeout.
Well, even then.
Who's
calling me during the game that's not watching the game?
Right. Well, it may be your significant other, like, hey, want to talk to you for a second.
Yeah, but he's at the game with a girl he's dating.
I mean, maybe his mama called. Maybe his daddy called. I don't know. He is a man of many, he wears many hats. Maybe a player was like, yo, hey, Rich, man, I don't know. Let's go to Calvin and say, oh, boy. Calvin, look. First of all, Calvin, how'd your anniversary dinner go? How was the steak and shrimp? Or the steak and lobster?
Everything was good. Everything was fine.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Warriors.
Let's
go. Well, first of all, guys, I'm so sad about that Bob Myers deal. But I wanted to say something because I can't hardly hear y'all. It's like a delay when I'm hearing y'all. So, Shasky, to answer your question, no, that wasn't not me that year. I won the Golden Gloves in Louisville, Kentucky in 1985 and 87.
Okay.
Wow.
Me and my brother were the first two guys to win the Outstanding Boxing Trophy.
Wow.
I fought at 132 and 139, which is Javante Davis's weight class.
Right.
Wow.
But the weird thing about it is, my coach taught me in St. Louis, but my mom called me over there in Louisville. It wasn't no gyms. It was a professional gym across the street. I did so good against those guys, and I was so raw. They got tired of me hitting them in the body like that because they called me the can opener. So they introduced me to James Doolin, and they did a 7-page spread on me before I won. You know what kind of pressure that is? In the Courier Journal in Louisville, Kentucky.
Wow.
Then when I won, me and my brother, we both won. We was the first two brothers to ever win the Outstanding Boxing Trophy. And there was a guy named James Pritchard. He was a heavyweight. He was built way better than Mike Tyson. That man just came out of prison, had bowling balls for muscles and everything. Way shit better than Tyson. But Tyson knocked him out in the third round in the Eastern Olympic trials and everything like that. So I just want to make sure that I listen to you because viewers say they want me to answer your question at times.
I love it.
Oh, yeah, we
That's
love
the
the
story
can
about
opener.
me.
The can opener.
The can opener. We
I
like
love that
I like
nickname.
that. So what's your thoughts? Can Bob Myers be replaced? Are you worried about Bob Myers being replaced?
I just feel like, man, God, he just so down to earth. In fact, I seen this news feed last night. I mean, the news feed last night, they be popping up, and it had Bonte's name on there saying his favorite moment where Bob Myers had showed the picture and everything, where Bob Myers sit on the chairs, and it was Bonte. in a beautiful blue suit, and he had Bob Myers had his shoes off. But when I thought about it, it didn't feel like business. It didn't feel rehearsed or even coerced or calculated. It felt authentic and genuine. He looked a little bit regretful, but yeah, still he was passionate and emotional, and he treated us like family members. It was like Bruce Wayne was telling the world, hey, I'm about to leave. And he left us in his cold Gotham City by ourselves. And now I feel like Los Angeles got their fangs and they salivating at the idea of getting Bob Myers. Man, that man is just so real. He's a true ride or die.
All right, Calvin, hell of a call there. He is a true ride or die. Hell of an analogy. I love Calvin, man. Go to Glove Champion, 1985 and 87 in Louisville, Kentucky, the home of Muhammad Ali.
Bowling ball muscles versus the can opener.
Can opener. Man. The can opener. Calvin and his lady. Had
And
a great anniversary, too.
Gave me a Gotham City reference. I just was watching.
Pretty legit.
Yeah, I was just watching Batman 1.
Which one?
The 1989 one with Michael Keaton.
Oh, Michael Keaton?
Yeah, the reset. I'm Batman.
I like that one.
Kim Basinger, Jack Nicholson.
I thought that was Michelle Pfeiffer.
No, she was in Catwoman. She was later on.
Okay.
Kim Basinger was Vicky Vale.
Yeah, great character.
Yeah.
Batman Returns.
Yeah.
She was good.
Billy D. Williams was Harvey Dent in that movie.
I saw.
He was very good.
So swagged out.
So swagged out.
Billy D.
I love Billy D.
Sick.
He was in the recent Star Wars, number 9.
I know.
Fortunately. We don't really recognize those recent ones, though.
I'm kind of with you. They're trying to retcon him, but Billy D's Billy D to me, you know.
I met him at
Lando.
Comic-Con a few years ago. Really cool guy.
I was very worried about, what's the guy who's the rapper and also an actor?
Oh, Glover?
I was
Glover?
really
He was
worried
good
about him
as a young
screwing
Lando.
up the Lando
He played a
character.
young
Yeah.
Lando.
He
Really?
actually...
He's a good actor.
No,
actually.
he nailed it.
Donald Glover's really, really good at acting.
I was very worried about him because I thought he was too high profile to be the character. No.
He's got
Crushed
a movie.
it.
He's
He
got an
crushed it.
underrated movie with Rihanna. It's kind of low budget.
What is
but,
it?
I forget the name of it. But Donald Glover, the Atlanta series, Donald Glover can act. He's probably a better actor than a rapper.
No doubt, but I think these iconic characters, you worry about someone taking on like the younger version of them, and he nailed Lando Calrissian. Just nailed him.
I tried to watch Star Wars.
Which one?
I don't know. I just tried to. I got the Disney app, and I looked at it, and I was like, I'm not ready for this.
Okay.
I couldn't. I wasn't ready.
I mean, it says more about you than it does about the actual,
I just wasn't
concept.
ready.
But that's okay.
I just wasn't ready.
You know,
just was not ready. I'm ready for Uncle Gene, though.
Orlando Magic versus Atlanta Hawks Summer League. Bonte's
I'm all in on that.
Star Wars, one of the highest grossing franchises of all time. Just not ready.
Especially if Paulo Banchero's playing. Paulo Banchero,
Why would he
Star
play in
Wars.
Rookie Summer League?
Paulo Banchero.
Yeah, but why would he? He's already established.
Just think about last year. He played last year. So Orlando's going to get somebody. I'm going to be watching Scoot Henderson. Telling me you're not going to watch Victor Wembanyama in Summer League?
Much like Luke Skywalker in the Star Wars universe, Paulo Banchero is a rising star in this league.
Yeah, he's a Jedi.
He's legit.
Not a Padawan.
Not a Padawan anymore. He's a Jedi Knight.
Can the Warriors trade for him? Jesus Christ. I love Paulo Banchero. Gene, Uncle Gene, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. Excuse me. I want to say something about the Bob Myers situation, but if you don't mind, Bonte, I'd like to offer some unsolicited advice about dieting, something I've been doing off and on for about 60 years now. That'd be okay?
I'm here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, yeah, so the deal is, it's hard, of course, to lose the weight. I mean, I've never lost more than like 15 to 20. That's, nothing like what you're doing, but the hardest part is keeping it off, as I'm sure you've heard. So here's what's worked for me in the past and currently. What I do is I lose the weight, and then I basically eat like a pauper during the week and like a king, and I'm not calling you a king, on the weekends. Have your round table pizza on a Saturday or a Sunday, but salads, low carbs, and mix in some exercise, and you'll be able to maintain it from that point on. Anyways, that's my little bit of advice on that.
Love it. Love it, Gene. We need more life advice from you.
I need life advice, period.
Yeah, and okay, so now about Myers. So here's what's troubling me about this, about his leaving. It seems to me, as recently as a month ago, and we've heard off and on that there were negotiations, that he was negotiating a new contract. So I have to wonder, I mean, if he's in the middle of negotiations, let's put it this way. Why would he be negotiating if he'd already decided that he's kind of burned out and he needs to spend time with his family, he's kind of had enough? I really think that
It's interesting.
Tired, all right. But I think he's tired of Joe Lacob. I think he felt like he deserved maybe even a piece of the action, or certainly more compensation than Joe was willing to give him, particularly considering the guy helped build a $7 billion franchise. And I've also heard rumblings in the past that Joe can be very, very demanding, very difficult, and for that matter, rather cheap. That a lot of these big contracts, the fact that he's paying $400 million was, to a great extent, the result of what Bob Myers had to do to convince him, what he had to do to win a championship, to win championships and build this empire. So I really think, I just have a feeling that he just had enough. He's going to take some time off. He'll be back in the GM seat at some point, but I think it's a shame he's gone. And frankly, I'm just fearful this may be a harbinger of the beginning of the end of the franchise,
Wow.
the dynasty.
That's a very interesting.
He's that valuable.
Uncle Gene, that's a very interesting perspective that I hadn't given much thought to. They were negotiating, and negotiations were out in the public, especially Joe Lacob started talking about, hey, we offered him 2 contracts. He had to take it yet. Bob Myers did mention yesterday it wasn't about the money. But now I just kind of jogged my mind a little bit, thinking about just talking to a former player, just asking him, it's years ago, when I first got in business, I asked a player, when people say it's not about the money, is it really not about the money? And they said, when people say that it's not about the money, Bonte, it's always about the money in this business.
Well, it's not just the money. It's the respect that it goes along with the money. Like, they view the money as hierarchy,
right.
Respect, how much I've done for you. Keep going.
But remember, initially, the deals didn't make him the highest paid GM in basketball.
Yeah.
There's some pushback there from Joe Lacob. Bob Myers said no. And Joe Lacob, if he didn't come correct originally, that could piss off a lot of people. If you're in the business, you're like, wait, that was your initial offer? Really? Oh, no, that's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe the equity in the ownership or in the team came later, didn't come on time. I don't know. And then maybe by that time, Bob Myers was like, you know what? Maybe it's time to go. Because one thing about Joe Lacob that people talk about is that he feels at times he doesn't get enough credit for what's happened.
Wait.
We go straight to Bob.
Lacob feels he doesn't
exactly. But the players get all the credit. Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, and Joe Lacob's like, well, I'm footing the bill.
Mm-hmm.
And yet Joe Lacob doesn't get enough credit. And I'm just saying, maybe that's his mindset. But yet he gets all the blame for all the mishaps that's happened with this basketball team. And that's not fair. If you're Joe Lacob, you're like, wait a minute here. I'm footing the bill of the highest payroll that's ever been accumulated in NBA history. And yet I'm not getting any credit for the championships?
Well, Jerry Jones is the most famous, hey, I'm not getting credit, Jimmy Johnson is. That's probably one of the most famous, but it happens all over. I mean, it happens everywhere. If you don't think Belichick and Tom Brady were arguing over credit,
right?
To some degree, then you're tripping, right? There's no doubt about it. Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers, there's lots of examples in sports. I do find it, so 2 things are true here. I do think on some level, timing of all these things and the respect that people feel that they're given, what they feel that they deserve, that's absolutely real. Everybody always says it's just business, no. Everything is taken personal. We all are that way. I think that this whole it's just business, it's not personal, BS, because it's personal to you.
Right.
You know what I mean? And there is a level to this, but there is some irony as well. Mm-hmm. The guy who has to drive hard negotiations and the guy who wouldn't give Draymond Green an extension prematurely is going to be the one who's frustrated with the timing or the size of part of the negotiation process for his own extension. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, a little bit.
I do think that both are true. I think that, on some level, I would feel disrespected, whether I'm Joe or whether I'm Bob, if I wasn't getting the right credit or if I wasn't given the appropriate respect that I felt that I've deserved. But on the other end, do you still want to be here? Right? Have you been so disrespected to where there's no turning back?
Well, think about this. He's been here for 12 years.
It's a long time.
He grew up a Warriors fan. This is home. And he's walking away from his hometown team. And he didn't use the word burnout, but obviously he was exhausted. Maybe there was disrespect. I don't know, but I'm just saying, a player told me a long time ago, early on in his business, when a guy continued, and I'm not saying Bob's lying, because Bob does have plenty of money.
Dude, money's
and
always
he's gonna
a
have.
factor.
And you know what?
Money's always.
And
a
you know
factor.
what? Bob Myers is going to be able to get equity into a team in the future with his deal, whether it's the Clippers, whether it's whoever. Because I do believe Bob Myers is coming back to the sport of basketball. This is all he knows. He talked about it yesterday. I'm a basketball junkie. This is my lane. I love basketball. So he's going to be back in the game at some point. And he may get a stake in ownership. That's on the table now. So, again, a player told me, man, when they keep talking about it's not about the money, not about the money, not about the money, Vontae, it's usually about the money.
Everything's about the money, though.
So
Vontae,
hold on. So
but
if
doesn't
Lacob
every
didn't come-
person in every profession,
but
it's
doesn't
always
that-
about the money.
But doesn't that, if that's the case, let's say hypothetically, if that's true with Bob Myers and it's about the money, and Joe Lacob's like, yeah, I'm not going to pay you that much money. Isn't that on Joe Lacob to walk away a guy like this who's deemed as one of the best GMs in North America? In all sports?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the negotiations look like, and I don't know what the amounts were relative to other GMs around the league. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know those things. So to get into that, was someone disrespected?
I don't
Did
know.
Did you
that.
pay the appropriate amount of respect at the appropriate time? It's tough to know.
But I'm asking, though, if that's the case, if money was an issue, or if the way they came at Bob Myers with the contract extensions early on, and he felt that he was quote unquote disrespected.
Like
then I look at Joe
You mean by like
Lacob.
lowball?
Basically, that's what we're talking about here. Lowball, disrespected, all that stuff. That's the same thing. If that's the case, isn't that an indictment on Joe Lacob to say, man, you're really pushing Bob Myers?
I have
you
a hard-
lowballing Bob Myers?
I have a hard time saying that Joe Lacob is cheap or
Not saying he's cheap.
lowballed somebody.
Not saying he's
maybe
cheap.
he did, and someone
But
felt
what
a
if-
certain way.
What if early on, and with all the reports that we read all season long, if Bob Myers wasn't going to be paid as the highest paid GM in all of basketball? Isn't that indictment on
Is
Joe
he
Lacob
the
to
best
say-
GM in basketball?
I think so.
You think he is?
I think so, but if everybody in the league says he is, right? Bob Myers, president of basketball, or
I'm asking
GM,
you, yeah.
connection with the team. I don't know. Do you think so?
I mean, I think he's pretty damn good. I think he's in the top 5.
Yeah,
You know,
if he's
I
in
think
the
his
top
resume's,
5, if he's in the
his
top
resume's
5,
pretty good.
Isn't that a problem? If that is the case, lowball on the top 5 GM candidate.
I also don't know if he's worth $20-something million a year. If you're seeing what Daryl Morey's making and you're looking around and you're trying to, quote unquote, cut certain costs because you have run the bill up through the roof, like, is he $10 million better than the next guy? I don't know.
Is Daryl Morey getting paid 20-something a year?
I think it's 17.
Bob Myers is worth more than Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey is an accountant. All right, Daryl Morey, to me, is...
We can argue about Daryl Morey being overpaid.
I can argue,
we can argue about that.
To me, Bob Myers is worth more than Daryl Morey.
But is Bob Myers $15 million a year better than, let's just say, new GM X who's making $4 or $5 million? That I don't know.
I think so. I don't know. Let's go to...
It's hard. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to quantify financially.
If you just say, hey, is Bob Myers worth Daryl Morey?
I think it's easy for everybody to say, of course you give him the money. But, like, when you start running the books, like, if you're paying top dollar at every single slot, head coach, assistant staff, trainers, this and the other, you can't just have blank checks forever. Like, that I do push back on.
They're worth $7 billion.
Worth is different than what your revenue is. Being worth something, you only cash out when you cash out.
I know when you cash out, but that team's worth $7 billion.
But that doesn't mean that you have $7 billion in revenue.
That is a cash register at Chase Center. That is a cash register.
Again, there's a difference
They've got
between
money.
valuation and
I
revenue.
understand all that, but they got money,
Do you?
Shasky. Money's not a problem for the Warriors. They spent the luxury tax for the last 5 years. Money's never.
But they're telling
how many times has Joe Lacob told you money ain't been an issue?
Well,
but there is a limit to what I can spend.
Okay,
there is a limit. He's gone over that limit. Spent up $400 million on his damn team.
I understand, and they didn't win at all. And he said to you, if you listen and reading between the lines, he's basically saying to you, yes, I will spend what it takes for a champion. But if it's not going to be a champion, then we do need to taper back.
Well, that's
spending.
stupid because nothing's guaranteed in sports.
Well, that I agree with.
Nothing's guaranteed. They've got plenty of cash. Again, Bob Myers said it wasn't about cash. Joe Lacob said it wasn't about cash. But players in the past have told me it's all about cash when they continue to say it's all about cash.
Yeah, but
so I don't know
what I'm
what's
saying to you, but I hear you. But the businesses don't work on valuations.
We're not talking
price,
about that.
I know,
I wasn't talking about that. No. I was
and,
talking about my original point was: is he worth more than Daryl Morey? And I said yes.
He probably
and
is.
If that's the case,
probably.
If that's the case, if they couldn't meet those needs,
but
those
you know how
needs for Bob
negotiation
Myers.
works. You come in low, he comes in high. You want to meet somewhere in the middle. I mean, this is a guy who's an agent. Like, he should know this. Like, and look, is this a blank check situation?
But Shasky, if that was the case, if Bob Myers said, I want to be the highest paid GM, and Joe Lacob said no, and I'm looking at the list of the highest paid GMs, I'm saying, damn, you said no to Bob Myers? To me, that's an indictment on Joe Lacob. I'm not saying he's a bad owner because of it, but I'm looking at Blair like, damn, Bob Myers means all these things to the organization, yet you didn't want to make him the highest paid GM, if that's the case.
But we also don't know. I mean, we don't know what they're feeling about internally about a lot of their decisions, the roster they put together, how in concert they are with everyone else there. But also, there's more nuance
to
it.
The whole valuation thing, I get all that. But I'll push back and say, that place at Chase Center is hopping.
Okay.
There's money flying.
But you don't know their P&L statements.
Fine. Oh, my God.
I'm just
if you
being
don't
honest.
Stop. Concerts, comedy shows, sold-out games.
Yeah, but they're also paying for the actual, construction of $1.5 billion. So you have to pay back your debt. That's why Bally Sports is broke right now.
I don't get why you're so worried about how much he's spending.
No, because it's basic economics of cash flow.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, I get valuations, folks. I get all that. All of a sudden, we're in economics class. Alex in San Francisco, what's happening?
Hey guys, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call. Just wanted to start by saying, I got two major concerns right now as far as the next GM is concerned. One is, how they're going to reconstruct this roster and push it back into championship form moving forward. In the last couple of years, they got Steph Curry under contract. But number two, how's the new GM going to interact with Steve Kerr? I honestly feel like over the last year or so, Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, even though they seem to have a good relationship publicly facing, it seems like their relationship is soured. Bob seemed to have a specific direction on how he wanted the roster constructed and how he wanted to use more of the young guys. And Kerr, of course, was, giving minutes to Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. So I think a big challenge is going to be bringing in a new GM that can align their vision with what Steve Kerr wants to do as far as, roster management and player usage with the team. I wanted your thoughts on that. Lastly, though, Bonte, shout-outs for you for giving me some good food.
Oh, the night of numbers.
I appreciate it.
The night of numbers. Hey, which games are you going to this week? Are you going to an Orioles game this Sunday?
I'm going to go on Friday.
Okay.
I'm going to the Pirates game today. I'm going to try to go to an Orioles game on Friday.
All right, sounds good, Alex. I'm a Misha. I think I'm going Sunday.
He was all over Pasquale's, Millbrae Pancake House. He's been all over the place.
I gave him some recommendations.
Good recommendations.
So the Warriors made $765 million in 2021-22.
Yeah, but what were their expenses?
They're expensive. Well, the payroll just in general.
I know, but
payroll
I'm just
in general.
Yeah, but that
was about. Yeah, I get all that, but they're making some money here. They're the play. They're making some money here. They're making it back for the pandemic. You can't tell me that all of a sudden. $765 million, that's just on the books.
Yeah, that's income. What are your expenses? Like, I'm not even pretending to be some tax expert. I'm just saying everyone always does this when it comes to Forbes.
You think the expenses exceed that?
I don't know. I don't know what they're because there were so many losses for 2 years. Because there were so many losses for 2 years. I know when they opened that place, they had to fill it for X amount of years to be able to continue to pay off the debt associated with building it. That's how anybody works.
Playoff gates, you're getting about $30 million a game. You know, a lot of money.
Dude, let's use an example.
We're getting a lot of money.
You bought a house for $3 million. You're making $100,000 a year. Can you pay off the house? Maybe not. Just because your income is good doesn't mean that your expenses don't override your income.
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree that the Warriors are not making money. I don't agree. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. I don't agree. I don't agree at all. Bill and Paul Alto, what's happening?
I got 2 points. Number one, when you were talking about Lacob and credit versus Myers and credit, I think at the end of the day, if Lacob owns the team and is worried about getting credit, I think he's kind of a little bit upside down on that because he owns the team. I think credit shouldn't really be a big concern of his. But the other thing is, Myers told everybody what the issue was. Lacob took the mic, said all these nice things about him, and then Myers basically said words to the effect of, well, that's the first time I've heard that. So if you work for a guy for 12 years, and we've seen Lacob react to difficult situations, he does not look happy when things don't go his way. I suspect he's probably really difficult to be around in those moments. And I could see where that would really wear somebody out. like Myers.
I think that's the realest call we've had yet. When he said, he's so right about wearing someone out. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I know my wife thinks that I wear her down every single time. I commit to 10,000 different things, and it drives her completely bonkers. But the other part, B, is when he said something to the effect of, he's like a son to me. And I was like, oh, don't say that. You're both older guys. Like, I know how that could be interpreted by others, and I don't know how Bob interprets it. Maybe that's a term of endearment for him. But just me, if we're about similar age, and I know Joe's a little older than Bob, that one's like, like you view me as your underling, your child? Like, I don't know. I have a tough time with that.
I'm not going to psychoanalyze that one. I'm not going to psychoanalyze. I don't know what went to the day-to-day. I know as a GM, kind of like Brian Cashman, there's a lot of pressure here. When an owner gives you a blank check that says you can spend whatever the hell you want, I will sign off on it. One, that's a good thing because you're like, I don't have to worry about money. But second, you get that blank check, kind of like Brian Cashman with the New York Yankees, and you say, boy, I have to win. And if I don't win, this owner's going to be screaming down my neck. He is. And so, Austin says, Shasky, does Bonte wear you out? Be honest. Probably. I don't know.
Every relationship, people get worn out with each other. Like, that's I
don't.
That's why we have off days.
Yeah, maybe. But no, there's something there with that. I don't know. Bob Myers, it's, to me, what's going to determine how Bob Myers moves forward, or when he moves forward, is when he signs with another team. Because I think when that happens, how quickly does it happen? And when he takes over that team, how much equity will he have in that team? Like, there's a lot of things in play in the future, and as well as who does Joe Lacob hire to replace Bob Myers? Is he staying in-house? Is he going to his sons? Like, there's so many things that the questions that we all have today will not get answered for a long, long time.
What are the qualities that you're looking for in a GM? This was one that I asked you before the end of a break, and we never came back around to it.
I mean, a smart guy, right?
Yeah.
I want a guy who knows how to draft well, player evaluation.
Yeah.
I want a guy who can communicate with his team, with his head coach, with his players. I want a guy who's tactful, who knows when to make a deal, when to swing a deal, being aggressive. But they don't come like Bob Myers. Bob Myers is so different.
He's
if we're searching,
with the touch.
if we're searching for the next Bob Myers, well, you know what? I think we're out of luck. We're out of luck. Bob Myers, just that one example of him telling Draymond Green in game. How many GMs could come down from their seat and tell a player, "Hey, let's go, get back in the huddle"?
Not many, but it's also an indictment of Draymond. But I agree with you. It's.
But how many GMs can grab a player and do that? Whether it's Draymond Green, Dennis Rodman, whatever.
Pat Riley's one of the only.
Could Jerry Krause do that to Dennis Rodman? No, that had to be Phil Jackson.
No.
You know what I'm saying? No. This is a GM we're talking about.
Yeah, but
here.
It's also. I agree, but the way you're viewing that, I also look like Draymond. Like, oh my god! Like, think of what we're saying there.
But again, Draymond Green snapped out of it, got his ass back in the huddle.
Yes.
Because he looked up and said, "Oh, that's Bob Myers."
Yes.
And the respect factor that Bob Myers had gained and earned from the players, I don't know if you're getting a guy like that.
That I agree with.
He's cut from a different cloth, man.
That I agree with there. How much was the draft a part of? How much is the draft moving forward? Because I feel like we've actually put maybe too much weight on the draft in terms of like their misses and what their hits are and this, that, and the other. Like,
talk about the early days, right? They got late first round picks. It's a lot of late first round picks. How many teams hit on late first round picks?
Pascal Siakam, and that's about it.
Now,
I mean, there's only a handful. There's not many.
Yeah, so it's a handful. The last three drafts. Patrick Baldwin Jr., we'll see about. Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, it's up in the air. James Wiseman. It's a big mess.
They referenced big men yesterday. Did you catch that?
Oh, yeah, of course I did.
What was your interpretation of that when he's like, we do like big men. Joe likes big men. That's what Bob said.
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing.
Right. I think they all like big men, but you got to have the right big man.
Do you think
everybody just says, "Hey, this is a big man, throw him out there, he's going to play well"? No.
It's got to be the
right.
right
There's been a lot of big stiffs. I've seen a lot of big stiffs in my watching the NBA for many, many years.
Do you think the Wiseman thing was the ultimate feather that broke the camel's back?
I know Joe wasn't happy about trading him.
What?
I know Joe wasn't happy about trading him. And I know Joe wasn't happy about the lack of playing time he was receiving, as well as Kuminga. Joe loved his young guys.
Interesting.
Joe loved his young guys. Joe Lacob, that is.
So you think that tension, it's not the only thing.
I don't think
it's not,
so.
But do you
No.
think that tension is one of the bigger ones?
I can't speculate on that. I don't know.
I feel like that if we're talking Kerr, Bob, Lacob, players, blah, blah, it's impossible to not go back to that tension just in terms of wanting to play the young players, maybe the young players not being very good, them not contributing fast enough for the old guys. Like I think at the root of so many different issues on this team are the young guys. And I'm not blaming them. I'm saying for whatever reason, it feels like that is a source of tension.
Well, here's the deal, too. I think something we missed today and we haven't brought up was that Bob Myers mentioned that he thought about 2019 stepping down. He started having these thoughts in 2019.
When his other daughter was born?
2019.
Yeah.
That was after the Raptors series. That was after Kevin Durant tore the Achilles. The Warriors didn't have a lot of fun that season. It was
a good point.
The season was kind of reminiscent to this year, although it ended up in the finals because it was all about Kevin Durant. It was all about, what is he going to do at the end of the season? Then you had Draymond Gate and Kevin Durant Gate. You had them going back and forth against the LA Clippers. He thought about walking away in 2019.
So what do you make of that?
That this has been on his mind for quite some time. Because I'm sure after winning the championship last year, even before this year, maybe Joe Lacob was like, let's wait and see. You win the championship. Joe Lacob looks like one of those guys, hey, since it's for everybody, right? Didn't get it. Bob was thinking about this since 2019. So the timing's right.
Yeah.
Timing's right. So your phone call's coming up, Marvin, Antonio, Greg. Maybe we'll do a little more economy class or economic class. Economics 101.
I mean, companies are downsizing all
micro.
over. There were 30 different companies that filed for bankruptcy last week.
I don't think the Warriors are going to file for bankruptcy anytime
3
soon.
major banks.
I don't think the Warriors are doing that anytime
No, that
soon.
I agree with.
All right, what's coming up in the game sponsored by S.E. Johnson. Off your phone calls.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
Off clean feel, so I can accessorize with studs and not with mosquitoes. I can wear my classic white crop and flag panel jeans and know that I'm covered with 8 hours of not sticky, fragrance-free protection. Get your
Bob Myers. He's a professional. Bob Myers steps down yesterday as GM and president of basketball operations of the Golden State Warriors. What does it mean for the Dubs moving forward? What does it mean? Are people really going to lose their minds about Mike Dunleavy Jr. if he does get promoted to GM and president of basketball operations? Is he ready for the job? Bob Myers got hired. We didn't know anything about him. Now he's a 4-time champion and one of the most sought-out executives in all of sports. He's going to have any job, any team coming at him. Hey, would you take this? Blank check. Here you go. Maybe Dunleavy Jr. can do better than Bob. We'll see. We shall see if he does get the job. Now, we have no idea. Joe Lacob said this when he was asked if his son Kirk was a candidate for the GM opening.
I'm not going to comment on who's a candidate, who's not a candidate at this point. I'm going to keep you all guessing.
I'm going to keep you all guessing, but he did say this. He did say this about the new CBA rules.
We're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game. And our game is to win games and to win championships. You know, when we came here, this ownership group 13 years ago, we made a ridiculous proclamation about winning within 5 years. And of course, somehow we managed to do it, all of us, players and everybody involved. And we've continued to win. And look, the rules will change in the game, but we'll continue to do that. We're going to work really hard to do it. And I think we have really smart people and we'll do it.
There's so many questions that have yet to be answered. So many questions that people have. You know, I see one here in the 707 Comcast Business text line. You know, Bob cut bait before making difficult decisions. He is leaving a financial cap mess with no room to maneuver. I don't think that's fair at all. But there's a lot of fans who believe that.
Well, there's a lot of people saying that they need to get under the second apron so that they can avoid all of these bigger luxury tax deals down the line. And if they don't do it this offseason, they're kind of stuck in neutral. So there are some, I guess, down the road decisions that will be affected based off what they do this offseason.
Yeah.
What do you think about, I guess, this question? Has Lacob earned, I mean, I feel like this is a no-brainer, but hasn't Lacob earned the benefit of the doubt to at least give whoever he's going to bring in the benefit of the doubt early on?
I do.
I do too.
I believe it, but it's also, you know, if somebody says Lacob's hard to work with. Well, Eddie DeBartolo was hard to work with, and we all love him.
Yes.
Eddie DeBartolo was tough to work with. Brutal.
Who are the great owners in sports right now?
Top of my head?
Yeah, just on top of your head.
I love the Steinbrenners for whatever reason.
Are they tough to work with?
Probably.
Yeah, okay.
Wouldn't you think all billionaires are tough to work with?
That's kind of where I'm going with. At least the good ones,
like
successful
Mickey
ones.
Arison seems like a good dude to work for. He doesn't seem like he's tough to work with.
Oh, but they have gone back and forth on their finances over the last 10 years. If you look, because of the Carnival, they own the Carnival Cruises thing. So, yeah, I think it seems hunky-dory, but if you don't think there was tension in the Pat Riley when they were losing, you're tripping.
Kraft, got to be tough to work with. The Maras in New York. The Hallises
chose Brady and made Belichick trade Garoppolo.
Right. So, I mean, there's a lot of owners we don't even know. It seemed like the guy, Robert Sarver, who had to sell the team with the Phoenix Suns, was brutal to work with. I don't think Cuban's all that easy to work with.
I agree with you there.
You know?
I think the Rooney family for the Steelers is up there.
Yeah, they're really good.
The
Rooney's are really good. They're really solid.
Yeah, that's a good call.
So this is going to be, look, Lacob, they got 4 championships together. Lacob went out there on the night they retired Chris Mullin's jersey, and he made the bold proclamation saying, we will hang another banner next to that 1975 one. And everybody laughed, including myself. And guess what? There's 4 banners.
Yeah.
And we've had 4 parades.
It's incredible.
Been involved in all 4 parades, and it's been a great time.
It's incredible.
Right? But a lot of fans are going to look at Lacob and what he does from here on out. Because there's no more Jerry West. There's no more Bob Myers. You've got Steve Kerr. You got Stephen Curry. And a lot of people are going to judge Lacob on what he does from here on out. Whether that's fair or not, I don't know.
You're right. You're 100% right. No, that's sports. You're based off not what you did 10 years ago, but what you're doing currently. Jerry Jones, after 1999, we're all like, oh, he'll figure it out. He knows what he's doing. Since then, since all those guys retired, has he done anything?
Mm-mm.
I mean, they've been a successful financial entity, but in terms of playoff success, no. Yeah, and we kind of roll our eyes. Al Davis's resume was written in stone. He was one of the great or organizational leaders, executives of all time in sports. But the last 15 years or so, it left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth.
No doubt. No doubt.
And it almost, not that it erased all the things he did, but for a lot of people who maybe don't have the context or the history, like they look at Al as a laughingstock, which is unfair, but it's kind of what the mark that he left at the end, which sucks.
No doubt. No doubt about that. So where does Lacob go from here? And what if Dunleavy Jr. does get promoted? Because Bob Myers, where's that cut? Where's that cut? I got to find a cut.
Oh, hey there.
Gosh, I don't see it up here, Spinoni. If you can find it. I don't see the Dunleavy cut. But he was, if it's Dunleavy Jr. who takes the job, he believes he's more than qualified. I believe Dunleavy Jr. could do a good job. A lot of people think I'm caping up for him.
But why can't we be open-minded?
We'll see.
Can we allow the guy
It feels like nobody's open-minded about him. Feels like, man, Dunleavy Jr., really? Because of what he did as a player. You can't separate it. It's the same thing when a great player owns a team. I thought for sure Michael Jordan owned the Charlotte Hornets. The Charlotte Hornets going to be great. They've been one of the worst franchises in all of sports. Michael Jordan's been a horrible owner, and he's the greatest player of all time, in my opinion.
I know.
So, you got to cut about Dunleavy? Here's Bob Myers on Dunleavy Jr.
Mike's great. He's as good a GM as if he wants it, he'll be great if that's what he wants. It's his call. It's Joe's call. It's not my call, but that's what he wants to do. He'll be great. He knows more about basketball than I do. He's grew up in it. He was born into it with his dad. He played in it. That's his calling. And that wasn't my thought at the time, honestly. I just thought we're always looking for people that'll make us better. Joe's always about bringing in talent. I didn't have an idea at the time that I was grooming him. I mean, he's more my friend than coworker, but he's really good. And he would be fantastic if that's the choice. But I'd be lying if I thought 4 years ago, let's bring in Mike and he can assume this thing. If I told him if that's what he wants, then I'm all fully supportive. I said I'll help with Draymond if he needs it.
That's Bob Myers on Dunleavy Jr. I believe Dunleavy Jr. could do a great job. I really do. I believe Mike can do a good job for this team.
The one thing, because I was trying to list all the qualities of a GM, specifically for this Warrior job that you're looking for, and I think demeanor is important. Demeanor in dealing with the coach, demeanor in dealing with the star legendary players, demeanor in dealing with the owner. Understanding, this is the one that I don't think anybody has referenced, and we talk so much like talent. Can you identify talent in the draft? Can you get talent in free agency? What about, because there's a lot of teams that have a lot of talent. What about the guy who understands fit? Because I think this organization, more than any other, doesn't fit almost supersede talent. Like, yeah, of course you got to have talent. That's like a prerequisite to even be considered. Like, fit to me is the number one thing that's so hard to put a finger on. Like, when I'm evaluating if a player can come to this team or not, if I'm the GM, hypothetically, like, does Dunleavy, if he's going to be the guy, or the next GM, do they understand fit? Because I think if you look at the misses have been primarily because it feels like it doesn't fit.
And Dunleavy's been here for 4 years, so I think he understands what needs to be surrounding Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond, whoever the hell is going to be on the roster next season. We don't even know who's going to be on the roster. But Dunleavy Jr., I do good. And you know what? I think Dunleavy Jr., from what I understand, and this isn't on record or anything, but Dunleavy Jr. was one of the few during the Jonathan Kuminga draft. Now, I know this entire organization likes Kuminga as well. But Franz Wagner was on the board as well. Dunleavy Jr. was like, maybe we should take another look at Franz Wagner. Because Kuminga was raw. Now, it's not to say Mike doesn't like Kuminga. I'm not saying that at all.
Well, you can like multiple players in a draft.
But maybe you favor a player over another one, and that's totally fair. Now, Franz Wagner, you ask a lot of Warrior fans today. Hey,
I think a lot would take Franz Wagner over Kuminga. I agree with that.
Kuminga may be out. Who knows? The maturity he showed in the playoffs, maybe take a step back for a second and say, damn, Kuminga, really? You're going to the papers crying about playing time? It's not what we need right now. Now,
that's an interesting nugget.
So
that's a really interesting nugget.
I think Dunleavy he grinds, man. He grinds. I think I'm open-minded about it if he does get the job. Now, we have no idea who's getting the job right now.
Well, like, I know you referenced some sports references, which are great. I love that. Like, just because you're a star player doesn't mean you're a star coach or GM or whatever or owner. Like, think about all the different job sites that people have been on, whatever work you work in. Some people are great individual saleswomen, and then they get to a manager position and they don't have the prerequisite skill set. Just because you played and were X, Y, and Z good or not good or average or whatever, that it doesn't mean anything in terms of can you do the job of GM. It's a different skill set. It helps. Those references help, absolutely. Right. And that's the one thing that I think Dunleavy would have an advantage over someone like Bob, because Bob's going to have a lot of advantages in a lot of areas. But the one thing that Dunleavy has a bigger advantage is he kind of knows what it's like being one of those middlemen on a team and bouncing around and trying to find the right fit.
And he knows Bob being the number 3 overall pick and not panning out with this fan base. Too. You know, the fact that he came back to this organization. Think about all the demons he has to face walking in that gym saying, boy, it didn't work out for me as a player here. But I'm still here. Yeah. I'm still grinding. Yeah. And I'm still out here evaluating talent, trying to make the most of what's going on here. And did Bob Myers have 100%? 100%. He talked about, if I can't be 1,000% in, then I can't do the job. Was he all in this year? Because it made me wonder while listening to him talk. I was like, boy, Bob Myers was wondering. And
well, he said it, not us.
Yeah, he said it.
Because normally I think you take the same tact as I do, which is it's really hard to get inside someone's heart and know if they're fully committed or not. And so I feel it to be reckless to try. Not saying that. I'm just when you say this, you open up us to speculate. Oh, were you all in? And whether that's fair or not, you're the one that kind of opened the door to this conversation.
And how much power did Dunleavy Jr. have behind the scenes that we didn't know about? He was the assistant GM. Assistant.
Is the worst thing that you can, like? It's one thing to just not be good at something. Isn't it a totally different criticism? And that hurts. I mean, it stings when someone says you're not all in.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like, for me, it ruins my pride. Like, it really bugs me.
No doubt. Let's go to Marvin in the city. Marvin, what's happening?
How you doing, guys?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Bye-bye. Not today.
Can you?
Not today. Antonio, Oakland, what's happening? What's happening, Antonio?
Hey, what's up, you guys?
What's going on?
Yeah, Bob Myers did some good things, but I believe in Mike Dunleavy, man. He went to Duke, and the fact that he wasn't a great player on the court, that means I kind of trust him even more in the front office, because, the super great players, they don't really do good in the front office. And, the reason why the Cowboys didn't do good after the whole Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson stuff, man, Jerry Jones tried to be the coach, GM, and owner. I don't think Joe Lake's going to be that.
No.
It's a good point.
No, Joe, you know what? The one thing Joe Lacob did when he bought the team, him and Peter Gruber and company, when he bought the team, he realized that, look, I don't know much about the NBA. I've watched it. I've been around the Celtics, but I need to surround myself with great people and people who know the league. The Jerry West's. Let me get Bob Myers, a player agent who's highly recommended. I didn't know this.
Danny Ainge. Was that Danny Ainge that he was referencing?
Yeah, Danny Ainge.
Yeah, because he said Danny, and I just assumed it was Ainge. That's pretty cool.
He said Danny Ainge. He said his full name.
I missed that.
He said his full name. So,
I missed that.
I mean, that was wild. That was wild. So Joe Lacob's not dumb to say, hey, I'm going to run the entire organization with my kids and see how that – because I've been on Jerry Jones. I'm not a Jerry Jones fan whatsoever. And I'm laughing. It's one thing to hate the Cowboys and not like them, but to see an owner who's that arrogant, sure, the business side of things, pumping in money, built a new stadium, bringing in all this revenue, that's all great. But what are you winning? They haven't been to an NFC championship game in over 20 years.
I know. Well, that's playoffs, but they've been a successful team overall, but I agree with you.
A successful team.
In terms of like their record during the regular season is nothing to be scoffed at. They're not one of the top tier teams when it comes to like wild success and whatnot because of the playoff failures. But I'll say this about the Cowboys. I actually like them a lot this year. And I hate the Cowboys, but I like them a lot.
Who's their second receiver? Oh, they got Brandon Cooks.
What's his face came back too?
They got Brandon
from
Cooks.
the injury. They're saying that Gallup looks a lot better.
Wow.
Second year removed. But I love their defense. I think they're such a really good defense.
Defense is good.
It's so good.
Let's go to Sid in Oakland. Sid, what's happening?
But you're right on Jerry Jones.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Just want to tap in on the Bob Myers. I like that you guys have been like comparing it to like just having a regular job, even though these guys are doing like, like you say, $7 billion worth of things. But Bob Myers pretty much is playing chess with Joe, and this year was very rocky, and it's a classic tale of leaving before you get put out. And I look at Bob as I think he got extremely overwhelmed with Joe this year, and extremely overwhelmed with the Draymond situation. And a caller called in talking about basically, leaving the team in a bad situation. But at the same time, it's like he started when he was 30 years old, you know what I'm saying? So at his age, he has the right to leave. And then not only that, Dunleavy is molded, and, you put him in a position, he's going to succeed. And my brother, before I leave, my brother had a joke saying that that Bob Myers and Tom Brady are going to be in the new Batman movie. That's why they retired. But all right, guys, have a good day.
I didn't get the last part.
New Batman movie. I mean, I was all in with that part, but Brady's in the new Batman movie. Is he playing the Ben Affleck character? What's going on?
I don't know.
You got to Google it.
I don't know what it is.
I do want to see the new Flash just because they go back and forth with the old Batman.
I don't get that one. Marvin, let's give him another try. Give him another try, Marvin.
I can hear you, Marvin.
Oh, okay, good. Sorry. Something is not making sense to me.
What's that?
Myers spends all this time building this team and so forth. He gets a lot of credit for that. There's a tsunami of quality player movement imminent. All the teams above the 8th seed in the East all think they have to get rid of quality players to get better. Myers bugging out now at exactly the time when they need player evaluation, negotiation with agents, all this stuff. Why wouldn't Myers want to stay at least through this transition and build that next thing for that next team that's going to go forward after he quits? He was the key for, Draymond negotiations or all this kind of stuff, and he's leaving, okay? So given the fizzle of the end of the season, the potential dispute between Lacob and Kerr over player development of younger players, do you think that the time is right for Kerr to be kicked up into the GM seat to get a younger coach? A lot of good coaches have been let go.
Kerr wasn't great in Phoenix.
He wasn't great in Phoenix.
Not that he can't succeed here.
But maybe a second chance. Maybe that's in the works. Maybe Steve Kerr.
Does Steve want to do that? I have no clue.
I don't know. But Brad Stevens did it out of nowhere.
Yeah.
He went upstairs out of nowhere, and they hired Ime Udoka, correct?
Yes. And then Missoula, who says he should be fired now.
Well,
he lost the lot. No, he lost the locker room. Excuse me.
Yeah. Well,
who says that?
I don't think they wanted to hire Missoula. The Ime Udoka stuff happened right before the season. They already lost Will Hardy to Utah, so you lost your head coach and your top assistant, and you got to go to Joe Missoula, and doesn't look great right now.
By the way, just very briefly, as he's talking about player movement across the board, I clicked on a link today. What's is it WEEI in Boston?
Yeah. Yep.
So I follow them on Twitter, and they put out a link today. 6 potential trades for Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, they're out on him.
Did you see it?
Oh, I see it all.
Damian Lillard was one name.
Yep, I saw that.
And then all the way at the bottom, LaMelo Ball.
I saw one.
I couldn't believe it.
I saw one John Morant for Jaylen Brown straight up.
What?
Yeah.
John Boston?
So I was texting with Willard the other day. I was texting him.
Uh-huh.
He goes, my Boston people love Jaylen Brown. They would not. It's like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
The names that they were willing to trade Jaylen Brown for, all I kept thinking was the team on the receiving end is giving him $295 million.
Yeah, no, I'm good off
You were like the first at that whole, that price point is off. You are 1,000% correct on that. The more and more I've thought about it, the more and more I've seen it. Wow. Nobody was really looking at the 295.
People are saying Steve Kerr is GM. I don't get any inkling. Isn't he on the record for saying he doesn't want to be a GM anymore? I believe he's on the record saying that multiple times to the point where I don't even ask that question. I don't even come up to me because I think he just wants to coach. I don't think he wants to be a GM anymore.
And also, this is like a joke. I say this tongue in cheek. He doesn't like young players. So doing drafts, I'm not sure if that's really in his bag.
Well, if he doesn't like young players and Bob is
it's
out.
It's a joke.
Well, You know, Joe Lacob joined us during the finals 2 years ago.
Okay.
Obviously. And it was so funny. Mully and I picked up on it right away because it was all during the time where Kuminga. This is his rookie year. And Joe, I forgot what we were saying, but and Joe looked at Mully and goes, we know Steve. He loves his veterans. And it was like, so I don't.
He loves his veterans.
He loves his veterans. And I mean, is Joe
That was a sneaky,
Lacob
really
too
good
honest?
Lacob. That was a sneaky, really good impression, real quick, of Lacob for you.
Hey, do it one more time.
Well, Steve, he loves his veterans.
It's the cadence.
He loves his veterans.
Honest to God,
he loves the veterans.
Maybe it's the 4 rings that have clouded my judgment. I can't get enough of watching him at a podium. Or as I think it was JD put out, a dais.
What, a dais?
Is it dais? Am I pronouncing it wrong?
Dais.
Yeah.
Joe Lacob,
is
he
a
too
character.
honest? Is he too honest?
Yeah, that's why
I remember early on when he would do it, Steiny could attest to this.
When you're
maybe.
that filthy rich, you're eccentric.
They were worried about him early on when he would do interviews and stuff like that because, it's like, man, what is he going to say? Is he going to give up too much?
Is he going
to give up? Is he going to get himself into trouble? Remember, he's taking fines. He's taking fines for saying too much. You know what I'm saying? Did he get hit for $500,000? How much was it when he got hit for? Was it $200,000, $250,000?
See, this is the question I keep coming back to. I watched that man at a podium yesterday, or
$500,000 he got fined. Yep.
A dais, whatever it is. I watched him yesterday, and I thought to myself, whoever the GM is, Bob Myers, now obviously he's out of the mix, Dunleavy, person X, the decision on Draymond and Clay is not going to be that person's decision.
It's going to be Lacob's.
I feel like, maybe not ultimately his, but I do believe he's got veto power one way or the other.
Well, Lacob's sat in his seat next to me.
And I appreciate that he admits it.
He sat in his seat next to me and he said, Clay will be a Warrior forever. He looked at both of them and said, Klay Thompson will retire and go to State Warrior.
That was then. You think things have changed?
I don't know.
Like yesterday's price isn't today's price?
Maybe,
the usual.
Maybe. But he sat right there and said Clay will be a Warrior. Now, Joe Lacob also, I think he's played this perfectly in terms of the contracts and the extensions. All right, Poole got his extension. Some people will say you should have waited on that one.
Fine. If you waited on it, what are you saving? $8 million a year?
You may be saving a lot of money.
$8 million a year?
Maybe more.
I mean, if Gabe Vincent with very little background is going to get, $15 to $20 million a year, I don't know.
Well, Joe, if Jordan Poole has this type of season without a contract and he's a restricted free agent going in, what is the team offering Jordan Poole?
Well, that's my question. I don't know.
Are they driving
$8
up the price? Are they giving Jordan Poole $30 million?
I feel like he's a $20 million, like right now, coming off of that year, $20 million.
Player.
But I know that people snap back and go, no, Joe, look at what the cost of some of these players are. And look at his age.
Very, very interesting. Very interesting. What if Wiggins doesn't get the contract extension? Does he leave for 25 games?
Yeah.
I
think Wiggins would get more on the open market than what he's set to make moving forward. And
got
I
him
think
at a discount.
Yeah, and I think Poole would get a little less than what he was. But I could be wrong there on both.
Let's go to Moose in San Jose. Moose, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Just had a question for you guys. Earlier, Vontae, you were saying that you said that you had known that, or you had heard that Joe Lacob was unhappy that Bob Myers traded Wiseman and that Kuminga and the other guys weren't getting the playing time that he may have wanted them to see.
I think he was unhappy and hesitant that Wiseman didn't get the playing time and that they moved off of him. And I don't think he was the biggest fan of that because you don't save, say if you trade Wiseman for the 5 second-round picks, you're saving over $100 million off the tax. Now, but you bring in GP2 at his contract, and you're not saving as much. So I don't think Joe Lacob was the biggest fan of getting rid of James Wiseman. I don't. And that's not just saying he's mad at Bob Myers. Maybe he's a little more mad at Steve Kerr for not playing him.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. But one of the question that I had for you guys was yesterday in the interview, Bob Myers made a specific comment that we have an owner that wants to win now. And we all know we've critiqued it all season, the two timeline scenario. You look over the different teams that win championships, they don't have many young players on their team. It's typically a a good load of veterans and talented players from the veteran pool. So Lacob has to understand that, right? I can understand the clash that Bob Myers and Lacob are having just by hearing these types of comments, right? On one end, he's saying, I want you to play these younger guys. On the other end, he's pressing for championships. Win now, win now. We just spent $2 billion on our real estate in the area. So I can understand where Bob's feeling torn and feeling like, hey, maybe I need to step away from this. And one other comment I wanted to make about the new GM coming in, it's obviously a losing situation. Whoever you bring in, you always want to be like the next guy after the next guy. But Bob Myers made an interesting comment yesterday saying that he believes that whoever the GM comes in, the task at hand is not as hard as some of the tasks that he had in the past. Initially, when he took over versus 2019, when the team was where they at with the injured players and things like that. I thought that was a very interesting comment, and I thought that was kind of almost like a nod to him when he said that. It made me feel real good about his optimism in it all. And thinking ultimately, like, he really is the guy for this job. It's kind of sad to see him go.
Yeah.
But I wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm sad to see him go as well. Like, we just kind of, this is so different, but like, B, what was more impressive to you? Harbaugh taking Stanford from the ashes into what they did, or David Shaw being able to keep it at that level for some time and then clearly falling off?
I think Harbaugh taking it. Walt Harris had destroyed Stanford.
Yeah, they were about to
Walt Harris, the former coach at Pitt. Yeah. He destroyed Stanford football. And Harbaugh came in, took that job. We're like, boy, why is he taking the Stanford job?
Right.
Now, David Shaw was able to benefit off of that because all of a sudden Stanford's on national TV, the style of play.
Yeah.
I think it was more impressive to see Harbaugh build it up. And I love David Shaw. Love Shaw.
Okay, impressive's one thing. What was more difficult?
I think building
it up. You think
the
build up? Okay. Okay.
How do you get players to buy in to Stanford?
Yeah, that's true.
You got Andrew Luck to come to Stanford.
I know.
Andrew Luck?
I know.
He almost had Robert Gifford III come to Stanford.
It's crazy.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, he's throwing to the Whalen boys. Yeah, you're not talking about great prospects on the outside. Right. No, because I guess where I'm going at is like just in general in sports, is it easier or harder to build up or to maintain?
Right. It's
because both can be equally difficult.
Yeah, it's tough to maintain, no doubt about it.
Because I think
like what Shanahan and company are doing, maintaining this and staying in the hunt is very, very hard in the salary cap league.
That's why I'm so impressed with Andy Reid.
But the build up as well, especially when you build up this organization, Golden State Warriors,
right?
You build up Stanford football.
The true test is when Steph Curry's no longer in the organization, right? We all can acknowledge that. But I also think that when you're tasked with trying to keep the embers of the dynasty going as it's flaming out, that's really hard too. Not that the buildup isn't hard. Like, building a dynasty is unicorn status. Yeah. Keeping it going?
Yeah.
Damn.
A lot of people ask me, Bonte, you think your guy Chris Muller would take the GM job? I highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. But I'm not going to speak for Chris Muller. I'm not going to speak for him.
Dude, if Mully took that job,
I'm going to tell him not to take it. I need him
I'm going to tell him not to take it.
Or if he takes it.
That was it. Now you're thinking the way I thought you were thinking.
Sidonius, be real.
New in-game arena announcer.
No, not even in-game.
Play-by-play.
I want to be behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah?
Once they've decided to fire me here at 95.7 The Game or at NBC, Twitter's getting deactivated. Instagram's getting deactivated.
That's a lie.
You will never hear from me ever again.
You'll look at Instagram.
Oh, no, I won't.
That's a lie.
I'm off I'm out.
So would you? How about this? Would you want to be Raymond Ritter for the Warriors?
Oh, absolutely not. You know how he doesn't get days off.
I know, but the three-piece suit would be you.
I'm good. It's a lot of paperwork. Got to grab players to go do interviews.
You'd love to be on TNT grabbing Steph. Steph, you got to do this right now.
Nah.
So what would you the role that you would want to be in?
I don't know. That's a great question.
I mean, because it sounds like you're really excited for this.
No, I'm not excited at all for it. That's working for an organization. It's quick shelf life, man.
I know.
2 years, boom, done.
I would want to be like one of the bench coaches because I could see myself after Steve gets up and screams, yells, I get up and scream and yell, and then I get the technical, and then I get chastised by everyone.
And then you get fired.
Well, probably.
Like, who you not?
Or I'd be the towel guy because I've watched that guy. The towel guy comes sprinting in and hands the towel to everybody. You're part of the team, but you're not.
Honestly, you don't believe that if this job was over, I would leave. You would never hear from me ever again.
I love you.
Text.
I love you. I love you. I love you like a brother. You know this.
I would not be on Twitter. I would not be on
Twitter's
anything.
one thing. Instagram?
Oh, I would not be on Instagram.
Liar.
No, I'm good.
Capricorn.
Nope. I would not be on anything.
Big cap.
Social media is done. I'm telling you.
Okay.
I'm telling you. I am done.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Once I'm done, you will never, ever see me, ever hear from me unless you text or call me. I'm dead serious. Dead serious. Now, hopefully I don't get fired anytime soon, but I'm off of social media.
That
Done.
is the biggest lie. Like Pinocchio, your nose is going to break this glass over here.
Bonte, you can't die on this hill, man.
Just because you can't do it.
I
can do
admit
it.
my shortcomings.
Yeah, I know I can do it. It's easy. It's easy to stay off Instagram for a day or two.
A day.
It is.
A day.
For weeks, I could do that.
When you're
No
traveling in the Greek Mediterranean and you get no service, it's easy to not be on your Instagram for that day.
I would.
Spadoni just perked up.
Man, I would not. Boy, what?
Can you put that on the poll, Big John? Morning roast poll. If Bonte was not employed in the sports world, would he delete all of his social media? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Be gone.
Bonte, you can't die on this hill, man.
Brian and BPA. I wonder how he feels about Bob Myers.
I think he thinks this is really. I think he's ready to crush Joe Lacob.
Yeah.
I'm done.
I'm done. No, my favorite is when he did the Draymond's cooked. He's got nothing left.
Draymond's got nothing left. He doesn't.
The way he says it. You know what? Because we've all said this at some point. We've said this exact thing.
Draymond's got nothing left. He doesn't.
I love you, Brian.
Got to be better than that, Coach.
Hey, man. Hey,
you know what? I give BPA. Let me tell you something. I respect the hell out of BPA. He cares. You know?
Does he care?
Yes.
Or does he just live for misery?
What do you mean?
I don't
He's
think,
my kind of fan, BPA.
I think he cares to be negative. He cares for chaos.
If you don't hate the things you love, do you really love them?
I think Steiny knows him personally, and Steiny knows that he does not care. Brian and PPA cares to be negative. He cares for chaos.
Sadiq Bey?
Bob Myers says the future's bright for the Golden State Warriors.
This team is in great shape. Joe's not going anywhere. He has supported me. He has given me. If there was a metric on cost per win, I don't know how good I'd be, because we've spent a lot of money because he's so competitive, because he cares so much, and to have an owner like that puts his heart and his will and his money into winning. You cannot ask for anything more, and that's not changing. Got a fantastic coach. You've got arguably one of the best players to ever play and one of the best people to ever play in Steph Curry. So the future's unbelievably bright. I know that some people have said I'm leaving because there's a lot of big decisions. Well, it's been a lot worse than this. There's been a lot harder summers than this when we started and in the past. So I have great confidence in what's to come and have no doubt that much success will still be forthcoming. So
there it is. Do you believe, Bob? Is the future bright with the Golden State Warriors? Something we're going to be talking about for many, many months, many, many days. Giants lost 2-1 and picked a great day to lose.
Can I say that it's like it's not necessarily bright, because like bright would be like coming off of a championship, right?
Yeah.
It's overcast. Like the sun could poke its head out, but it could also start pouring.
Is it cloudy with a chance of meatballs?
I like that. Was that a movie? Was that a good movie?
It was a book and a movie.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
The book was better though.
Was
I
it?
love the book. What was that, 3rd grade, 4th grade?
Classic.
I don't think I read that.
Look at it, 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Instagram's poison. Been off it for 2 years.
Well,
Some people think I'd tweet even more. I wouldn't.
I don't know about Twitter. I think you would be off Twitter, but I think Instagram you'd still be on.
Nah,
because there's friends and family. Like even my wife, she's not on any of those things. She has a fake Instagram, and trust me, I've looked at it.
Finsta?
And this is what it is. All it is her following like Wayfair and all of these home design places and all of these expensive furniture shops, so that we can get nothing but crap sent to the house at all times. And it's also because our contractor basically made her go on there to look at other places to get ideas for the bathroom and the kitchen and then so now it's just Wayfair boxes like crazy.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'd be off social media. A lot of people think I'm lying. Wouldn't see me ever again.
You got that James Robinson cap on.
Yeah, nah, I got no cap on. Straight facts, baby. The truth hurts. The truth hurts. Final thoughts. I've been called way too many names on social media, man. Deuces. Never have to worry about somebody calling me a punk or a joke or a clown or any other word. That's my final thoughts. I'm out. This Matt Nahiga gives me the pink slip. I'm out. Done. I think.
Now I gotta go.
Dude, how about this? Say, hypothetically, if TV was hired me and Matt Higgins said, you got to kick rocks, you're out of radio. If I was just doing TV, I would quit social media. Done.
You know, my final thoughts are this. Happy birthday to Nicole from Xfinity. In the era where everyone thinks that cable cutting is cool and cord cutting and all this, and you're going to bundle 75 million packages outside of getting basic cable, you're actually spending more. Your boy here, I'm going old school. I'm Xfinity. I got the bundle. I'm watching sports in real time. I'm not screwing up my group threads because I'm watching it live. All right? So shout out to people who support us, Xfinity.
Wow, Nicole
all in.
Nicole Cassidy getting more birthday shout-outs than your own wife.
She doesn't like when I,
shout it,
stick out the
Nicole
the
Cassidy,
birthday.
happy birthday again.
Happy birthday.
Now I got to wish Anna a happy birthday 3 times on her birthday. Thanks, Shasky. Spinotti. Oh, look at this. Oh, wait, I like this text.
What's that?
408 finally has a positive text in my direction.
Okay, what is it?
Finally. Comcast business text line. Butcher does it all cloudy with the chance of meatballs. No more Star Wars shade to Bonte. You're even now. I like the way you think, 408. Spinoni, go ahead.
Speaking of Star Wars, if we're just going to use that analogy, Joe Lacob, I think he's the emperor right now. He needs a new assistant, right? It was Count Dooku.
Oh.
Is Darth Vader around the corner? Who's that Darth Vader going to be? Sleep on that.
Wow. I like that.
I didn't know who
the
those guys are.
chosen one.
The only one I heard was Darth Vader, who I know, but that's about it.
Well, it was as apprentices go for Darth Sidious, a.k.a. Palpatine, a.k.a. Joe Lacob in this analogy. You had Darth Maul cut in half.
Lost. This is like.
Then you went to Count Dooku.
Dooku's badass.
French?
General Grievous was
Grievous
under Dooku.
Are you speaking Spanish? What are
Grievous had like 7 arms.
And then it went to Anakin Skywalker, who turned into Darth Vader.
Is this Chinese? Mandarin? What
Tried
are you
to
doing?
get Luke, and then the evil Empire.
By the way, shout out to Mama K. Hooked up baby Chaz with some hair barrettes.
Oh, nice.
It's pretty cool. Mama K. Shout out to
you,
Mama
Mama
K.
K.
And SK, Sarah Kawaguchi. All right, Big John, get in here. I've
All
heard
right.
from you all day.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit. So Joe Lacob, we all are questioning him right now, but we all were questioning him 12 years ago when he hired Bob Myers, and look how that turned out for us. So I will take a little bit from Philadelphia and say trust the process on our next GM.
That's pretty good.
And trust the organization. It's one of the greatest organizations in sports, all across sports. Have some faith.
Sam Hinkie's out there. Go get him.
The Christmas Hinkie?
What is he doing now?
Ballin'.
Is he the one who dubbed the process?
Yeah.
But it was in the Pablo Torre article, correct?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
He got a bad rap.
We're going to trade away Steph. We're going to bottom this thing out for about 9 years. Ooh. And maybe we'll end up with a guy with a bum knee who could one day be an MVP, but flame out in the playoffs.
You had to guess on what Steiny and Guru are going to talk about today.
The Gotham Club, Guru.
Oh, no. Steiny's not going for that.
It's the shout out.
No, it's not the shout out. It's this. Steiny was made for shows like this.
Good for him. And he got shouted out yesterday.
He did get shot out.
I was proud of it.
I perked up and it was waiting. I was like, I put my left ear. I was like, come on, Bob, come on. Oh, damn it. -500. Steiny and Guru getting Bob Myers for the last interview.
Does that make you sad?
No, absolutely not.
I'm a little jealous.
I don't get jealous. I'm happy for them. Oh, don't forget, that was the final thoughts on Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. Nicole Cassidy, happy birthday. The future starts now.
All righty. Good morning, Bay Area. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl, the Guru Johnson with you. What a day yesterday. Man, we left the show with Bob Myers, his farewell press conference, and then Joe Lacob followed, the owner of the Golden State Warriors. And here's what we're going to do today, Goo.
Tell me.
If I get my microphone set up. Here's what we're going to do. At 10:30, we are going to replay the Joe Lacob part of the interview. It's about 15 minutes. We've cut it down. And so we've got Joe Lacob. We'll replay that because that's what today is probably about, right? What's Joe Lacob going to do?
Right.
Who's going to take Bob Myers' place? Where do the Golden State Warriors go from here? But a couple takeaways I had from yesterday.
This team is in great shape. Joe's not going anywhere. He has supported me. He has given me. If there was a metric on cost per win, I don't know how good I'd be, because we've spent a lot of money because he's so competitive, because he cares so much, and to have an owner like that puts his heart and his will and his money into winning. You cannot ask for anything more, and that's not changing. Got a fantastic coach. You've got arguably one of the best players to ever play and one of the best people to ever play in Steph Curry. So the future's unbelievably bright. I know that some people have said I'm leaving because there's a lot of big decisions. Well, it's been a lot worse than this. There's been a lot harder summers than this when we started and in the past. So I have great confidence in what's to come and have no doubt that much success will still be forthcoming. So.
All right, that was some of Bob Myers from yesterday. All right, we got it straightened out. All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl, the Guru Johnson with you. And we're going to replay Joe Lacob's portion of the press conference at 10:30 to talk about that. But if you listened yesterday, if you heard some of the cuts from Bob Myers, just a fascinating day as far as I'm concerned. And what do you say, Guru? You and I bat around what our, let's say, takeaways were from yesterday. And then, again, we'll play Joe Lacob. It's about 10 or 15 minutes. And then we'll react to it.
Okay, gotcha. Because I'll just tell the listeners, you and I went to lunch yesterday after the presser, but we didn't get to hear all of Joe Lacob in its entirety. And then as we had lunch, we got to do that. And I'll tell you this, I read the chessboard wrong because I thought, Steiny, for a second, for a day, that this was about Joe Lacob, and rightfully so, it's his prerogative, Bobby Brown, passing this GM job to his son, Kirk Lacob. Okay, that's just me, my pea brain. That's how I had it. So I'm not saying Bob was pushed out, but I thought maybe Bob saw that, felt that, and was like, you know what? You can't stop the inevitable. It's time for the next chapter of my life. I'm going to go be a dad with my beautiful daughters and help my wife out. But to hear Joe Lacob say, Steiny, this is the one that shocked me. You help me now. I need therapy. I just found out this morning, I don't think Joe Lacob's the kind of dude that just throws words out there. But I'm like, Joe, buddy, you could have listened to Steiny and me on the executive show. We've been talking about this since Woj reported it that Saturday months ago before the Warriors took on the Celtics. So I want to shake Joe Lacob and say, what do you mean you just found out? You know he was pondering this decision for a while. And, I'll stop there, but that was my first one that hit me kind of like, Steiny, and this ain't a bad thing from Lacob, but I think he really believes he just found out yesterday. That shocked me.
Well, yeah, that was very, very interesting because there's no way he found out yesterday.
Right. So why say it?
Well, okay, let's take Joe Lacob at his word. Maybe what he was saying was, throughout this whole process, I believed that we were going to be able to get Bob to stay. And yesterday, he shut the door on that. He said, Joe, I'm not coming back.
Right.
I'm going to step down. I'm going to move along. And I think it's one of those things where Lacob, he didn't want to believe it. He didn't want to believe it. Maybe it was kind of like Kevin Durant. He didn't think Kevin Durant was going to leave, and Kevin Durant left. I don't know that he didn't know that. I'm just using that as an example. But the one thing that got me was yes, Lacob saying, I'm not going to
All
sit
right,
here.
what you got?
I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand. That, to me, was very unusual. Because what's hard to understand?
Man,
He's
I want to
been
be
here
with
12
my family.
years. He's had unbelievable success. We're entering onto an uncertain period. He's got small children, 3 girls. To me, it's easy to understand. So taking Joe Lacob at his word, where him saying, I don't understand, that maybe tells me there is part of Joe Lacob that was a little blindsided by this, even though I'm sitting here with you saying that kind of doesn't make sense.
Okay, totally. Now, here I come. I'm throwing you the oop. Tell me if I'm out of bounds here, Steiny. When he says, I don't understand, after Bob painted the picture that he wants to be more involved in his kids and his family's life, and he mentioned his wife, I'm not saying Joe had this intent, but as a grown-ass man, Steiny, that could lightweight be insulting. That I paint the picture that I want to be with my family, and you say you don't understand.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest with you, and I don't want to speak for Joe, but I was shocked that he would play that card or even say that into the mic, because, Joe, what you sound like is you're not listening to the guy that you said is your 5th kid. You are too smart not to listen because you're not hearing them if you say, I still don't understand it. Or, here I go, ego, ego, ego. How could anybody want to not work for me and leave me?
I think that's part of it, too. I think there's also a part of Joe Lacob that somewhere along the line realized he was going to lose Bob Myers regardless of how much money he was going to pay Bob Myers. Now, the thing I find interesting is Joe Lacob talked about offering Bob 2 contracts, and that was a few months back. So that tells me the first contract could not have been the highest paid contract.
That's what I heard Bonte tell Shasky this morning.
It couldn't have been.
So is that a scar, Steiny? Well, if I right my wrong, if I lowballed you, Bob don't seem. Now again, I texted him last night. I know nobody care, but
no, you're
is
right.
that an insult? Is that a wound that can't be fixed? You know, if I lowballed you at first, or what you deem it was too low. But if we've been riding together for years and we got 4 chips, even Bob can be like, what the hell is this? This is too low, but not take it to where you can't rectify it by adding the zeros.
As I said before, this is Joe Lacob, who did not offer Steph Curry the max on his first offer to Steph when he was a free agent a few years back. I remember Joe Lacob saying, it's a negotiation. It's a negotiation, meaning they were going to talk about it and come to some kind of agreement. The reality of the situation is once Bob got into this year without a contract for next year, that's just unusual in the NBA. And you know what? That's the next thing to look for. Steve Kerr's got 1 more year left on his contract. Does he get extended this offseason?
And his name came up again by Joe Lacob yesterday.
Yeah, so we'll find out about that. I do think that, there's a part of this where
talk to me,
Joe Lacob. I think it got to the point where I don't think Joe
thought he was leaving.
Nope, I don't think he thought. I think Joe thought he could always get him if he needed him, and getting him might have meant here's a contract to be the highest paid GM in the league. And at that point, Bob's like, you know what? It's really not about money anymore.
Right.
It's just about the fam. I got to get back with my family. This has been 12 years.
We understand this.
My phone never stops, ringing. And so I do think there was part of Joe Lacob that was surprised yesterday. I really do. I think Joe Lacob doesn't hear no very often. And I think it was one thing that I think he thought he could get Bob back if push came to shove. And I think Bob, over the course of the year, said, you know what? This is a tough job and missing my family and Steph's getting older.
I'll look at you.
I mean, let's just put it all all out there. I mean, I don't. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, right on the table, brought to you by AtcoPestControl.com. Visit AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. Stoney, people seeing Atco trucks all over now, the city. Yeah. Saw one last night on my way to. I got to tell you about the Giant game and Mike.
Yeah, for sure.
You were missed. I said you had shorts on. He didn't want to come, but it was cold.
I'm sure it was.
Hey, real quick, you got mentioned.
By who?
Bobby Myers.
Oh.
The street's been talking, Stoney. Dude, that you felt good. Just your name came up. Think of Joe Cool over here. No, but I mean,
I've been around for a while. Just means I'm old.
Get Bob to do one last. I was texting with him. I was going to ask. I said it's not my place. You're supposed to play the drip. You kind of facilitate that. Get him on one last time.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Probably not as good a guest anymore. Not the president. He's just a guy without a job.
He knows where the bodies are buried. No bodies.
Oh, by the way.
Uh-oh.
You know who needs a GM? The New York Knicks.
He ain't going to New York.
Steve Perry. They didn't. No, is it Perry? Yeah, Perry. They didn't extend. So it's. I don't think he wants to work for another guy though. Leon Rose is the president. But hey, here we go. Mike Dunleavy. Mike Dunleavy, the guy. Kirk Lacob. Somebody from the outside.
What if I told you now that I'm worried?
I'm worried too.
I'm worried because I thought this was part of a bigger plan. So now I feel like it's Steve Young in his prime. They're scrambling. They're scrambling. Like Joe Lacob is scrambling on so I don't like that just from the sense that I thought this was part of
disarray.
A bit.
Like, is he disarray?
I don't think Kirk Lacob, like I did yesterday, is a front runner after hearing his dad at that presser because his dad was caught off guard. What I'm having trouble understanding, people, is why was his dad caught off guard unless what you said. You ever dating and the spouse is threatening to leave, but you're like, you ain't going nowhere. And then they leave, you come home, and like, they left. That's how Joe was yesterday because a guy that, and what about, I'm all over, the venture capitalist example he used. I was a VC. I was successful. I left. People question why I left. But I wanted to say, Joe, he said he wants to be with his daughters and his wife. That's off limits in the streets. You don't question that when you play that card. That's all. Just where I come from.
I thought there were some unusual parts to yesterday. Absolutely.
Well, Bob ain't going to have time to come on because he's going to be working till the 30th. I didn't like that. Was that material by Joe Stoney?
I don't know. I guess you know what's funny is
let the guy live.
You know what's funny is I took that and we're going to listen to the Joe Lacob portion of yesterday at 10:30. We're going to replay about 10 or 15 minutes of it, of the pertinent stuff. When we went off the air yesterday, it was just as Joe Lacob was coming on. So for our listeners, we want you to get a listen on that at 10:30, and then we can go from there. You know what's funny is what I made of that, and you're going to get to hear all this. Okay. Joe basically saying, I'm going to use Bob till the 30th of June. I do feel like that was a little bit of a window into both guys, Joe Lacob and Bob Myers. It was kind of funny.
Right, go ahead.
It was a little awkward, and I think when it's all said and done, Joe was kind of serious. Like, he's going to use Bob for the next month.
Look at Bob's reaction up
and
there.
Bob was like, Bob kind of looked like, I guess that's what he's going to do. Kind of like, that's what Joe does. And so I did think that was a bit peculiar.
Let me throw this at you because, one of the things that helps our relationship and enhances it is we're always honest, sometimes brutally. But what if I told you for the first time yesterday, and I know Joe Lacob, he's a Don. Remember you gave Pat Riley that. Joe Lacob's he's a Don as well. But Stoney, for the first time in my life, this is just me, you tell me if I'm being nosy, but an observation from the goo. What if Bob Myers, because I've had bosses like this to where it's just taxing. Even during the good times, it wears on you because the boss is so demanding.
Yeah.
And that June 30th joke or material that he ran, shout out Dibs, that gave me a glimpse on, and I'm looking at Bob like maybe it's time that he's tired of just dealing with that. And that's why you talk about the demands and being away from recitals and things of that nature. And that's across the board for everybody. But for the first time yesterday, as Joe Lacob ran material along next side to his boy, I looked at Bob and felt like maybe he is wearing on him working for a guy like Joe.
I don't think there's any doubt that Joe Lacob's a demanding boss. I think that's gotten lost in 4 titles in the past 9 years. Listen, if he's tough to work for, but you're winning, that's one thing.
All right.
But if he's tough to work for and you've been doing it for 10, 12 years and you're looking at a future that's more uncertain than it's ever been, and you're looking within the Warriors organization, seeing Joe's son and sons getting more of a run, becoming more of a player in the front office or players, I could see you say, I mean, to me, he said it. It's just the right time. It makes total sense. He's not bailing at a bad time. He's not leaving at the peak. He brought this team to their 4th title. They got to the 2nd round this year. His contract's up, and he's saying, you know what? I'm going to take some time off. And I completely get it. And I also now understand why Steph Curry, Bob made a joke about how Steph didn't seem to be wanting to talk him out of it. That's because Steph knew it was about the family. And so Steph's, if you said to me, Steiny, I got to quit. I got to deal with some stuff on the home front. I wouldn't be like, you selfish SOB.
No doubt.
I'd be like, do what you got to do, buddy. And I think that's another thing that happened.
Real quick thought. How much of this, and I'm being real now, because Bob's been through a lot, and I'd say in regard to the, not TMZ, but when the spotlight is on your organization for non-basketball reasons, that's TMZ. How much do you think this whole, and I know he loves Draymond, but the whole Poole Draymond dynamic drained Bob? You think that any merit to that? Do you think there are people listening like, nah, Goo, that ain't that? Yeah, but I'm starting to think now. I was thinking last night driving home from the Giants game, like, Stoney, that was taxing in a way we don't see.
Yeah,
there was no suspension.
Well, I think it's taxing the same way it was taxing when Durant and Draymond got into it in Los Angeles.
No punches thrown, though, Stoney.
No,
this was a big deal.
Yeah, it
was.
I
just wonder.
I mean, I have no idea. Bob hasn't had.
I'll tell you what, it didn't help anything.
Probably not.
Yeah,
probably not. So now, what do you do if you're the Warriors? What's your first order of business?
I'm calling
Joe Lacob. What are you doing?
I'm calling Chris Mullin.
And what are you going to say to him?
Hey,
Chris, how you doing?
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, okay.
You saw what happened. Yeah, hey, how you doing? Tight fade, because Chris, keep it tight. Listen, I like what you do. I know what you've done, and I know you're in the Basketball Hall of Fame. This team, this organization is trying to move forward after the shocking departure of Bob Myers. Chris, I got to tell you if I haven't. You are a brilliant basketball mind. I know you love Bonte, but I got a job for you. 12 M's for you to be the new general manager and keep this thing headed in the right direction. What do you say, buddy?
I'm sorry, how much?
12.
For 1 year?
Yeah.
I need more than 1 year.
You know what? I'll give you 36 for 3.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Of course she's taking it. I don't think you'd have to pay Mullen. I don't think you have to pay Mullen that much.
I love his breakdown, and he played the game. Yeah. And it's bigger than that when I hear him break it.
He was the GM before.
And people were trying to little shade on the YouTube yesterday.
Yeah.
You said that wasn't bad. That wasn't a failure.
No, but
his tenure.
It was a little checkered.
Yeah, no. I mean,
he only went to the playoffs once in his tenure.
Right, but he didn't have a Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins and right now Jordan Poole, Kevon Looney. Yeah, the Warriors still got some action.
Do they?
Now, what type of action? That's to be determined by who is.
Joe Lacob says we're going to keep winning.
Well, what are you supposed to say?
I'll tell you what you could say is we're entering uncharted waters.
Well, okay.
So we're going to do the best we can, but we haven't really been in this situation before. In fact, very, 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 very few franchises have been in this type of situation where you're coming off a dynasty. So, yes, there's some unknown there, Bay Area Warrior fans, and we'll navigate it together. But I can't promise that we're going to have the same kind of success the next 10 years that we have the previous 10 years. That's what I would say.
Hey, I hear that, and I hope people don't think I'm being overly critical of Joe Lacob, because I'm not, and I can't. I'm just going off the people perspective of what I saw yesterday and how we're even here, and Bob's no longer a Warrior. But I've come on this microphone many a days out of nowhere, Steiny, random, and giving Joe Lacob his bouquet of flowers. But to that point, I'm going to compare Joe Lacob and Jimmy Butler. I did not like Jimmy Butler after Game 6 saying we're going to win this series. We were off, so I didn't get to talk to you. What? I'm like, Jimmy, do it with your ball play. Don't say it.
He did.
But they had lost Game 6.
Yeah, but he did. He put his money where his mouth.
After Game 6, I was like, see? That's why you shouldn't have said it. You only had 10 shots in Game 6, but he finished it. So for Joe, and I apologize, he didn't know. So now I'm saying I like that Joe Lacob said that they're going to keep winning. He meant that. So go ahead. Who am I to say, hey, that's a sign that you ain't?
You can mean it, and it might not matter. Just because you want to win doesn't mean you win.
He's talking about my life now. Right.
So.
You were right there, Steiny.
Yeah.
You got mentioned, though, dog.
Well.
What did he say? You still gone? No, he said
something like, was that before Steinmetz was moved on?
Right.
Almost like somebody put me on an escalator at the end of my career. And
Bob Myers.
Of course I was there, Bob. I was always there since 1995. Even a little before that, to tell you the truth. All right, here's what's going on. We're going to come back and we're going to replay the Joe Lacob portion of yesterday. That's what it's all about today. Yesterday was about Bob Myers. Today's about Joe Lacob and where this franchise is going from here. Is it Mike Dunleavy? Is it an outsider? Is it Kirk Lacob? Who's taking the Golden State Warriors into their next iteration? Then we got Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. He's coming up at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. But on the other side, you got to take a listen to what Joe Lacob said yesterday. Some very interesting things. And we're going to obviously take your calls to get your input on what you thought of yesterday. And it's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
When I started, I think it was this guy. when I started. I think it was this guy over here in the red and white hat, Marcus and Rusty. I don't know if Steinmetz was in the mix at that time. He might have been moved on. It wasn't this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I didn't like that last part.
What?
You walked away. God.
That was Bob Myers from yesterday.
Hey.
Stepping down as the Golden State Warriors president of basketball operations and general manager. All right, so this is what we're doing. Joe Lacob spoke after Bob Myers yesterday, and it was mostly when we were off the air. So we're going to play, I think it's 13 or 14 minutes of Joe Lacob from yesterday, and then we're going to dive into it because Joe Lacob, I think if you listen, had a lot of the answers to the questions we've been asking. And if you want to start lining up right now, you can. 888-957-9570. Where's this organization going after Bob Myers has stepped down? But this is Joe Lacob, owner of the Golden State Warriors from yesterday. Take a listen.
It's been an incredible run. As we all know, we've had historic success, not only as a business, but obviously on the basketball court, and you're a tremendous part of it, a huge part of it. And 4 championships, 6 finals in 12 years. I don't know if you ever never do this again. I think you will in some capacity, but thank you to competitive. But if you ever do this again, it'd be hard to keep that record going. It's just an incredible accomplishment. And I just want to say on a personal level, I have 4 kids, and I've said this before, I actually consider Bob my 5th. It's really hard to see your son, because that's what I kind of feel like this is, leave and go off to do something else. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand it, because I don't. It's not inside. It's not in me to do that. I'm so competitive, and I know he is too. It's a really hard thing for me to understand why, but it's really not for me to understand why. I just want him to be happy. And I will say there's some similarity, and Bob and I have talked about this. You know, I was a little older than you, but I'd been at the venture capital firm, a firm, very good firm, for 25 years. And some people would say one of the greatest jobs in the world. Why would you ever leave to do anything else? We had amazing success. And I couldn't really explain that to people other than to say that it's just there was something else I wanted to do. In my case, I knew what it was. Maybe Bob does, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But I dropped it all, told my partners I was leaving. It was a very hard thing to do, to go try something different and something new. And maybe that's what's in your future. I can't say, I don't know. But I wish him the best of luck. He has been an incredible partner over the period. This not only the success we've had, but what you guys don't see, what you don't know, is the amount of stress, the amount of pain, the amount of tension, there's just so many things that happen if you're all together, and as we have been, and trying to build something which, you know, from where we were to where we are now, I think we can take great pride in. You can take great pride in. And I can think back just when I think about Bob, I think about a couple of things. One, I think about the first day I met him. He was suggested to me by Danny Ainge, who gets a call out here today. I was looking for a GM and interviewed a bunch of people that the league recommended. And just nobody was clicking exactly right. And Danny called me one day, who I knew from my Boston days, and said, you know, there's this guy, Bob Myers. He's young. He hasn't ever done any of this before. He's described who he was. I said, well, he doesn't sound like he's qualified. And that's the truth. And I said, well, you ought to just meet him. So I said, well, okay, well, I'm going to interview a bunch of other people, but I'll meet him. And it was back in January of 2000, maybe 11. We had just taken over the team, and I think in January we met. Came out, we met. I said, I really, really liked him. I said, this guy, you know, characteristically, capability wise, I think he could be really good at this, but wasn't necessarily the resume. Interviewed a bunch of people for a few more months, and ultimately I said to myself and Peter, and said, you know, I don't really like any of these other candidates. I really like this guy, Bob Myers. And, you know, we called him back, and the rest is history. It's a pretty amazing story. And so that's one thing I think about. Another thing I think about, which was an incredible thing, is when we were doing the Andre Iguodala acquisition, it was so hard because we had, as I recall, and I don't remember all the details now, we had to shed a bunch of money, and it was hard to be able to bring him on. And I always remember I was on vacation, or I call it vacation, but up in Montana, and I was on with Bob all the time, like all day, all night, just constantly. How are we going to get this done? He worked so hard to get that deal. People could never understand how difficult that was. It didn't seem like a lot, right? But just to get that guy, turned out to be a very important person in the history of this franchise and the success we've had. So he's an incredibly diligent, hard worker, which I will always remember and respect. I mean, just insanely so. So I remember that. The next one I remember, the great moment, was Kevin Durant. We lost that horrible series in 2016, up 3-1. It's hard to even think about it or talk about it, to be honest with you. And I won't say a lot other than Bob Myers was on the job pretty fast. And, it all worked out. It would not have happened. We would not have had those next 2 championships if Bob hadn't done what he did and working incredibly difficult. He was the key guy. It was his idea and his execution. And yes, a lot of other people had a lot to do with it in the organization. It's always a we thing, but it wouldn't have happened without Bob. And so we owe him that. That was something I think about as well. And I guess I also think about, the 2019 more heartbreak. How difficult that was to see 2 of our greatest players in consecutive games go down, and how Bob dealt with that and the humanity with which he approached it. It's just incredible. I can't even describe to you or try to put it into words, but it's just so vivid for me, in terms of remembering it. So, and I could go on and on and on, the things that weren't done, the trades that weren't done, which were incredible amount of time and diligence and effort and so on. I just think we have a great organization, and it was Bob was a central part of it over the last 12 years. We're going to miss him incredibly, and I wish him all the success in the world, and whatever he decides to do. And who knows, maybe he'll be back with us at some point in the future. I'm not going to give up that easily. He may think so, but I'm not. I've always said that success is, you have to have talent, but you have to have the management involved in these organizations on the business side, on the basketball side. Management makes a huge difference. And none of you can understand that as much as when you're doing this and involved in it. And Bob has just been as good as it gets or ever will be. So thank you for all those efforts. I'll just quickly address
more compliments than I ever got in my time.
Yeah, well, got to keep you working on the next thing, Bob. What's next? Bob addressed it, and I think he addressed it well, and I'm sure you'll ask a couple of questions, but look, we have a great organization. We believe in bench strength. Some may think we don't, based on they criticized our bench on the court sometimes, but we do believe in bench strength, and within this organization, we have a lot of bench strength, and we have a lot of people that are really good at their jobs, and that we're constantly training for situations like this. You can't always achieve it, but Bob has trained some great people in his organization, and I think they'll play a great role going forward. I'm not going to say what we're doing yet because I don't know what we're doing yet. I only learned of this decision this morning. And while we've been thinking about the possibility of it happening, certainly knew it was a possibility, although I didn't want to admit that was really a possibility to myself. It was a possibility. And so we've thought about it, but it's not going to be something that we, rush into. We'll get it done when we get it done. We'll make the right decision for the organization and hopefully move forward. I think we're preparing for the draft, free agency, all those things. And I know I'm going to work him to every last day till June 30th to be involved here, whether he knows it or not.
Yeah.
Oh. So he'll be here for that. And
I didn't know. That's fine. Yeah.
That's the way it's going to be. And so I think we'll be prepared, and we'll go forward, and it'll be good. Anything else you want to say before I can take some questions too? But
no, I that means you drive a hard bargain. So it was nice to hear those things. I do share those sentiments, and I guess I skipped over a lot of the things I'm proud of. There's a lot of things to be proud of. It's a hard job. It's hard to win. Somebody's going to win a championship in 2 weeks. It's not us, but we know what it feels like to win the championship and lose one. So proud. Well, I should have hit on that, but I'm proud of what I did, and I'm proud of what we did. But thank you for those things. It was really nice.
All right, some questions. I'd be glad to take any questions.
You mentioned that management can make a world of difference. How do you think Bob's decision of leaving might impact, other guys making decisions, including Steve, who only has 1 year left on his contract?
They're coming right for you right now.
It's okay. Look, I think Bob we've all, one thing that's great about this organization and all organizations that achieve greatness is that they have great continuity. You look at Miami, who's in the finals last night, great continuity over many years. Same thing with this organization. We have 3 players that have been here other than Udonis Haslem. I think the 3 longest tenured players in the league. Bob, 12 years, maybe the longest tenured GM ever in the Warriors. Is that true, Raymond? Yeah, we're tied. Steve Kerr's been here 9 years. We're all about continuity. We've been working together a long time. I mean, we kind of know how each of us think. I think it's going to be hard to adjust to know Bob, but we'll figure out a way to do it. And I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah. The new CBA has a lot of restrictive rules that may not be directly aimed at you guys, but will impact you guys pretty heavily. How do you view that changing or not changing your future plans on roster?
I'm not going to comment on the roster very much because the truth is we have a lot of work to do, obviously, and we have time. We have until the draft and free agency, which is a month away or so. So we're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game. And our game is to win games and to win championships. And when we came here, this ownership group 13 years ago, we made a ridiculous proclamation about winning within 5 years. And of course, somehow we managed to do it, all of us, players and everybody involved. And we've continued to win. And look, the rules will change in the game, but we'll continue to do that. We're going to work really hard to do it. And I think we have really smart people, and we'll do it.
As you consider a new GM and the culture fit and all those types of things, what should the new person know about your involvement with the team day to day, your enthusiasm for basketball, and what it's like to work with you?
I guess they can go talk to Bob and see what that's like. I think there are a lot of misconceptions. I'm involved as an owner, and Peter's involved, but I think you should be involved if you want to be successful. I think this idea that somehow you should stay out of the way is ridiculous. No good business runs that way. Whoever's in charge is involved, and they know what's going on. Now, you hire great people like this guy, and you let them make the calls, and you don't get in their way. You let them do their job. So that's a basic tenet of what we do. But as long as I'm involved in ownership, I'm going to be involved in the organization. And sometimes there are ultimate calls that have to be made, and the buck stops here, as they say. So you have to do that. But I haven't really had to do that very much because I've had great people like Bob Myers and Brandon Schneider and Rick Welts before that, and Steve Kerr, and these guys know what they're doing, and they're great. They've been great at their jobs.
Joe, you just talked about continuity, but this is going to be the first draft that you've had under your tenure where you don't have a long-term GM in place. How do you approach the draft under those circumstances, and when do you think that you're going to make a decision on who is going to replace him.
I'm not gonna box myself in here, to be honest and open about this. We really just learned about this when you learned about it this morning. I was always hopeful that Bob would continue on, that somehow he was joking, but he wasn't. So, obviously I've thought about it. We've got some ideas. We'll make a decision as soon as we can, but I want to make sure that we make the right decision. And, if it happens in a week, great. If it happens in a month, great. We'll make that decision through a natural course, have the right process. I think we're preparing for the draft and free agency and all those things regardless, and we'll be ready.
All righty. There you heard it. That was Joe Lacob, Golden State Warriors owner from yesterday, talking about Bob Myers and what the next step is for the organization. 888-957-9570. And let the parsing begin. And I'm one of these guys who, when something happens, like yesterday was kind of big.
Yeah.
And you leave here and you heard Bob for an hour and you started to hear Lacob. And then a day goes by and you start thinking, no. It's really big what's going on.
No, huge.
And that's kind of the way I'm feeling. And just, was anybody else struck by Joe Lacob saying, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I understand why Bob's doing this? He said, it's not for me to understand.
It is.
I think that was a little bit unusual. It was a little bit unusual because from my standpoint, it is pretty understandable. If all sides are telling the truth, Bob Myers wants to spend more time with his family. If all sides are telling the truth, Bob Myers has been here 10, 12 years, and he's worked pretty darn hard, and they got 4 titles, and he's burned out. That's what I'm hearing. And I'm hearing also, I think we got to be on. Joe Lacob thought he could get Bob if he had to get Bob back. I think Joe thought, if I have to get him back and keep him here, I can do that. 888-957-9570 is the number. A couple other interesting aspects of Joe Lacob that we'll get into. But, Goo, what were you hearing?
That last part, and I got to be careful here.
Why?
Because people think you and they know the core of our relationship, the essence of it. I'm 6'3", 240, Stoney. I'm a problem.
Here comes soda.
Physical. Yeah, well, we start Monday. The box got delayed. My point is, a lot of people try to interpret you talking to me, your tone, what I say back, as being what it is, and we know that it's not that. So this is where I'm going. How can Joe Lacob say into a microphone after Bob has just been through the mental grinder at home with his wife, with his future? Obviously, this is difficult. Joe Lacob just ended that thing saying, I thought he was joking. So I don't know what dynamic their relationship is they have, but it's kind of telling that Joe, here I go, Stoney, tell me if I'm being over, kind of hadn't been taking this serious. And that would alienate me or bother me if I'm Bob. And then when I figure out, okay, when the dust settles, Bob probably don't want to deal with this. And I'm not saying there was stuff, but Joe, Stoney, I don't know if Joe knows how big of a personality, how he can wear on people. And some big dogs don't know that until it's too late. But to say right there at the end, I thought he was joking, that means whatever you were doing, let me watch Three's Company because I ain't taking Bob serious. He ain't walking away from this, but he did. I don't want to say alarming, but I'm shocked that Joe Lacob would use that verbiage.
What I don't get is, why did Joe Lacob say 3 times, I'm just learning about, I just found out today like you guys.
That's the one.
Now,
wow, Joe.
You gotta have an inkling, right?
Joey Lightyears.
Why would Joe Lacob act surprised at this unless he were surprised at this? You know what I mean?
Right.
888-957-9570 is the number. And where do the Warriors go from here? What did you hear yesterday that made you confident Is there anything you heard yesterday that makes you a little bit concerned? And what did you make of some of the interesting back and forth between Joe Lacob and Bob Myers? By the way, somebody on the YouTube chat saying Bob got fired. No, he didn't.
Yeah, no.
He wouldn't be working this month.
Right. No doubt.
Put it that way.
Yeah, June 30th.
So let's go to Joe. Joe's in Alameda. Hey, Joe, what's going on, man?
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Guru?
Hey.
From one Joe to talk about another Joe.
All right.
Let's go. Now, one thing about yesterday, I think we were so much in shock as Dub Nation about Bob Myers a little bit. I think it was kind of coming down the pipeline that we did not, we minimized how awkward that exchange really was. I mean, let's just be honest there. The whole father-son dynamic, like, you can really tell that Lacob was sunning Myers the whole way through a little bit. And at the end of it, Myers kind of sounds like he's kidding, but he's like, oh, that's the most compliments that I've gotten in a while, kind of, so to speak. And then at the very, very end, when, you can tell Joe is super confident, right? Mm-hmm. And so, I believe that he was caught off guard because at the end, you hear that the last awkward exchange there about, oh, yeah, and I'm going to work, Bob Myers until, the 30th. And, Bob's like, kind of like, oh, really? And Joe's like, oh, yeah, yeah. So I'll listen to what you guys got to say out the air. But, yeah, that was really awkward, guys.
Appreciate the call, Joe, in Alameda.
Interesting.
From Uncle Looney, our one of our main men.
I keep thinking it's the real Looney, but go ahead.
On the YouTube chat saying, rich guys are used to getting what they want.
And wow.
I mean,
and not told no.
The more I think about it, Joe Lacob, I think Joe Lacob's hurt, too. I think he's a little hurt.
That's a good word.
I think he...
Hurt or ego hurt?
You know how when Durant left, we all said, why would he want to leave basketball nirvana? Why would he want to leave this heaven basketball? And I was thinking maybe it's not heaven for him. Same with Bob Myers. I think Joe Lacob looks at it as though the Warriors are the best franchise in the NBA, bar none. I think Joe Lacob feels like he's proven that as an owner, that this is the best organization in sports. And he just can't believe Myers left. He can't believe Myers left. Yeah. And there is something about, I have no idea what it's like to work for Joe Lacob. I've heard he's tough to work for. Most owners are probably.
If you look at that presser, you can kind of find out, but go ahead.
No, I'm kind of with you. I think maybe another part of it is Lacob is very demanding. And does Bob Myers really want to go into this next step? Being, employed by a guy who's just overly competitive, thinks he can keep this thing going for 10 or 12 more years. And Bob knows that it's going to be really, really, really hard.
And the stars are on the back nine. I'll use a golf term.
Like, what if it's as simple as Bob saying, guys, Joe Lacob is really hard to work for.
When it was good.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly right.
Oh, Steiny, out of man.
Exactly right. You more confident today than you were yesterday? Do you think the Warriors are still in good hands? By the way, the one thing I will say, if you're a Golden State Warrior fan, let's not gloss over all the interesting other stuff.
Okay.
You gotta love Lacob saying, I don't care about the rules. We're gonna win. That's what we do here. We're gonna win.
Yeah,
I can see a lot of Warrior fans out there. Bob Myers off to the side. If you're a Warrior fan, you gotta love Lacob's confidence and let's say
bravado.
Yes.
Or I could say this, Donnie.
Yeah.
Joe, you're the man. You ain't got to show us. You ain't got to tell us, just show us.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump in? What did you hear yesterday during that press conference? And that segment was brought to you by calhope.org.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service.
I'm not going to comment on who's a candidate, who's not a candidate at this point. I'm going to keep you all guessing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Mullen!
Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. We're talking about yesterday, Bob Myers stepping down. How about one of my kids, my middle child, who's now 21, used to use a phrase 5 years ago, awkies.
I've never heard that one.
Short for awkward.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm out to
like I would do something in front of her friends, and she'd be like,
say hello.
Awkies, Dad. Awkies.
That's awkies.
There were some awkies yesterday.
What if I give you this before you elaborate? I wish I had chicken, Stoney. I would give something for text of the day. This is from the 415.
Okay.
I heard Joe tell the world he took Bob for granted.
Huh.
I like that. Like there's something to that.
Yeah, sometimes we take for granted the ones we love most. And it's a shame. It is a shame. Man. Let's go to David. David.
Not to the 30th.
David is in Hayward. Hey, David, how you doing? What'd you make of yesterday?
What's up, fellas? It's always good to hear your voice on the radio. You guys have an awesome show.
Thank you.
Yeah, man, I'd love to hear you guys. So, first I want to tip my hat to Bob Myers because I think he was just vital to this organization, and I think a lot of people underestimate his impact, and I think him leaving is going to be a big deal. But so hats off to Bob. But what you guys were talking about with Lacob and some of the awkward moments, I felt those yesterday too, and it kind of made me think of that saying that sometimes your greatest strength can be your greatest weakness. And I think that applies to Lacob in that, personally, I think he's got this, insatiable desire to win at all costs, and this belief in himself and what he does is, never wrong and always right. And I think that's driven him and made him who he is today, but that's his greatest strength. But the weakness side of that comes when it's time to deal with somebody like Bob and Bob's situation. I think it doesn't allow him to put himself in someone else's shoes and deal with the idea that somebody doesn't want to be part of his, world. And so when he was saying things like Bob was joking, I didn't see it coming, I'm going to keep working him, to me it spoke to this fact that, he can't possibly deal with someone who doesn't want to be with him. And so I think it doesn't allow him to deal with situations like Myers getting burned out or Myers not feeling appreciated. And so that's kind of what I heard. And it was kind of awkward, and I kind of feel for Bob, but, that's just my 2 cents on it. But I'll take it off the air. Thanks, guys.
No, I appreciate it. Some interesting thoughts there. I'd love to get an expert of organizations or management. How important is stability? Is there any way to measure that?
Should get your boy Ellison.
Who?
Larry.
What about him?
We should get him on.
He doesn't do a lot of interviews.
Good for you.
He's kind of reclusive in a way.
Yeah. Well, he just came to mind, but yeah.
Okay. Because, I'm looking at the Warriors now. Myers is walking away. All right, what are you going to do with Steve Kerr? What do you do with Steve Kerr?
But I think there's a flip side to that. Steve Kerr may be tired.
Maybe.
I've saw this thing through for, you know what I mean? And that's okay. Hopefully it's not the case, but Steiny, is there 1% of your body that thinks Bob looked at the state of this team, the contracts, the Jordan Poole thing, and that had anything to do with, you know what, I'm tired?
Yeah, of course.
Wow. And I'm not mad at that.
I think it's a ton of different things.
That's human.
I mean, the bottom line is it's going to be tough to keep this thing rolling.
And all these specific rules, they're calling them the Warrior rules that Joe said will blow past. Stoney, those were implemented. That was haterade towards the Warriors.
By the way, Lacob said yesterday he calls Bob 5 to 20 times a day.
He's the boss, though, Stoney.
Right, but he's also the boss who just said you got to let them do their jobs.
Right.
So is he letting them do their jobs, or is he calling Bob 18 times a day?
They call that handsy.
Yikes. Yeah. Anyway, we're dissecting Joe Lacob's management style, never having worked for him. I'm willing to acknowledge that. that we don't.
What if
really
he goes
know.
outside or to bring
I
somebody?
was thinking about that.
That's on the table now. I thought, he's going to be hurt. Dude, I think, man.
I don't know why. I don't think he's bringing somebody in from outside.
Why do you feel that way?
I think it would be too big of an adjustment for both, for the new person and all the people in there.
Now, I think it would be easier for the new person from the outside because there are no ties. I don't care about feelings.
But if I'm Mike Dunleavy or Kirk Lacob, here comes somebody out of nowhere. And now they're going to say, hey, we need to move off Draymond Green.
Well, they're not really technically from out of nowhere. They've been doing the job or they got some experience. I just worry about, are people going to look at Kirk Lacob, if I'm Joe Lacob, he's not ready? Or is he going to worry about Dunleavy and his reputation as a player? Might not mean nothing to Joe, and it could be Mike. But, I'm just wondering, if I'm him, Stoney, those two things I care about. And that would give me somebody else.
Tell me, 888-957-9570 is the number. What did you hear yesterday during that press conference? What did you hear? Did you hear anything that worries you moving into the future? Here's what I heard.
Tell me.
I heard Mike Dunleavy's the front runner. Take a listen.
Mike's great. He's as good a GM as if he wants it. He'll be great if that's what he wants. It's his call. It's Joe's call. It's not my call, but that's what he wants to do. He'll be great. He knows more about basketball than I do. He's grew up in it. He was born into it with his dad. He played in it. That's his calling. And that wasn't my thought at the time, honestly. I just thought we're always looking for people that'll make us better. Joe's always about bringing in talent. I didn't have an idea at the time that I was grooming him. I mean, he's more my friend than coworker. But he's really good, and he would be fantastic if that's the choice. But I'd be lying if I thought 4 years ago, let's bring in Mike and he can assume this thing. If I told him if that's what he wants, then I'm all fully supportive. I said I'll help with Draymond. He needs it.
Bob Myers.
I missed that. Wow.
You know what else is something that we've not really acknowledged, but it's part of the story. They're all talking about 2019. That's when they brought Dunleavy in. You know why? Because Bob was thinking of leaving in 2019.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned it. Okay.
Bob was thinking of leaving in 2019.
For the same reasons, not a different place.
Well, I don't know. I just know that in 2019, after they lost to the Raptors, he was thinking of stepping down. And my understanding is his brother-in-law, his wife's brother, said, you know what, it wouldn't look good right now. Because Clay had just gotten hurt, Durant was going to leave, and Bob didn't want it to seem like he was bailing out
I
before
appreciate
a 15 and 50 season.
Yikes.
So there you go. 408 Steiny, what I got from Joe Lacob in that presser is that he micromanages.
Yeah.
That's never good.
I think he admitted to it kind of too. He's like, I'm hands-on.
Right.
That's who I am.
Yeah. So it sounds to me like there could be an incongruity between being hands-on and then letting his guys do their jobs. Gary's in Daly City. What's up, Gary? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I've been a fan since '65 with the Warriors. Yesterday was really uncomfortable. Myers, first, thank you, Bob Myers. Joe Lacob shouldn't have took the stage. He should have been up there by himself if he wants to do it, maybe today. But that was so uncomfortable. You're telling me if I worked for somebody, which I did for 36 years, all my guys, you walk in and say goodbye to everybody. You call Steve Kerr. You call your guys. You tell your family, of course. Then you go to your boss, Lacob and Goober, call them in and say, this is what I want to do. They have, behind closed doors, maybe they have a chance to talk you out of it like Lacob was talking about yesterday. But you don't do it in the public with everything Lacob said. That was uncomfortable for Myers just to sit there and have to say you got to work your ass off till June again.
Right.
Come
on, man.
That wasn't cool. That's like a no thank you to him for what he did. I mean, he's got to look at, Lacob did his thing, but the dollars, the billions that the Warriors are worth now, Bob Myers has a lot to do with that. And he sees ahead right now what's ahead of him, you know, with the franchise like you guys are talking about. Because the fair weather with San Francisco fans, which I'm one of, you know, aren't going to come out, you know, unless we were at Civic Auditorium or the Cow Palace. The fans in Oakland will come out after this. But I would bring somebody in, like you guys said, from the outside, with no allegiance to this franchise at all, but somebody, he or she, that knows what they're doing. and that way they have no allegiance to Draymond, to Clay, to anybody, and get a fresh start and a fresh face. And tell Lacob, if you could, hey, let me try this for a year or two and stay out of my business. See what happens.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate
we
the call.
don't even know him, but I feel like we know the caller, Gary. Like that's just his opinion, but that was apparent, Steiny. That was apparent. Maybe Joe shouldn't have spoke.
It's not
and
the
I
first
thought
time.
he was joking.
It's not the first time Joe Lacob's spoken second at an event. It hasn't gone well.
Well, but the results after that did.
Come on, people.
Yeah. Dude, wow.
Yeah,
Come on, people.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Look at Rick Barrett. No, Rick ain't doing it.
Oh, my gosh. Can you imagine? Well,
why would you say, oh, my God?
Because could you imagine going
Rick
from Bob Myers, the ultimate people person, to Rick Barry?
Oh, boy.
I could not care less.
Rick Barry, who shows up to work every day with a can of kerosene and another can of gasoline.
Ain't going to tell it like it is. Yeah.
One of the greatest of all. Hey, by the way, you know what I watched last night?
What did I watch? I want to say the movie Friday with Ice Cube, and
no.
I'll say it.
I watched something on Pete Maravich, and they had a lot of. He had 68 points in 1977 against the New York Knicks, and I watched the game. He's pretty unbelievable.
What was this on?
26 for 43. I think YouTube.
How do you find these, man? Or do they find you?
Yeah, they kind of find
they track
me
what you do,
and vice versa.
How long is it? Can't be no
Just
more.
an hour.
I'm gonna
About
check
an
it out,
hour.
dude. He's sick, man.
He was pretty.
Yep. What did he die from? Cardiac arrest? I'm random.
Yes, I believe he died playing pickup basketball.
Oh, no.
I think. You know, I remember talking to Jim Barnett about
the great
Pete
Jim
Maravich,
Barnett,
and Jim said there was and I could see it. There's a joylessness about Pete Maravich.
Wow.
It's hard to explain. He never really looked like he was having fun out on the court. He was fancy, great passer.
Health failures, they dubbed it.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up with our guy in Toronto, Masai Ujiri? I've been hearing rumblings like, could he dip?
Really? You've been hearing him, huh?
Well,
you have sources north of the border?
A lot of people gave me some love for Sunday's tweet that I ended with no sources, hashtag no sources.
Was that the one that said Bob's coming back?
Yeah, but
you
people appreciate the truth. I wonder what's up with him.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's go to AT&T Carlos, I believe. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I like how that sounds. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I want to put a different spin on this. Everybody's concentrated on the relationship he has with the owner and how, I guess, in a sense, how micromanaged he is, right? But the bits and pieces that I picked up from that conference was the pressure that he has to be home and to be present. And I don't know about you guys and whether you guys are married or a lot of married people that are basically job-oriented. They want to provide for their families, often have to choose between their family and work. And his job, obviously, is very demanding. Sometimes he has to travel. And I'm sure that that's weighing in on him, the fact that his wife might be saying, well, why don't you spend more time with us? Why don't you just quit doing that? Do your podcast. And I think the culmination of our season and the decisions that he needs to make, no amount of money can take the time that he has to spend with his family. And I believe that the nail on the coffin was the fact that, hey, you need to spend more time with us here at home. I don't know. That's just me as a married man.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Mad at him, yeah.
The great, I believe, the great Lowell Cohn, former columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle, said whenever he hears somebody say, I need to spend more time with the family, he always says, you know it's a lie.
See, I want to give Lowell because he's one of the... But, Stoney, that's like the mental health thing. So I got to be careful. But do you think, like remember some people say he's using the mental health card we can't say that, but when you say somebody's doing that, it's kind of like, But I get what Lowell's saying, Stoney. But in the street, I just want to tell you, dude, I had some gangster friends.
Oh.
And they'd be like, nah, we riding, you got to go. But every time you use, I got to go get to the kids, There's no comeback for that. It's like, see you later.
You know you lie. How about this one from the 925 on the Comcast Business Tax line? The biggest message I heard yesterday was Bob hinting that some people felt his relationships with the players were too close.
Oh, wow. He wouldn't have lasted this long.
I'm not sure that I saw that, but I'm not.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it.
Dismissing it. 888-957-9570 is the number. A shoe dropped yesterday. Bob Myers walking away from the Golden State Warriors. Joe Lacob seems a little bit surprised. I don't believe that he found out yesterday like he was saying, but I do believe he thought that he could keep Myers in the fold if he wanted. And maybe part of it was that he maybe thought he could keep Myers in the fold as not someone making $12, $15 million as the president of basketball operations, but what about an advisory type role? What about a consultant where maybe you pay him $2 to $4 million and he still is kind of the figurehead? Maybe he takes a step back from the day to day.
Would you want that? Like if I'm gonna lose a majority of you, I don't want none. Any.
What if it'd be like I said to the boss, contract was up, and I said, I'll tell you what,
4-day weeks.
4-day weeks.
Because you've been lobbying for that, right?
How about a 4-day week? And
night.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Nick's in Clayton. What's up, Nick?
Hey guys, how you doing? So, Shai, I think something that you mentioned was that it sounded like that Dunleavy might actually be the front runner for the GM job. And if that's true, and it's kind of a Dunleavy and Kirk Lacob kind of team, I can actually see that being an improvement to the extent where it's not going for Dunleavy, where it won't burn him out the way that Bob Myers got burned out. Because if Bob Myers is getting contacted by Joe Lacob all day long, there's no buffer for Myers. But then if and I'm saying this as someone who works with their dad, so there's a difference between a father-son relationship and a superior, a boss, and an employee. So if Kirk Lacob is kind of as a buffer, for Kirk Lacob to really establish credibility on all sides, if he's the buffer between his dad, Joe, and whoever's the GM, in this case, Mike Dunleavy Jr., I could actually see that maybe being even better and actually the succession plan all along. And, even with that extra piece. Just kind of a thought.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Buffer is always good, Stoney. Middleman.
The one thing I can tell you about Mike Dunleavy since he's been hired is he's been on the road a lot. He travels a lot. He scouts a lot. And I get the sense that he was probably more I don't know if this is true, but I get the sense Mike Dunleavy probably saw more games of college players in the last 3 or 4 years than anybody else in the organization, including Bob. Bob was around a lot. Like, general managers have different job descriptions depending on the team they're the general manager of. And what I mean by that is I know some general managers that they travel with the team because they want to have their finger on the pulse of the team 24/7.
Yeah.
Some teams don't need that. I don't know that the Warriors needed that. And so Bob didn't have to travel, or Bob didn't approach the job that way. So
let me read something to you, Stoney. I hear you. 510. Okay, so now Lacob is a terrible owner and boss. Got it. This is why I listen to sports talk in doses.
Who said he's a bad owner?
Exactly. And I just want to tell that person, how dare you insinuate that we were saying that? No, this is about Bob, and it's also about Joe. And I want to give Joe some credit too, Stoney, because he couldn't work for the Giants. And the reason he couldn't work for the Giants is the analytics would have said, don't hire Bob Myers. And he shared with us yesterday that he didn't like any of the candidates, and Bob's portfolio, wasn't popping, but he felt something. And look how that relationship blossomed. But I do wonder, I'm being real with you, Stoney, because I'm throwing every rat on the table, brought to you by AtcoPestControl.com for all your Atco Pest Control needs. I'm butchering that every day, Stoney. Listen.
Yeah.
Do you think Bob was like, oh, now you want to dip? Joe was like, now you want to dip?
Maybe.
We need you the most now, and now you want to dip out on us.
I think Joe Lacob expects to win for the next 6 years.
And
Bob's
that's okay.
Like, right. But Bob maybe sees the writing on the wall and says, I'm not. Come on now.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
You're as demanding as you ever were, and you're expecting us to win for the next 6 years when that's just not the way sports works. In a way. 888-957-9570 is the number. Bob Myers stepping down. What does it mean? What does it mean? You heard Myers yesterday. You heard Joe Lacob. Nobody's saying Joe Lacob's a bad owner. Look, Joe Lacob's a great owner.
Yeah. He could be tough.
Until he's not. Until he's not. Like, if the Warriors miss the playoffs 10 straight years, is Joe Lacob still a great owner?
You got 4, baby.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer, but I'm just saying right now, Joe Lacob's proven that he can do it. Demanding? Yeah, I've heard he's demanding.
I mean, man.
There's a surprise.
Shocker.
Billionaire executive demanding.
Right.
I mean, of course he's demanding.
The job is demanding.
18 calls a day, though? Could you imagine if our boss called us 18 times a day?
Man.
Or I think calls probably means text, too, probably. I would think.
What if he's a voice memo guy? 18 voice memos?
Dude, every time our boss calls, I just think of EDD. Like, I ain't done nothing, but it's a wrap. You ever, you just see his name.
Is that the
unemployment? But he could be calling with good news, but you like that got to go. I got to get better. But that's where I go immediately. Steiny didn't dime me out.
Sometimes I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, life. Jesus. And when the boss calls my cell phone and I see his name, I immediately go to EDD.
And that's the unemployment.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
What were you thinking?
Dude, he's going to do that face-to-face.
Oh, no. You can learn a lot from a phone call. You know what I'm saying, Stoney? You've never been fired. That's why you don't.
Yeah, okay.
I
got fired after 11 months. With Sean O.C.
And why am I laughing? No,
I don't know why you're laughing.
Those were just changes. It was a good show. I used to be at my desk at college listening to you two. I liked it.
God. You were back.
Wow.
So you were the one.
That's pretty good. You were the one.
I'm trying to think about that because there's a funny story about it. Oh, best decision I ever made was to shake the guy's hand after he fired me, and I almost didn't.
No,
I almost did. And he called me an OC in, said, hey, we got to let you go. I was like, what?
Before or after the show?
Right after.
Dude, they worked you. They did Lacob.
It was 12:01. Hey, go see the boss. Jason wants to see you. Okay. We're going to go in another direction.
Dude, no.
You've just done your last show.
You can't use us like that.
Sat there for 3 minutes. I was like, wow, we just started.
And extended a hand.
Yeah, and I looked at it, and I was like, all right. And I shook it. And you know what? 8 months later, he rehired me back.
Well, see, there it is. Now, had you
part-time.
Wow.
Part-time.
And look at you now.
Yeah, I lost my benefits. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors in a little trouble? Think the Warriors are in a little trouble? Or you think Joe Lacob's got it under control? Here's the other thing. You want Joe Lacob to hire somebody from within? Or you want just some new blood? Somebody from outside come in here and wreck shop, as they say. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
You got 4, baby.
Wow, dude.
Listen, Gil, when I get healthy and I can play basketball, I will come play with in wherever you're playing.
Bob, I will not let you forget that. It's
I
noted.
won't.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, but I'm not healthy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I think he said yesterday he's still not 100%, actually.
Dude, I was texting with him, and I forgot to ask him about that. I'll let him know. 101, baby, in the Yoon. 24-hour fitness.
See,
you can ride with us.
One of the things
that
I try. You're usually great at this. You're usually great, and I've complimented you a lot.
Where we going?
You're usually great at reading a room. You misread this one.
All right. Well, I didn't say it.
The day Bob Myers walks away, you can't text him 78 times.
Oh, no, it wasn't 78.
You can't turn into Joe Lacob on the day that Myers walks away.
I didn't do it. That's on me.
888-957-9570. Let me ask you a question, Goo. Do you think the issue is, I don't think they're going to replace Bob Myers, okay?
Yep.
He walked away, but is there any part of you that thinks that the mere fact that he's walking away here now under these circumstances, the way it went down, that it's a sign that maybe everything isn't great in Warrior Land?
And that's what it is, but it's more now to me. This is not what Joe Lacob wanted. Okay, this is not passing it down to his son Steiny. I think this is about a man, Bob Myers, who was tired of working for a guy as demanding as Joe Lacob. They're still cool, they're still good, but Steiny, that was fatigue, and it was almost not an indictment by Joe Lacob. You telling me to read the room? He didn't read the Bob Myers room on any of this, man.
You might be right.
Honestly. And I believe to this day, wherever Joe's at, he's still reading it wrong. And that's where somebody should step in and be like, Dad or boss, man, you really got this one wrong, Steiny, because I still believe Joe Lacob right now doesn't know why Bob walked away. And it should be one of those things to where Bob was celebrated yesterday by Joe. And Joe was like, I don't agree with it. I don't understand it. All this stuff. And it wasn't denial, but it was a billionaire not reading the room.
I don't see it, Bob.
And I think that was obvious to everybody.
510 says, you guys are my go-to show, but you're being weak. I think the caller means I'm calling Bob Myers out for leaving when times got tough. I'm calling Bob Myers out.
All right, but
for leaving when times got tough.
So you're calling Bob a liar.
Please.
You're calling Bob a liar. Bob told the world he wanted to spend more time with his family. We'll never know what's the Rilla. I'm going Rams now. We'll never know the Rilla, but at the end of the day, the man said and put his flag in the ground and said, it's for my family. How can people say he's walking away because he's afraid about what awaits the Warriors?
Because that might be part of it. It certainly might be part of it. But
you can't write the story of that when the man gets the benefit of the doubt, Myers, saying he's going to spend more time with his family.
Well, I mean,
I wouldn't feel comfortable.
Well, you could say, look, you could be skeptical and say, interesting. Bob wants to spend more time with his family now after we're starting to go downhill a little bit.
All right, I'm going to go work. You and I get into it on a Friday, on a Monday. I call in Tuesday and tell the boss my throat hurts. He says, okay, Johnson, you're off. He ain't going to say, hey, your throat really don't hurt. You ain't coming in because of what happened Monday because of you. That's how relationships get ruined.
I don't call in sick anymore. Why would you ever, you don't have to call in sick anymore. Here's what you do.
Go ahead, tell me.
You say, I'm taking the day off. Or,
who do you work for?
I need the day off. You don't tell him why. Why would you tell him why?
God. Like when you had COVID, you would tell him I got COVID. But then, I'm old school. I'm a Chevrolet GM. My Uncle Billy worked for General Motors.
Do they even keep sick days for us anymore? We don't have sick days. We don't have vacation.
Well, now you're trying to set me up and make a joke on. No, I'll tell the boss, hey, my throat messed up. I can't come in. I don't just say I need a day off.
Oh,
I don't feel good. No, I
don't.
No, my life is your life.
The difference is if you say, "Boy, I'm sick. I can't come in today." You know what? You better stay home. See, I don't have to stay home when I ask for a day off.
All right, so now I need to put you in the 80s to get it. But no boss can really come back and tell me, Johnson, your throat's not hurt. You just because of what happened yesterday. So nobody really can say Bob didn't want the smoke or what awaits the Warriors. He said he put it on his kids and his wife. I get it.
You know,
but Joe didn't
Susan
read the room.
Can't stand that. Oh, if that's not, if it's like,
what's up, Susan?
Hey Stein, you want to come to a party on Saturday? It's in Vallejo though. It's like, Susan's she's not feeling too well. Oh man, she can't stand it.
Dude, wow.
She's like, do not blame me.
I hear you.
If you don't want to go. 707, I'm right with you. Steiny, at the end of the day, there's no amount of money Lacob could give Bob to make him fall on the sword.
Wow.
Kind of agree with that.
But when you've won 4 chips, there is no sword.
Yeah, there is.
Dungeons and Dragons is over. We've won.
Oh.
We were a dynasty.
Okay.
Currently still are.
But see, that's my point, is somebody has to steer this thing either back.
It's Joe Lacob's job to do that.
No, it's his job to hire somebody who knows how to do that. Don't you think?
What? He hired Myers. He got it right. Now you got to go find another one.
Well, it's like saying, hey, Curry was a great guard. Let's go find another one. Maybe you can't.
The whole goal is to try to get as close as you can, right? And you had a chance with the number. I would have. I'm sorry. Spadoni, Evan. I wish Bob was asked about Wiseman. I'm being real. Whose pick was that, Steiny? I always thought it was Joe Lacob. Okay.
It was Lacob's.
That's
But
I had to
maybe
get that
Bob
out.
wanted him too. I don't know. I think, yeah, go ahead.
Whose trade was it?
No,
James
I
Wiseman
believe
for
that
Joe
was Steve Kerr, Bob. It wasn't Joe's. So he was talked into that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But I think there's a story. I think there's a documentary to be made from the draft of the James Wiseman
That is
draft.
phenomenal, man.
Which was the same day that Clay got hurt for the second time. I think that day, like something happened that day where they transitioned to something that they might not have done otherwise.
Man, oh my God!
So I don't know.
I don't know.
888-957-9570 is the number. End of an era. Bob Myers. He's leaving, and I think it's clear Joe Lacob is surprised. I think he's surprised he's leaving. I think Joe Lacob,
there's no doubt,
in a way, like many thought Kevin Durant would stay because this is the greatest place on earth.
I'm done.
In terms of basketball, why would he leave? Why would Bob Myers leave? It's been a long 12 years.
I'll tell you what, about those phone calls from Joe to Bob.
Yeah.
Oh, there'll be 29 other organizations giving Bob Myers a call just to see how family life is going. He's a made man, and
Yes,
he deserves it.
Yes, he is. Yeah. I wonder what Bob's going to do.
Be a dad.
For a year.
I hate when you did. He said it yesterday at the cafeteria.
Yeah.
That's 12 months.
That's good. Yeah, it's a good period of time.
There's a thing called 24 months, 36.
That's the way it always works.
So you go and Jordan. Remember Jordan wanted to be with his family on a damn bus to Birmingham.
Then he comes back
180.
Then he comes back a year from now and says, "Yeah, well, I know, and to spend time with my family, but they're sick of me."
Hey, how'd that go, Mike?
Well, they're sick of me now.
Yeah. Tom Brady tried it.
888-957-9570 is the number. You see that the Knicks need a GM.
Yeah, he ain't going to New York.
Why not? Go to New York for 1 year. They falter again. Leon Rose, who's the head there, maybe he gets fired.
Because he has too much respect for himself.
Ooh.
Bob Myers. So to walk off into the sunset here in Warriorland and say it's about my family, He wouldn't do that to his brand because people would be like, oh, you wanted out from late. It was really bad there then. It must have been toxic if you're going to get back on the horse because you said you wanted to get off the barn. You wanted to go be a dad.
Do you think there's any doubt Bob Myers doesn't come back?
Oh, but my juncture would be 3-4 years.
Oh, I say 1 year.
Oh, my God.
I say 1 year.
That's the
and I think he's working this year. Why wouldn't he just work for ESPN?
Well, he's working to July 1st, which is June 30th. But yeah,
I
didn't like that, Joe. And Bob looked embarrassed. He looked like, see, this is it. This is why I'm out. It was some of that. I
don't know.
We're gonna work him to the bone. That's not good. Look, Joe. Today is sensitive. It's about Bob. Is you up here talking about he's still working? Norm used to do that to me Saturday mornings. We'd have a hoop game Friday, practice all week, try to sleep in. Daisy would let me. Pops would kick open that door. Get that grass cut or anything around the house. I hated it.
Chucky's in Oakland. Hey, Chucky, how you doing? You got some thoughts on the press conference. What's up, man?
I'm doing all right. How you guys doing today, man?
We need a GM, Chuck.
Hey, dude, this is my take, man. You guys asking for takes, and I think Lacob, man, he cast a shade on a whole lot of us Warrior fans. The ones who grind, make that money, man, to go and buy a ticket to watch them exceptional Warriors play that ball. And what I'm saying is, man, that I know I got to give in a 2-week notice, man. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure a whole lot of people are familiar with the 2-week notice, and this is just a regular, regular middle-of-the-day job. And now here we talking about cats that deal with multi-millions of dollars and not gonna have the same respect to tell their supervisor, their owner, that they're gonna be leaving. It's hard for me to believe that Lacob wasn't aware that Bob was gonna leave. And I know you guys know people, and if you don't know people, you may have known people that when they talk a whole bunch, and then when they finish talking, your response is, man, you talking a good one. That's what I think Lacob did yesterday. He talked a good one because by him not knowing, that just let me know that Bob is not going to be the only one leaving. I believe that the cookie is about to crumble. That there's going to be some other names that's going to go down. Since he didn't want to own up that it was a surprise that Myers was leaving, then that let me know that he's not the only one. That's my take from from yesterday's interview.
Thanks, Chucky. Appreciate it. Can anybody out there explain to me why Joe Lacob said yesterday that he just found out in the morning Bob was leaving?
That's wow.
There's no way, right?
Yeah. And he said he thought Bob was joking. He didn't take it serious, Donnie. Oh, so everybody around Joe Lacob failed him because I don't care what Joe Lacob was doing. The number one priority should have been, how do I convince Bob to stay?
But he should have been doing that all year.
But I ain't doing nothing, tasking myself to do anything that I don't believe is remotely close to happening. So Joe is eating steak, chicken chicken tenders, like Bob ain't going nowhere, Stoney. Hello? Oh, he's really leaving. Come on.
And I refuse to believe Joe's that naive.
No way.
So I'd love to know what Warrior fans think of that.
But don't you also think he could be viewing that as like a loser's mentality? Like, oh yeah, he's gone. No, he's not gone. Like, I'll find a way to get him. I'll find a way to win in this negotiation to keep him around.
See, and I think that's where he misread Bob, because Joe said halfway through the year, it's a negotiation. Well, maybe Bob didn't want to negotiate. Maybe it wasn't worth Bob's time, effort, and money to negotiate. Maybe he came off a championship last year, said, all right, let's get something done, Joe. And Joe said, all right, here you go. Yeah. Here's a contract. And then Bob said, well, this isn't going to get it done. And Joe says, well, why not?
So, here we go, Stouty. You're a pretty funny dude. 925 on the Comcast business text line. I believe Joe was attempting dry humor, saying he didn't know. I took it as that was real.
No, I thought you were going to say the dry humor was. I thought he was joking.
Oh no, that was real.
I don't think it was dry humor saying.
I don't think it was humor at all.
I just found out today. Yeah. Really? I mean, what a window into the organization yesterday was. I mean, it really was.
I'm going to Shasky because he said it 2 days ago or yesterday. I wonder what was it, Bonte? I wonder was it what the chef is thinking about this.
Well, clearly Bob told the chef, Steph Curry, and Steph said,
he did say, you're
good
right.
luck to you. Because Bob clearly said, what if Bob said, just Steph, I'm sick of Joe. I mean,
which could happen.
He's just running me ragged, and I never wanted Wiseman in the first place, and I got to go out to the dais and explain why we traded Wiseman. I didn't even want him in the beginning, but Kirk and Mike wanted him, and I'm not taking the fall. This is all conjecture, obviously, but who knows?
Conversations like that happen all the time.
I know it. Steiny Lacob didn't know Bob was leaving because of all the chicken he offered him. Maybe. But then he misread the room. Joe is the ultimate competitor. Doesn't believe it's over till the end. Joe didn't find out till Joe accepted this is real. 415 says Joe's going to have a rude awakening.
I saw that one.
Why is Joe Lacob going to have a rude awakening?
Because he's irreplaceable. Guy's getting older.
I mean,
Draymond may opt out.
Do Warrior fans kind of believe that Lacob's at fault here? How do you view it? Could Lacob have done anything? Does it matter that Bob Myers is leaving? Maybe Bob just said, you know what? I can't give okay, let's part ways and we'll find another GM. Maybe there's no acrimony.
It's interesting you ask that because, again, sometimes people, when they open their mouth, I'm one of them, Stoney, they tell on themselves. Joe wasn't hiding anything, but I do believe he was ignorant to the fact that Bob Myers was seriously thinking about leaving. And Bob told us and shared with us, Stoney, whether he knows it or not, that he read it wrong. And I think, it's Bob's prerogative, new endeavors, but I thought Joe Lacob was the killer to the point to where the last couple of weeks or 5 or 6 days, I'm picturing him in Monte Vista, in San Ramon, wherever Bob lives, and knocking on the door, talking to him and trying to convince him to stay. And now we find out that Joe Lacob was thinking this was all just a hoax. Like, that shocks me from Joe Lacob's standpoint. Bob Myers, I get wanting to be a dad, allegedly, and spend more time with his kids. He's earned that. But Joe Lacob to get to the mic and say, I just found out this morning Stoney was leaving. Wow, really? And I think if Bob had a really button, he could have pressed it. Really, Joe? You going to get up here in front of millions and say that? Almost like I blindsided you.
Or bad time, Bob. You were blind.
And
maybe Joe Lacob was blind.
Okay, why though? Ego? Why that here we go now. Why?
Because he's an owner of an NBA team.
And I get whatever
he's the
I
owner
want.
Of a great NBA team.
And I'm a rich man.
Why would somebody leave?
I'm a rich man. I get
Why
what I want.
Why Durant leave? Why did Kevin Durant
I believe he didn't like
Warriors?
playing for Steve Kerr.
Okay, and maybe I believe that Joe Lacob has run his course with Bob Myers. And
How
this
far is
organization.
Steve Kerr behind it? Because every time Joe gets a chance to mention, he brought up Kerr yesterday.
Well, here's the problem. Can you really let Steve Kerr go into a lame duck year? I mean, that's another thing. Steve Kerr does not get a contract extension. Night. I mean, see you later. He's leaving then after next year.
Okay, but what if that's a natural leaving? Steve may be like, you know what? I don't even. I'm gonna play this out.
Steve wasn't talking about leaving 6 months ago. He was talking about being here for a while.
You got up a good point. That's a great point.
Steiny, the elephant in the room is what will Joe Lacob and the next GM do to keep this organization championship contenders? That's a great question because I believe that it's going to be virtually impossible to keep this thing going as well as it's been going, obviously, after Curry leaves. I don't know. Obviously, I think there's some people that have means that would look at this job and say, I'm not going to take this job at this moment. Question is, if why would Mike Dunleavy not take the job? Why
He's
would
got a
Mike
family
Dunleavy not?
He's got a family. He told us. He told us in our face, Donnie, he's got a family. I'm just throwing that out there.
He also said, he hasn't ruled coaching out. He's a kind of a lifer, Dunleavy. It feels like.
Wow.
888-957-9570 is the number. How big a deal is this, too? I want to know what Warrior fans think. Because I think there's two schools of thought. I think one school of thought is, Bob was fine. He inherited Curry. And he didn't mess it up. And, he went out and got Durant. But the next guy's going to be fine. Or do you tend to look at this, Myers just walked away. It's the first step to this thing starting to come apart. 888-957-9570 is the number. Because I do think there are some. It's not as big a deal as you guys are making it out to be, and I'm open to that. I'm open to that opinion for sure.
God, this is why I love I know we're up against it.
Yeah.
Bob did tell us, he's got the famous quote, Guru Stoney, I ain't got to make a decision until I have to. Somebody put that on the text line. So, could Joe be telling the truth that he just found out yesterday morning?
I mean, come on.
I mean, since Woj reported it,
and we've been talking about it.
And you know your contract status of your players and the guys that especially a guy you're calling your fifth son or your fifth child.
Joe's an executive. He doesn't take no for an answer, and Joe was a little bit salty because he lost, and there was nothing he could do about it, meaning lost Bob Myers. Steiny, right now the Warriors are a dumpster fire. Yikes. With an expensive item in the fire. Somewhere that item is Steph Curry.
And you got the
somebody better get
Draymond Green thing, the Kuminga.
I do think if anybody's got Steph Curry's number, any reporter, you got to talk to Steph Curry and find out what he thinks now. Does he care? How much does he care? Does Draymond care? I mean, from a practical standpoint, is this the Warriors saying it was going to be hard for Bob to get off the big three? We knew it, and we need to get off the big three. What's the story behind the story, if there is one? 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors, they've got some adversity, right? They've always overcome it before. Is this any different? 888-957-9570. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA Bus to 333-161. That's VTA Bus to 333-161 to apply.
Curry's been the best.
I have 4 kids, and I've said this before. I actually consider Bob my 5th. It's really hard to see your son, because that's what I kind of feel like this is. Leave and go off to do something else. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand it, because I don't.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So,
I love Lacob.
This reminds me a little bit of, the winter of, must have been about 1978. It was around Christmas time, and all the trees were, all the presents were under the trees, but my father and my older brother, Bob.
Yeah, my bad.
they weren't getting along. They just weren't. And Dad gave him the boot right before Christmas.
Oh, come on, Steiny.
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
I don't know. He went to Philly.
Oh, wow.
Actually, there's more
Bob
to the story.
That explains you.
More to the story than that. God. So Christmas, you want to talk about therapy.
If my mom would have been crying or mad at Pops.
Well, we couldn't open up any presents till the whole family was up.
Damn. Okay.
So, of course, my brother was still sleeping at like 8 o'clock on Christmas, which is unheard of. My dad goes, son, go get your brother. Tell him to come down. It's time. Hey, Bob, come on down. I'm not coming down. Tell Dad.
Oh,
what do you mean you're not coming down? I'm not coming down to open presents.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
You might have a series on your hand if you could put this on film.
Then it was night for Bob, and they've had acrimony ever since.
Oh, man.
I don't know. Do you think I'm reading too much into Bob? Bob and Joe Lacob.
Does Bob have kids?
My brother?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
2.
All right.
Yeah. Jocko's in the city.
Jocko.
What's up, Jocko? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
You know that saying that your greatest strength is your greatest weakness, and I kind of think that's how this is going for Bob, is that he doesn't really seem to compartmentalize things with the players and his feelings for them. And I think that, over the years, it's just wore on him a little bit. I don't think he can not everything's black and white. I think he takes things home with him probably, and I think it's probably just time for him to have a break from it, like you said. So sometimes I don't think there is something behind the scenes that's really causing things. And, as far as Lacob's comments, I just think he's a little bit socially awkward. I think he was trying to make it seem like Bob's really wanted, and it just came off in an odd way.
I'm willing to agree with you on that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know exactly. By the way, can I vehemently disagree with the 510 here on the Comcast business text line, 888-957-9570? Let's be real. It's the time of year that your industry is starving for content. You're beating a dead horse with Bob and Joe. The Warriors are still in a great position. Are they?
And you know what that texter has?
You tell me, 510, why they're still in a great position, and it's got to be more than just we have Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's denial. And both hands over their ears. Like nobody's getting off on that. This is what happened. Bob left. And we don't know what the Warriors might win it next year. But it's the decisions they face.
Stop it.
And Jordan Poole, Draymond dynamic.
I'm not going to let that go.
The new GM, Steiny, Dre.
880.
Day.
Now, if you're going to be foolish about this, I don't even want to do radio with you. This has nothing to... Did you say Draymond gets the GM?
No, I said the GM. Damn,
I thought you said Draymond will be the GM.
I appreciate that stance. What the hell gotten into him? Hey, no, that was itemizing what they got. They got a list. And I do wonder if Draymond called Rich Paul or LeBron yesterday. I'm being serious and was like, you know what? Bob left. I want to be a Laker now. I'm ready.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know why Draymond wouldn't be the GM? He'd have to take a massive pay cut.
It's true.
That's special.
You want Mike Dunleavy? How about Kirk Lacob? You want Kirk Lacob?
Give me somebody outside.
Travis Schlenk. What about Larry Harris? Larry Harris is in the Warrior front office. He's been a general manager before of the Bucks. Larry Harris. How about him?
I got Chris Mullin, my dark horse.
You want to turn back the clock, huh?
Yeah.
You want to turn back the clock to 15 years ago.
To be honest, put another rat on the table. Sponsored by Echo Pest Control. Go to EchoPestControl.com for your pest control needs. Dunleavy would be going back to the past, wouldn't it? Technically. Huh? Because you talked about, and we talked about it with Willard and Dibbs, if his ball playing days would hurt him in this role.
Well, you know what's funny is I brought that up a couple times, and what I'm talking about is Mike Dunleavy didn't have a great relationship with the fans when he played here about 20 years ago. You know what you know what I think? I think the Warriors have a ton of young fans who don't even know about the relationship that Dunleavy had with the fans, but there's a portion that do, and maybe I'm overblowing that part of it. I think that's possible, but I also think that that's something that Mike Dunleavy probably is weighing. Hey, man, these fans killed me.
But if
20
you say,
years ago,
how much are you paying me? About 10. Okay,
I don't think it's going to be 10.
8.
No, I don't think it's going to be 8.
I'm running the Warriors.
5 or 6. Yeah, but it's going to be somebody new. My understanding is Daryl Morey's like the highest paid GM.
Why is that?
12-ish. So you're not hiring a first-time GM for.
How can, and again,
by the way, Lacob quietly going to save money on this one. He makes Bob the highest paid GM in the league. That's got to be over $30 million saved.
But again, Austin in San Jose is not going to like this.
Is he pinching pennies?
Nah, I'm just saying he should. Bob should be the Steph. Him writing that check should be like he wrote it for Steph. Like, okay, yeah. I'm asking you and the masses.
All right.
This is BS. I want to say the real world. The fact that I'd like Daryl Morey, he doesn't deserve to be the highest paid GM. And you've looked over Choke City.
Who's the highest paid player in the league right now? Bet it's not the best player. It might be Westbrook.
Might be Steph.
Yeah,
why do I want to say Steph?
Yeah, see?
That's right.
No, he's not the best player in the league.
He's one of them.
Correct.
It is Stephen Curry.
Yeah. Giannis should be the highest paid player in the league.
Well, I guess
he's in his prime.
Yeah, but if we ask this question in 2 years, I think it'll be Giannis. Like Steph kicks in. It's all about timing.
It'll be Wemby.
Dude, I hope he works out.
888-957-9570.
Jokic, by the way.
Wow.
Who are we sleeping?
Jokic.
Thank you. You know what? Let's make it official.
Who said that?
You know what? You are right, but the best player in the NBA is Jokic. Thank you, Spadone. And Jokic should be the highest paid player in the NBA. It's not even close, really. I don't feel like it's close.
I like his brothers. They don't play.
Let's go to Roly-Poly.
Oh, man.
Roly-Poly wants to talk about Joe Lacob. Hey, Roly-Poly.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I appreciate it. A couple things stood out yesterday in listening to Bob and Joe Lacob talk. The one thing that stood out is you obviously saw the difference in personalities. Bob came across as a true grinder who put his heart and soul into what he did to the to the Warriors. And Joe, it was obvious that that's exactly what he expected from his general manager. He expects a grinder. And I don't think Bob meant it the way he came out, that he found out only yesterday morning, 4 hours before it was announced. He said in his own words that he had been planning for this, but officially he probably didn't find out until 4 hours before. But Joe Lacob said something I think that kind of gives us a peek of what to expect for the future, and he used the Miami Heat as an example in that he expects to have some continuity, whether that refers to players or whether that refers to Steve Kerr's status. I think that kind of gives us an idea of what he thinks, but I felt very positive about what Joe Lacob thinks and what he expects from what's going to happen in the future.
It's fair. Thanks, Roly-Poly. Appreciate it. I think you need to either
Roly-Poly or me.
You need to acknowledge that I've been basically right on the money with Joe Lacob, and that you've kind of been a little naive. That's all. Can you meet me there?
No, I'll tell you what. As much as I love Lacob, he lost a couple points.
What do you mean?
He went Helen Keller on this whole Bob Myers situation. He did not read the Bob Myers room. He acknowledged it, and he told on himself. So that bothers me because a killer would have been.
He's a killer.
We're going to see. Because Draymond gets his 3 years, or did that
Do you just, like, when we see...
You asked me a question now, I answered
When we see 5 examples,
damn.
at least, of Joe Lacob being a businessman, why don't we look at those 5 examples and say, he's pretty tough, man?
Yes, but...
Like, do you just gloss over, and when I say you, I mean everybody, we just gloss over that Jerry West here left, and it wasn't great? When Jerry West left, do we just not think much of that? Do we not think much of Joe didn't even give Steph Curry the max on his first offer? Like, stop. Can we stop thinking that Joe Lacob has sentimentality running wild?
Well, I got
He's
2 examples.
He's a businessman.
Okay, right. Man, that's Jay-Z. I'm still on last year. I'm about to shock you with this one. I'm going deep in the bag. There was no way you and we discussed it, thought Wiggins and Poole were getting their money before they had an opportunity to. And I'm just saying to you, Steiny, how would Jordan Poole's situation look now had you not been on the hook for the contract that you gave him?
I look at that as 2 different things.
And then the Andrew Wiggins we thought Joe could have let it ride to the end and been a killer. And
he's a killer to Draymond. He's a killer. He's been a killer to Clay so far. I don't think they're going to, forget Clay for a minute.
But those 2 extensions, we all were like, not that they were bad, but the timing was,
let's be honest.
Joe Lacob, like.
Let's be honest, the Wiggins contract's phenomenal.
No, it is.
Okay, so he got over on Wiggins. Because he's a killer.
Yeah.
And Jordan Poole, going rate was Tyler Hero. The going rate was Tyler Hero. They matched Hero's salary. And
now we don't know what we got. I'm still rooting for Jordan Poole, but now you don't know what they got.
But telling Mark Jackson to hit the bricks.
Okay.
And then hiring a guy without any experience in Steve
Now,
Kerr.
for the people, Brownie Blends, I hope they're not listening, Steiny, but I'm going to go here. A killer should have got player A punches player B. I don't care who you are. Your ass is getting suspended. They tucked their tail on disciplining Draymond Green. So that ain't. I'm just saying. Now you could say, "Well, Goo, is that his job?" You're the owner. You should have sent a message. And I think now you might have paid the price of watching Jordan Poole never get the opportunity to get back where he was.
Why not?
Pre-punch.
Why? Why can't Jordan Poole get back to where he was pre-punch?
He had 82 games to do it in the playoffs, and it didn't work.
Well, he didn't have a great year.
Yeah,
but
why didn't he have a great year, Steiny?
That's a good question.
And
maybe because his role fluctuated.
No problem. Hey, you know I'm a Jordan Poole fan. My question is, why didn't Dre get suspended? The owner should have sent that.
No, but Joe doesn't do that.
Give Steiny a week.
Joe doesn't do that.
Oh, hell no.
Then he ain't a killer. He's got a water gun.
You're misinterpreting killer. What I mean by killer.
No, killer. When you say killer, it covers all of it.
I'm talking about negotiations.
Okay, all right.
That's what I'm talking about. Joe Lacob told Jerry West to pound sand.
Right.
I mean, who tells Jerry West to pound sand?
But who doesn't take Bob Myers seriously?
He's a killer. Just say Joe Lacob's a killer.
I'm not.
Say he's a killer businessman.
I believe he's good. He's great.
No, he's a killer.
No.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they all are.
If he was a killer, Bob would still be here.
No, he's a killer because he kicked Bob to the curb.
He did not.
Raj and San Ramon.
What are you talking about?
Raj, what's up, Raj? A killer is not acquiescing to Bob Myers.
A killer gets it done.
Yeah, he just did.
Bob said
he didn't
night.
He didn't want Bob back.
You'll stop. Yeah, I know what you're doing, but I ain't gonna fall for it.
What's up, Raj? How you doing?
Wonderful, sir. I'm going to upset you a little bit.
Not at all.
You guys, let me have a different perspective on Bob Myers.
Okay, go ahead.
As a person, he is likable and he is lovable. When you come for a job, you get paid. You got to deliver. Point number 1, every single draft pick last 3 years, miserably failure. Point number 2, Draymond Green is out of control. He has to control him and he has to tell him, otherwise they have to let him go. No suspension, no behavioral patterns have gone out of control. Point number 3, Wiggins 2.5 months out. I understand personal reason. Point number 4,
whatever contract they gave to Jordan Poole, it was completely incorrect. You gave somebody, you overpaid somebody with a limited skill that showed up. And now we can all go back and blame. So, yeah, one punch for 365 days ago took up the whole season. Yes, probably psychologically I understand that. At the end of the day, somebody has to deliver when you get paid. Now, suddenly it becomes too much of, you're burnt out, too much of pressure because things were out of control because of fundamental, basic management at the organization was out of control. Joe Lacob, he is spending money from his pocket. He has everything to ask for. He can demand.
Yeah,
from the right GM and the right players.
And he has.
He's not the killer. But yesterday he was very clear. Okay, you gave me a short notice and you're going and leaving the company. Oh, fine. You very short notice. Okay, I'll let you go in next 30 days. Bob Myers said I'll be a supportive role for the draft. We may not even need him. Somebody will come in and take over the role. This is exactly what happens in companies, right?
Yeah.
Manager does not perform. Performance appraisal, you look at it, they will say bye-bye. Pink slip is automatic. And you can say, hey, I have done a lot of good job. Yes, you did. But you did not match up to the required goals which were set for you.
Appreciate it, Raj.
Raj with the... Yeah.
He should have known that Bob was thinking about it. Like if I said to Nahegian right now, I don't know how... This is why I get taken. I have no idea what my contract situation is. If I said, hey, I'm getting up there a little bit. Big grind. These 4-hour shows.
Yeah.
Maddie Ann. Big grind. I'm getting up there. Just FYI, I don't know how long I'm going to be around.
I love you. FYI.
Do you think that he says, yeah, right. You try to go somewhere. You know what I mean? Or would he think, I got to put that in the back of my head?
Made it up.
And I love Lacob, but a killer, a dude that's on his stuff.
You're totally misunderstanding this.
No.
It's not that you... No. Joe Lacob has no sentimentality. That's why Bob Myers, he made up his mind. Like, Joe, why wasn't the first offer for more money than anybody else made?
So that leads
because
to
that's who Joe Lacob is.
Okay. And it may have cost him Bob Myers.
Maybe.
And that may be behind closed doors okay for Joe.
Stop yesterday it's Steph Curry's organization. Steph's the GM. Joe Lacob, that's the one thing that to me hit me like because we need reminding every once in a while. It's Joe Lacob's team. And he makes decisions based on business.
Right, and he's got some of the hardest ones facing him without his right-hand man now.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. What I mean by killer is not offering Steph the max when you're negotiating with him right off the bat. Why would you do that? You know why? Because you're a hard-driven businessman. And here's the other kind of thing that I heard here.
Yeah.
So when Lacob bought the team, I guess he got it for about $450 million.
Oh my goodness!
And the story I heard was Lacob says to Chris Cohan, "All right, I'll tell you what. I'll give you $450 billion, but you can't shop it. You can't shop it." Supposedly Cohan gave Lacob his word he wouldn't shop it, and then of course picked up the phone and called Larry Ellison and said, "I'll tell you what, Larry. You give us $475, you can have the Warriors." You know what Ellison said? I give you $455. And at that point, Angela Cohan really did not want Larry Ellison to be the owner.
Yeah.
At that point, Lacob said, Cohan said, "No, I'll go to Lacob." But why wouldn't Larry Ellison just give $475? You know what? Because it was about winning and losing a negotiation.
And I understand
and he was not, even though he got the Warriors, he was not they're weird.
Well,
these dudes are weird.
Well, yeah. And yesterday was a bit weird.
Yes, it was.
When it should have been more of, and you could be like, Goo, what do you mean? What did you want to see? Champagne? More of a toast. More of a celebration. And it was more of an owner talking and leaving the public. It's bigger than Bob Myers now. Leaving the fans, not in disarray, but I know we got Monty coming up in one, Steiny, but I mean, it's just I got more questions now. I won't dare say less confidence in Joe.
Ask.
I got a question about sentimental
just
stuff.
Ask me. I know.
Did Jordan Poole get that contract because he got punched?
I don't know.
But if somebody said that to you, would you be
egregious.
like, Guru, no, it's not egregious. Maybe it came too soon.
Maybe. But then maybe he plays this year and he's even worse.
Or he's traded.
Maybe. For who? Yeah.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but I think, didn't Bob Myers say that he had a drink?
Yeah,
he had some champagne?
Yeah, he did.
Which is usually a celebratory drink, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
and
but
then he was going out to happy hour with his wife.
Yeah, but I thought the champagne was with the lady. He mentioned her name.
Right.
He didn't say
Nanea.
Yeah,
his assistant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't hear him say it was with Joe.
Of course not. No, I don't know if it was or not.
Evan, but no. Yeah.
Hypotheticals.
Run DMC
Actually,
had
a
hit song.
They're very real.
A hit song one day. Now it's called Hard Times.
Oh.
And it's not on the court yet, but the Warriors are facing those right now. If this were an episode of Star Trek, OO is the title. Because what lies ahead is something you haven't seen and had to deal with prior.
I don't know.
What you going to do with Clay?
I'm not offer him the max. You know why? Because he's a killer. You don't give a lifetime contract.
Now, Clay shouldn't
lifetime
get
contract
Clay, I
for
love
Clay
you,
Thompson.
but Clay shouldn't get a
tell
max.
him to hit the bricks.
Yeah, Norm and I were talking about that. I hope Clay comes back.
Go
say,
down
hey, look,
and shoot 3 for 19 in L.A. Jody says there's an elephant in the room. Babar.
We do rats. Yeah. Hey.
Oh. How are you guys?
Right.
Sonny, I had a beer with you one time with Dibbs and Rusanowski at Pacific Coast Brewing.
What?
Way back in the day.
What a trifecta. Score.
Dan Rusanowski?
Yeah, score.
Oh, yeah. But here's the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is the punch. The reason that Bob Myers, in my opinion, is probably no longer there is that Bob wanted to do something different than Joe Lacob wanted to do. And Bob's, his hands got tied. And he wanted to do something different with Draymond at that moment. And that moment didn't happen. You guys can talk about it. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, kind of do.
But we'll never really know, though, Stoney.
Might have been part of it. There's a lot. I mean,
go ahead. I know where I'm.
Maybe it is. Maybe it does have something to do with either Bob was leaning toward staying loyal to the big three, or he was ready to come off them, and the other people said, no, we can't do it that way. And
there's a street term that you didn't have my back. Do you think there's anything in to where if Bob wanted to do it or Joe wanted to do something, they felt like, you know what, you didn't have my back on this. I wanted to suspend Draymond for 2 weeks.
I don't know.
Just
Not sure. 8-8, I see some, we got some calls on the other side. Paul, we got 2 Pauls coming up. Not Rue Paul, not Chris Paul. Paul in Cupertino and Paul in Oakland. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Joe Lacob. Oh, he's a killer. Let's see. 12. This segment's brought to you by SC Johnson. Mm-hmm.
What the F do you got to lose?
Mom? Dad?
You don't know Matt Steinmetz. You don't know me.
I need a guru in my life.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I guess that's what makes me different than Joe Lacob. I just heard Bob Myers' voice there, and I got a little verklempt.
Oh, what a word.
I got a little bit sentimental. And it's a side that Joe Lacob doesn't have because he's a killer.
Well, I'm going to leave that to you, Steiny. I got a bit melancholy.
Is business. Man, these guys are tough.
But this wasn't his decision.
Whose?
Joe's. And he just told us he was blindsided.
Maybe Bob was really offended by that first offer.
Does Bob strike you as that type to hold grudges?
Well, let me tell you let me tell you something about Bob.
I don't see it, Bob.
No, I do see it with Bob.
It's a bad time,
He's
Bob.
the nicest guy in the world, but how is he one of the best agents? He's clearly got a side to him that's pretty tough.
Yep.
So, don't mistake Bob Myers' kindness for weakness.
Yep.
Paul's in Cupertino.
He gone.
Stop that. Hey, Paul.
Yeah, I didn't like that, Evan.
Hey, Paul. No, you're missing your flight.
No, he's at a cafeteria.
Okay, well, that's enough. Paul. Oh, you're there, Paul?
Paul.
Call back, Paul. Call back. Oh, we do have another Paul. This one's in Oakland. What's up, Paul? In Oakland. How are you?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How's it going?
Oh, dynamite.
Everything good? Okay. Two things. I'll be real quick. As a longtime coach, albeit not hoops, but still a high school sports coach, there are two things that I think are really cogent here. Number one is you got to play to your strengths. And if the Warriors shoot anywhere close to their career averages in the Lakers series, they're playing Denver in the conference finals and maybe playing the Heat in the championship. That's number one. And number two, in close games, which they lost 2 of in that series against the Lakers, I mean, you got to execute in crunch time. And all year long, they had a propensity to screw it up execution-wise in crunch time. I think you got to address those two things, and that might give you the answers. And then I called you guys the other day, and I think a piece that they should add that addresses the execution element and playing to your strengths, which is shooting, which helps shooting, is signing Steven Adams. Get him out of Memphis. They're going to implode. They're going to tear that thing down. They're going to cleanse that toxic environment there. And Adams is a piece to add with Looney, and now you're talking.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, and I ain't mad at Paul, but how you going to make that happen? But Steiny, I could give you 9 guys I want on the Warriors. It's about what's on the credit card and what you got to move, and rob Peter to pay Paul type stuff.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that the players didn't shoot their normal percentage is because they're older. That's what happens. When you get older, your percentages usually come down. You stop averaging as many points as you used to. You don't shoot it quite as well. So the question is, do you expect the Warriors to come back, be successful, and then in the postseason next year, all your guys be better than they were this past year, even though you're a year older? This is Joe Lacob, and let's hear what kind of a guy he is to work for. By the way, Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, coming up at 1 o'clock. Monty Poole. But real quick, take a listen to Joe Lacob on how hands-on is he?
I think there are a lot of misconceptions. I'm involved as an owner, and Peter's involved, but I think you should be involved if you want to be successful. I think this idea that somehow you should stay out of the way is ridiculous. No good business runs that way. Whoever's in charge is involved, and they know what's going on. Now, you hire great people like this guy, and you let them make the calls, and you don't get in their way. You let them do their job. So that's a basic tenet of what we do. But as long as I'm involved in ownership, I'm going to be involved in the organization. Sometimes there are ultimate calls that have to be made, and the buck stops here, as they say, so you have to do that. But I haven't really had to do that very much because I've had great people like Bob Myers and Brandon Schneider and Rick Welts before that and Steve Kerr, and these guys know what they're doing, and they're great. They've been great at their jobs.
All right. There's something incongruous I'm hearing. something incongruous I'm hearing from yesterday. One is Joe Lacob saying, I'm involved. I should be. I should be involved. The idea that the owner of an organization isn't involved is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Of course you got to be involved. But you try to stay out of people's way, and you let them make the calls. You don't get in their way. So, okay. Well, then why was he calling Bob 20 times a day? Is there something that doesn't add up there? Maybe Joe is high maintenance and he doesn't think he's high maintenance.
And we talked about that a couple hours ago. I think that's it. And what's the byproduct of that high maintenance? What's the mental warfare on Bob having to deal with that? If it is 20 calls, 10 calls a day, I don't know.
I get 3 from our boss, and I'm like, oh.
Well, it's a monthly, though. You don't get a lot.
Number 3.
Scott's in Marin. Hey, Scott, how you doing?
Good, man. I hear a lot of good takes from a lot of different people. I think it's a combination of things. But I think what's clear for me, what I got out of that yesterday is that Bob's burnt out, period.
Mm-hmm.
It's not unusual. I think 10 years is pretty much when he's been around 12 years, probably longer than probably pretty much everybody in the league. So I think, and his personality kind of lends itself to, I think, the burnout factor. He's up at 3 o'clock in the morning, da-da-da-da. I mean, I know what it's like to build a business and you're involved and it's a grind. And, but it's hard to work for guys like that, I mean, look, Bill Walsh walked away after 10 years. I mean, he could have hung around and probably won another couple of Super Bowls. Well, they did win the Super Bowl the next year after he left, but he had set the groundwork for everything. So I think it's in this high pressure cooker and the personality of Bob, I think it's totally plausible. And I think on the other side with Kerr, I think I see the opposite. I see him as somebody who can hang around for 25 years if he wants to.
Interesting.
So, and I think that's the
Oh, no, we lost him.
Mm-hmm. But look how you got looked up in heaven like if he messed up.
I did.
I didn't like that. Oh.
My bad.
Let's say, Eric, shake it off, buddy. Get him next time.
Well, how does the guy feel?
All right, you can call back. Yeah, I was getting this point.
Let me ask you a question, Gil.
Yeah. If it's money, I ain't got it.
Joe Lacob texts you. Goes, hey, Gil, I'd like you to come in and interview for our president of basketball operations job.
I know what suit and tie I'm wearing.
You sit down, and Joe says, do you have any questions for me? You have any questions for me? Or you got any, you want to know anything about the organization? What would you ask him? What would you ask Joe Lacob?
Why did you call me? That's how I really get it started. DG loved that. Stoney, I'm telling you, man, that boardroom, don't sleep on your boy. But now, seriously, why did you call me, Joe?
Oh, well, it's a comprehensive search. We're interviewing Steinmetz, too.
But,
nice job, Gil.
Yeah. No questions?
I do
you
have
seem very
one.
inquisitive.
No, I was thinking, I'd be like, why are you in need of a new general manager?
Well, we had a gutless one before this. The minute things got tough,
that's not fair. The dude's was here 11 years.
Are you going to do that? I need a guy I can count on. Can I count on you?
Yeah,
Guru?
you can, Joe.
So times get tough. You going to be by my side?
Yeah, but the question is, can I get Joe? To be honest, and I appreciate the interview. Can I count on you? Because the word around the street is you're hard to work for, and that's why you're looking for a new GM. Well, you got that through your venture capitalist and it wasn't all. Yeah, come on, Joe.
Yeah, I think we're going to go in a different direction.
I didn't like my role.
Yeah, I put you in a tough spot.
Yeah.
I put you in a tough spot. I just think we are
power chair.
I just think we're at. I think the Warriors are at a crossroads, and it's fraught with risk, and I think it got harder. I think it just got harder without Bob Myers.
No doubt. And the ramifications of player personnel that are currently on your team. I do wonder about Dre. I think Jordan Poole could care less. He's got bigger fish to fry. I think Jordan Poole's looking at this like, am I going to play with that guy? Talking about number 23. And then also Jonathan Kuminga, Steiny. I know he has no, well, I do the way you blow. It's just Johnny Depp. The blow.
Jonathan Kuminga. Why is his name even coming?
Because if you're going to do anything, you need his ass. Look at the Spurs. Can he be Gabe Vincent? Can he be Caleb Martin? And I'm just talking about contributions. Well, that's a problem.
What do you mean?
Do they got what Miami has? The Warriors.
Nobody has what Miami has.
Miami don't have what the Warriors have. 4 titles.
Nobody has Eric Spoelstra. Nobody has their. Hey,
you taking Spoelstra over Kerr?
Yes,
come on,
absolutely. Spoelstra's done it for longer. Yeah,
Kerr's got 4.
That's great. And what does Spoelstra have? 3. So
2. He's got 2.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm shocked.
Why?
No,
Why
that's
are you shocked?
Evan, jump. This is recency. I know you love Spoelstra.
Spoelstra's the best coach in the NBA. I've said it forever.
Over Kerr?
Yes. He's done it longer.
Well, I'll say this now when I say it like that.
He's done it with less talent.
Kerr's inability or not connecting with the youngsters is not a positive, especially after this year.
Yeah, Spoelstra.
But the 4 chips, damn, Stoney.
Blind, crippled, or crazy.
That's Big Daddy Kane.
Spoelstra will get along with you.
Yeah, well, wow.
Well, Spoelstra also, I mean, the amount of guys that he's quote-unquote developed.
Yeah.
All those players are not 20-year-olds.
Oh, so what, are you going to hold it against them?
No, I'm saying it's pretty comparable.
You better be careful.
Like you saying that Spoelstra is head and shoulders above Steve Kerr.
Did I say head and shoulders?
Well, the way you're making it sound, it's like
did I say
there's a 1 and there's a chasm
between
between 1 and 2.
Did I say it?
Mm-hmm.
I got to go back to that.
Yeah, hey, Evan, and the non-drafted players that they're developing. I know Spoelstra's like, give me the number 7th pick. Give me the number 11th pick. Oh, my gosh, how'd I forget? Give me the number 2 pick. Oh, my God, man. The
Coach
more I think about
is
that.
The best active coach. Not anymore. He's lost
How
his
would we
fastball.
know? It's cobwebs on him.
707 says, I'm on the way to a job interview now, and I love this hypothetical interview situation. I'd love some pointers.
Don't be guru in that hypothetical.
AKA questions I should ask them at the end of the interview when they give me the opportunity. Okay, we can help you out. What job tip would you give to somebody interviewing for a job?
Sit straight up, eye contact,
right,
and talk about have questions, which I didn't have for you. That's the big one. Let them know you did some research about the company. Ask some questions. And, toot your own horn as much as you can.
You know what I never liked? I like this. Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
But it's like a marriage. All the conversations you hate, but you got to have.
I remember when I was 23.
Right by your side.
You know what? From now on, let me tell you, let me give a hint. Here's my advice to any young person interviewing for a job. If the interviewer says, where do you see yourself in 5 years, walk out of the interview. You don't want to work for somebody like that.
No, stop, Stoney.
Where you see yourself in 5 years.
Have you ever dated when you were young and the spouse's parent, you met the mom and dad? That's what they would ask.
Okay, I see myself in your seat in 5 years, Chief.
Wow, dude.
I dare you to hire me.
Hey, you little punk, you're out of here.
Exactly.
Hey, 510. Guru, how many suits do you have? Stoney, my mother-in-law, the great Mary Brown, every Christmas would gift me a new suit. I had 9. Ask me how many I can fit.
How many can you fit into?
3. Okay. Yeah. Soda starts Friday.
All right. Austin is in San Jose. Hey, Austin, how you doing, man?
Oh, this is our guy. Talk to us, baby.
Fellas.
Yeah.
Listen to all this dialogue. Listen, let me interject. Years in corporate America, I got a perspective maybe a little bit different.
Mike Brown?
Listen, this happens every day in corporate America with executives leaving and being replaced, and even talented guys are replaced every day. So people shouldn't be overreacting to Bob Myers and his record and all that. Listen, he did a great job for the time being, or the time he spent with the Warriors, but to go forward, you might need a new set of eyes, someone who leads the organization differently than Bob Myers. So I would say that this is very normal. Joe Lacob runs the corporation to begin with, so he's not fooling around. I think you saw yesterday in the press conference that there's no bedside manner with Joe. He's all about business. So I think we kind of get an eye. I think yesterday we got a glimpse into how things really work in the NBA, and not this Pollyannish viewpoint we have about everybody gets along, everybody loves each other. that's not the real world, man.
Thank
the real
you.
world is cold-blooded, like
Austin.
Donnie's saying. So that's where I'm coming from.
Austin, let me give you this. Don't hang up because you know I love you. Listen, man, I've been in corporate America. I know what you are talking about. I haven't been up there with Joe Lacob and Bob Myers status, and I'm seeing you on YouTube, but you have to admit this. I can say this to you, Austin. I was a bit disappointed in Joe Lacob and his inability to connect to the fan base and read the room with things that came out of his mouth. How can you dare tell the American public that you didn't think this was serious and you just found out today? The Joe Lacob, I thought, hold on real quick, Austin, the Joe Lacob I thought we knew was on top of that. So that was a fail in itself yesterday. You can't tell me I'm wrong.
Well, let me say this, Goo. If you bought that, then I got some swampland in San Jose.
Oh, wow. Okay, wow.
Obviously, Joe knew way ahead of time what was coming. Listen, they're playing the public, bro. They know what's going on, and there's no way he found out yesterday.
Okay. Hey, Austin. Austin, isn't it cute how cute Guru is when he's a little buckaroo and he doesn't know how business works?
Oh, please. Austin got me with that one.
Years on Goo. Hey, Goo, I got some years on you, man.
I love you, baby.
Brother.
Yeah.
Thanks, Austin. You're the man.
Now, I'm going to say something to you and Evan and Austin. I woke up this morning, Mad Dog and JJ Redick going at it about if Bob Myers was overrated in everything that the Warriors have done, being that Bob Myers has not drafted Klay Thompson. He did not draft Steph Curry. I wanted to go through that TV and say only a fool would think Bob Myers is not valuable with what he's done off the court with these running hot, rich personalities, these millionaires. That's Bob's sweet point. His ability to connect with the Draymond Greens, his ability to finesse Durant v. Green 1. Now you got Poole v. Green 2. Like, that could have took down organizations. So give Bob Myers his flowers in that. Ain't about the draft. Oh, who did they draft? No, Bob Myers is a don, just like Pat Riley, for being able to keep this thing. And what's my guy?
I don't know.
Big David West. They didn't know what we went through. Bob does. And the public do not know because his game. Give that man his flowers, man. That's all I'm saying.
To me, it kind of doesn't matter if Bob's overrated or underrated. Like, people say that about Phil Jackson all the time.
And I hate it. Go ahead.
I mean, look,
I do hate that.
Did Bob?
That was a
Bob
hard
had Steph Curry. And you know what? Is it like you said something like, that Durant and Draymond may have been enough to make another organization crumble. Not with Steph Curry on it. Not with Steph. Steiny, aren't the Lacob?
But I feel like you take away from Bob real quick when you say that.
I don't take away from Bob. He won 4 titles. End of story.
But I understand the Steph impact, but it can also be on top of having Bob there too. When you say that's how they got past that or navigated through that.
I'm just saying you got to give Steph Curry credit.
Oh, no doubt, and I do.
Steiny, aren't the Lacob kids one of the reasons Travis Schlenk left the Warriors?
I've never heard that.
Yeah, that's not my understanding. Guy got a GM job. He was an assistant GM, and they hired, and he had an opportunity to become a real GM. That's
someone calling me a legend.
Nobody's calling you a legend.
Dante Wiley on YouTube. I'll take it. Legend like Acura. You don't get it.
I just don't think you get business. This isn't.
Right.
Now, some days you say, "Do your corporate game."
No, it is.
It's second to none.
No,
people don't understand. You're bigger than sports sometimes. Now you say, "I don't get business." What part? What am I saying that's leading you down that road? Because we were. You didn't hear me.
Monty Poole, 10 minutes.
No, there we go.
NBC Sports Bay Area.
But I do know Joe's a killer.
Thank you.
But yesterday wasn't his best. Whatever umbrella you want to put that or column you want to put yesterday, I thought he did some stuff to Bob Myers to where people could be like, "Oh, that's why he's leaving." And then Joe could be listening like, "Goo, what are you talking about? Call me, I'll tell you." But I'll tell you now if you're listening. The whole
What did I do, Goo?
I thought he was joking. You're telling me I'm a joke to you. You don't take me and my employment seriously. When big wigs say that, you're just a guppy. And even if you thought I'm just a guppy, make me feel like Orca. The whale. Don't say you thought I was joking. That means you're getting facials or going shopping, and you're like, oh, Bob, that's cute. Bob ain't walking away from this.
Maybe it was
that's
like,
what that signals to me.
Yeah, maybe it was just like Joe was focused. Just like Apollo Creed was focused on business when on the television set,
where you going?
Rocky started punching the side of beef, and his trainer said, "Hey, Apollo, looks like this guy means business." I mean business too, baby. Hey, Joe, maybe you don't know how much Bob means big business.
Yeah, dude, that's one of my favorite scenes, though.
Steiny, we know Lacob was your boy, but Lacob was embarrassing. Oh, please.
No, it wasn't embarrassing. Of course not. Yeah, it was
both my boys. You don't know who I like better.
Surprised you didn't catch that, Steiny.
What?
An orca's a dolphin, not a whale.
Oh. I mean,
Orca was a dolphin?
I can't stay on top of this guy 24/7.
Please, you don't need to.
Let's go to Fat Bob.
Oh, hold on, Evan.
Fat Bob's in San Leandro. Fatty! What's up?
Orca the whale.
Hey.
What's going on, man?
Hey, what's on the menu, boys?
Orca the killer whale is on the menu. I'm looking at it. I got it right. But go ahead. We'll get back to Evan.
All right, Steiny. I want you to give us the most motivational speech you can come up with.
Oh.
If you were the owner of the Warriors,
okay,
why should we come work for you? Give it to us. Make me want to lose some weight.
Okay. Yeah,
I feel you under pressure a little bit.
Have a seat. Yeah, I can't do this.
You said he was going to talk about Myers. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all right.
Orca the killer whale. Dolphins and whales are closely related. Walk off.
What about this name? And I'm hearing, I'll credit Pau Rondez. What about Sean Livingston?
That's a dark
Sean
horse.
Livingston.
I think they would eat him up, Steiny. They would love that. The fan base. And hey?
What if we find out that...
Dude, where'd you get... Oh, you just said where you got it from. I like that.
Pau Rondez.
He might surpass Mully for me. Because he's working right now with, in some... I don't know what his role is right now with the team.
What Sean Livingston's role is with the team.
I guess I can Google it like I did Orca the whale.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got Monty Poole coming up on the other side, NBC Sports Bay Area. What are you guys laughing at?
There's only one of us back here, but nothing.
That was Lucas.
The dolphin family.
Oh. Dolphins are very intelligent.
And dolphins and whales are related.
Okay.
But,
yeah.
Orca the whale.
That's what you say to try to save face.
It's Orca the whale, Steiny.
I didn't hear.
I'm looking at Orca the whale.
I'm sorry. I'm
WHALE.
I'm focused on a read. It's 12:56. That means we got Monty Poole on the other side, NBC Sports Bay Area. Love to get his take, which we will, on what he saw yesterday. Fascinating day at Chase Center, and it's all brought to you by S.C. Johnson.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure
I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand it because I don't. It's not in me to do that. I'm so competitive, and I know he is too. It's a really hard thing for me to understand why, but it's really not for me to understand why. I just want him to be happy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. And that was the voice of Joe Lacob, owner of the Golden State Warriors from yesterday. And let's welcome in Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. He covers the Golden State Warriors. Monty, thank you as always for joining us. And this is kind of an easy one because, it's what we'll ask of everybody. What were some of your takeaways from yesterday?
Well, let's begin with the fact that it wasn't a surprise. When Bob entered his walk year a year ago, you kind of figured, okay, what's going to happen here? And we all know that there were lots of guys lobbying for him to stick around. Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson. They all treasure Bob and understand his value to the franchise, which goes beyond building a roster. But Bob never really wavered. You could see he was thinking about it, and every now and then I'd ask him about it, and he would just kind of brush it off. And the last time I asked him about it was in Sacramento during that playoff series, and I said, Bob, you really can't quit on these guys, right? And he laughed really loud. So, but I understand why, and I think they all understand why too. When you work directly under a guy like Joe Lacob, this guy's ambition runs around the clock, every day, every week, every year. And so, and Joe joked sort of when he said that he calls Bob 5 to 20 times a day. I think that's no exaggeration. And so think about that. Someone who calls you that often, every day, all year. And then Bob joked about waking up at 3 a.m, and sometimes those wake-ups were not because his alarm was going off. So at some point, if you're Bob, you played ball at UCLA, you went straight from there to law school, you worked for a firm and represented NBA players, you left there and came straight to the Warriors. It's like he's been pedaling uphill, upward mobility his entire life, and he's never had a chance to take a breath. And I've always said, as the months wound down, that if Bob leaves, it won't be because of money. And I believe that. I believe that money is not why he's leaving. I think he really wants to just take a step back and sort of assess where he is in life without the daily grind of basketball, being a basketball GM. And it is a grind.
Yeah, Monty, I'm with you. I was telling Steiny, because all I do at this job is just share my thoughts, and I'm not sitting here telling you I know everything because I have no sources, but I thought this was about maybe Joe Lacob passing this job down to his son, and maybe Bob saw the handwriting on the wall. But Monty, I was totally wrong. With that said, you got Draymond Green, his decision. You got Klay coming up with a new contract. You got do you trade Kuminga, Jordan, Poole? Monty, there are a lot of questions. Can Poole and Dre coexist? What word would you use to describe for the new GM taking over for the Warriors what he's facing? Well, there's that laugh, boy.
Well, it's not a catastrophe because, as long as you have Wardell, Steph, and Curry, there is hope. But it is an extreme challenge because, people look at the quote-unquote two-timeline situation of last season, and it wasn't like Bob Myers walked into Joe and said, Joe, it's time. We need to go with the young guys and with, around the core. That's not really what happened. It was more like the other way around. Joe looked at the payroll and said, whoa, let's try and make some usage of these young guys that we revamped our player development staff. What are they doing if you can't get these young guys ready? Let's see how that works. And then we saw the results of it, and it didn't work so well. And we don't know if it would have worked better or not, but we all know that there was a cloud over the season from the moment Draymond landed on Jordan. Draymond hit Jordan. And it never really went away. They existed okay on the court, but the chemistry wasn't the same. And Draymond admitted it, that situation definitely fractured his ability to lead. And, he couldn't lead in his normal way. And everybody felt that. Everybody sensed that. And think about this, too. If you're a young guy, and the Warriors have plenty of young guys on that roster, and you see that, and you're told that Draymond is your leader, and you see that, what's going through your mind? So the general manager who comes in, whether it's Mike Dunleavy or someone else, has a lot to deal with in terms of just not in terms of rebuilding the roster, reshaping the roster, but in terms of what he has on his plate already. Jordan's contract kicks in next season, and so does Andrew Wiggins has a contract that will kick in soon. So you've got that to deal with. Steph is the only one under contract beyond next season of other Steph, Draymond, and Clay. So he has to decide, whoever it is, and it won't be a one-person decision. It never is. Bob Myers wasn't in there making all the decisions. It really is a group, and they try to reach a consensus. They don't always, and the last vote goes to the CEO. But if you're the general manager who takes this job, you got to know that it is a time of transition. The Warriors on-court product has been a product mostly of 5 people the past 8 or 9 years. Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. And Myers is the first one to leave. And you don't know how much that pillar of going away will affect the other 4. But I got to think it's going to affect them to some degree because they all really admire Bob. They cherish Bob, and they understand his value beyond, like I said, beyond what a normal GM does. His way with dealing with problems, his way of mediating things with everybody in the organization, top to bottom. And I don't know if they have anybody in the building who can do that with the same sort of skill that Bob does. And so it's going to be a challenge. Mike Dunleavy may know basketball. Bob said yesterday that Mike knows basketball better than he does. He might be right, but I don't think Mike Dunleavy knows people as well as Bob does. And as a general manager in that franchise, when you look at the way they operate, getting, I don't want to say close to people, but understanding people is an important part of your job. I guess you would say your job skill that's needed for that job. So it's going to be tough for the new guy, whoever it is.
Monty Poole joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. Boy, I have 2 places I want to go. One is I'll just go with Steve Kerr. He's got only 1 more year left. Do you think he's going to sign an extension this summer?
I would be a little bit surprised if he does. I honestly I'm not sure. Whenever I talked to Steve this season about Bob's situation, he always made it clear that he really wanted Bob to stick around and dreaded the possibility of not having him around. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to quit, that he's going to take his 1 year and bounce. But if he decides to go long-term, obviously that means that something has changed and he feels better about the way things are because he and Bob are so close and they've done so many things together. They've really been the 2 guys who kind of put this thing together in terms of the way, not just the roster, but the way the game is played. And so, and Bob has been Steve's sounding board for many, many reasons, many times. And in some cases, Bob is the mediator between Steve and Joe. So that part of the job is something that I got to try to get a feel on how Steve feels about where things are without Bob. And I think that would be the determining factor. But I would be at this point, based on what I've felt so far in the past 6-7 months, I'd be a little surprised if he signs an extension this summer. And I wouldn't be surprised if he says, you know what, let's just go into the season and see how it goes. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Monty, I'm still dealing with the loss to the Lakers, but also the metamorphosis going the wrong way for Jordan Poole as opposed to last year to this year. With that said, what's your gut tell you? Do you think he'll be in a Warrior uniform next year, or could he be traded?
Oh, he could be traded. He could be traded. The question is, what are you going to get for him? And it's hard to gauge Jordan. I think if you're another team and you like Jordan's game, you can say, you know what, this year was kind of an aberration. Y'all know what happened preseason. And this year he just struggled mentally and emotionally maybe. And maybe, we'll get the Jordan we saw the previous year when they won a championship. That Jordan was pretty good. And I think there are teams out there who will look at it that way and be open to a deal. The question is, what are the Warriors going to get back? Because the reason why they like Jordan and paid him, well, there are a couple of reasons why they paid him, but the reason why they like him is because they see him as that kind of dynamic combo guard. He's not Steph, but they understand that he's a guy who can both score and create. His defense obviously is not very good, but neither was Steph when he came in the league. So I think they would definitely entertain a trade for Jordan just because there is some uncertainty now about where he's headed after this past season.
Monty Poole joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. Monty, you and I have been around for a little while, and when Mike Dunleavy was a player here, I think there was more acrimony between Dunleavy and the fan base than almost any other player I've seen come through here. Does that matter at all if he takes over for Bob Myers?
That's an interesting. I think you're right. I think you're right, but that's an interesting observation because because he's been in sort of a shadow GM for a couple of years now, 3 years. He's low profile,
right?
He doesn't do much. He doesn't do many interviews. He hasn't been out there. But part of that is who he is. Mike Dunleavy has never been a guy who is always open and accessible to all parties. He's a little bit more cloistered than Bob is, and so I think if you're a Warriors fan, you hope that Bob is rubbed off on Mike, and trust that will be enough. If Mike gets the job, that will be enough to keep the Warriors rolling. After all, we heard Joe Lacob say yesterday that we're going to win. We're going to do what it takes to win. We're not going to stop. We're a machine, baby. We're a machine. Right. So, but if you look at what Mike has done so far, he's already been doing some GM stuff, and I think that if the team does okay, that fans will be willing to let bygones be bygones. Right. Because let's admit it, some of these fans don't know Mike who played for the Warriors.
No doubt,
younger generation, and they don't know that Mike. And so we all know that when he left, it was not a comfortable parting. He was getting booed at home games.
Yeah.
But again, I think a lot of fans who've come onto the scene in the past 10 years, they don't know that. They weren't around for that. They didn't experience that, so they don't know any better.
Monty, let me share something with you. Stoney and I have been rocking together for 6 years, man, and for 6 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah, we've been.
You guys do it.
Man, I'll tell you about it over a couple beers, Monty. And he's always been telling me about this Coach Spo, Pat Riley, and the Heat culture. And he's been right, but it's never been more apparent to me now when I'm watching Strus, Vincent, and Caleb Martin. And Monty, I know every team is different, but I keep thinking about Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman. And I know the Warriors have had success, but that's okay for a Warrior fan to be like, you know what? Why didn't our youngsters get it when I'm watching the other lesser youngsters contribute on a bigger stage?
I'll give you a couple reasons. You go back and look at the college careers of those guys. These aren't guys who came into the league at 19.
Yep.
Caleb Martin played he played 4 years. These guys all stuck around at colleges for 3 and 4 years. Tyler Hero, I think, was only a 2-year guy maybe, but most of these guys stuck around for 3 or 4 years, and so they came into the NBA at 21, 22, 23 years old. And so now they're 24, 25, 26 years old. And it's so different. The attitude is so different when you draft a guy, when you bring a guy in who's undrafted, who just wants to make it in the league. He comes with a different attitude than a guy who's a lottery pick. It's a different vibe.
No doubt.
And so you look at to me, that was one of the biggest differences between last year's team and this year's team is that the guys on the bench last year, most of those guys were either trying to prove they belonged in the league, still belonged in the league, like Otto Porter Jr., Bill Itza, Damian Lee, or trying to prove they could stay in the league, like Juan Toscano Anderson and Damian Lee and Gary Payton II. In other words, those guys were all dogs. They went every single day was an observation to them, a chance for them to prove they belonged in the NBA, or like I said, in the case of Otto, still belonged in the NBA after a bunch of empty seasons.
Yeah.
When you come into the league as a teenage lottery pick, it's not the same sort of approach. It's a different mentality, man.
No doubt. I mean, the Warriors
culture, and you look at that mentality, and you got what you're seeing right now with that team.
I mean, the Warriors, Max Strus and Caleb Martin are Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb, essentially. You know what I mean?
In some way.
Yeah. Hey, Monty, great stuff.
Thank you, man.
Should be a wild off season. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, and hopefully we'll talk to you soon.
All right, fellas, take care.
Yes, sir. That's Monty Poole.
Yeah. And that's what you
The great Monty.
Yeah, he pointed that out, but that's what you take another victory lap
now?
about college and the season.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
It's amazing the way
I'm giving you love.
Right, but it's only because somebody else said something.
No, it's because I'm watching it happen, manifest right before our eyes.
But it's been manifested.
Not to this degree. Man, Steiny. What about that laugh? A lot of people on YouTube saying the money laugh. He sucked confidence out of him. But, dude, this is a big task. What up, E?
Kyle's in the city. What's up, Kyle? How you doing?
I love it.
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Goo. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Good, man. Good. Hey, Goo, still waiting for your email about going hunting, but, I'm not going to push it too hard.
It's coming, baby. It's coming. Now, why would Steiny shake his head?
Man, I'm a little I was in a meeting earlier, so I'm a little late. I started the Odyssey app, started your guys' episode over, and I just got done with the Lacob interview, and we were kind of baffled about how some of the questions and statements he had about Bob Myers and being surprised he was leaving. And I just, to be honest, and I think it's weird for people like us, kind of normal Joes, and Bob Myers kind of seems like a normal Joe. Obviously, it's successful, but he's very down to earth. Like, I think Joe Lacob and those kind of people are just such money, not hungry, I would say, but their mentality is nothing like ours. We have no idea. So I really don't think he does understand Bob leaving, because the way his life has went, he doesn't see why you would do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not the best on air, kind of hard to explain, but I just think that people like us, it's hard to fathom. So thank you guys.
Yeah, I
love
agree.
the show, man.
Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate the call. I agree. I mean, do we stereotype when we say billionaires are different? But they are, right?
Well, you can stereotype all you want. If I got all that shit, you can say
Only a
what you
couple
want.
of them.
What's that?
Well, there's only a few of them.
No. There's hundreds.
Well, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not very many. Like,
I'm being too literal again. Is that what I'm doing?
Lacob, you know him, so that's one.
I don't know him.
Other billionaires, do you know any? I don't.
Billionaires.
Shocker. Yeah, does Steiny know? Hey, what's
That's
up,
a great
Bob? What's about
question.
the dude that flies you out and pays for everything? Your boy.
Hey.
Oh,
No, he's just a millionaire.
not at the B. All right.
Yeah, he flies me out, coach.
Yeah, okay.
He doesn't fly me
Hey.
out on a private plane.
It's free, Jack.
No, the one thing I was thinking is, so if you're watching that press conference yesterday, does Joe Lacob instill like less confidence in you because he said, I just don't get why Bob would leave, or more confidence because when it was all said and done, Joe said, we're going to win. We will win.
Yeah.
What?
That was those. I know he means that.
Well,
But with these new constraints,
He said it before.
yeah, but you
and he
can't go
deliver.
Yeah, unless you're going to go cheat.
Don't rob him of that, Goo.
I had an episode at the Domino tournament. It could have been called cheating. I'll tell you before we get out of here. I might save it for tomorrow. The game got locked, and
What are
somehow
you
I had
talking about?
the Domino
Nobody
tournament.
knows.
It's four
Set it
people
up.
at a table. Four
I'm a
people at a
cheater.
table.
Okay.
And the top two advance.
Okay.
And I've been drinking. We're having good live music.
Okay.
Tyshawn Jackson. Our game got locked, so it went to the score. Score.
Okay.
Somehow in my left hand there was a domino. I didn't count the points that I had.
Night.
No.
It
You made a
wasn't
mistake.
cheating.
No, but you made a mistake.
But I won in advance, and then I confessed
You
later.
shouldn't
It's not even got ugly.
Oh, you didn't.
Yeah, it's not even with Why do I tell you
geez,
this
Goo.
stuff?
Are you
Dude, the
serious?
party, people were, some I didn't know. I was just like, I was Nixon. All I could do was.
Oh, Daryl.
But no, the bone was in my hand, but I was feeling good talking. I was like, damn, I had 7 points. And I was dancing with
what? That's why.
Why do I tell on my?
That's
people
why
call me an idiot for telling the truth.
I say he's an idiot.
Bochy.
That's why a lot of.
Shout out Frank Knight. Yeah.
This is where a lot of us golfers, we don't want you to pick up golf because
Well,
golf's
you
a
can't-
game of integrity.
Well, how
And-
so?
Because you can cheat if you want to. It's not hard to cheat in golf.
Tell me more.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm playing.
You'll figure it out. You'll figure that out before
Why
you
do
figure
I
out
tell
your
you
wedge.
stuff? Yeah. Now you're pissed off until 2.
I can't believe
No, see, it was a serious mistake. Yeah.
What was?
Me not knowing I had the bone in the left hand because I was feeling good.
You ain't trying.
That's the worst thing that happened to me. Yeah.
I think people know that you
in the rules.
You cheat. You cheat.
Yep. Daryl Stern.
Who's that?
David Stern.
David Stern cheated?
And then when he made the Knicks get Patrick Ewing and they folded up remember, come
That's
on,
not
you see,
true.
go to YouTube, start. It was bent. Come on, David knew what he was doing.
Please.
Yeah.
What about when he didn't follow through with the Chris Paul trade?
That was still, to me, find the documentary on that one.
NorCal Zone, you're wrong. Steiny couldn't be less interested in the Domino story.
Oh, wow.
I heard it before, so.
No, I just told you. What do you mean you
I
heard
think you
it?
told it already to me.
It happened Saturday.
Well, you said you talked about the Domino tournament, but you didn't get into.
Yeah, you're right.
You didn't get into.
Back to Wiggins. A teacher corrected
the
us on the whale story.
I wasn't a part of that.
I feel like you're jealous.
I had no strong opinion, and I didn't know the right answer.
I'll read it before we get out of here.
Why don't you do it now?
I can't find it. Dude, I need readers.
By the way, I forgot my reading glasses today, and I haven't skipped a beat.
And you did that read without them?
Yeah, if I
Dude,
hold
you're ready now.
If I hold it a certain distance from my eyes, I can.
Oh, to Guru, I am a
here we
teacher
go.
of children, and the orca was assumed to be a whale until they were able to decipher the DNA and realize that he is the largest of the dolphin species, and we have to stop calling him a killer whale because we now know for a fact he is not part of the whale species. But why I'm off the hook, and I love that, teacher, is I love knowledge and history. But people know that it's Orca the Whale on YouTube and Google. But now we know he's a dolphin at heart.
Oh, here, I'll do you a favor here.
Shout out Tua.
I'll do you a favor here. Bob Myers, he definitely pandered a little yesterday.
Where are you going, man?
And
15 minutes.
He actually,
oh God, self-promotion,
was the first guy who said something positive about your guy in about 5 years.
Oh, boy.
Bob Myers on your boy, Mark Jackson.
Mark was so right for the time. He was what we needed. We needed confidence. Our players needed it. Our organization needed it, and he brought it in only the way that he could and got us to start believing in ourselves, and that's an important thing, and he brought that confidence and leadership. And as I think about making the playoffs, was such a huge thing for the Warriors, and I think that was 2012, my first year as GM. And then beating Denver. I remember going to that Denver series just thinking, I hope we don't get swept. Just hope we don't get swept. And obviously winning the series and playing the Spurs was the beginning of all of it. It was the beginning of this. And the players were showing us the way and leading us and guiding us.
Not Mark Jackson.
Dude, wow, I forgot he gave Mark that love. Good call, man. I thought you were going to play when he said
class.
your name.
All
That's why I
class.
said self-promotion.
Yeah, Bob is he was the right guy for the time.
Wow.
But once we got good, we had to cut him loose because he couldn't help us anymore.
Who created the Splash Brothers? Mark did it when he said that the two of the... Like, that's heavy.
I mean, it's heavy, but...
Who did the interview with? It was a fake interview. They didn't even follow up.
You know how you know it was not a fake
Milwaukee,
interview?
they got a...
That's how you know it was a real interview, because he didn't get the job.
Wow. I just want to stick it to you.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't. He motivated us, quote unquote, the only way he can.
Dude,
It's so
Mark,
funny.
He'll get another shot.
Yeah. And here's the other thing. There was only one reason why Bob Myers versus Denver was saying, I was just hoping we wouldn't get swept. Because he was looking at the head coach.
That's a low blow, but I did hear him say that. Like, damn, Bob.
No, I'll acknowledge those were low blows. Absolutely, positively. All right, we come back. It's that quick 10, 12-minute segment, so speak now or forever hold your peace at 888-957-9570. Bob Myers, he is no more the GM and president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. Who's next? We'll talk about it on 95.7 The Game. And it's all brought to you by Caltrans Stormwater.
Jesus!
Mom?
I'm going to work him to every last day till June 30th to be involved here, whether he knows it or not. So he'll be here for that. And that's fine. Yeah, that's the way it's going to be.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Aukies.
Wow.
A little bit awkward.
Yeah.
A little bit awkward.
And Bob's reaction was like, you got to be kidding me.
Could we please hear Guru's dolphin laugh before crossover? It'd be the perfect ending to a perfect day. Sure.
What dolphin?
Yeah.
That is
no problem. In fact, it's only 3 seconds. I'll do it again. No, that's the dolphin. This is actually Goo. Okay.
Yeah.
One person here on the text line wants to know why your soda date keeps getting pushed back.
Okay, and the fact that I know what you just did. You're trying to insinuate something. The box was shipped off to me with the meals. Bonte knows. So she sent this morning. Good morning, Daryl. This is with soda. It looks like your box won't be arriving until tomorrow between 2 and 6 p.m. Since we want you to have your box and material prior to our phone call, how about we move it to Friday at 2:15? I put, okay. She put, thank you, Daryl.
You know you're not going to be home by 2:15. You're purposely missing these packages because you don't get home till about 2:45.
No, but it'll be there the night before. Our call is the next day.
I think you got to sign for it.
No. If you don't do my math, I'll be on the call. But Bonte told me don't start a diet on the weekend. Why not?
You could have stopped right after don't start a diet.
Oh, wow, look at you.
You know what? I got to.
Did you got your golfing sweater on? Bury the lead.
It's a Carica Park
Wednesday. Look at you. How long did it take you to get there?
It depends. Depends on traffic.
You should have a cigar like the dudes at the domino tournament. Smoke one on the way like Jordan.
You can't smoke a cigar in the car.
Okay, why not?
Because it smells up the car.
It's called a window.
You still get the smell in there of a cigar. Paul's in Cupertino. What's up, Paul? Careful.
Hey, guys. Sorry I called earlier, but I got disconnected.
Hey. Oh, this is the first, Paul.
I actually agree with your definition of Joe Lacob being a killer. I think, and I understand what you mean by killer. He's basically all about business.
Ruthless.
Decision. Yeah, I think like if he didn't take action against Draymond for a business reason, then that's his prerogative, right? I mean, even though we may not agree with it.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, no, good point.
He agreed with
money on the bank. Money in the bank. Anything more awkward than a grown man saying
I was going to that one. I couldn't get to it fast, but retire that one.
That's a good one. 5-3. Hey, I forgot to ask you, what's the pest of the month for Atco?
Coming up tomorrow because we are at the 31st, so they'll have a new one.
What was it?
Gopher. Remember Gopher?
I don't understand that.
You don't work in the pest industry, but obviously they've been getting a lot of calls.
What do you think it's going to be? Do you have any input?
I'm waiting on the rat. Yeah, man. Steiny, I'm sleeping now and I'll hear a noise because we don't have mice, but I think it's them.
No, it's mice.
Dude.
Or rats.
Just why would you say that?
You have them. You probably have them.
What do they do at night?
They climb in the walls.
Dude, I'm just Steiny. I'm telling you,
they go
man.
Behind your fridge.
Mm-hmm. And we have we're just Neanderthals walking around. So I got to tell you real quick. This would be Gotham Club.
Oh yeah, I forgot to ask you about. Well,
shout out Mike, man. This was incredible. What you can do at a baseball game on 3rd and King that I feel like I'm better than you. Evan feels like we feel like we're high society. Why? Because of what we were exposed to last night. It was better than the Battery. Steiny, they had old pictures of Willie Mays.
And where were you? Explain it.
At different times behind right field to where they changed the score. Gotham Club.
Gotham Club.
And the
Oracle Park, you got in.
Right. Now, I got to be careful here. The reason Gotham came up is because the San Francisco Giants, when they moved back to New York.
Right.
Anyway, the Gotham. But Steiny, We shot pool. We bowled.
So it's like a regular bar.
No, it's in the stadium, man. Yeah. And then we're looking at McCutcheon in right field like rats. I told Lucas, I said, these are how mice look at us in our house.
Sure.
Where you change the scoreboard, they got action behind it to look through the chain link and the windows to watch the game.
But that's not part of Gotham City.
No, it's Gotham Club, yes. And the club is not just behind right field. Stoney, they got one behind home plate and third base.
Well, there's one called Gotham.
It's all
City
the same name, and you got to have a membership.
There's two different parts. How do you know if you say, "Hey, I'll meet you at Gotham City"?
Oh, you got we found out.
How do you know if it's going to be?
You tell them
which one,
where you at. Yeah, you specify. But dude, it was incredible, man.
Yes,
and Mike was like, "Where is you're going to meet him?" And he wouldn't. You had to have a beverage.
I still haven't met the first guy who took you to the Battery.
Oh, that's Hung Lu. He's in New York. Pandemic killed that. Yeah.
Yes, Evan.
One of the clubs is behind an electrical maintenance store as to deter some people that might be looking for it but don't actually know where it is. So
it's amazing.
We could get away from you pretty quickly there.
You get that?
I did get that.
They want to discourage the regular folk.
Like Steiny.
Wow. Dude, he asked where you at. I think he had shorts on.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
You know who asked about me yesterday, too?
Oh, God. Play it. This was dope.
I don't have it at my fingertips. I'm sure you would, but...
It ain't my name.
Hey, here's the seriously. Go ahead, Evan.
When I started, I think it was this guy over here in the red and white hat, Marcus, and
I gave him his
Rusty.
start.
I don't know if
Rusty
Steinmetz was in the mix at that time.
What did you do?
Of course, I was in the mix.
Moved on.
He might have been moved on.
He might have been moved on.
That's when I texted Bob. We laughed. Now, don't worry about our conversations, Johnny. I just brought that up. But you come up a little bit. I feel like I'm better than you.
Do you believe that there's any correlation between Bob no longer being with the organization and what may or may not happen with Draymond Green?
There's no doubt there's a correlation. Like, I hope I'm so wrong, but I feel like now Steiny Dre might be like, I'm out. It's time. We'll see.
I think there's...
And what about Bob saying Mike would still need help with Dre if he were to get the job? You could call me because you're going to need help with Dre.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Steiny, let's move on from the Bob chatter. Let's draft our future Coleman Hawkins, 21-year-old point from... Yeah, we're going to do many draft specials.
1, 2, 2.
You can get a lot.
You can do it. I ain't here. Dude, they've botched the last 3. I'm out.
Oh, I thought Moody was a baller and Kuminga was, the highlights.
No, it ain't about, I don't think they don't have that. They won't be implemented into the offense soon enough. Wiseman.
You see some of the 18, 19 picks? You can get a player at 19. John Collins. He was drafted at 19.
Well, how long did it take him to be John Collins, though? That's what...
About 2 years.
Yeah, I don't know if Curry has to. We need somebody that can contribute.
It's not about Curry. It's about the Warriors.
How dare you say it's not about Curry?
You get put into. It's about the Golden State Warriors.
And he is the Golden State Warriors.
Was a starter in the NBA. 18. I guess we got to take a break.
Oh, damn.
And then the changeover coming up on the other side, and it's also a 2 o'clock. Again, it's a Carica Park. Right. That segment. You know what? That segment, I'm going to say it again. It was also brought to you by Caltrans Stormwater. Mm-hmm.
This is James Wiseman.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area.
When I started, I think it was this guy over here in the red and white hat, Marcus and Rusty. I don't know if Steinmetz was in the mix at that time. He might have been moved on. It wasn't this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Alrighty, this is the crossover brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. I'm going to call this like a soft relaunch of the crossover.
Yeah.
We haven't been together in a little while.
5 days, 6 days?
Yeah. What's
We should start by congratulating you. Have you called Bonte to take away his King of Bay Area Sports Media trophy?
Why?
Because you got
He
named,
don't like that trophy.
You got named in the Bob Myers press conference.
He got kind of dissed, is what happened.
Yeah. No, I didn't take it. Did you take it that way?
Well, do you want to play the actual cut?
He just
Evans
did.
got it.
He just played it. Your headset wasn't on yet. He just played it.
When I started, I think it was this guy over here in the red and white hat, Marcus and Rusty. I don't know if Steinmetz was in the mix at that time. He might have been moved on. It wasn't
might
this.
have been moved on.
He might have been moved on.
He's talking about all
He
the-
might have moved
Yeah,
on.
correct.
He might have been moved on.
Where did he go,
Bob Myers might have just been moved on. We don't really know, do we?
Well, I don't
no,
remember.
that was his
I don't remember the
choice.
Steiny press conference, but the fact that Bob name checked him and said he might have been moved
That's
on.
great.
Well, listen.
You know what that is? That's called a Roger Federer. It's a backhanded compliment, up the line, 15 love.
I thought to myself, Bob was being retrospective, and he was calling out the people who were
That's
there
great.
before it was cool to be
Wow.
there.
No, that's
Now
what
it's-
he was doing.
Now
I
it's
think
cool
that's-
to be here.
I think that's
Yeah.
right.
Now
The
it's
new
cool to be
booty
here.
is out,
That's
yeah.
right.
No love
that's
for
it.
Janie
Yeah.
Who, unfortunately. Janie Who wasn't there as long as you, but she was. Rusty Simmons got a shout out.
Rusty?
Yeah.
Great guy.
Yeah, great guy. Yeah, no doubt.
What stuck out? Because the thing that stuck out to me was I didn't think he was leaving. And I don't get why.
Yeah. Well, that stuck out. And we were just talking about this in the other room. I feel like the whole thing took a night of sleep for me to really understand what stuck out. What, we started right as it was wrapping.
Yeah, I was listening.
Yesterday. And so it was like all this stuff to work through and kind of figure out what do you think about what Bob said, what Joe said, the obvious awkwardness of certain interactions. And I don't know, I woke up today and I'm like, I really want to buy this at face value.
When you say this,
God, I want to buy this.
When you say this, not yet just the whole him being gone.
I want to buy.
It wasn't about money. I
want to buy that the Warriors were just like, Bob, here's a blank check, and Bob's like, I love my 4-year-old, so I'm leaving. I want to buy it. I don't. I can't.
Well, you can buy that if you want, but an even better way to describe it is I'm sick and tired of having this guy blow me up 20 times a day and tell me what I'm either doing or not doing right. I've got 4 championships. I've made enough money. And yeah, I love my kids and I love my family. And maybe after a year, I'll want to do this again somewhere else. But working for a person like that is exhausting.
Okay.
And Joe Lacob wants to win. Joe Lacob will win. Yeah. He doesn't give a damn about the CBA or any of the other rules. He will win.
Yeah, that didn't. It's so funny because fans love that. You eat that with a spoon if you're a fan, but pull that apart. I didn't. Yeah, me neither.
I've been eating.
Because pull it apart and everything in there, everything from I just found out this morning. Well, no, you didn't just find out this morning.
Why say it though?
Because I don't think he believed it until yesterday morning. Because he's that arrogant.
Okay, and that's
why he looked at him and said, "I don't understand why
Mark
you're leaving." Yeah. And then we're gonna win no matter what. Like, I just would love to back up for a second and go, "Okay, Joe, you're great. You're legitimately great with what you've achieved. Yeah. You're one of the best owners in sports. This is inarguable.
Go ahead.
What you've built is you realize that you win because of Steph Curry, not you.
Yeah.
right?
And I think that's what road we're on, Mark.
Does he get that?
Yeah, he gets that. But everything you just gave him and threw at his feet, I would do it 2 times over. But yesterday he did. A guy of his caliber did not read the Bob Myers room. And it was for all of us to hear and listen to. And then for poor Bob to say, my boss never gives me any compliments. This is like you could laugh that off, but that was telling to me. But Dibs, you said the word. He's exhausted,
right?
And I don't think today Joe Lacob has enough self-reflection because he is a Don to say maybe I'm part of the reason that this guy wanted to move on because I'm exhausting to work for.
Bob Myers,
and that was shocking.
He couldn't even have his own farewell press conference without having the boss come in 2/3 of the way through and set the record straight.
I thought he was joking.
Do whatever Joe was going to do. And I mentioned to Mark yesterday about it was like Chris Collinsworth on Sunday Night Football where all of a sudden he appeared. It's like, oh my God, Joe's here.
Seriously.
He came out of nowhere.
When did you walk in?
Because the chair was empty for a while. I was starting, why is the chair empty?
Right. And the chair was no longer empty when Joe decided, okay, it's my time to answer the questions that I can answer. And by the way, he didn't give any clarity on what is to come.
Right.
So the only reason why Joe was there was to express to Bob and everyone that he didn't understand why Bob was leaving.
You're the king of material. Yeah. And if this were Joe Lacob material, guys, you tell me what you think. But I told Steiny, I mean this. The whole June 30th thing, that didn't. Man, who are you, Guru? You could say it was material, but it was almost insight to. You're going to work to the end. I'm going to run you in the ground. Like, you didn't. Dibs, bad material, good material. I felt like
bad
that was
material.
telling.
And you could see Bob's face and Bob kind of goes, oh,
I'm so tired of this.
Like, well, then he looked at his wife and shrugged. As if she hasn't dealt with that a million times.
And what you
the
didn't
last
see on camera is she
12 years.
actually pulls out his pay stub and looks to see how many sick days he has left.
Exactly.
And goes, we're good, honey. We're good. You got 28 sick days left. We're going to go ahead and sick this thing out.
Odd.
There were a few things. There were a few things. I'm interested to see who gets hired. I have come around a little bit to your way of thinking about Dunleavy. I'm starting to think it matters less what happened here 20 years ago. A lot of the fans are young.
I heard you say about the young fans, and even go back to what we were just joking about a second ago when he says, Rusty and Steinmetz were here before it was cool. Well, now it's cool, and that tells you something. Like Warrior fans, I know that Oracle's was always loud, but there are also a lot of people who just got here over the last decade. Globally, there are a lot of people who are here now who weren't here for World Be Free.
Okay,
right. So it is different now, and it's a totally different role and a totally different generation. And yeah, there are some fans that might be bothered by the name Mike Dunleavy Jr. They'll get over it if he does a good job.
Now I got a quick question for you because in the streets, when I was with my boys and we got kids and we're married, there's a card you can play. And it's, I got to go tend to the kids and the family. And as much as I don't want Dibs to leave me and we're hanging, once you use that, there's no rebuttal. So I'm asking you, Willard, are you kind of doing that to when you say you don't buy what you saw yesterday and the reasoning behind Bob leaving? Because I feel like the reasoning is, I won't say it ain't your kids, but now, after watching yesterday, that dude is taxing to work.
Well, sure.
And you're tired.
Yes, if you're exhausted, that's fine. It just means you're exhausted. And yes, I'm sure. Listen, I think Bob, from everything I know about him and everything I've heard even more, I think he is as family-oriented as people come. So I'm sure he has missed things he didn't want to miss. I'm sure he's looking forward to being in things for the first time. That's all true. But you don't leave at 48 years old with $12 million on the table to solely to be with your family. I just don't
12 M's.
I don't know how, right? Like, we've seen this before, and they're sitting there admitting in front of everyone yesterday. Joe said it and Bob said it. You're not done working. So he's not retiring. He's not leaving to be with his family. He's just taking a break. He's taking a break, and he's taking a break, it felt like to many of us, from that man.
To me, the truth comes in how quickly you get your next job. Because Tom Brady, I want to go spend time with the family. 8 weeks later, he's out of retirement.
8 days.
Yeah, whatever it was.
Michael Jordan did the baseball.
That at least was a year. And then, Michael Jordan was gone for a year and change. Actually, he didn't come back until the spring of the following year.
Gotcha.
Because Houston goes back to back. He missed a year. Houston won it. He came back in February. Houston won it again. And then he got his second three-peat. So if Bob spends a year away from it, you could at least justify it by saying, all right, he wanted to spend time with his family, and then maybe he got tired of driving carpool, and now he's back.
I told Steiny I'm a bit nervous now because I was reading the Guru tea leaves. I went third person. Tea leaves that this was about getting his son the job. And that's fine because I always talked about you want to leave something for your kids. He's already in the organization. But watching that and hearing that yesterday, they're scrambling right now because it's Steve Young. They're scrambling now to feel that. Like, I don't believe that was it. Dibs to give it to his son. Joe's really like, this dude really left me. He left this.
But do you think they're scrambling? Because, again, I think
Who do you
exactly.
give it to then?
Dunleavy.
But why? And I'm not saying he's not worthy.
And in fact,
why are we saying.
If you want to give it to your son, you definitely give it to Dunleavy first. You don't let your son follow the most successful GM in league history or Warriors history. Yeah. You don't do that because that sets him up for failure.
No doubt.
You put someone else in there and let your son follow him.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but if I own the team, son, you're in good hands like Allstate.
Sure.
Regardless of
what
right.
Yeah. I'm just, Yeah.
I mean, I'd be surprised if it's somebody from outside the organization.
I would too.
To me, there's too many people inside, whether it's the two Lacob kids, Joe Lacob, Larry Harris, Dunleavy, Kerr. It just would feel weird if, I don't know, Messiah Hurry has been hired by the Golden State.
Dibs, I threw out Mullen. I like Mullins. He played. I'm just
right.
When you hear that, you say what?
You say, why would he want that job? Because basically the job of GM and president of basketball ops is to oversee the end of the era. There's no two ways about it.
Wow.
You're not, even if you want to give Steph Curry 2 years on top of the 3 he has, so now he's there till he's 41.
Oh, man.
What do you do about Clay? Does Draymond stay? Steve's got 1 year. This thing is ending. It may not be ending now. It may be 2 more years, 3 more years, whatever it is, but whoever the new GM is, it's going to end in your tenure, and it's not going to end pretty.
Wow.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Like I said, it's a soft relaunch.
Where are you playing?
Carica. It's a Carica Park.
Have
you ever played there?
Once. I loved it.
Since the remodel.
Yeah, well, how long ago was that now?
Probably within 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, it was since then. Yeah. I never really played it before the remodel, though, so it wasn't like everyone's like, oh, it's been remodeled. I'm like, well, this is the only way I know it.
It was
I never
big
played
upgrade.
it, but yeah.
Big upgrade. Dibs can tell you more about it.
Yeah. Make sure, isn't that short par 5 to start? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just like you, Dibs. You can remember every
hole.
You got to get off to a good start.
Gotta
It's
keep it
wide
left,
open and
exactly.
it's short.
Yep.
Exactly.
You better par it. You should birdie it, but you better par it. Don't put a 6 on the card.
I shot my best round in a while, 85. And this guy shoots an 84 the same day.
I know.
You guys shot together?
But what was
we were in 2 separate floors.
What were the course ratings?
Well, you did play together.
Fairly
sometimes
easy.
an 84
Fairly
equals
easy.
an 88,
We'll see you later, Stein.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
probably an 86.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, good.
I'm still here.
No, you don't go anywhere.
I missed y'all yesterday.
Unless you want to.
No.
All right, you talk. I'm going to switch spots.
No haircut, right? You good on the haircut?
Yeah, good on the haircut.
Okay, yeah.
You said something to me about the title of the gig.
Yeah,
like
the title of the jam.
It takes 2 to tango. Who would want that? But if you want a job, you're taking. A lot of people. People want to get hired. Oh, they don't want to go coach the Texans.
So
people want to get into.
But if you're Steve Kerr, and I actually asked Steve Kerr when we had him on last time, I said, "Hey, Steve, if Bob leaves." What do you think about maybe going upstairs and being the GM instead of coaching? And he said, I'm a coach and I'm always going to be a coach. Basically was the essence of the answer, which told me all I need to know. And if you are Kirk Lacob, and I agree with Mark, and we've talked about it.
I guarded him in the tournament.
Yeah, he's a good, smart, nice young man, and he's been around the association now quietly for 10 or 12 or however long it's been. But you don't want to follow Bob Myers. And his dad doesn't want to throw him to the wolves, so you give it to Mike Dunleavy, and you say, all right, Mike, you've got a 4-year deal. You can work it out, figure out what you can figure out with our roster, and we'll see how it goes from there.
Wow. I mean, how didn't Joe look relaxed to you? Like he doesn't look like he's scrambling to me at all. The draft.
Well, he's a billionaire,
right?
So
But the draft is in a few weeks.
Right.
I think the Warriors are very, very well aware of their inner structure.
And that's not to cut
you off,
GM that's
is.
the least of their problems. And I'm not saying you're saying the draft. We know the draft's important. It is the least. You got personality issues.
Well, that's all roster construction, though. So the draft may be the least of their worries, but roster construction is not.
And what do you two give me for this? Because I'm all over now. I just walked away from that thing, and now I'm worried about Kerr in a way of, Dibs, you just talked to. Does he want to do the Bob Myers thing like Deuces, Chris Brown, like not in a bad way, just like we've done it all. It's time for a relaunch. Maybe he's tired. Does he want to stick around for this? Because this is heavy.
It depends what this is. And now that Bob is gone, that's strike one as far as Steve Kerr wanting to be here. If Draymond Green decides now
could be two.
that, hey, I want to go be a Laker, that's strike two. And then maybe the new GM and Joe Lacob looks at Klay Thompson and says, geez, $42 million for Klay. I want to give Klay 20 for 2 more years after that. And Klay's like, no, I'll test myself on the open market. And so now Klay is into a walk year. Then maybe Steve is like, well, at the end of this next year, no Bob, no Draymond, and Klay's going to leave. It's going to be me and Steph and a bunch of these young pups. Maybe at that point he's out too.
Wow. I mean, he said that he wants to. He said that he wants to keep doing this, but as Bob just proved to us, they're not going to tell us that they're ready to leave until they're ready to leave. And I'll remind everybody what the word was that Steve Kerr used months ago when he was asked what it would feel like if Bob left. And the word he used was devastating.
Man.
He said it would be devastating.
How heavy is that word? Devastating.
If Bob Myers leaves the organization, it would be devastating. That's the word he used. Well, here we are. So I imagine that Steve Kerr right now is devastated.
Along with who you just mentioned, Draymond Green.
Right. I would imagine neither one of them found out yesterday morning.
I would imagine they found out in 2022, to be honest.
And I'll tell you this, Dibs, not been around the block, but for the new person taking over, if you're going to go the route of I'm going to give you some uncomfortable answers and I'm about to tell you, Klay, you ain't getting the max, this is kind of easy in a sense of like there's no emotion involved from the new person's side to where I can give bad news to anybody who want it. I'm cleaning house in a sense almost.
Well, and I feel bad for whoever the new person is going to be because decisions like that are not being made by Mike Dunleavy Jr. Or Kirk Lacob or whoever else comes in to be the GM. It's Joe Lacob. So, hey, Joe, why don't you just give yourself the job? You be the GM.
Jerry Jones.
You be the president of basketball operations. Well, Mark, let's just cut out the BS because you're making these calls anyway. Who's making the call on Klay Thompson? It's Joe Lacob.
Well, from a financial perspective, sure, it always is Joe.
Who's making the call on Draymond Green? Whether or not that he gets an offer that he can't refuse. It's Joe Lacob.
Well, I mean, Bob sort of, I don't hear anybody talk about this yesterday. I know it was just a quip. It was just a fun moment. But when he says, whoever the next GM is, I'll be around to help him with Draymond.
I did.
The Warriors clearly believe that Draymond Green is going nowhere. They clearly, at every step.
So who is making that deal? Who's making that decision? Is it Bob on his way out the door?
I imagine it's already down the road.
Now, when you say
the
that,
whole group,
but it's probably Joe Lacob. To my point,
right,
it's a Joe Lacob decision.
Well, it has to be signed off.
He's the owner.
It has to be signed off by Joe. But I don't think he's the one who's sitting in the room with Draymond having a conversation with his agent. I don't think that.
No, but I think that the conversation is on speaker and Joe Lacob is listening. And what I got yesterday and we talk about our takeaways and we'll get into the whole Joe Lacob angle. The sense I got was that Joe Lacob is involved in everything and he will be involved in everything from here on out. And that's a big reason why Bob, in my opinion, wants out because Joe Lacob, he says he calls him, between 5 and 20 times a day?
Yeah, that's
the report. I mean, that's a lot.
Wouldn't you love to ask Bob, was that an exaggeration sensation? Was that an exaggeration?
No, but it was on his face, man.
Or hold on. Did you actually call him 11 times a day?
Some bosses do that, though. You know, and nobody dares say, hey, boss, you're calling me too much. You know, especially when you're getting paid handsomely.
I hope that was a bit of an exaggeration.
But look at if he was looking at his wife when he said you're going to work to June 30th, dude, you don't got to be Dr. Phil to know that meant the look on Bob's face and his kind of laugh was kind of like, I'm in the grinder of GM job. This ain't easy. And he loves Joe, but I'm tired. I'm tired.
Y'all ever see that movie, Devil Wears Prada?
Yeah.
With Meryl Streep and what's that? Anne Hathaway.
Yeah.
Because out of yesterday, Joe Lacob feels like the same kind of boss that Meryl Streep was in that movie.
Right.
And how does the movie end? With Anne Hathaway, finally, the phone rings for the 20th time today.
Okay.
She looks at it, she throws it in the water, and walks off, and that's it. She starts her own career because she's had it with the phone ringing 20 times a day and being told what to do by type A+.
Wow.
Maybe that's what yesterday was. He threw the phone in the water. Before he could do it, Joe told him he's still got 30 more days of employment.
Yeah.
And that's why he shrugged his shoulders and looked at his wife.
And, I do wish I could be a fly on the wall or flies, because when you look at the breadcrumbs of the two timelines, which I think Steiny could have been the inventor of if he's listening, but Bob Myers talked about it, how you got Kerr, Lacob, and Myers, and you go Moody, Wiseman, and who am I missing? Kuminga, and then some of them don't get played. You can't tell me there wasn't friction. And Joe Lacob went on Tim Kawakami's podcast and was the biggest James Wiseman advocate. I don't know he heard the noise. He disagreed with it. But now a year later, you trade him? I'm wondering what they're not on, I believe, all on the same page. And I wonder how much of that friction went into Bob's decision to be like, you know what, I'm out.
I think a lot of it. And if I am going to play, the third party, psychic here in the whole situation, Joe Lacob said, we're drafting James Wiseman, and Bob Myers is saying, he's not ready. I don't want to draft him. We're drafting him. I own this team.
I believe that.
Boom, you draft him. And now we're going to play him. And so you play him. And
start him.
In the first year. And he plays, and it's up and down. Then he gets hurt. And then the whole second year, he doesn't play a minute, and you win the chip. And then the third year, Joe Lacob rolls up his sleeves and says, all right, time to play my guy. My guy's going to play now. And Bob and Steve are rolling their eyes saying, the kid's still not ready. It was a mistake when we took him. And then you play him.
Oh, wow.
And then he proves himself to still not be ready. And they finally go to Joe and say, look, Joe, if you want to win a championship, and we know you do, he's got to go. And finally, Joe relents after, I'm sure, much hand-wringing and much back and forth, many phone calls.
I mean, it all ends up in the same spot, doesn't it? Everything comes back to zero in the end, which is the chasm between old guys, young guys, who's ready and who can you win with. And that's one thing that I came out of yesterday feeling concerned about.
But those are visions, Mark.
That's
great.
Whose? I don't know whose. Joe's?
He's the owner. I would think he gets final say.
Well, yeah, he gets final say, but listen, being a self-made billionaire means that you have already executed once on something that is wildly impossible. You sit around the dinner table and you're 9 years old.
He said it. He told the venture capitalist story yesterday.
Right? Mom's feeding you ramen, and you're like, I'm going to be a billionaire one day and own the Warriors. You get a pat on the head. That's nice, sweet Joey. Great. Good for you. Right? And you're like, whatever. Well, I feel sort of the same way. Maybe I'm the one who's wrong. Maybe he's right. Maybe he's going to do it again. But when he tells me come hell or high water, because of the organizational structure, we're winning in 5 years. Really? That's the most arrogant thing I've ever heard someone say in my life. It's almost dismissive of the great Steph Curry. You're winning in the NBA? With who? Wow. You think you can win with anyone? Give me Wiseman. Give me Poole. Give me Kuminga. Sure. Because organizational structure, don't the Spurs have good organizational structure? They're the worst team in the NBA this year.
And what if I told you, Mark,
you got to be real.
Yeah, the fact that he said that, I kind of took that for lack of confidence. Show us. You ain't got to tell us.
He's already shown you.
And now you got a glacier of the icebergs of bad stuff that you got to navigate with new haterade the plans put in place aimed at your organization.
And this, to me, feels like the first time that Joe Lacob now is in the crosshairs. Because you had Bob Myers, and Bob Myers, the pros and the cons, the wins and the losses was all Bob Myers. But now, no matter who comes in and replaces him, this is now Joe Lacob. Because Bob was here, I believe, before Joe, at least as a assistant, or he was brought in about the same time. And so now whatever Joe does in terms of replacing Bob, this one's on Joe now.
Well, it's not the first time he's in the crosshairs because, come on, people, he's been in the crosshairs before.
But that wasn't.
Sure.
He was a virgin then.
Totally.
It was just you were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
We talked about this yesterday. One of the reasons it's so hard to keep a rock band or a dynasty or whatever together is because once you have success, now all of you are different people than who you were 10 years ago.
But now this is the band manager. This ain't.
But he is too. 10 to 15 years ago, he was, come on, people, boo! Now he's the greatest owner in the history of the Bay, right? Or Eddie D or whatever, right? So now they're all different. And so now they're all going to the Hall of Fame. Everybody's going to the Hall of Fame. And so now egos are different, money is different, structure is different, all of those things. But you got to boil it down to this. I'm never going to be a dream crusher. And so if Joe is light years ahead, my man, I can't wait to see it. Yeah. But if you poll all the Warrior audience right now and ask, why do you think they win? What's the number one answer on the board?
Steph Curry.
Chef.
Well, right? That was here too.
And yesterday, it felt like Joe was kind of saying, it's because of me.
Man.
And I'm like,
it'll be because of him, is what he's saying.
It just didn't feel comfortable.
I got
the whole day didn't like Bob talking did, and then Joe come in just got uncomfortable.
But I got to be real, man, and I'm the biggest. I can point myself out for being a hypocrite. I told Steiny I hope some players show up, and I know it's the off season. But what Bob meant, I believe, to the organization and this Warrior culture, maybe Steph shows up, not talks in the back or in the crowd, Wiggins, but I know the guys have their lives. And now I'm kind of thinking 24 hours later, like, Joe, did you have to talk? But then maybe he did, Dibs. Like, what would we be saying if he didn't talk? Well, he would be held in a greater light. Because I think he told on himself a little bit. Joe did yesterday.
Agreed. I think he would have been better served to not talk. Let Bob have his moment. Because if Joe was going to talk, to me, it would have been to answer questions about what's to come. And there were no questions answered other than we're going to win no matter what.
I don't agree with Dibs' biggest decision. It's supposed to be my boy. Right. I don't agree with it. Dude, I said it's my kids, my wife. But Willard, that's real, man.
I have a wife.
But sometimes the non-answer is the answer. I don't have a problem with the Joe talk yesterday. Like, you want to talk, right? It's your team, it's your microphone. Come out here and say what you want to say. And people do want to ask those questions. And if the answer right now is we don't know, or we're not ready to tell you, or however you want to translate what he said, then that's fine. I'm always going to encourage people to talk if they want to talk. Because this is everything that we got out of this. We got because he talked.
But
if he doesn't talk, that was nice.
But you just said
Bob went off to go see his family.
40 seconds ago, he kind of thinks the owner, rightfully so. But when you said into a microphone that he believes they're winning because of him, then you didn't talk the right talk. Like, nobody in the world should think Joe Lacob's thinking that.
But what if Joe does think that?
And that's why Joe showed up.
Then it was authentic.
That's why Joe showed up to let you know.
But is that still good, even if it's authentic?
It depends on. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Okay, that's why
I do think, as a Warrior fan, I'm happy that the owner has so much confidence, and he delivered 4 championships. So
that he did.
Because of that, I'm inclined to give him the benefit of the doubt. Although I'm with Mark in terms of, dude, it's the chef. And it's the players, and it's Steve, and it's Bob, and then it's you.
Right.
And you put these people in position, and you created an organization that is beyond comparison. That's all true. Okay. But when you come out and you say, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand it because I don't, that to me is blind arrogance because of what you're basically saying is, I don't believe Bob. I don't believe Bob's answer.
And it was Jerry Jones-esque who's not winning, but still takes credit for something that's not happening.
Wow.
That's what that was under, the Jerry Jones playbook.
This is why it's going to resonate with some fans, because the Warriors as an organization are amazing.
Yeah.
Like, this is literally iconic. But
you don't have a problem if I stayed at 27, do you?
You just stay as long as you want. Okay. You want to stay? You want
527?
Yeah. Which 27 are we talking about?
I'll go heat up my fish.
Yeah, let's start here for a little longer.
I mean, yes, the Warriors are amazing, but I don't know that everybody wants to be told that, especially if you work there. In other words, let's put it this way. Didn't you feel yesterday like you came out of the press conference and everyone, Joe Lacob included, agrees that Bob Myers is amazing?
Yes.
And Joe came away with sort of like, isn't it amazing that I put him there? That's
a fact.
That's what, and you did, but I like it's felt so organization above all when he says, I don't understand why you're leaving here. Yeah. It's great that Joe thinks that about the Warriors. I love that he loves them. I love that he's proud.
We know that he does.
I love that he's proud of what he's done. And what he's done is a lot. He's a phenomenal owner. But when you work somewhere, I don't think you want a boss that literally is like, I don't even understand you wanting to have a personal life.
Right.
I don't care how much you're winning.
Yeah.
That, right? And to the point, did Steph, Dre, and Clay show up? No, because they want to spend more time with their families.
Wow.
Or the ocean.
And Dibs, I got to give Joe credit for throwing the fifth child in there. And I won't dare sit up here and tell you two and the listeners what I know about the relationship and the closeness between Joe Lacob and Bob Myers. But I'm telling you, man, there's one thing you can your actions are louder than words. Okay, no, thank you, Goo. But for Joe Lacob to kind of, he was more like a dictator and Bob was a worker. That's what they weren't on the same page. I was telling Steiny today, I felt like it should have been a celebration of Bob, but it came off more like I'm the Don and he's my worker. And you're going to work to the 30th. And some could say, oh, Goo, you're out of control. But that's what it felt like. And Bob doing the little, when he said to June, it was more of dictatorship and I'm the boss, you're the worker, than the words of, this is my fifth child. It didn't come off that way.
No, it came off, I thought, poorly in terms of that. And, Bob had his moment. He made his speech. He answered questions. And then Joe pops out. And it felt like Joe was kind of salting the whole thing by saying, I don't understand why he's leaving. Well, what's hard to understand? He basically told you that he wants to take a break. He told you that it's time. You offered him the biggest contract in the league, and he said no. What don't you understand, Joe? What you really should have said is, I don't agree with his decision, and I tried to get him to stay, and he won't stay, and I don't like losing, and I'm mad at Bob for leaving because nobody leaves me. I'm Joe Lacob. That would have been more honest than, I don't understand why you're leaving. And the whole thing about he's going to work until June 30th, that was a slap in the face.
Mark.
Even if he was joking, it did not come across as a joke.
Again.
And then Bob's reaction is, I wanted to hug him, give him a dap.
I mean, again, hey, Bob, I know you're probably not done with this kind of role, but whenever you do it again, you're going to have a hard time matching the success that you had here. That is someone being told, like, whether it's I or we made you.
Oh, man.
Well, how many other people in his job have matched that success?
It ain't
Jerry Reinsdorf in Chicago.
No,
Mitch Kupchak in Los Angeles.
So being right is not always a defense.
No, it's a defense, but it reeked of arrogance, and you're right.
Right, and especially when you're you're Bob Myers in this situation. You're the employee. Like, the organization can have all kinds of success, but think about that in any relationship. It's your decision if you want to still be in the relationship or not. And the other side looks at you and kind of goes, you're nothing without me. Oof.
That's the worst thing you could almost say.
Oof. And again, now, there may be plenty of people listening going, he didn't say that. And he didn't, of course, he didn't use those words. But I thought that there was a toe in the water there. There was a tone, right? There was a tone of like, you're leaving the best thing ever, which is us, and we're going to be amazing after you're gone too, because that's how we are.
Now, is Joe going to win?
That's the guy's sayonara press conference?
Is Joe going to have as much success without Bob as he had with Bob? And
the bet right now would be hell no.
Right. No. Does Joe and the Warriors win even one more title between now and the next 20 years.
The bet, now you're going 20. I'm going to take the 20. But
I'll go 10. I mean, once you get
the
past
betting
the chef,
favorite would be no. Yeah, the betting favorite would be no. Like
once you get past the chef, what are we looking at in terms of on-court personnel? And yes, Joe Lacob, Joey Lightyears will still be there.
Yeah.
And I said this to Mark yesterday. What if you don't make any trades and you have 3 more years of Draymond, Steph, and Clay, and they don't get it done, and all 3 leave? You telling me that Poole, PBJ, Ryan Rollins, Guy Santos, Kuminga, and Moody?
Yeah,
are you telling me they're going to win a chip?
That's the thing. The job opening
Master Quinones, I apologize.
The job opening that the Warriors are about to have is not general manager. It's within the next 3 years. It's NBA 1.
Right.
That's the job opening that they need to fill.
And they can't promote from within on that
you
one.
You can't just, we'll have an exhaustive search.
I got to read this to you.
Sometimes that takes 20 years.
And I've been around the block. I keep saying that. You don't quit your job. You quit your boss. That was profound.
Well, maybe in this case, sometimes you do.
Because your boss can have something to do with you quitting the gig that you love.
I just think that a lot of us walked out of this experience yesterday feeling that we're not the only ones who said, I just watched the press conference, and now I understand why he's leaving. That's how everybody. I don't know,
Mark. That's
Joe. If you were in the room, I don't know if you meant that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you care. I don't.
That's what I'd like to know. If somebody told, "Hey, Pops, let me holler at you."
I
that
think
didn't
Joe
come
loves
off cool.
Bob, but I would tell Joe. For any of us who watched it, that's how it felt.
Yeah.
That's how it felt.
Yeah, it felt like you understood why he's leaving, but you can't process that someone would leave you. Someone would leave this. Someone would turn down the money that you purportedly offered him. I mean, Joe Lacob is not used to losing, and that was a loss for him. Bob Myers said no thank you to the most lucrative offer in the business. He said no thank you to a team that's won 4 championships. He said no thank you to the best run organization, maybe in pro sports. He said no thank you to his hometown team. He said no thank you to you, Joe Lacob. Yeah. And Joe Lacob is not used to taking L's.
I still don't understand it. That's incredible.
Did you guys notice the part where Bob talked about Steph and said that he looked at Steph at one point and said, I feel like you're not trying to talk me out of it. And Steph went, no, it hurts.
Yeah.
But I started thinking about that on a couple of fronts. First of all,
because that's heavy.
And Steph laughed too at that.
So first of all, let's remove this whole idea that Bob woke up and decided yesterday morning because now he talked to Steph weeks ago.
Yesterday morning.
And
busy morning yesterday. Busy morning.
Maybe. And Steph did not try to talk him out of it. But when Steph says, no, it hurts. But if you love someone and you can see that they are being worn down, would you encourage them to stay?
That's real love. Yeah.
You'd be like,
Mary J. Blige.
I'm not going to talk you into staying.
Right.
Yeah. Hell, I might drive you to the airport.
Yeah.
And you think about the year he's had, going all the way back to the preseason punch, and
I brought that up today.
And coming off of a 3-day off season or 2 days, we talked about it. It went from the parade to the draft in the same week, so you had no off season, and then you roll right into dealing with the Draymond fallout, and
which culminated in no suspension.
Right, and then you go 3-7, and the whole year was about chasing something, and your team wasn't good enough, and you knew it, and so you had to figure out what to do with Wiseman, and you couldn't get Wiseman really to play, and then finally you make a deal at the deadline, and you think you got your team whole, and then Wiggins dips for 2 months, and then, you had Clay who couldn't play back-to-backs, and Steph was injured a bunch.
Man.
It's a lot for Bob this year. It's a lot.
It'll be interesting. I mean, it started yesterday. We now know that, and I tweeted, no sources, hashtag, I just thought he was staying. But now I know. I feel like I know.
Wanted him to.
Yeah, well, they ain't got nothing to do with no seats for the people in the. But it's about now. I believe Joe was too much. Man, he was tired.
Yeah.
And Joe loves him, but like you said, he doesn't know how hard it is to work for him.
Where does Dunleavy sit in those games?
You got to be tired by now.
Next to Bob,
right?
Yeah.
You got to be tired by now
for doing the show.
Yeah,
never, dude, never.
Y'all running me off. It's never happened.
No. It is.
All right, I'll see.
27 is here.
Yeah.
All right,
my man.
Find out if Guru is still here.
I love
Coming up next, we're sponsored by CalHope.org. All right, here we go. We're going to play for you some of the key things from Joe Lacob's portion that really caught our attention. How did it feel to you? 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs is next.
Life is uncertain.
and first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know, man. How'd you feel after a night of sleep on it? The more I got away from it, I'm just like, as I left here yesterday, I'm like, I can't put my finger on it, but something about the Joe Lacob portion of the Bob Myers press conference just didn't feel right. It just didn't feel right.
Nah, didn't feel right at all in the moment, but it feels even more wrong now to me after the fact.
Well, but I couldn't figure out exactly why. Like, a couple of awkward quips, but so what? Okay, so that was awkward. You're staying until June 30th, and Bob's like, "Whoop, okay." But that's no big deal. But I'm like, why did this hit me in such a way? Because Joe Lacob saying, for instance, "We're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are." Like, that's great. Don't you want an owner to say that? As a fan, don't you love when an owner says, like, all we beg for? Look what's going on in Oakland with the baseball team, for crying out loud. All we want is an owner.
We will lose no matter what the rules say.
We will leave no matter what.
No matter what.
I don't know if you've all noticed, but the deal they're trying to get in Nevada is like way worse than the deal that's on the table at all.
Which one?
Just unbelievable.
I mean, they're like on their third different deal in Vegas.
What a mess. I mean, honestly, the biggest mess in the history of sports and relocation. But anyway, we'll save that for another. Why? What? What was worse?
Irwindale, the Raiders, and that they were going to move to that hole in the ground in Irwindale.
I know.
It was a bait and switch, and then they duped those people for $10 million finder's fee. There have been...
I think this is worse.
Art Modell moving his team in the middle of the night.
I know. I think this is worse.
I mean, I don't want to get bogged down with what's worse. What's grosser than gross? Remember those jokes?
Yeah, like, don't you want to die quickly? Whenever we get there, don't you want it to be quick and painless?
Oh, no, I want to be on a machine for years.
Boy, A's...
I want to be in hospice, Mark.
That's been a hospitalization sensation.
That's a buck.
Like, if you're going to move in the middle of the night. Don't sit here and knife us in the back for 8 years or whatever. I mean, it's been more than that, but I mean, this process... Anyway, so yeah, that's totally off track. I just... The further I got away from it, I'm like, what bothered me about that? And I think the only way I can put it into one sentence is that Bob Myers should be cherished, and Joe sort of struck the tone of, we made you. I mean, listen to this. You tell me, 888-957-9570. How did the Joe Lacob portion make you feel yesterday?
I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand it, because I don't. It's not in me to do that. I'm so competitive, and I know he is too. It's a really hard thing for me to understand why, but it's really not for me to understand why. I just want him to be happy.
Okay, that's great. Yes, great. You're an owner. Be as competitive as possible. Don't have it in you to walk away from a successful thing. Wonderful. As a Warrior fan, bravo. Joe, keep going. Keep spending. Keep making a great product. You do you. That's awesome. But, man, doesn't it feel a little tone deaf in that room yesterday? Feel a little tone deaf?
Completely.
Yeah.
And I don't even know why he was there, honestly. That was Bob's press conference. That was Bob's moment to explain why Bob was leaving. I don't know why Joe Lacob felt the need to be in there to say what? That he doesn't understand why Bob is leaving. He doesn't understand why. And he was heavy on the why. I don't understand why. And you found out this morning that Bob Myers is leaving, which I don't know if anybody believes that. And the fact that you're going to have Bob work out his contract for one more month, basically to show up in an empty office and not be in on the draft meetings and not be there for player development, tryouts, and whatnot. I mean, why would you have Bob continue to work for a job where he's not going to be there?
He comes damn close to questioning his competitiveness. Listen to it again.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand it, because I don't. It's not in me to do that. I'm so competitive, and I know he is too. It's a really hard thing for me to understand why, but It's really not for me to understand why. I just want him to be happy.
I mean, he has to throw in I know he is too.
It's not in me to do that.
It's not in me to do this because I'm so competitive.
And so is he.
I know he is too. Yeah, so is he. Whoa.
Yeah.
Dude, tap the brakes. The guy's walking away, and he's a treasure.
Right.
That's that. You know what I mean? Joe can think whatever Joe wants to think, and Joe can say whatever he wants to say. But that day,
on the heels of Bob, talking to the media and getting emotional, not once but twice, in talking about his life as a fan, and he was a fan long before Joe Lacob even thought about buying the Golden State Warriors. Joe Lacob was a part of the Celtics organization when Bob was sitting in the upper deck at Oracle over there in the East Bay. So Bob had his moment, and it had a certain tone, and then Joe slid in to the empty chair and had a completely different tone. It just felt to me like an unnecessary, out-of-place addendum to a press conference that was going a certain way.
Yeah. Well, and you wonder what it means about where we're going next. I mean, here's the quote that got everybody going. This is the one that really became the social media driver, if you will.
We're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game. And our game is to win games and to win championships. When we came here, this ownership group 13 years ago, we made a ridiculous proclamation about winning within 5 years. And of course, somehow we managed to do it, all of us, players and everybody involved. And we've continued to win. And look, the rules will change in the game, but we'll continue to do that. We're going to work really hard to do it. And I think we have really smart people, and we'll do it.
Okay, again, I think there's a huge section of the fan base that's like, inject that into my veins.
Yes, the confidence.
Right, that's fantastic. And I think that in a different time and space, that too would have been great. But it concerns me as a Warriors fan if somehow Joe, and it more than concern, it explains yesterday, because everyone wanted to know why. Well, this explains it. When you hear that, you're like, is Joe cruising around Chase Center under the idea that the Warriors are a dynasty because the people wearing collared shirts are smart? Are we under that? Is anyone under that impression? Are you under that impression?
Well, yeah. I mean, he is far more important than Steph Curry. And, he's a better defender than Draymond Green. And he's had more 37-point third quarters than Klay Thompson would ever dream about. Duh, Mark. It's because of Joe Lacob. And he talks about his group and the ownership group. When we came in 13 years ago and we had this proclamation, and basically you got booed off the floor at the Mullen retirement ceremony because your proclamation was so nonsensical, and then you proved us all wrong. And I apologize to you face to face, man to man, and man to woman, as she interjected famously during my apology. But you proved us all wrong. You've won 4 championships. You took $450 million and turned it into $5 billion, $6 billion, whatever you could sell this thing for. You built Chase Center, the best arena in the world, arguably. You've done all that, Joe. You did it all yourself, right? Forget Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, the chef, as you said earlier to Guru, which he gave you a 2, I gave you a 3.
Yeah, I thought it
was great.
Yeah.
I agree. But to think that because you're Joe Lacob and you've done it once, that you can just rack it back and do it again, lickety-split, I think is not only arrogant, it's foolhardy.
Yeah, and guess what? Maybe he proves us wrong again. But my thought is, especially if you're going to be a boss, like, you have to know how your message is going to be received by employees. And so I know I'm not alone in this. And this is what I came to when I woke up, as I tried to figure out why that didn't sit so well with me yesterday, is that I think a lot of people sat down and wanted to listen to Bob Myers, and they wanted to find out what he was going to say, why he's leaving, and let him, because he does it better than anyone, speak from the heart. And he said everything that he was going to say. And people were like, oh, okay, all right, that's where Bob's at. And then Joe walked in and started talking, and a lot of people went, oh, that's why he's leaving.
Yeah.
That right there. That's why he's leaving. And so I would sit here and say, I want so badly to believe the message that we're being told at face value. And I've worked for the last 24 hours to try to believe it, and I just can't. I can't.
Well, I believe it, but I think the underlying part of what motivated him to give the reasons that I think are justifiable, which is it's just time because I'm tired and I've had 5 straight years we made it to the finals, which means I had no off season. This job is a grind, and I do have a young family. All of those things are true, but I think that the underbelly underneath all of it is Joe Lacob is hard to work for. Joe Lacob is a very demanding win at all costs, and you heard him say that yesterday. You played the cut. We will win. I don't give a damn about the rules, about the CBA, or about anything that you try to do to the big spending teams to keep us from winning. We're going to work around it, and we will win. And the passion that Joe Lacob approaches this job and the competitiveness and the, I think you called it Alpha Plus, or Type A Plus.
A plus, yeah.
He's a Type A plus. And because of all of that, it leads Bob, because Bob can't come out and say, look, this guy is too demanding. He's too exacting. He's a real bear to work for. And yeah, we won, but guys, I don't want to do it. I can't do this, because if Bob is going to get another job in another place, you can't show that level of quit and that level of weakness. And Guru was right when he said, anytime anybody in the friend group says, I got to get home to the wife and kids, what are you going to say to that?
That's it.
Yeah, it's a freebie. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It is. It's a catch-all. Did anyone ask Bob this? Why are you the only one who's tired? I know a bunch of people who have been there for a decade. When Steph Curry and Klay Thompson play basketball, it looks like the most exhausting thing I've ever seen in my life. They work out every minute of every day.
But how many calls do they get from Joe Lacob on the daily?
Well, that's his job, and theirs is theirs, and both of them are round-the-clock jobs. What about Steve Kerr? But see, your point is absolutely correct. Why is Bob the only one who is so exhausted before his 50th birthday? Well, because Bob is the one Joe calls.
Right.
Bob doesn't call Steph. I don't think he calls Steve.
No.
I think when there's any issue with anyone, he calls Bob. And you can see it with the way Bob behaves in his job. Bob's there with a hose to put out every fire. It doesn't matter who it is. Wiggins is gone for 2 months. Draymond's sideways again. Whatever it is, Bob is there. And that's why he's the one who is more exhausted than everybody else.
Right. I don't think that Joe calls Steve. I mean, he might call him occasionally, but he's probably not calling Steve and saying, hey, Steve, walk me through that third quarter inbounds play. I wasn't sure about, the methodology that, talk me through that play call.
That'd be amazing.
Steve's hanging up on him. Now.
Incredible if Lacob had play ideas.
And if he does, you know who he calls? He calls Bob. And he says, hey, Bob, do me a favor and ask Steve or ask Jamma or ask Kenny or ask Bruce. Everything goes through Bob. And so if you're Steph or Draymond or Clay or any of the players, your only job is to play basketball, work on your body, be fit, go to training. It's not an easy job, but you're not getting grinded on by the owner like that.
Rafi in San Jose, let's go out to you. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Rafi, thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Oh, man, just driving on the 85 near Cupertino, just heading home. But, I don't have a problem with, anything, any type of problem with what Joe Lacob said or is expecting. None. Zero goose egg. I mean, dude, the guy comes out to win. That's all he cares about. And that's the way it is. And yes, it's a grind, and everyone's grind is a little different. And Bob did it really well for 10 years, and time for him to do something else. I mean, the guy's tired. I mean, everyone runs at a little different level, and this guy ran at a very high level for 10 years. You got to give it to him. And now it's just time to move on. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, Rafi, you know what? I want to say this in response to you, and I wonder how it came off the conversation we've been having for the last 45 minutes. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it, as in I need to make a call. I need to walk down there. I got a picket sign. I don't have a problem with it, but yesterday was a realization for many people. Yesterday was a realization because when things don't add up to the norm, it's our nature to ask why. And so why did Bob leave? He's 48. All of the players who have made them a dynasty are still there. They're less than a year removed from a parade. And so everyone's been asking why. Why is there no new deal? Why is this still out there? Now suddenly it's why is Bob leaving? And Bob will tell you family, and I think that indirectly that is absolutely the answer.
Right.
But what happened yesterday is Joe came out and talked, and a lot of us went, oh, that's why.
Right.
That's why.
Well, it's family, but it's the family to where he is, lying in bed at 3:17 in the morning, and he sees, the phone's going off, and it's Joe Lacob, and Bob's got to get out of bed. Hey, Joe. Yeah, Bob, I had an idea about what to do with our second-round pick in the draft in 17 weeks. Do you have a minute? Sure, Joe. Go ahead. Or it's, the phone rings at 10:15. I want to talk about, what took place tonight in the post game, or let's talk about the G League, or let's talk about this, let's talk about that. I have some ideas. I have this. Hey, Bob. It's kind of like when your young kid first learns to talk, and it's like a nonstop. You're getting peppered. It's like it's your job to answer these questions.
Yep, absolutely. And it was a good job, and he got very well paid for it. It's hilarious to me. Maybe it's because it's sports. I love when people do this because we're getting this all over. A lot of social media, YouTube chat. Love everything that you're saying. A lot of people are like, this is business. This is big time. This is success. You go hard every day, every minute. This is how you do it. There's no time for everybody's feelings. Oh, that's not how you feel about your job. Is it?
Well, I'm not making $8 million, Mark.
No, but that's not how anybody feels about that. I love when people do this. It's just business, man. It's just business. There's no time for everybody's feelings. You got to be hardcore. You got to be nose to the grindstone, 24/7. You don't think that when it comes to you. You get mad when you've been there for 20 years and you got passed over because you want them to hire from within. You'll tell everybody at the bar or the dinner table when you get home how your company has no human feeling, won't you? But you don't care when it's somebody else. That's essentially what Bob, and if any of us have ever listened to Bob, that's who he is. If anybody is in the dictionary next to the words human touch.
I think you're going to say feelings. That too.
I guess that's two words. But anyway, like Bob Myers. So does it matter to him, would you think, if his boss was like, dude, you work 24/7, period.
365.
And that's the way it is. And that's the expectation. And oh, by the way, even after you quit, I'm going to make you work another month after that.
Wow.
Do you think Bob is like, cool? I'm cool with that. You wouldn't be cool with that, all of you people who are telling us that we should be cool with that.
Well, you'd be cool with it because you entered into it with both feet, and you entered into it under complete understanding that that is what the gig called for. It's not like he got the job thinking, this is 8 to 5, and I get an hour lunch, and I get the weekends off, and once Friday at 5 hits, my phone won't ring again till 8 in the morning on Monday. He entered into this job knowing full well what it entailed. It was high paying, it was high stress, it was high volume, and you go through it and you have unbelievable success. You drink champagne on Market Street, you smoke cigars, you're a champion, you're a legend, you eat for free in this town forever, and you get to a point where it doesn't matter how much you're going to be paid. He was going to be getting about a 50% raise from $8 million to $12 million, or maybe even more. We don't know what the amount was going to be.
I have no idea.
He was going to get a massive raise.
It was plenty.
But even the raise he was going to get, Mark, wasn't enough to sway him to keep the gig. That tells you all you need to know about just how burned out he is.
Yeah, and so, by the way, I have no issue with that. This is not pointing out some sort of a flaw. This is a realization, in my opinion. I thought it was very evident yesterday why Bob is so tired. That's all. That's all. And if that's the way you all want it run, and that's the way it's going to be run, obviously, then great. I do think it's funny, though, how many of you just buy that, like, continuity. Nothing's going to change. What's Steph's last press conference going to sound like? Well, it was amazing that I brought you in here, Steph, and this organization, we're going to win no matter what, so I don't know why you're retiring. I don't really understand it. I don't have that in me. How the hell are y'all going to react then? I believe Bob matters. I believe Bob matters a lot. I think yesterday is a huge loss for this organization. So the beat goes on is not where I'm at today. That's just not where I'm at.
Well, we'll see. And I think that it's a loss, and I don't know how huge it is. And I think only the future will determine how big of a loss this is. If Draymond decides to leave and says, yeah, I would have stayed if Bob was going to stay, but Bob's gone, so I'm gone. And then Clay says, geez, I was going to opt in, but I want to play with Draymond, and Draymond left because Bob left. I'm out. And Steve says, well, this is going to be my last year because I can't imagine doing this for a long time without Bob. Then it becomes a huge loss. If nothing else changes and the beat does go on, the loss is mitigated by the success you have on the court anyway.
As always, right? The Giants go on a streak of, they've won 9 of 11. And then everyone's like, wow, this Farhan guy actually doing a pretty good job. So sure, if they win, everything's going to be fine. I think we can all see the challenges related to that, though. Streaming live on YouTube, as we mentioned, always. Like and subscribe, 95.7 The Game content all over YouTube. And thank you to each and every one of you who are watching right now. Also, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls on all of this coming up next at 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. I'm proud to let you know.
In about an hour and a half, Ryan Leaf's going to hop on. So he tweeted earlier today, boy, if all those Niner quarterbacks are healthy, it's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind.
Wesley Hogan.
You start Trey Lance.
Wait, what?
Biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind.
Who said what about who now?
So,
Leaf on Niners QB?
Yeah. I was like, hey, Leaf, you need to come explain yourself.
You better. You got some explaining to do.
Come on here and talk this out.
Roxy Bernstein, please explain.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to come up. But I'd love to take your phone calls on what we've been discussing. I also was struck by this, and this is not to call our brother Joe Shasky out at all. This is to.
However,
it's to tell. Okay. It's to tell a story. Sometimes these things are healthy reminders. We know when it comes to elections, whatever there are a lot of opinions on in the world. I sometimes think it's healthy when you can notice how two smart people, can look at the exact same thing and come away with the exact opposite impression or opinion. Like, this to me felt like someone looking out the window of the car and going, sky's yellow. See that? The sky is yellow. And I'm like, that's blue. Nope, it's yellow. Really? Listen to this. This happened during our show yesterday. Shasky writes, losing Myers is clearly a huge blow to Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors. But how can you not see how maniacal Joe Lacob is to winning at everything? Lacob showed more human touch than most therapists when discussing Bob and what he meant to him and the Warriors. Joe is as good of an owner as we've seen thus far. I don't have an issue with sentence 1
or 3.
And I don't have an issue with sentence 3.
He's absolutely right about those two things.
But sentence 2, Lacob showed more human touch than most therapists when discussing Bob and what he meant to him and the Warriors.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand it, because I don't. It's not in me to do that. I'm so competitive, and I know he is too. It's a really hard thing for me to understand why, but it's really not for me to understand why. I just want him to be happy.
I'm like,
right.
That felt like
was
the
not
opposite of human touch to me.
And I would imagine that that's not the part that Joe is referring to in terms of human touch. There were parts where he talked about how great Bob was.
Well, sure.
And he was effusive in his praise for Bob Myers at times. Maybe that's what Joe was referring to. But when I read the tweet, I kind of had the same reaction in terms of I didn't really get a sense of the human touch being shown by Joe Lacob.
Let's listen to a little bit more Joe.
What's next? Bob addressed it, and I think he addressed it well. And I'm sure you'll ask a couple of questions. But look, we have a great organization. We believe in bench strength. Some may think we don't, based on they criticized our bench on the court sometimes. But we do believe in bench strength. And within this organization, we have a lot of bench strength, and we have a lot of people that are really good at their jobs, and that we're constantly training for situations like this. You can't always achieve it, but Bob has trained some great people in his organization, and I think they'll play a great role going forward. I'm not going to say what we're doing yet, because I don't know what we're doing yet. I only learned of this decision this morning. And while we've been thinking about the possibility of it happening, certainly knew it was a possibility, although I didn't want to admit that was really a possibility to myself. It was a possibility, and so we've thought about it, but it's not going to be something that we rush into. We'll get it done when we get it done. We'll make the right decision for the organization and hopefully move forward. I think we're preparing for the draft, free agency, all those things. And I know I'm going to work him to every last day till June 30th to be involved here, whether he knows it or not.
Yeah. Oh.
So he'll be here for that. And
no, that's fine. Yeah.
That's the way it's going to be. So I think we'll be prepared, and we'll go forward, and it'll be good.
I am just overwhelmed by the human touch and compassion from that exchange. Overwhelmed. I'm almost
That
crying.
was even more cringy hearing it for the 5th time.
Thank you.
When Bob, it's an awkward laugh. You can almost hear him say WTF,
well,
Joe.
And again, the visual side of it is he looks at his wife, smiles, and shrugs. It was almost like, sorry, honey, we got 30 more days.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like
Turns
to me.
out we're not out of here.
Yeah.
This is not the end. We get into the month of this, of phone calls at all hours of the night, and being in the grinder still, because that job is a grind. And Bob is not going to apologize, or Joe's not going to apologize for the grind that he put Bob through, because that's how you win. You work the hardest, and you do the best, you do the most, and you churn out a winner. And that's what Bob did underneath Joe Lacob, and that's what Joe will demand of his replacement.
Let's keep going with you at 888-957-9570. How about Carlito in Alameda? Hey, Carlito, what are you doing?
Hey, fellas, I'm enjoying a beer.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about the... Yeah.
Beer?
Look, I think the ownership thing is being a little overstated. I think when we compare, like, historical owners such as Al Davis, Jerry Jones, I think those owners are probably known as a little more difficult than Joe Lacob. I think, in a sense, Bob wants to quit while he's ahead, because no matter what, the end of the dynasty is coming. Thank you.
Wow, that was very respectful.
Yeah.
And thank you,
Thanks.
Carlito, for the call. Thanks. It'll never not be funny. You can play it a million times. It'll never not be funny. Al Davis is, tougher than Joe Lacob. Maybe. Or is it just more public? I'll give you an example. I've heard this 100 times behind the scenes. I wonder if you've ever heard it, right? So there's Bobby Knight. Bobby Knight would, throw chairs across the basketball court. He was caught on
Just
video.
once.
Yeah, caught on video hitting a kid one time.
He choked a guy.
All right, so there was that. You ever heard anything like that about Coach Krzyzewski?
Not that overtly, but you've seen him get red-faced and get after somebody.
I have heard that behind the scenes.
Oh, no doubt. He's cut from the Bobby Knight cloth. He played for Bobby Knight at Army.
So sometimes there's the one who just does it right out in front of everybody, and then there's someone who is a little bit more covert about it. Plus, let me say this for Joe Lacob. You could take this as a compliment, and maybe he should. Joe Lacob has essentially never had to go through any of the downtimes, and that's when the stuff usually comes out. Nobody wants to talk about the way Joe Lacob goes about his business, because his business has been nothing but awesome. Al Davis or any of the other owners you want to talk about, there's the ups and there's the downs, relocation again, ups, downs, all over the place, people in, people out. Joe Lacob has had exactly what he talked about yesterday, continuity and winning, and that's it. But what happens when Myers leaves, Steph Curry leaves? What then? Are we going to learn a little bit more about it? So, Joe Lacob is not those guys. Maybe he is. I feel like we know a little bit more, or we're talking a little bit more about it today than we have in the past. I've heard people say he's hard to work for. A lot of bosses are hard to work for. But to me, we got a little bit of a window, a little bit of a glimpse of it yesterday. That's all.
I think we've known all along that it's there, and now I do believe that Joe Lacob is square front and center in terms of what are you going to do now as far as moving this thing forward, because coming up in X amount of time, you're going to have to deal with life without Steph, without Clay, without Draymond. Those guys are all in their mid-30s. Steph is approaching his late 30s, and you don't usually play in the NBA past 37, 38. You get to Udonis Haslem, the oldest player in the association, might be 40. He's not the player that he once was. So no matter what you do from here going forward with the GM spot, the president of basketball operations spot, you're going to have to do something about your roster. And whoever takes that job, their number one task going forward is going to be to try to make this thing relevant and successful and all the rest of it, because we all know as Warriors fans who've been around long enough to have remembered the lean years are more prevalent than the winning years for any organization.
Sure, of course. That's the way it works. And that's kind of what I mean. Like, I'm not sitting here telling you that the Warriors can't be good in 5 years. For the life of me, I don't see how, unless another amazing, generational, NBA-changing player is just there, and somehow they're able to acquire said player and build more continuity with a whole new roster. Like, I don't think of many situations in the NBA where that's happened overnight. And what's really funny is a lot of people who buy what Joe is saying have literally said that this year disproved the myth that they were selling. 2 timelines, Dibs.
Yeah.
Got 2 timelines. Steph, Clay, and Dre. And then as soon as that's over, then it's going to be Poole, Wiseman, and Kuminga. A little bit of Moody sprinkled in. And, man, championship again.
Bob admitted that they had never used that terminology. That was a media creation,
it
2
was.
timelines.
I'm not talking about the term. I'm talking about the approach.
Yeah, the ideology,
that
sure.
was absolutely what they were trying to do. And this year, most of us walked out and went, well, it turns out that was ridiculous.
Right.
And can't believe we fell for it. And now people are believing that Joe's like, yes, we're going to be amazing next year, and the year after that. As soon as Steph leaves, it's going to be amazing. I don't care what the rules are.
Had James Wiseman been Tim Duncan, I'd buy it.
Correct.
Because that's how the Spurs did it.
Right.
They got a top pick, and they got a generational player, and they kept it rolling.
Right. But James is a Pistons.
Yeah, he is.
And so that's... You were worried there for a second.
Yeah, it was. He's a Pistons off and getting traded.
Chilton Auto Body, Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. More of your phone calls coming up next.
This is James Wiseman.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body.
Please explain.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, so did we get to the bottom of it? I think we got to the bottom of it, right?
We're getting there. I'm still looking for Nick Swiney.
Swiney and Goo. He's on from 10 to 2 on this station. I know exactly where he is.
It's a 4.
Come on. Yeah. Okay, so is this a fun fact? Can we go with it?
You go with it and I'll keep researching.
I read. That's how I'll say it. Okay. I read. See, this is me covering this little CYA right here. I'm going to cover my behind. Cover my behind. But Farhan's 2020 draft. This was his second draft in charge of Gigante.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a truncated draft because of the global pandemic, COVID-19, right? So what did it go, 5 rounds?
Yeah.
Is that right?
They had 7 picks in those 5 rounds.
Okay. All 7 picks are now in AA or higher, and 2 of those 7 picks are named Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey. And a third one is named Kyle Harrison. So when you start to look at things like, remember where we were a year ago? Where are our prospects, Ramos and Bart? Those aren't Farhan guys. Farhan is now replacing those guys with people he picked, and they're having a lot more success. So, just, again, this is small sample size, Steve.
Yeah.
I know that.
Hi, Steve.
All right. Thank you. Hi, Dad. Good to meet you. My name's Steve, and I'm going to give you a small sample size. So, I'm not here to tell you, okay, all is well. Farhan's a genius. He knows how to make those picks. But hell of a draft, it appears, 3 years ago. 7 picks. And just alone, if you told me, hey, we got 7 picks, 3 of them are Schmidt, Bailey, and Harrison. Based on what we know right now, hey, out of bed. But add the other 4 in, all of them are AA or higher as well.
Yes,
Coming
it's a loophole. Jimmy
Why?
Glowanke is being called up as we speak.
Well,
his phone's ringing.
Is it a fact or is it not a fact?
He may catch a flat tire on his way to AA.
Well,
pop an Achilles, and then it never happens.
Wow, how dare you?
I know, that
put
was
that
mean.
out
That was
in the
mean-spirited.
world.
Sorry
I
about
can't
that.
believe you did
To all the
that.
Glowankes. Hi, I'm mean-spirited Mitch over here.
I'm glad they picked him just because his last name's Glowinky.
Yeah.
That's a ton of fun. Okay? That's
No
fun
doubt.
for the whole family, and that's what Giants baseball is all about.
Straight out of Dallas Baptist.
Yeah.
About to turn 24 here in a week.
Put him up to the sky.
But that's great. Small sample size and a small draft class. But in terms of Farhan, or Farmhan, as we like to call him, that's a pretty nice-looking draft class there.
Not
where
bad.
you've got
Not bad.
Patrick Bailey, who had a pretty good game today.
Couple more hits today, I think.
Casey Schmidt can't get him out. And Kyle Harrison, I am nasty from the left side. Here I come. It's a nice draft class.
He'll be here. He'll be here within the next, I don't know.
Month.
I think that's a little hot, but he'll be here. He'll be here.
Mark, month.
Okay.
By July 1, he'll be here.
Get command of the strike zone, Kyle.
Oh, he's close.
Get command of the zone.
When he's in the zone, he's unhittable.
Right, but you got to stay in the zone. You got to be in the zone, and you got to stay there. You can't leave there.
It's those damn robo-umps in AAA that are robbing him.
Crazy
of those
umps.
borderline strikes.
All right, Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. About an hour away, Ryan Leaf tells us why Trey Lance is the no-doubt, no-brainer 49ers starter at quarterback. Chris in San Jose. Hey, Chris, what are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
First-time caller. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
We got you, bud. Thank you for calling.
Okay, all right. How are you guys doing? Hey, so I just want to weigh in a little bit on the Bob Myers situation. Willard, you hit it right on the head when you said that, I was sitting at home, I was watching the Bob Myers, conversation. I was watching the whole spiel. And then when Joe Lacob got on there, it was like, I could totally see why he's leaving. I totally get it. I mean, and then when he told him he had to work to his last day of his contract, I was just like, and he started to laugh. I was just like, I was amazed. I was shocked. Can you imagine giving your 2-week notice and your boss telling you, hey, you know what, you're going to work all the way to your last day? Probably not going to happen. But that's just me.
Well, especially in a gig like this. And what was really weird is I think we all would have been fine with it if he was joking. It didn't sound to me like he was joking. He's like, so that's the way it's going to go, and we'll be ready for the draft because Bob will be here. Bob was like, I will?
Right.
Yes, you will. All right.
And I picture Bob right now in an empty office with a couple of cardboard boxes sitting there on the Odyssey app, listening to Willard and Dibbs, thinking
bobbleheads in the box.
Seriously, he's got his Jordan Poole, his pool party bobbleheads in there. He's got his replica ring that they gave away on ring night.
He's like, hey, Draymond, should I stay all the way to June 30th? And then he whacks his head, and Draymond's like, no.
He bobbles, no. Seriously.
I mean, it was awkward. That's right. I'm not making something up here. Everybody got that a little bit yesterday, right? It was a little awkward.
It was awkward in many ways. To me, the first level of awkward was Bob Myers doing a press conference with an empty chair next to him, and Joe Lacob, I don't know if he was busy doing owner things, but he couldn't sit there for the first 20 or 30 minutes. It wasn't until it was Joe time that he, all of a sudden comes on the scene and sits down. After Bob was through with the warm-up act, it's now time for the headliner. I'm Joe Lacob, and I'm here to hold court. That, to me, was the first moment of awkwardness.
Yeah, it was just, it was strange. And then the other side, again, as we sat there and watched it together, I just, sometimes you walk into a room and you're like, this doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel right. Something is amiss. And yesterday, there wasn't anything that Joe said where you're like, oh, gosh, sirens are going off. That's terrible. How dare he? None of that. None of that. This conversation, please take it for what it is. Joe Lacob has been incredible. He's a phenomenal owner. The success is there. And all you really want, I think, as a fan, you don't want your own. I don't need the owner to be a nice guy. I don't need the owner to be anything. All I want is for the owner to be straightforward and focused on a good product. And nobody could ever say anything otherwise with regard to Joe Lacob. But after sitting with it for close to 24 hours, it absolutely resonated for me where I'm like, oh, that's why it felt so uncomfortable. Because quite frankly, I think Bob looked uncomfortable. And for many of us, it was a light bulb.
Right.
Now I get why he's so tired. That's all.
Yeah, and I appreciate Joe Lacob for being transparent because he didn't get up there and pretend about any sort of thing, about how he felt, about whether or not he was surprised, whether or not he understood why Bob was leaving, whether or not they could still be champions, whether or not the organization is still going to be the greatest in all of sports. Joe stepped up there with all the self-confidence and the hubris that you expect Joe to have. The thing that made me feel a little bit uncomfortable was the fact that this should have been a Bob Myers love fest. This should have been the send-off, all about Bob. Let's not even worry about what comes next until we get to what comes next. And then when Joe says, yeah, Bob's going to work another month, ha, 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 that made it even more awkward.
Well, that's an interesting point because I wonder if it would have come off better. Look, if Joe's going to be there, and he has every right to be, then the question of what's next is going to come up. And if you're not going to really answer who the next, or you're not going to say anything about the next general manager search, which is kind of what he did, then I would speak to it in that way. Be like, look, I know a lot of you want to know what's going to happen next. We do too. We're working on it. But outside of that, I have nothing to say today that's not about Bob. So I'm not going to tell you about roster construction. I'm certainly not going to say anything like this.
We're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game. And our game is to win games and to win championships. When we came here, this ownership group 13 years ago, we made a ridiculous proclamation about winning within 5 years. And of course, somehow we managed to do it, all of us, players and everybody involved. And we've continued to win. And look, the rules will change in the game, but we'll continue to do that. We're going to work really hard to do it. And I think we have really smart people and we'll do it.
Like nobody stands up at the retirement dinner and goes, look, I just want to let everybody know that our organization is not going to skip a beat. Like we are amazing now and we will continue to be amazing. Yes. Bob over here is leaving. Everybody give a nice round of applause for Bob. That's awesome. We're not going to miss a damn beat.
Right.
You just don't do that. Like, that comment is great. It would have been even greater if it had been at the press conference to welcome in who's next. Hey, everybody, this is Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Sure.
And the expectation for Mike is that we win. We win around here. And we're not using the CBA as an excuse.
Right.
Because we have set an expectation. By the way, that expectation was set by Bob Myers, who's been amazing here over the last 12 years. And now we hope that Mike can step in and do half of what Bob did for us for the last 12 years.
You got me thinking, Mark, and I totally agree with you in terms of what the optics would have been better, even if Joe Lacob wanted to not do a press conference, but he could have done what they call on the side in the business, where press conference is over and Joe Lacob just goes to the side with a small group of reporters after Bob and his wife leave, and then Joe holds court on the side. It wouldn't have been on the radio. It wouldn't have been broadcast on TV. It would have been a lower profile thing. You had me thinking, though, what if Kirk Lacob is the new president of basketball ops and the general manager? Does Joe sit up there with his son when he introduces him? And what would that do in terms of the optics?
Wow.
Think about that, Mark.
My first answer is...
No, think about it.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, now speak.
Yeah, very quick.
No, I mean, can you imagine?
I visualized it. It's a visualization sensation.
That's a bump.
Got it. I don't think it's going to happen. And I don't think Joe's going to sit up there with him.
He's going to send his own kid up there. What, Steph, I'm going to need you to sit with my son?
No, he's going to send Mike Dunleavy Jr. up there.
Well, let's just pretend that Mike doesn't get the job, or maybe Mike doesn't want the job. Have you thought about that? Because if I'm Mike Dunleavy Jr.,
he wants the job.
I would rather have another job outside the organization as opposed to have to preside over the dismantling of this.
I get what you're saying.
If you had the opportunity of this job or another job and the money was the same, wouldn't you rather have another job where you're not going to be in this gigantic shadow?
You're basically saying, wouldn't you rather have a lower bar? And right? Isn't that what you're saying?
Well, I don't even know if it's the bar. To me, it's the job. Because the job description here is win a championship or else, and hurry, because at the back end of your gig, you're breaking this thing up.
Well, and don't they all say that? That's what I mean by a lower bar. Like, yeah, if you're going to go be the GM in Charlotte, then
it's always Charlotte or Orlando.
I know. Got to come up with you know what?
Those are good. Those are good.
I mean, it's funny sometimes the ones that we decide are small markets. I got a buddy who's a Pistons fan, and he's like, "Why are we always lumped into this? Detroit is not small." But that's the way that their organization's playing right now. But I guess I would say this. Like, yeah, do you want a lower bar? Do you want less pressure? Do you want something that's basically not, I think, as you're saying, kind of set up to fail? Because if you become the GM of the Warriors and Steph retires in 3 years, well, that's not your fault, but it's going to look like it's your fault. It's going to look like, well, you showed up and the Warriors got worse.
Yeah.
I would hope that the Warriors would have faith that their fan base is smarter than that. We know you don't just win 4 out of every 10 championships every decade. I know sometimes we act like that, but it's not going to always be that. And I think they have to have faith that we're smarter than that. What about this? Aren't the Warriors the job for Mike because he's already here? Like, wouldn't he be starting here much further down the road than he would be to go get another gig? First of all, I don't even know any other gigs that are open where he would be a candidate. Right? Yeah, but is he a candidate? I know his dad coached there, but are they talking to Mike? If we're talking in 2 jobs at the same time, maybe. But if only one is being offered and you're going to say, I'm going to wait for a better spot where the bar is lower, that's tough. You take the gig when it's offered to you.
I'm just saying if you had your choice. And also, in terms of if it's Mike Dunleavy Jr. who gets the job and he takes the job, even if they go on to win a championship in the next 2 or 3 years, it's not going to feel like it's your championship. It's going to feel like a Bob Myers holdover chip.
George Seifert.
Joe Lacob is going to take credit for the championship.
Well, that's going to happen no matter what.
Right. So even if you're Mike Dunleavy, it's kind of a lose-lose situation. The only thing that you benefit is you get experience as a general manager in the NBA, and that's something that you can't buy.
Or you can say, hey, if I do this with the Warriors, I know that I'm always going to have the resources that I need. You know, that's I mean, the biggest compliment.
CBA be damned.
Well, CBA be damned. I mean, the biggest compliment to Joe is that he is the opposite of John Fisher. Like, he will do whatever it takes. And as a fan, that's all you want. But as an employee, sometimes that's all you don't want. Right. I will do whatever it takes, including calling you 18 times a day.
Right.
So it's a lot. But Mike should have the energy because he hasn't been through it before. If I were Mike, I'd want the job where I know what's going on. I've been involved in all of the stuff over the last few years. I've got Steph Curry on my roster. Yeah, if I were Mike, I'd want this job.
As opposed to another job.
Yeah.
I know you'd rather have this job than have no job.
Yes.
I agree with you on that.
As opposed to any other job, too.
And we'll use the Clippers job just because that one's available. And that's to where I think that's an interesting question, because if you take the Clippers job, you have no great expectations. The Clippers have never been to an NBA Finals.
Right.
They've been to one conference championship game?
Right, but you have broken down stars.
Right.
And your owner's a maniac also.
But you have a chance to at least rework something with your own vision in your own way.
Yeah.
You come in here.
You can't do that here?
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Bob says that there's been much harder off seasons than this.
It's because there's nothing you can do.
Well, no, I don't
agree. It's Draymond Green, and he's either going to stay or if he's going to go. And you already said
you could trade
if
Jordan
Draymond
Poole.
Green's going to stay, the deal's probably already in place for Draymond to stay. So that's nothing you're going to do. You got to go to Clay and say, hey, Clay, if you really want to be here, you're going to have to play for the minimum.
I mean, do you
vet min?
Do you trade Jordan Poole? Do you conduct the draft? Do you try to win on the margins? Which, by the way, is probably all the Warriors are really thinking about right now. It's fascinating to look at the way the NBA playoffs have played out and realize that the Warriors, to me, they're not as far away as it feels like right now. I know they haven't been playing for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And the finals haven't even started yet. That's new for us. That's different. But by the same token, look at the way this all played out. Look at the Eastern Conference, okay? It was the exact same two teams from last year to this year. The 8 seed ended up working its way in. The Nuggets were healthy, and they certainly feel and look like a problem right now. That was a 53-win team. It's not like they're overwhelming. The Lakers are going to have to redo their whole thing. I got no idea what's going on in Memphis. Like, the Golden State Warriors, as they currently sit, are in the mix. They're not the favorite.
They're in the mix.
Right? So you don't need to. The Poole question is a different one. That's a totally different animal, as we all know. But I don't think they need to flip the roster upside down and shake it all out.
No, you can't.
By any stretch.
You can't.
And you can't. Correct.
And that's part of I think, the frustration of getting the job is there's only so much you can do. And maybe you can't trade Jordan Poole. Maybe you have marching orders from above that says, no, we paid Jordan Poole. We think he's the future. We still believe in that second timeline. You can't trade Jordan Poole. So now you're Mike Dunleavy and you're thinking, all right, who can I get with the 19th pick? And what veteran out there can I pay $1.8 million to come and warm the bench?
Yeah.
There's not much job in this job. I don't think.
Well,
if you win, Bob Myers wins. If you lose, you weren't as good as Bob Myers.
Yeah, but you don't need to convince everybody 1 year in when your core is not changing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We've used Farhan as an example in roster construction. Nobody was going to come after Farhan for at least 2 years. And what did he have? He had a year with Boch, and then he left, and then you had a pandemic, and then you came out of that and had this banana season, and it was like nobody was even thinking about assessing roster construction for 2 or 3 years. I think I get what you're saying, for sure. Is it a no credit situation? Yes. But can he take the blame for something? Let's say it does go haywire. Let's say you kind of do run it back. You don't overhaul the roster. And you come back and Steph, Clay, and Dre all look old, like decrepit old. And the Warriors don't even make the playoffs. Is anybody coming after Dunleavy?
Oh, absolutely.
See, I don't think so.
They came after Bob this year because he didn't get a big at the trade deadline or in the buyout market.
Right, but that's kind of lightweight coming after, don't you think?
In the sense that he won 4 championships, yes.
No one's calling for his gig.
888-957-9570. All the Bob haters, line it up and go ahead and pile on. The body's still warm. Take your shot. It's all you've got. Bob is gone. go ahead and bury him, because you see it on the text line, on Twitter, all the Twitter warrior experts, just Bob Myers a fraud, Steve Kerr stinks, and all the rest of it.
Yeah, of course.
It's out there.
Of course, it's always there. That's
so
the
if
nature of
if the big three return,
I don't think,
and they all go flaccid, my first flaccid of the month, I had to get one in before May expired. Mike Dunleavy's going to be blamed in part for not doing something. Why'd you bring these guys back? You should have traded Clay. We knew he was washed when he went 3 for 19.
See, now hold on, because Steve Kerr's on our show saying the big three's got a ton left. Joe Lacob is absolutely, I mean, he's sitting here preaching continuity. I mean, if Joe Lacob is going to stand up there and take all the credit for building this wonderful organization that, damn it, won't lose no matter the rules.
Right.
Well, then I know who to blame if it doesn't go well. You, Joe.
You be careful.
You want all the credit? How does it work? You want all the credit? You get all the blame. No? I don't think there's any scenario that has people losing their minds over Mike Dunleavy Jr. a year from now. Unless, he trades Jordan Poole for Bob Jablonski. And, do you know what I mean?
Bob's stretch 4. He's a good player.
Right? What's the scenario that a year from now we're like Dunleavy Jr. ruined everything?
If he sits on his hands and they don't play very well.
But what you even just said, what deal can be made? What deal can you make?
Well, it depends on how creative you are.
Yeah.
And depends on how aggressive you are. And it's ultimately, I'm with you. It comes down to Joe Lacob. And I thought yesterday, once Bob said his final goodbye, Joe basically told you, it's my show. It's my team. And ever since we bought the team and we said that we were going to win within 5 years, and darn it if we weren't right, and 4 titles and 9 years later, here we are with the best organization in all of sports, and I bought the team. And I brought in Bob Myers, and I am going to make him work 1 more month, and I will still be here. The eyes have it, and there is no I in Lacob.
Yeah.
And when it all comes down, I do think that he's going to be the one this year that is squarely in the crosshairs.
Mike.
Or
Joe.
Joe.
Yeah.
In terms of credit and blame.
Gosh. It depends on how it goes. Do you know what I mean? And the only
I do, but do you think that Dunleavy Jr. gets the job. Do you think he trades Jordan Poole without Joe Lacob saying, yes, you can?
I don't think you can do anything without getting Joe's signature.
That's my point.
Right.
I don't think that you can throw a bounce pass to Guy Santos on the wing without Joe giving you the okay.
All right, this is a larger point, but I think it's a right, and you've been doing
it's been my favorite.
I mean, you've been on one for the last 24 hours. Guy has gotten more run the last 24 hours than ever. I'll say this: we do this way too much in sports. Okay, something happens, and we're like, all right, who's the one that gets the credit? Who's the one that gets the blame? Nothing. This isn't a one-person show. Nothing is.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Nothing is a one-person show. Joe's got the checkbook. He's got the final stamp. But he's not the only opinion in the room. He's not the only one with ideas. He's not the only one with thoughts on how it should go. So, I don't know. The whole that person right there, you get the blame. I mean, my gosh. Right? Like there's 1,000 different things going on.
It's what we do, Mark. It's credit and blame.
Yeah. No, I know that. I just mean there's plenty to go around. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls on this. How did it make you feel? The Joe Lacob portion of yesterday. 888-957-9570. Plus in about 45 minutes, Ryan Leaf with a potentially unpopular opinion on 49ers quarterbacks. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
These are emails filling your employees' inboxes. Downloads beaming from...
zoo.
Oh.
The actual zoo. They're celebrating the birth of the first ever white-handed gibbon. What's wrong with you? Down goes Willard.
95.7 The Game.
Thank you.
Breaking news.
Yeah, Mark, this just in.
You got to stop saying stuff like that right when I'm in the middle of drinking water. You can't do that.
Apparently, first-time parents who had been courting for just over 4 years.
Oh, wow.
You talk about.
I got some friends in my life that take that long, too.
I guess these gibbons don't have Tinder in the Oakland Zoo.
Everybody having the stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Come on, swipe right, gibbon. Let's go.
Congrats to May and Rayner.
Thank you. This gibbon stuck it in me. Thank you. Anyway.
Wait, a white-handed gibbon?
Not
You have to
right-handed.
stick it in there.
Thank you.
White-handed gibbon?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's breaking news.
All right.
It's breaking news.
And so what happens next?
They raise it. It nurses.
Okay.
And then it lives out its life as a gibbon in the zoo.
I don't know that I've ever heard of a white-handed gibbon.
On Gibbon Island is where it will live.
Yeah, and I wasn't aware of a white-handed gibbon either, but I saw it and I thought that I'd break it.
I mean,
you come out with all your sourced reports. Why can't I break news?
I mean, I listen. I set you up perfectly. I said, "What happens next?" You're supposed to say, "Well, it'll move to Vegas in 4 years."
Ah, yeah, my fault. I missed the
come
cue.
on, yeah,
sorry about that.
No, I actually kind of thought about it.
Hey, they
after
lose
the fact,
120
but-
games in front of nobody. You know.
Yeah, you get everybody all excited, and then as soon as it's a fully grown gibbon, you trade it to the Yankees.
Totally.
That's exactly how it's going to work. All right? Perfect.
That works too.
Oh, ridiculous.
Or the Braves.
Or the Braves. Thank you. Thank you.
They were beating the Braves.
Anybody good?
Had a couple straight over the Braves.
Yeah. Hey, A's, get in on the bit. Stop winning. Good Lord.
Right.
That ruins everything. If you can't, like, once a week go to the standings and be like, oh, my God, they've only won 10 games, and, you know, it's October. Hey, come on. Don't ruin it.
They got the message today. They
Yeah,
lost
they did.
4-2.
3 hits.
Well, yeah, because Fisher called. You want to talk about an owner showing up to a press conference.
Right.
Like, that's about enough winning out of all of you. Okay? So, back on track. Oakland A's baseball.
Yeah.
That's what they should put out on social after every loss.
12-46, and I'm still looking for the attendance numbers.
12-46.
Yeah.
What kind of record is that?
It's a losing record, Mark.
Yeah, thank you.
They could win 33 in a row, which I believe would tie the MLB record, and they'd still be below 500.
Oh, my gosh.
I think 33 straight is the record. Maybe that's the NBA record.
Check out the run differential. They're
minus 2 hundo?
195.
Oh, boy.
The next worst team in all of baseball is the Kansas City Royals at minus 70. The A's have pretty much tripled that. Then the next worst team in baseball. In their next game, assuming they give up 5 runs or more, they will have given up their 400th run this year. 400 runs. I don't even know if there's any other teams that have given up 300. Yeah, the Rockies just passed it, and they play a mile above sea level.
Literally.
It's incredible, man.
Yeah.
It is absolutely incredible. God,
It's embarrassing. It's beyond, I mean, yeah. Anyway, that's too much time on the A's already.
Yeah, all right.
Congrats to the Gibbons.
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah.
Congrats.
4 years of courting. I mean, you're in a cage. Really?
4 years of courting.
It's going to take 4 years of courting. You are literally trapped together in a cage.
Some people like a lot of foreplay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Damn.
Yeah.
4 years of foreplay.
And listen, you know.
Don't talk about that.
All right.
You can only
we won't.
throw so much excrement at your partner until she gets the hint.
Someone called in to tell you that the official paid attendance was over 6,400 today. In
Oh, by the way, yeah, thank you for calling it the official paid attendance. Don't get me started on attendance figures for the A's games. Like, they're embarrassing, but they're also even more embarrassing than that because they're not real. They're not true. You know, our buddy Maury Brown from Forbes, the baseball writer,
Yeah.
he was quoting something a couple of weeks ago. He's like, gosh, look how bad these A's attendance figures are. I can't believe they're averaging 9,000.
8750.
I'm like, no, they're not. Like, that's the figure. Maury, look at I can count them. You get one of those pano pictures of the collie, and you're like, no, I can. There's not 9,000 people there.
8,700.
87. Period. 87.
Well, let's be fair. The
Okay.
Giants are averaging 28,024, And
probably not.
Yeah.
But they've had, I've been out there
You
5
have.
times. And
today was a good example. They probably had about 17-5.
Right. You rock a Wednesday afternoon. Sure. I've been out there. I was out there 2 Saturdays ago, legit 32K, because I said it before they even put it up on the board. I go, this is 32K. And then it was 31.9.
This is the lowest non-pandemic attendance average in Oracle Park history for the Giants.
Absolutely.
And it's not close.
No.
Last year was 30,650. This year they're down another 2,600, and they're a better watch this year.
Well, it'll probably rally back here with school ending and the young kids up, and if they continue to win, if they're playing good baseball.
And they've had some BOGO ticket sales, buy one, get one.
As they should.
And bobbleheads up the wazoo, and hey, rally towel night, and super giveaways as far as the eye can see.
Yep. And $9 shots of beer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can go get a shot of beer.
It's a 10-ouncer, right?
It's huge. Anyway, let's go to Corey in Greenville, North Carolina. Hey, Corey, you're on Willard and Debs. What are you doing?
Well, actually, just hanging out with my daughter at the park.
Oh, nice, Corey. Oh, so did you quit your job to do that and spend more time with your family?
Nice.
No, I did not.
Okay, good to know.
Do that. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Bob Myers for everything he's done. I know people are kind of acting like he's not really that important right now, and that's kind of disheartening because I feel like as a fan base, we become a little bit jaded. Like the way we win doesn't happen a lot. And I think a lot of people are just taking it for granted. Like, this is going to end at some point. So we just need to be thankful. We need to be happy because the layers are going to fall off. And that's just what it is. But while we got what we got, just ride it till the wheels fall off and stop acting like, we win 10 championships every decade.
Well, Corey, I think you're spot on.
Thanks, Corey.
Yeah, I really do. I think you're spot on. But I also think it's predictable. It's a defense mechanism, is what I think it is. When people are like, it's just an executive. Why are we spending time on this? It's just an executive. That's because that's what people do. When you've got something great and you don't want it to end, when a little piece of the boat falls off, you're like, no, we're fine. We can still sail this ship. It is all good here. No big deal. We didn't need the... We didn't need the bow. Like we
It's not the bow.
No, but
it's not the rudder.
Whatever it is.
It's not the sails. The deck chair.
Come on. That was not a deck chair. Might be the deck.
It's like one of those drink holders.
Come on, people.
Thank you. I'm actually, it's funny you play that because I just was trying to remember in my mind how long that ceremony was when that, come on, people.
Yeah.
That's Rick Barry from the Chris Mullen jersey retirement ceremony.
Crazy.
That also came from it, March 19th, 2012. So we're now 11 years, 2 months, and 12 days since that vainglorious night. And I looked at YouTube, 24 minutes and 19 seconds. And that was the biggest reason why Joe Lacob was getting booed. The fans were restless, and they were angry over the Monte Ellis trade. But that thing just kept going on and on. I've got some intros to do. And by the time he got through his intros, that baby was already 15 minutes old.
Well, this is one thing I wonder, and maybe this won't land so great, but I'm going to go ahead and say it because this is something I wonder. Billionaires don't live in the world in which most of us live.
Correct.
Right? So
gated communities, chauffeured vehicles, private jets, champagne, and caviar.
So often, not always, but often, self-awareness and the ability to talk to the masses is, not always their thing. Because they don't relate, right? And so that was part of what I saw yesterday. I don't think that was a relatable thing to do with Bob Myers. So it's not that it was wrong. It's not that it was offensive.
Right.
It's not that it's not still his team, and it's not that he's not actually kind of right. Like, yeah, you built an amazing organization.
Yeah, amazing.
But is it aware? Is it relatable?
Relatable is a great word, Mark.
You've got a treasured piece of your organization on the way out the door. Every fan can decide for themselves. Is Bob important to you or not? Is Bob important to the organization or not? You're certainly entitled to your opinion. But this is a very, very popular employee, and this is somebody who has been at the centerpiece of unmatched success. So is that the time to be like, I just don't even understand why you're leaving? Is that the time to say, we're winning no matter what, with you or without you? It doesn't matter what the rules are. That's how we do it around these parts. That's not relatable.
Agreed.
It's not aware. Like, sometimes you got to play the game. Just play the game a little bit. And I know that someone who's a billionaire is like, nope, I go a different way. You're right. You do. And so sometimes the rest of the world's going to be a little bit uncomfortable when you come out and go the other way.
And who in that organization is going to tap Joe on the shoulder and say, you know what, Joe, this might not be the best idea in terms of you going up on the dais with Bob Myers and answering questions and doing Joe Lacob things. You have every right. Even Raymond Ritter, who is the best PR guy any of us has ever known or worked with, I don't know if he would have the chutzpah or if he has the relationship with Joe to say, you know what, Joe, this may not be the best idea, the best time for this. If you just let Bob up there and let Bob have his moment, Bob can say his goodbyes. He can thank everybody he wants to thank. He can answer questions as to why he's leaving. And the other question, there's time for that on another day when you can call another press conference in a week and say, all right, we're going to name the next GM. And then Woj will release it earlier, Shams, and Steve Kerr will shake his head over the fact that nothing's private anymore. And then the word will get out and the press will show up. And then, Joe, you could say all the things. And I think you mentioned this earlier in the show, Mark, and you're spot on. And the word you just used, relatable, I think fits here because for all of us Warriors fans who are a little bit sad that Bob's leaving, and I'm not quite as far down the road as you in terms of, oh, this is going to be a massive loss. I think it's more of an emotional loss than it is a front office personnel loss. I think this affects Draymond and Steph and maybe Clay to a slightly lesser extent and Steve more than it affects the future draft picks and the ability to make trades
I agree with that.
and salary cap moves and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's a people move. He's a people guy.
Absolutely. And those people matter to everybody.
True.
And so if they're affected, I would think fans would be affected. That's kind of the way I look at it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Ryan Leaf in 25 minutes. You might be surprised by what he has to say about Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. Let's go to Boo Boo the Foo. Boo Boo the Foo in San Mateo. Hey, Boo Boo. What are you doing?
Hey, Boo Boo.
Hey, man, just getting off of work, man, and over here talking to Yogi. Anyway, I honestly believe when it really comes down to it, I'm comfortable with Joe Lacob and moving forward. I mean, anybody that thinks that Bob Myers leaving the ship is no big deal, you're an armchair GM and you don't know what it is to run an NBA organization. But I am comfortable moving forward. I think the way Bob Myers left, I think was very classy. He went out on his own terms. You know, he didn't bow down to money or anything like that. I think also, though, even though he did what he did, I'm comfortable with Joe Lacob moving forward because we all know that night when Joe decided that the direction the team was going to go, what did everybody do? Everybody booed him, talked bad about him, said he didn't know what he was doing. And then after they won that third championship, everybody was looking at Joe like, wow, okay, this guy's for real. I don't think anything's changed. I think he still is the same Joe Lacob that he was when he took over the team. I think he wants to win. I think he's going to do what it takes to win. And if he's got to spend money, he's going to probably follow the rules so he don't get cited. But other than that, he's kind of trying to continue the winning ways.
I don't think anybody disagrees with that.
Thanks for the call, Boo Boo.
Yeah, who would disagree with that? No, I don't. Honestly, who would disagree with that? When you hear, at least me, say that I'm uncomfortable, it has nothing to do with whether or not I'm comfortable with Joe Lacob owning the team or being the guy going forward. He's been the best, been the absolute best. I just felt the room felt uncomfortable yesterday. Watching it, listening to it, hearing it over and over again. to me, this felt uncomfortable.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand it because I don't. It's not in me to do that. I'm so competitive, and I know he is too. It's a really hard thing for me to understand why, but it's really not for me to understand why. I just want him to be happy.
I mean, that's authentic. That's great if that's what he feels. My authentic feeling is, ooh, that was uncomfortable.
It wasn't necessarily emotional. He did say that he just wants him to be happy, but he doesn't understand why. But I just want him to be happy. So I do think that the emotional part of it is, even though he may not know why, because Joe is super competitive and Bob is too. And basically what I heard him say is, I'm so competitive and I can't possibly walk away from this. So how can you? I don't understand why or how you, Bob, can walk away from this because we are so close, to your point. And if Joe is ready to bring Draymond back and give Clay some sort of an extension and make it so Steph, Clay, and Dre are all here for 3 more years, and then you convince Steve to sign on for 2 years on top of the 1 year he has, so he's here for 3, Wiggins is here for 4, Poole's here for 4, Looney's got 3 more. You can really run this all back. Bob, how come you don't want to be a part of this? I don't understand why.
Well,
that I understand what Joe's saying.
I also don't understand. I don't know that you can run this all back, though. I mean, it's funny that we all think that because as it currently sits, Joe has outwardly and very clearly stated, oh, no, we're not.
Doing $400+ million.
We're not doing that. He said we're not doing that. But we're all like, run it back. He'll run it back. He told you he won't. Unless he changed his mind, which he's allowed to do. He's the boss. But this is a completely different part of the Warriors offseason that to me might be the most fascinating thing. And it's one of the reasons why, even though that thing went all viral and crazy with that Warriors-Boston Celtics trade idea, one of the things that was baked into that was saving about $30 to $40 million, which I'm told Joe is pretty interested in. And I feel like a lot of us are just glossing right over. Jordan Poole's contract goes from 4 to 28. So I'm not the best at math. I'm okay at it. That's $24 million in terms of an increase, but
times 4.75.
Times 4.75. Like, this is a $100 million jump for one player.
That's the tax jump.
Yes.
Plus the salary.
Plus the salary.
And the foul. $125 million is basically what you're going to pay Jordan Poole.
Money time.
Yes.
Money time. And everyone's like debating, well, should we do that? Should we not? He's told us that he won't. He's told us that we won't. So when Bob Myers yesterday says, I've seen worse off seasons than this. It's going to be harder at times than this. Sure. But also, don't minimize what's going on right now. There's an unbelievable amount to figure out, which is a $100 million tax jump just on Jordan Poole. Oh, by the way, also bake in, I'm not sure Jordan Poole wants to be here, and I'm not sure that some of his teammates want him here. So that alone, that one player is insanely complex. And so there's a lot going on behind the scenes. And that's the only part of this that I felt was inauthentic, which is where Lacob and Bob were both like, man, tons more success to come. Not a whole lot to see here. Feet are up. Kind of a lazy offseason. Just kind of be hanging out.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, Bob will still be here. He's going to help do all this stuff. We just found out 13 minutes ago that he was leaving. Like, do you really think if he's such a well-run organization guy, I would think that they would be very prepared for what's about to unfold in the next 35 days because it's a lot.
It's probably a lot. I mean, it may not be a lot. And if you don't do a lot, then you're going to have to spend a lot. Meaning you're going to bring back everybody. I don't think Dante is coming back. He's as a player option. He probably wants to opt out and go elsewhere. If Draymond opts in for 27.6 and you're paying Jordan Poole 27.9 and Clay's at 43.2, Steph is at 51.9, and you look at all the salary that you're going to be shelling out, it's about $200 million, and then the tax bill is $230 million. So that right there is about $435 million you're going to shell. If you're willing to do that, then it is a pretty chill off season.
Yeah.
Find a couple of vet mins and maybe use the pick, or maybe you trade the pick and you get picks down the road when you can actually use them and maybe want to play them. Now, if you want to get bold and save money and do something on the order of that you proposed, and there have been a bunch of things proposed, but
bunch of stuff. Yeah.
There's a Toronto trade, there's a Boston trade, there's a Laker idea, there's all kinds of things that are out there. If you want to get bold, then I wonder who's going to be the one to pull the trigger on that, because you figure this would happen. I would figure it would happen between now and the draft, which I think is 3 weeks from tomorrow. I think that's right.
That sounds, I think so. That sounds right.
That would be June 22nd.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I listen.
Yeah,
this is something.
Yeah.
This is something kind of an extension of what you're talking about. Even when Joe says, like, doesn't matter what the rules are, we're going to win. As a quick aside, man, I hate the rules. I really hate the rules. Not all rules, but these rules. And this applies to both the Celtics and the Warriors. And we've discussed it a little bit before, but gosh, what an incredible mistake, in my opinion, by the NBA and the collective bargaining agreement that homegrown, drafted, and developed players are taxed the exact same as other players. I think that's absolutely ludicrous. I know that bird rights exist, and that does allow some maneuverability that it wouldn't otherwise. But you come out as a league and say, what we really want to do is help stars stay home. And then you do this, and you penalize teams for being amazing. And the Celtics have drafted amazingly. The Thunder did once upon a time. Like, if you got a brand new NBA fan in your home, you got like a teenager or something who's just kind of coming upon the game, or like, my 9-year-old son who stares at NBA stuff all day long, and I explained to him, did you know that one team in a period of just a few years drafted Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, and they were all there together, and they were just teammates, and then they had to be busted up. They had to bust them up because you can't afford it. Steph, Clay, Draymond, Poole, these people, Kuminga,
Looney.
This should not be taxed the same way. This is one I would love to talk to Joe Lacob about this. So you've done a great job, and then you're penalized for it. That's wild to me. I don't get that at all.
But the bird rights allow you to sign players to a certain level and a certain extension that allows you to keep them, but
you can go over the cap, but you still got to pay the tax.
You do got to pay the tax.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's necessarily what the NBA is trying to do, because the Warriors have been able to keep their stars at home and they've been able to pay them. But Joe Lacob is on the hook for a monster tax bill as a result of drafting very well, because you've got 51-9, 43-2, and 27-6 on the books, all guys you drafted. And by the way, Jordan Poole at 27.9 is another one that you've paid, and you have bird rights. You've got 6 players on whom you have bird rights because you've drafted well and you want to keep them all.
Yeah, and you should be able to do that without being penalized, I think. Chilton Auto Body, thanks for being with us. Willard and Dibbs. Ryan Leaf joins us in about 15 minutes. Wait till you hear what he said about the 49er quarterback situation. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident.
at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Keep going, brother. Keep
Youth
going.
sports, am I right? Seriously.
So you saw this a little bit ago. Unique scene at 49ers OTAs.
Yeah, it was. I thought we were going back to the Oakland Zoo.
That was also a unique scene.
It was, yeah, it was.
Coach Kyle Shanahan ordered NFLPA player director Dwayne Allen off of the field. The two men exchanged words, bringing practice to a temporary halt. This is all from Matty Mayoko on Twitter. He writes, I understand they then later met and cleared the air. I have no doubt. In fact, I wasn't there, but I know what this was about. The NFLPA player director, Dwayne, was looking there at Kyle and going, I think you hurt your players. So I'm here to watch.
Totally.
I am here to watch because I've had enough of all of these injuries of my players.
You better not be running QB power, Kyle.
What is this crap you're doing? Getting all these people hurt here on the football field.
Well, we like to run our quarterbacks and stuff, and we have a quarterback who's good at running, and he's not as good at throwing. So when we have him in there, instead of throwing, we have him run. And sometimes when you run and you have the football and stuff, you run and you get tackled and stuff. And guys who tackle you are trying to bring you to the ground and stuff. And sometimes when you get tackled, your body gets tackled to the ground and stuff.
Can I tell you that I think it's getting better? It's getting even better.
Appreciate it.
It's not that it was bad, but it's getting better.
I'm trying to.
It's. I don't know what it is this year. This offseason, did you go in the lab?
I'm in the lab.
I think you went in the lab.
I went in the Shanahan lab.
It's getting better.
I appreciate it.
Better. Yeah.
There's a certain amount of like double talking and circling around and the ums and the stuff and the monotone. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So anyway, the NFLPA director was like, yeah, I've heard what everybody's saying. I heard those 49ers, they hurt their players. So I'm going to go get a better look for myself. And Kyle said, I'm not letting you see how I hurt my players. You get out of here. And he heave-ho.
Yeah.
Threw him off the field.
OTAs, when tempers flare at OTAs.
OTAs.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to have incidents at OTAs. That's not good. That's never good.
No, but if you are the head coach and Kyle Shanahan, there's a certain amount of turf marking that you want to have. And if there's something going on at your practice where you're not in favor of it happening, you're going to put a stop to it. And I've seen it before. It's actually happened to me at a different level, working in the Arena Football League on a bus in Philadelphia. And there was a rule on the bus, no talking. Coach Darren Arbett, who is now the head man at the Bay Area Panthers, and I'm sure Mark Grandy's had some interactions with him. He's a serious man, and he's not one to be trifled with. There's no talking on the bus, and I may have struck up a brief conversation with another member of the team, and this man turned around from his seat, and he gave me a look, and then he said, shut the blank up. And I went, pew, your boy.
Did you get tossed?
No.
Okay.
No, but it was very embarrassing.
Yeah.
Lesson learned.
Okay.
I was running material, Mark.
I'm not surprised.
That was pretty funny.
Back there doing your Shanahan impersonation.
Didn't go well. Coaches marking their turf.
This guy won't let us talk on the bus and stuff.
Totally.
Yeah. So what do you think of this? Because Ryan Leaf's going to hop on here in about 3 minutes. Check this out. This caught my eye today, and I'm like, say what? So there's a Twitter feed just called the Straight Line Pod. And they threw out a question, as we are, want to do here in the sports media. Here's the question. If all three players are healthy, who should be the starting quarterback for the 49ers? Choice A is Trey Lance. Choice B, Sam Darnold. Or choice C, Brock Purdy. Okay? That's the question.
No love for Brandon Allen.
He didn't make the cut.
That hurts.
Neither did Garoppolo.
Okay.
I'm so sorry to tell
Thankfully.
him. Yeah, that's tough break for Jimmy. He's going to have to try to limp around in Vegas. So Ryan writes this in response to the question. It's Trey Lance by a mile. Return on investment is still unknown. There is zero data other than availability due to injury. It's a big variable. But if all three are healthy, it's a no-brainer. We'll discuss later on the show. Tune in, everyone. Now, of course, we missed it because our show is on at the exact same time. But we're going to have him on here in a few minutes to elaborate on that point. I'm not here to say that you're not allowed to have the opinion that Trey Lance should play, but my gosh, calling it a no-brainer. I mean, here's what I will challenge Ryan on first, and my first question will be, when he says there is zero data other than availability due to injury. Hold on. I think we do have some data, just not on him. We do have data on the other guy. We got a lot of data. We got 8 games worth of data.
And what's his ROI?
Yeah. Win, then win, followed by win, and win, followed by arm fall off. So that's not great. I get that the ending was disappointing. But the 49ers, having stated that this is our guy, this is our starter, we believe in him, like that has to factor into this. I wish there were a way for people to be like, I'm a fan of the idea of Brock Purdy starting without it sounding like you're dismissing Trey Lance. He's right. I don't know if Trey Lance will be good, but are you willing to risk it when you have someone here who you know works? Boy, that's a tough hill to climb, if you ask me.
Well, you would only climb that hill if you believe that he is better, because the investment is the investment, and that you can no longer get back, and you can no longer have that determine what decision you're going to make, because you've already invested the picks that it took to move up to draft Trey Lance. That is a sunk cost. So the investment is done, and the fact that you got Brock Purdy with the last pick in the draft was not a very big investment, but that investment is also done. And what you're paying Sam Darnold in terms of a guarantee, that's a fixed cost as well. You can't get that back. You owe him that money. So all 3 of those scenarios have already played out. So now it comes down to just one thing. Who is the better quarterback? And from what you've seen in terms of body of work, it's Brock Purdy. And, pending what Trey Lance can do at practice, even if he totally balls out in practice, I don't know if he can win the job from a healthy Brock Purdy based on what Brock's already put on actual tape.
It's so interesting because I also understand what we're talking about when the investment. The investment was the draft capital. This guy has the skills physically to be the number 3 overall pick in the draft. Then again, so did Sam Darnold. You got a lot more data on him, though some would suggest, wait a minute, you've only got Jets data. And you've got Panthers data. 49er data is different. I think that's a fair point, too. There's a lot of directions this could go. Let's bring in Ryan Leaf to talk it out a little bit. A very, very interesting statement. Hey, Ryan, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing tonight?
We're doing fantastic, man. Yeah, really appreciate your time. So explain this to us. It's Trey Lance by a mile. If all 3, Lance, Darnold, and Purdy, are healthy, it's a no-brainer. Why now? Because I know plenty would think that it's not a no-brainer. Why do you think it is?
I think that, and pardon me for y'all out there that are listening and stuff like that. When I'm hosting my show, when I'm doing my analyst stuff, I try to put on everybody's hats, right? I try to put on. So in this instance, I'm putting on the general manager and the head coach and the ownership hat for the San Francisco 49ers. The return on the investment of Trey Lance is there's not, it hasn't been resolved yet. Not had a chance. There's no data. So I suppose if you feel like you kind of stumbled into Joe Montana with Brock Purdy, then that's the decision you make. If that's the case, I would have assumed that they would have traded Trey Lance this offseason. They would have done something. Maybe because of the injury to Brock Purdy, they wanted to cover their bases. I just thought that simply because of everything that they invested, the draft capital, all of it, what Kyle Shanahan said last year going into the season with Trey Lance and how he was going to fit in this offense, that if all things being equal, you have to find that out. I mean, you have to. Now, could it be at a deficit to the team? I don't think so. I think the team can overcome all that, and ultimately you'll figure out who your starting quarterback is. But I do. I think that Trey Lance has to be the answer going into this season, and you better get your answer. And if you don't, then I don't know what this has all been about. Maybe you're holding him back so you can use him as trade bait when Brock Purdy becomes healthy. It's just the ambiguity around the quarterback position for a team that I think is very capable of winning the division by a couple games. It is amazing. That tells you how well John Lynch has surrounded Kyle Shanahan with so many great players. But yeah, if I was him right now and I was wearing this hat, Trey Lance would be getting the call to start this season.
You say ambiguity, and it feels like it might be external ambiguity. Internally, they may already have the pecking order already shored up. And isn't it possible that they've seen enough in practice to have made a determination about Trey Lance?
Yes, definitely. Definitely. That's why we're not privy to everything that goes on. That's why I'm sitting, in my studio batting about, who should be play quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. It easily could be a made decision. It's opportunistic that they are going to play Trey Lance a bunch in the preseason, get some film out there and utilize that as momentum for leverage to trade him away and try to get something in return for all that went into getting him to San Francisco. I don't know. We don't know. I haven't had a chance to talk to John Lynch in some, in a few months. So, I can reach back out, and I don't know if he's going to tell me anything. He's usually pretty close to the vest with that, my old teammate from Tampa Bay. But I do think that could be reasonable. I do think they could have seen enough. I've seen enough from Brock Purdy that I know he can be a starting quarterback in this league. So, there's that slight difference, right, of things. There's a reason why they wanted to go for Trey Lance then after Jimmy Garoppolo took him to the Super Bowl. They thought there was just this little, maybe one more inch, that 1 inch that Al Pacino talks about any given Sunday, right? That one little thing. Does Trey Lance give you that one little thing extra that Brock Purdy does? If that's the case, and if that's what John Lynch feels, and that's what Kyle Shanahan felt like when they moved on from Jimmy Garoppolo, then it very well could still be in the same type of mindset if they haven't seen enough in-game data to not move up that spot yet.
Ryan Leaf with us here on Willard and Dibs. I guess that 1 inch is what I sort of wonder about because you can't give away games. Like, Ryan, you could speak to this. This would be my question about the idea of starting Trey Lance. How do you go to that veteran locker room? How do you tell Trent Williams, who might be going into his last year, how do you tell him, hey, we got a little experiment. Yeah, it could cost us a game or two, but we're going to do this to start the year out, and then if it doesn't work out, then we'll switch to the guy who already showed he can go on a run.
I mean, if it's already sold in the locker room, if that's the belief in the locker room, then it will never come to fruition. It won't. If that's the belief with the likes of Trent Williams but I don't think that's the case. If they believe that Trey Lance them a chance to win football games in many different and multiple ways, then the team's going to be behind it. Maybe you guys, because you're so close to it, you got enough data. I've watched every single game he's played. I've seen every single snap that Trey Lance has played. I don't have enough data that I can make a comprehensive decision that he's not the guy in San Francisco. I mean, the variable of being available is a huge variable. One that's a lot of times not quantifiable because, people, kind of throw that to the outside as an outlier and say availability is something you can't dictate because injuries happen. Well, plain and simple, the guy hasn't been available. That's the bottom line. And if he is available, if he's healthy, the belief in him from upstairs all the way down to that locker room was he's the guy. So if he's not in the minds of players in that locker room, I don't think for 1 second that Kyle Shanahan trots out Trey Lance to be the starting quarterback if people don't believe it can be true in that locker room.
Agreed. And I think if Kyle Shanahan doesn't believe that Trey Lance is the guy, how does that affect Trey Lance's trade value, knowing that Kyle Shanahan is seen as some sort of a QB whisperer around the league?
I think it absolutely just throws him under the bus. Now, there's going to be, don't forget, Jerry Jones went out and got me headed into my 4th year, because I was a number 2 overall pick. There's something to that. There's there's an aura that revolves around it. This guy was scouted. This guy was thought of. This guy was thought of so much that San Francisco gave up all of that to move up to number 3 to take Trey Lance. So there may be an owner out there, a general manager that firmly believes, oh, we get him in here, we can make him a franchise quarterback. So all you have to have is the belief of one person, right? When it's all said and done. But it will do harm. And then ultimately that team out there that may think that, they'll go, well, no one's going to trade for this guy because clearly Kyle Shanahan doesn't think he's got the goods to be the starter. So we'll just wait till he's released, and then you have to see what that market looks like, where that player is willing to go when he's a free agent. I would garner that the 3rd overall pick with really no data other than maybe some speculation that Kyle Shanahan, who's been kind of a quarterback whisperer for whoever it is, and wasn't able to figure it out and work it out. I still think he probably have some sort of trade value somewhere if that's the case.
Ryan, I wonder this, just because of what the expectation is when you are the number 3 pick in the draft in terms of the chances that you're going to get. You were the number 2 overall pick in the draft. How would you have felt if a team essentially only gave you 4 starts and then moved on? How would you feel toward that team?
Oh, I feel horrible. I feel like they did well, listen, you guys know my stance around this. There's too much ownership placed on the player who has zero choice in where he's drafted. Zero. When he's drafted or where he's drafted and the expectations that come with that. You look at the draft this year. Anthony Richardson, I don't believe for any reason should have been drafted in the top 10 or at least maybe even the first round. The best thing that happened to Will Levis is that he fell out of the first round and went to the second round. He's not going to have to wear that anchor. He's not going to have those expectations. Trey Lance wears it. Like, clearly, you can look at the San Francisco 49ers, and if ownership and John Lynch decide to move off that spot this year, people are going to look at Trey Lance and use the word bust. Look at John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and go, you guys didn't do your job. You guys didn't do your job and scout him right. And they'll go, well, we did. We went and scouted Brock Purdy right. You got him in the 7th round at the end. Now, I love you guys taking credit for that, but, you took a flyer on the very end, and Brian Griese really liked him, and that was enough for them to, hey, we'll take him on the final pick of the draft and bring him into camp and stuff like that. So if it doesn't work out, and if Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and ownership have to get rid of him after 4 starts, they're the ones that are going to have to wear that. That's who should be wearing the ownership of. John Lynch is a bust GM. Kyle Shanahan is a bust head coach. They could not figure this out. They did all of those things. And so, maybe I'm just too close to it because of that ownership of mine. But I do think that has to play into this, and he shouldn't have to take the brunt of it because he never got a chance to do it.
I would agree with you. I think that Brock Purdy, though, is a great palate cleanser in that they did find a quarterback late in the draft who has been able to come on and do the job and win. But if you were to talk to Trey Lance about that situation, having gone through it yourself so famously, what words of advice would you give to Trey Lance to help him keep his head up through the adversity?
Yeah, it's difficult, really is, because you get shown it all the time, right? And it's an anchor. You wear it. You do. You carry it with you because if he goes to another team, and if I was him, he's got a really good sounding board in his own quarterback room right now, and Sam Darnold. Sam's a very intelligent, forward-thinking guy. He is on his 3rd team as the 3rd overall pick. He's really been in some tough situations in New York as well as Carolina. I thought he has gotten better throughout his career. So I think those two together, that might be a really good quarterback room. And then you got Brian Griese leading the way. I don't know if enough people maybe outside of San Francisco was shouting his praises enough with what he did with the quarterback room last year, with how it started with Trey Lance, moved on to Jimmy Garoppolo, and then ultimately, the 7th round, last pick in the draft, had to take over a team that was capable of winning the Super Bowl, and there just really wasn't any missteps or hiccups with the transition through quarterback. So, you're going to have a pretty spectacular room there with Brian Griese leading the way, and so I think that they could really, utilize one another to be able to relate to one another to maybe help one another, kind of find that, bit of a bubble, just them and relate to one another and use each other as a sounding board through this process because, I can't tell you where there's a fix to it. When you're going through it, those expectations wear like that anchor at all times. It does. Now, it dissipates sometime when you stop playing, but it's always brought back around April or so. It does not dissipate when you are on an NFL roster and you continue to wear that anchor. It doesn't, and it's a difficult one to tread because people constantly talk about it, and you may, as a person, tell other people, hey, it doesn't bother me. Yeah, it does. You're a human being. You may be a great football player, but you're a human being. And those criticisms, those things, they cut both ways. And so I really do think they have a really good quarterback room with the four of those guys, with the coach Greasy involved, that can make for a very successful season.
Ryan, interesting praise of Sam Darnold. Are you buying into this idea that the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan will unlock what we have not seen at his previous two stops?
Well, I thought I saw a little bit of that at Carolina down the stretch. I actually did a cut-up on Good Morning Football of him right before they played Tampa Bay, and he had one of the worst games of his career where they could have won the division last year. So, it's hit or miss. It's the consistency part, and maybe you get that in a Kyle Shanahan offense. If he's asked to go, if Brock Purdy isn't able to go, and they have not seen enough from Trey Lance, and they decide to go with Sam Darnold, I think you would be in a healthy position, a veteran quarterback that's got some starts under his belt, that's been through some adversity. So I loved the pickup. I loved the price tag on the pickup when I heard it during the offseason as a free agent. I spoke with Jordan Palmer a little bit about it, and they were happy with it. They were happy with the opportunity because they really think this is the first place he's going to be coached to play the quarterback position incredibly well at the NFL level. And so that's a lot for the player. I think a lot of ownership goes on to the player, especially when you're highly drafted, but you forget about, the organization that drafted and general manager, head coach, all those guys. None of them are there anymore either. But no one's talking about that. They continue to talk about the guy that didn't work out in New York. So, again, this is, like I said, this is some guys that I think have pretty darn good heads on their shoulders. And if he's asked to play, I think I picked San Francisco to win the West today on my show, and I picked them to win by a couple games, and I picked them to win, hit their over on win total. I think it was 10.5, and I picked them to hit the over on that, even with the ambiguity in my eyes at the quarterback position.
Ryan, great stuff, man. Thank you so much for hopping on for a few.
You bet. You guys have a great night. And, we're getting closer and closer to the season.
Yeah, here we go.
Nice.
Here we go.
Yep,
Got
thanks,
one basketball series left and then a lazy summer, and here we go.
Yep.
Ryan Leaf with us here on Willard and Dibs. I guess the rub is this. He said, hey, maybe you guys are closer. Maybe you feel like you've seen enough Trey Lance to know. No, I don't think anybody feels that.
Right.
It's simply a matter of what has been seen in someone else. And are you willing to table that to go find out the other answer?
Well, I'm not, but I know somebody very close to us who is, and I will cite their social media feed from earlier today who said, I'm still riding with Trey Lance.
I think I have an idea who you're talking about. Yeah, we can get into that.
You want to tease it?
I think you just did.
I think you tried to steal my tease.
Go ahead and you complete that thing.
Coming up, I'll tell you somebody who loves Trey Lance more than Brock Purdy. You're not going to believe who that is. That's coming up next on Ace Talk.
Does Brock Purdy love Trey Lance? That was perfect.
The sloppy tease.
That was perfect.
Coming up.
888-957-9570. We can get into either side of this. Do you feel like we've seen enough? Are you willing to table Brock Purdy to see more? Plus, the one thing we haven't played for you yet from Joe Lacob that you will very likely find interesting in terms of his involvement in the process. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We'll get back to Lacob in a second. We spent a lot of time on the conversation that he and Bob Myers had yesterday for the world to see. And yesterday, I think, was supposed to be about Bob Myers. Yesterday was about Bob Myers. And then suddenly at the end, it felt like it changed a little bit. And so suddenly we woke up today and we're kind of like, man, the Joe Lacob part was different. So we'll let you hear some of that, get into that, take your phone calls on that. Coming up in just a bit, 888-957-9570. How did the Joe Lacob portion make you feel yesterday? For me, it felt a little bit too much like Joe was telling Bob, we made you, and we're going to be the same without you, and you're not going to be the same without us. There's just a little bit of a feel that to me was uncomfortable and awkward. But you had a B plus tease on the way out the door.
Thank you.
We should pay it off.
Yeah, the payoff is Bonte Hill is the one who still is riding with Trey Lance. And I saw it. Somebody shared it on Facebook. I think our station actually shared it. And it was a picture of Trey Lance. And Bonte said he's still riding with Trey. So if only we had a crossover with the morning show still, with the morning roast, you two could get into it. Brock Purdy versus Trey Lance.
Stupidest question ever.
A spirited debate would ensue.
Well, would it though? Because I want to know.
It would.
Well, what does that mean? I don't feel like I'm not riding with Trey.
Oh, you're out on Trey.
No, I'm riding.
You can't be in on Brock and not be out on Trey.
Sure, I can.
And this is one of your big things.
Sure, I can.
I know.
Yes, I can. I can Jim Harbaugh the hell out of this situation. We're going to go with Colin and Alex because I'm a 49er fan.
And you know that one of them's getting hurt. They're probably both
if
getting
not
hurt.
both.
Yeah.
I actually am tired by 49ers fans' needs to pick a guy. You don't have to pick a guy. They both got jerseys. I can be a fan of both guys. Okay?
But who do you think should start, Mark?
Brock Purdy right now.
Well, you're down on Trey. It's the way that goes.
They're 49er quarterbacks, and I would like the season to go well, and whatever makes the season go well, that's what I'm riding with. And last year, in fact, there was a mini debate starting before the year. Should we go with Jimmy or should we go with Trey? Well, guess what? The answer was door number 3, and maybe it will be again this year. Maybe none of the 3 are going to be the quarterback by the time this thing gets going. I have no idea. But we have got to create a lane where being a fan of what one is doing does not mean that you're not a fan of what the other is doing. That's what we're trying to tell Ryan Leaf a few minutes ago. I have no idea who Trey Lance can become. I'm not out on anything Trey related. I'm simply not willing to give up a known quantity, which to a degree, only to a degree,
right,
but a higher degree than Trey, to a degree, we know. There is a known quantity feel to Brock that there is not to Trey. Brock has started twice as many games, and he's won them all. So there you go. Why would you give that up?
Sam Darnold has started 7 times the games of Brock Purdy, and he hasn't won them all.
Not won them all.
No.
Many feel like there's a known quantity there, and it's in the other direction. Now, I don't know if the 49ers change him. Maybe like the Rams changed Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
I don't know. But the season needs to play out the way it is, and I am riding with whoever's playing quarterback for the 49ers. And yes, as we stand here today and assuming health, I believe that Brock Purdy should get first crack.
And he will get first crack.
That's all.
And that is assuming he's healthy. And according to reports, he was actually starting to throw, I think, yesterday as you warm up your shoulder.
He did.
And
I've been throwing way too much lately.
Yeah, a little BP, a little batting practice.
He did.
A wiffle ball. Yeah, you've been throwing
wiffle ball. And the tennis ball for Penny. And then we golfed over the weekend, which is a different way of using this. We sore, brother. We sore.
Because you're getting close to being 50 there, Slugger.
It's not just that. It's relentless.
True.
It is all day long. But anyway, I digress. Yeah.
He's throwing. Brock Purdy is throwing.
And they came out and said, my gosh, they're overwhelmingly thrilled with how it looked.
The progress, yeah.
And they are also using specific language to sort of combat what has become a social media argument in recent days, started by Kurt Warner. Somehow, the idea of Brock Purdy being a dink and dunk quarterback has come out. Do you believe that he's a dink and dunk quarterback, Brock Purdy?
I'd have to look at the numbers to think to see how many air yards, because we all talk about air yards now in terms of how he compares to other teams. I do know that the Niners don't throw a lot of deep balls, but dink and dunk, I don't know if he's necessarily a dink and dunk guy. He's not a big arm quarterback, that's for sure.
Kurt Warner got into this and actually put out a video after, and this was the tweet, after a Twitter conversation about 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy being a dink and dunk QB. I thought I would challenge the theory by taking a look at one of his playoff games. Take a look at part one of my findings in this video. So if you want to go check that out, you can. But spoiler alert, here's what he's going to tell you. He's not a dink and dunk quarterback. The 49ers don't believe that. Now, we have to define dink and dunk first also. Just because it's a short pass does not mean it is a dink or a dunk. A dink and dunk quarterback is somebody who refuses to take that shot downfield because there's a higher chance of it being intercepted. So, for instance, like Kirk Cousins did in his playoff game when whatever it was it 4th and 8? And they're like, we're going to throw it for 4 yards. Sweet, you lose. Your season's over. Derek Carr got accused of this. I know many in the Raiders organization who believe that's why they're moving on from Derek Carr. It's kind of funny that you'd end up with Jimmy Garoppolo if that's your criticism, but you get what I'm saying. I don't think Brock Purdy is a dink and dunk quarterback. I also don't think he's a proven commodity done deal, but we've got more data on him. I guess that's the question, right? Are you willing to risk, give up what you know about Brock in exchange for finding out what you don't know about Trey? That's a trade I don't want to make at the start of the year. I don't want to make that trade.
Well, I would make that trade if it didn't cost me victories. I'll tell you that.
But you don't know that.
Exactly.
You don't get to know that.
And the schedule is not easy when you open up against Pittsburgh, a team that is always competitive, certainly at home, and you open up on the road, which is a difficult spot going to Pittsburgh. That feels to me like a little bit more of a knockdown, drag-out kind of game where you don't want to have a turnover cost you a football game, and Brock does a better job of not turning the ball over. So, yeah, you're not going to go into any of these regular season games thinking, I'm going to play the second stringer because I want to see what we have at the expense of maybe winning a football game.
Yeah, the only way you're doing that, again, is if A, Brock is hurt, or B, you see something in camp and practice that is just so overwhelming with regard to Trey versus Brock. But I think, you got to keep in mind now, this team ended up in the NFC title game. These veterans ended up in the NFC title game and still today feel like they didn't get a fair chance to try to go win that game also because of the injury. So I just don't know how in good conscience you come back the following August and tell that team who achieved so much, yeah, we're switching. We're benching him. Based on what?
Right. He got hurt, but now he's healthy.
Right.
Still, we spent 3 picks to get up and take Trey Lance, so we want to see what we have.
That's tough.
Brock Purdy, for the record, was 35th in the league last year in air yards. Total completed air yards beyond the line of scrimmage. So, dink and dunk. He's a dink and dunker.
But wait a minute. How'd you do that stat? Total for the year? Because he only played half the year.
Well, if you do it by completion, then you have to take out the non-qualifiers. For example, Christian McCaffrey led the league 31 flat. If you take out the handful of QBs who didn't actually throw much.
Can we do it per game? I'd like to see that stat.
Per game? We do per attempt. I don't think we do it per game.
Okay, per attempt. Sure.
Per attempt is where he sits, and he sits in, 36th? 38th, Brock Purdy.
Okay, so it's not total yards for the year.
Right.
Per attempt?
Per attempt, 38th. Total yards, about the same.
Okay.
And that's over the course of his 9 games played. Yeah. 9 total.
Okay. Well, Kurt Warner, Hall of Famer, disagrees with you. Yeah. I haven't even watched this video. I haven't done any studying on this. I don't really even care if he's a dink or dunk quarterback. If they go 8-0,
right?
Dink and dunk, dude.
And I also think that the whole dink and dunk mentality is a reflection more of the play caller than it is the quarterback, because you don't have a lot of routes where Kyle Shanahan has all goes or all verticals, and he can sit back there and sling it. And if you look at all the quarterbacks, Trey Lance is 11th in the league in air yards per completion, 7.6. So 2 games.
Yeah, not even 5 quarters.
Right. Well, 2 games listed in the stats because he played in 2 games. But Trey Lance, I think they were giving him more of a chance to throw the ball deep in the small sample size than Brock, than Jimmy, than Josh, etc.
Yeah. By the way, does that take into account how many were completed, or is it only completions?
This is completed air yards.
Completed. Got it. Okay.
There's also per attempt as another stat, and he finished Lance was 36th per attempt, and Brock Purdy was 33rd.
Okay.
So he's in that same range.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Hey, Paulie, in the city. You on with Willard and Dibbs? What are you doing?
I'm driving in traffic. It's this time of day.
Yes, it is.
Taking my call.
Sure.
At this point of the conversation, I'm kind of heavily agreeing with you, but I wanted to say why. I think Trey Lance, they got really enamored of, Mahomes after getting beat by him, and they saw the physical tools that are sort of similar, and they drafted a guy with not enough sample size that is hugely inaccurate. Before he got hurt last year, all we heard about was how he was missing 8 in a row in practice. You can't be inaccurate, and Brock Purdy was accurate, and he was a leader, and we won. And I think Trey Lance, if they don't revamp what he does, and maybe he can become accurate, but until that day that he can play well in practice and really shine, I think that we have to play Purdy. And Sam Darnold is a big upgrade over Josh Johnson. And one other thing I wanted to say, which is that I think that Purdy really seemed to have the locker room, like the way that Greg Kittle reacted to him and treated him. He's like, everybody was like looking out for him. There was this pretty cool stuff going on.
Yeah. George Kittle's brother, Greg Kittle.
Kittle.
Paulie, thanks. I know it's just
thanks, Paulie.
Just a misspeak. But anyway.
It's always fun to pounce on callers, first-time callers.
He has the locker room because he won all the games. Of course they're going to be on his side.
Yes.
Plus, he was their only choice at that moment. Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo were no longer available. So, but I think he's got a lot of fair points in there. I will say this on behalf of Trey. When they say he was inaccurate, they've also talked a lot about he broke his finger. And maybe that had a lot to do with his accuracy issues. I don't know. So do they need to revamp him, or does he just need to be healthy? That's a big part of the question for Trey Lance. And now he is for the moment. And only those who have been going to practice and OTAs know whether his accuracy looks a whole lot different. And I think you can gather some of that in practice. I don't even think you can gather all of that in practice until there's defense.
Right. And not a preseason defense, but a regular season defense. And that's why it's a little maddening with Trey Lance, because he only got the 5 quarters of actual football for you to make any judgment. And 4 of those quarters were in a monsoon, I'm told. I thought it was just a light drizzle when I was watching on TV. Bunch of babies.
There were times.
There sure were times.
Yeah,
like when the Niners gave up the lead, there were times.
Yeah. It was pregame monsoon, and it was fourth quarter monsoon.
Yeah.
The 3 quarters in the middle, it was off and on heavy drizzle, but the field was a hot mess.
Totally.
I mean, watching guys warm up before the game was wild. It's one thing when you have that field where a guy dives for a tackle or they slide out of the bounds and you can see the puddles fly up. Dude, you could see that on every step they were taking. So, that affects it all for sure.
Brock Purdy, 77% accuracy in terms of on-target throws, and that's excluding spikes and throwaways, 77%. And that kind of relates. Jalen Hurts, 77.8%. Patrick Mahomes, 77.1.
Nice.
So that's the neighborhood in which he lived. Tua Tagovailoa, 76.7. Dak was at 76. Jared Goff, Trevor Lawrence, all at 76. Jimmy Garoppolo, 74.5.
Okay.
In terms of accuracy. And
where's Trey?
63.3.
Oof. That's a big drop.
Which he's down there in between Bryce Perkins and Tim Boyle.
I like both of them. All both of them need is Kyle Shanahan. They'd be amazing if they had Kyle Shanahan. Look, I don't know. I don't know if his finger was broken. maybe he's got a totally different deal. But sometimes.
But this speaks to the belief about Trey Lance. 63.3%, and small sample. It's only 2 games. He was 15 of 31 throwing the football, which means some of those inaccurate passes resulted in catches, and some did not. Unfortunately, the leader was Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes, at 81 flat among quarterbacks who actually played.
Wow, that's
again
that's
Christian
an impressive
McCaffrey,
number.
100%.
100%. Christian's
Justin
always at the
Jefferson,
top.
100%. Blaine Gabbert, 100% on 6 of 8.
Good for
Gabby.
Yeah, yo, Gabby.
He can spin it. Nick Mullins, 92%.
I just look. That's a big number, and so if it's the finger, wonderful. But sometimes we overthink this stuff. Oh gosh, he can run. He's mobile. S2 cognition, dude. You got to be accurate. The ball has to go where you want it to go.
Yeah,
that's number one. Number one.
Thank you. You got to do it right.
Number one thing. The ball has got to go where you throw it. And so far, Brock is significantly better than Trey Lance in that.
Trey Lance was 6th in the league in dropped balls. 10%. 10% of his balls were dropped.
Okay, good.
Which is the stats for the average kindergartner.
And again, 4 of his 5 quarters were in a monsoon.
Correct.
Which leads to more drop balls.
Which is why his drop percentage is probably pretty high. That and he throws a heavy ball.
I think you don't want to do that. If Bonte were in here, I guess I'd ask this. Like, beyond what do you mean? Like, I'm still riding with this guy? Like, if your reason for wanting to start Trey Lance is something football related, I'd love to hear it. I guess that would be my question. What's the football related reason? I don't want to hear about draft. I don't want to hear about expectation. I don't want to hear about money. I don't want to hear about height. I don't want to hear about speed, politics, draft capital. None of that. What's your football reason?
888-957-9570. 1:53 p.m. I'm still riding with this guy.
And that would be my
finger
question.
pointing down to a picture of Trey Lance, red tights, red cleats, black jacket, red hoodie, and he's at he's inside the end zone. Okay, and he looks like he means business.
And I'm not saying there isn't one. I just want to hear someone speak to it. What's your football reason for thinking that Trey Lance should start over Brock Purdy? I think you're going to have a hard time coming up with one, but I'd love to hear it. Jonathan in the city on Willard and Dibbs. We'll get to the Lacob stuff here shortly. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Just grilling some meat, chicken breast, and a little bit of pork. I just want to say, man, I'm totally with you, Willard. And it's just, you want to build, right? You don't want to start over. If you're starting Trey Lance, that means you're starting over because the guy needs to learn a lot of stuff. Footwork, delivery, accuracy. Man, for a time there, Brock had a small sample size, right? But he just kept on winning. So it's kind of, for me, it's kind of like choosing a flight when you're going on vacation, right? I just want a flight who's going to get me there on schedule. No delays, no canceled flights. That's why you build with what you have from last year and you just get better. Still, the elusive 6, we need to get that. And Brock's the guy because he proved to us he could see the Shanahan. He keeps it open. He sees it. He's quick to make decisions. He sees the check down. He sees the play that's drawn up. I mean, what's not to like other than he got injured? We protect Brock Purdy. We would have won a Super Bowl.
Jonathan, thanks. Yeah,
I don't agree with that, but
no, I don't.
It's
either,
a nice take.
Well, I have no idea. I mean, I have no. Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
I can't be that definitive. I still think Philadelphia was the better team.
Yeah, no, you can't be. I don't think you can be.
And you'd be an underdog against Kansas City
for sure.
But
for sure.
You were in the last 4. That's for sure.
I'm trying to remember who was the underdog in the actual Super Bowl.
It was Philadelphia, I believe. Yeah, I thought a 3-pointer either way.
I mean, they owned the game for 3.5 quarters. So, and Kansas City was a big old favorite the last time when they went up against Tom Brady and they got their butts kicked. So, who knows? what would have happened. I just think it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to look at whatever data. Sure, if everybody's short on the data, that's fair. But then you have to look at what data you do have, and it all at this point points in the favor of Brock Purdy. Gene in Oakland is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Gene.
Hey, Gene.
What are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm sitting next to the park. Take my dog out in a minute after I finish with you guys. So, but first of all, thank you, Mark. Thank you so much for saying what I've been feeling for quite some time. Seems to me, if you're a Niners fan, first and foremost, you just have to root for the player, in this case, quarterback, that gives you the best results, and right, based on what we've seen on the field, it does have to be Brock Purdy, and then probably Darnold second, and Trey. But let's say Brock doesn't return to form that he had last year. Maybe there's something that goes wrong or it takes him longer. And Trey, and I understand he's changed his throwing motion and apparently gotten past some injury that was bugging him last year. Let's say he turns it around and all of a sudden he shows that he's much, much better. I'd be fine with that too. I mean, let's just root for that's going to give us the best chance to win, period, and stop, picking favorites. Can I also say something about the Bob Myers thing?
Sure. Go ahead, Gene.
2 takes, 1 call. I like it.
I'm going to say
efficient.
Morning. Bob got, in his press conference, talked about how he was basically burned out or just so tired and he needed a break and all that. And yet, as recently as a month ago, and I think over a couple of months or so, we kept hearing about negotiations between, contract. And I'm wondering, if he was really burned out and ready to take a break, why would he be negotiating to begin with? And now I've heard, their side or the Lacob side of things. Anyways, what I'm getting at is, I think Bob's tired, but I think he's tired of Joe Lacob. I really think that they reached a loggerhead. I think Bob decided, hey, this guy's not going to pay me what I think I'm worth. I helped build this $7 billion franchise, and he just wants to give me a raise of some sort. He probably was looking for some part of the ownership, whatever. And I think all told, he just said, I've had enough of this guy. Lacob can be very demanding, can be very difficult. He can even be cheap sometimes. I understand that Bob really had to talk him into some of these big contracts.
Yeah, I don't think that makes him cheap, Gene. I think let's split the difference.
Gene.
Yeah, thanks.
Enjoy the dog park.
Let's hope a major bag alert. But anyway, I hope we can split the difference here. Joe Lacob's not cheap. Just because Bob Myers had to talk him into some contracts does not make Joe cheap. He's been accused of having a checkbook championship. I don't think we can call Joe Lacob cheap. Now, interesting point here, because I too felt like Bob was quitting working for Joe more than quitting as the general manager, president of the Golden State Warriors. But Gene brings up an interesting point when Shams talks about how there have been no negotiations, no progress in the last few months.
Right.
Well, why would there be negotiations at all?
Because Bob would be showing interest in continuing the job.
Okay, so...
And they would be apart on years, money, compensation, daily phone call, quotas, all those things. There'd be things that they were going back and forth on.
So if Joe has already got on the table, we will make you the highest paid person in this position in the league. We need to negotiate for months? That's a way of saying, like, we'll give you the slot that you deserve, and we'll bring you back, and it's up to you. Like, I'm not under the impression that there was a whole lot of back and forth.
No.
January, February, March, let's talk it out. I agree with what everyone has said, that it was just Bob's decision. The why is what we're all getting to. And it's interesting. Maybe it's another way of looking at this with the clip that so many have played so many times. Listen to this again And now let's put it through a different translator.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand it because I don't. It's not in me to do that. I'm so competitive, and I know he is too. It's a really hard thing for me to understand why, but it's really not for me to understand why. I just want him to be happy.
Okay. I don't understand why. Well,
it's really not for him to understand why.
Well, maybe that's because the answer to why is you.
Right.
So...
Well, and Bob didn't say that in terms of the why.
No. But
so when Bob tells him the why,
now.
But when Bob tells him the why, it doesn't compute to Joe because Joe is, what he said in there is, I'm a very competitive person and Bob is too. So if you're a very competitive person and you know I am too, then it doesn't matter about your family, quite frankly.
So then, in other words, maybe the why that I'm telling you is not actually the why.
Well, the why that he told Joe is not actually the why.
That's what I'm saying.
Because
that's exactly what I'm saying.
No, and I think you're right. Because if you ever have an argument with your spouse, your partner, your girlfriend, or whatever, you don't usually come right out and say, the reason why I'm in this mood is you. You're the problem. That usually doesn't go well in terms of a resolution. Believe me, take it from me. So you're sometimes too blunt. So when you try to, in this situation, you're trying to ostensibly break up, and you don't want to burn the bridge, and you don't want to make it awkward, and you don't want to have it end badly. And so, yes, part of it is the family, and part of it is the exhausting workload and the relentless nature of the job. And, you've done so much, and you've been there for 12 years, and now you're 48, and all these things. But really, the biggest reason might be, I don't want to work for you anymore. I don't want to put words in Bob's mouth.
Bob and I are the exact same age. Okay?
Yeah, give or take.
And I've not walked 1 second in his shoes. And obviously,
big shoes.
I have not made 1 bajillionth of his money either. So
it's a big wallet.
I don't know that I can actually relate. All I can do is try based on the fact that we are the exact same age. We're both family guys, and we both want to spend as absolute much time with our children as possible. Mine are older than his. But, I just cannot imagine at this part of our lives walking away from your career to go be with your kids all day. And I want to be with them every minute of every day.
But I'll say it this way.
That's so different.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But he's got a little bit more in the bank, I'm guessing, than you do.
Of course.
So he has the luxury. If you had the financial luxury.
Nope.
To be able to take a year and not have it affect you at all financially.
I'm telling you, nope.
Well.
And that's me. I'm not saying we're wired the exact same way. I'm sure that we're not.
And your job is probably 1/50th, even though you've got 4 jobs.
Right.
1/100th of the stress and the workload that he goes through.
I don't know. What really leads to stress? I mean,
I would say workload, hours, demand from superiors.
He's got a much more high-profile job than I do.
Probably more demanding than your 3 jobs, 4 jobs, whatever it is these days.
Right, but if he loses his bills still get paid. Do you know what I mean? What's stress in life? Do you know what I mean? The Warriors winning a championship, but you're making $8 or $9 million a year.
I think the stress comes from the boss, and we like our boss. And in this business, that's incredibly rare. As many bosses as you've had this boss twice.
Yes, I have.
And, I'm not trying to butter the man up, but he's a boss that we all pretty much like and respect him.
There was a reason I was willing for him to be my boss again.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's a great point.
Yes.
I was here before him, and so I kind of inherited him, but I love having him. But at the same time, he is demanding, and there's certain parts of the job where he is more exacting and more demanding than previous bosses I've had. But imagine if he was much more Lacobian, if he called you 11 times a day. And if the grind was there
3.
and the pressure was there, I get a text and I have to ask, is it a Dan day? That's what I need to know before any of the repartee begins. But you know what I mean, though, in terms of the demand of working for a Joe Lacob.
Totally get it.
And, you're in a high-profile spot where the bar set here for us pretty high. And luckily, we've met it and surpassed it over the past year. But it's not like when the ratings come out and it's a good ratings month that he says, you know what? We're taking June off, you guys. I don't give a crap about June because we won May. It's, all right, enjoy it, bask in it, now back to work, win the big days. And so that sort of pressure that Bob's under is 100 times more demanding, I would imagine.
Yeah. Then we walk in there and go, by the way, we're taking June off. I just want to let you know about that.
Yeah.
So
I got some days coming up.
Yeah, no,
Whitey and Kruger.
Listen again. I never want to sound like I know what it's like to be another person or what their experience is. I'm
surprised that you wouldn't walk away because I was hearing you say the same thing. And if I was in Bob's shoes and I'm a little older than you and my kid is a lot younger than your kid, I would love to have a year to just spend with the baby.
I'm just not wired that way. Yeah, I'm just not wired that way. This is the fun conversation that I think everyone has. What would you do if you won the lotto? Like if I won the lotto on a Friday, I'd be here on Monday.
Time out.
I'd be here.
Time out.
I'm telling you, I'd be here. I would.
Oh, I'd be here too. For about 5 minutes.
Yeah. I might actually let you talk, but I'd still be here.
If I won the lottery, I'd be here. And yes, I would talk.
You'd be here to middle bird everybody and then never see us
Your
again.
microphone would be removed, Mark Willard.
Let's go to dibs, half in the bag.
More than half, Coach. Your boy would helicopter in, land on the roof. And you want to talk about Mike Tyson and his birds?
We've got news. I've purchased the station just so that I can fire you all. Gone. You, gone. You, not you. Just kidding. Yes, you, gone.
Sorry about that. And now we rejoin network programming.
It's the way. It's
You're
the way
safe,
I'm wired.
Grandy. You're safe. You're my favorite.
I'd get rid of some of my other gigs. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like I'd trim some fat.
What's funny,
sure.
and back to the phones momentarily, 888-957-9570. We actually play the lottery, and my lovely wife, Supper, she says, when we win the lottery, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Oh, you're still going to work. And I'm like, wait, what? She's like, I need you out of the house.
Yeah, I'd be so bored.
Not me, Coach.
I would be so bored.
Coach.
I have a hard time, dialing out. I do.
I know you do.
I have a hard time dialing out, but I would be bored out of my mind. I called the folks. My mom just texted me now. I'm sure they might be listening. Hey, Mom and Dad, you call them, and you know how I start every phone call. Hey, what are you doing? And then I start cracking up at their answer.
What are you doing?
What are you doing, Dad? And he'll be like,
shuffling around.
They don't have an answer. He's like, I don't know. I'm sitting here. I might go into the living room later. I'm going to go back to the bathroom. I might sit down.
Totally.
Might go in the backyard, see what's going on out there. I got a crossword puzzle I started this morning.
Sudoku.
I'm like, I'm freaking out just listening to you. I'll be able to retire someday, but I don't know how it's going to go. I'm going to be one of these people that just volunteers or whatever all over town. I don't like just sit, you know what I mean? The beach. Okay. Are we going in the water? Did you bring a Frisbee? Is there a ball? What are we doing?
You can't just sit under the umbrella and read.
Here?
Oh, yeah.
Read what?
Read a book.
I didn't read no book. They made me do that in high school and college.
Wow.
I've done my share.
A lot of good books out there.
There are. I bet. Tell me about them. I'll watch the movie.
Perfect.
It's me.
You actually won't watch the movie because you're so busy.
Exactly. I'll fall asleep during it is what I'll do. But I listen, again, I don't know how he's wired, but I know what it's like to be 48. And
me too.
It's wild to think that, just like, that's it. I'm out. I'm leaving my job.
But for just now.
Not to go do something else.
But if you're Bob Myers, you're out knowing full well that you could be back in tomorrow if you wanted to be back in.
And will be. He will be back.
And you can be back doing whatever you want. You could be a consultant. You can go be a broadcaster. You can go be a GM again. You could probably go into Major League Baseball, Major League Soccer, or the National Football League and get a front office job. You could go on a speaker tour. You could go into the .com. You could go back and be an agent. If you're Bob Myers, you're pretty good in terms of opportunity.
Totally.
And I also think it would be nice if you were Bob Myers to just know that you got a year and you at least have the summer. Take the summer, put your feet into the swimming pool, and just lay back.
Sure.
Do some day drinking. Pick up a hobby. Become a birder or a spelunker. Do something crazy.
No.
You know?
No, the day will come for all of us. I just happen to think when we try it, I'm going to be ticked off by noon.
That's so funny.
Like, okay, what are we doing now? Are we golfing?
Well, you and I are in different veins because now that I have this 9-month-old baby, I will never retire. There is no retirement for your boy until she's 18 and I'm 72. Maybe then I can shut it down. So I've taken this whole retirement notion and put it way off in the distance because I decided to rack it back and have a second family.
Indeed. I get that. David in San Jose, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, David. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Like everyone else, stuck in traffic.
Uh-huh.
87 for you. How you doing?
We're cooking, David. We're not in traffic, but we will be in about 36 minutes.
Gotcha. Well, tell the boss to put that AC on. I don't want you guys fired up in there too much.
We're not doing 80, David.
Points? All right. Well, I ain't doing 80 on the freeway either.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, about Bob Myers and then a little point bigger back to Trey and Brock for you. But for Bob and Joe and all this, so one thing I want to point out, everybody knows that video of the guy ringing the bell behind Bob Myers at Sacramento. Does it strike you a little bit odd that Bob Myers sitting by himself 20 rows up? I honestly think he bought that with his personal money. I don't think he was offered a seat at Golden State.
That would be hard for me to believe. But so why you read it that way, David? Like, who do you want him sitting with?
Well, most times GM are either in the suite or they're on the front. First couple rows. They're not up by themselves 20 rows up.
He's on the road.
Yeah, he's on the
so
road.
It's a little bit different.
Yeah. And remember, you got to be close enough to calm Draymond down if he goes sideways.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and then Joe Lacob's point about, I'm shocked. You know what it is? Billionaires are used to getting everything that they want, right? And
totally.
They get more money, and it just they fall at their feet. And so Bob, he's not giving up his career; he's giving up his job, and he'll be back in no time. It just unfortunately won't be with the Warriors. We'll see who takes his place. Are they going to do as good a job? Probably not. Are they going to be able to hang in there as long? Probably not. Hopefully this doesn't go to the whole Dallas Cowboys Jerry Jones scenario where he's more successful when he was hands-off and not hands-on, but we'll see what happens. Anyways, back to Brock and Trey, and I'll tell you what, man, if anybody wants Trey to be successful, it's myself. I invested quite a few bucks in his rookie cards only to have Brock come and look like the true star. And so don't bring up height, weight, and speed scenario, but those guys are drafted on those intangibles alone every year. So those do need to be mentioned. Now, what surprises me more than anything is when it does come to mobility, Brock has him beat there even too. And so I want Trey he's not Mahomes. He's just not fluid, and he doesn't move like him. But I do want the kid to be great. I hope it's with San Francisco. But Brock's proof, man, that he can hang in the pocket. He has some intangibles about him that you just can't teach. And so whoever is the best quarterback for the 49ers at the end of the day, that's who I'm rocking with.
Hey, David, how much did Trey Lance rookie card cost you a couple years ago?
Well, it was only about a year and a half ago. But, some of that COVID money that came in went right out the door. And
yeah.
I was sitting on about $5K. It's probably dropped to about $2K now. If you want some expensive rookie cards, though, go look at Brock's. They're through the roof right now. We'll see. Time will tell. But I'm not willing to give up on Trey quite yet either. He's just young. It just needs time.
Yeah.
You shouldn't. Yeah, you shouldn't. David, thanks, man.
Especially at that price point.
$5,000?
For a rookie card.
Really?
These rookies
rocking now.
It's rocking big time. And if you want to talk about collectible cards, Whitey Gleason is your guy. He's actually big into trading cards these days.
Man, I did so much in the 80s. So much.
I still have boxes in the garage.
As do I. But that's also when it got so kind of, the market just got flooded.
It was a saturation sensation.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for.
Big time.
Too many. There's too many.
Fleer and Donruss.
Yeah, do you think those would be worth something again before we're dead?
No.
Okay.
I actually told Whitey, I said, I'm going to give you all my cards. And Whitey's such a good guy. Go to hell, Whitey. He said, yeah, if I sell them, I'll give you half the proceeds. Or he's like, I'll give you all the money. I'm like, Whitey, no. I'm going to give you these cards, and you make it a 75-25 your way. Because I'm talking thousands of cards he's going to have to pick through.
Thousands. Absolutely. Yeah. So they're never going to be worth anything?
Not a lot.
I got a Jerry Rice rookie card.
That might be worth something.
Who wants to give me $5K for that?
Anyone?
Anyone?
Yeah, crickets.
Okay.
Just one more stat on Trey Lance.
Someone might have just slid into my DMs. You can't hear that.
Yeah.
So don't be saying crickets.
Trey Lance was number 1 among quarterbacks.
Number 1.
In bad throw percentage. 33.3% bad throws. Tim Boyle actually was number 1, but he only threw 8 passes. Of anybody who started a couple of games or more, Trey Lance, 33.3. To contrast, I'm looking for Brock Purdy on bad throw percentage, 12.1.
Look, there's no
12.1.
There's no other way to say this. Both of them are a relatively small sample, and Purdy was better than Trey, period. This conversation started, though, obviously with Bonte's tweet, and y'all can ride with whoever you want. I just don't even, I guess.
Still riding with this guy.
I don't understand the concept of I'm riding with that guy. I get it.
He wants him to be the starter, I believe.
Quarterback controversy, if you will. I just don't know that we're in that space. Like the famous ones of the past, the best one ever was probably Doug Flutie and Rob Johnson. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Quarterback controversies that are out there, sure. You got to render an opinion.
That one's funny because Lo Neal told me that when they found out that Buffalo was going to start Rob Johnson, they were celebrating in the locker room. They were pumped. In Tennessee at the time.
I guess this is my point. We're not in one. You get that, right? We're not.
The coach was pretty definitive, right?
Yeah, we are not in a quarterback controversy.
Right.
You're allowed to want whatever you want to happen, but we may get to one. We are not in one. We are not in a quarterback controversy. So I'm riding with however it works out. I'm riding with whoever's under center. I want the 49ers to win the game. Brock should absolutely have the first crack, assuming health. And Trey gets to go in the game if he beats out Sam Darnold, and if something happens with Brock, either injury or poor play. I don't even see another scenario right now.
If Brock's healthy, no. There is no other scenario.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
And I think that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have both been very definitive in terms of if Brock is healthy and they fully expect him to be healthy, it's Brock's job. He's the leader in the clubhouse or whatever terminology they want to use. And, if you're Bonte and you're still riding with Trey Lance, I think at the very least you're hoping he is QB2 and he gets a chance at some point to ball out and to show the reason why they drafted him in the first place. And I'm with that.
Yeah, agreed. Lori in Phoenix is next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Lori, what are you doing?
I am spring cleaning and wondering how I collected all the stuff that I'm trying to get rid of now.
It's amazing, isn't it? You want to trade it to me for a Jerry Rice rookie card?
All your stuff.
I don't have anything good that I'm trying to get rid of.
All right, okay, then never mind.
Unfortunately, yeah. So, no, I just wanted to comment on the whole Bob Myers thing. I'm not really super surprised if he just decided if the reason of his family is the reason. My youngest daughter just graduated from high school on Thursday.
Congratulations.
It's been 25. Yeah, she did great. It was awesome. But it's I'm in a new place now. It's been 25 years since I've not had a child in the K through 12 system, and it seems like just yesterday I was putting her 30-year-old brother, taking him to his first day of kindergarten. So it goes fast, and it's over before you know it. Now, Bob has had all 3 of his kids since he's had this job. And, he did make a comment earlier in the season about how when he goes home, he talks to his kids and his wife, they don't talk about basketball. It's, and it almost sounded like he was kind of wanting to do that, or that was kind of where he was leaning. And so, he's won 4 championships. He's accomplished what he wants to accomplish, and he's still young enough to go out and do something else and have some fun. So I'm not totally surprised. I mean, obviously working for a boss that's not the easiest to get along with either. And yeah, he can go back and do what he wants to do later on, or maybe he won't go back into that demanding of a job. Maybe he'll do something else. But I'm not 100% surprised if that's all that is to is that he wanted to be with his family more.
Yeah, Lori, I'm not surprised at all, actually.
I'm not surprised. I guess what I'm saying today is I very much came away with the impression after listening to yesterday that it's not just that. Again, I think it's hard for maybe I'm not doing a great job of explaining this. When you say, hey, it's not about the family, sure, it's somewhat about the family. Like, everything is about the family.
Right.
What in life is not about the family?
Well, if it's not about the family, then you're not a family man or family woman.
Bob spoke about this yesterday. How much does your family have to do with this decision? Well, my family has to do with every decision. So, yeah.
My favorite was when he's like, I was trying to talk to my daughters about it, and she said, hey, Dad, pass the ketchup.
Pass the ketchup. Yeah.
Because they want you around, but if you're not around, then they're kids, and they're going to deal with it.
You want to know what my mind did when he said that? I immediately wanted to know, what did she put the ketchup on?
Yeah.
What were you eating, Bob?
Got to be fries.
Fries? Maybe a burger?
She's probably too young to go ketchup on eggs.
Meatloaf?
That's kind of an older person move.
Huh? Meatloaf?
Yeah.
Mom!
The meatloaf. Supper makes a turkey meatloaf, but the ketchup goes on before it goes in the oven.
Same,
you don't put it on after.
Ooh, I think
so the ketchup kind of cooks in.
We need to have a meatloaf off.
A loaf off?
A loaf off.
Yeah? Your loaf against my wife's loaf? You keep your fork out of my wife's meatloaf. Supper, the meatloaf.
Wow, dude.
I went there, Grandy. It's a long segment. Sometimes you got to break Mark up a little bit.
Oh, my gosh. That was a little bit that my laugh went silent, and the audience is probably like, he left. Yeah,
no, he laughed.
That one was one of those silent belly laughs.
I'm in only if Lofa Tutupu can judge.
Oh, there you go, Lofa Tutupu.
It's a solid 4.
Lucas, whenever there's a USC joke, he's ready.
Yeah,
we got to work on all the other schools.
I thought it would have been cool too if he mentioned you can listen to the Ryan Loaf interview from earlier on the Odyssey app.
No. That one's goofy.
Grandy.
That's a dad joke.
I got the buzzer, and I turn around, and Grandy's giving me the shake. He's giving me the bobblehead.
No, we're not doing that.
We're not doing Loaf.
We're not doing dad jokes.
Man. I think that made Grandy mad.
Can't do it.
Well,
that's not making the best of at 6 o'clock.
Coming down the final stretch
hey,
here.
I get it.
Yeah, he's ticked.
Yeah, no doubt.
Grandy's like Bob Myers. I'm tired. I'm exhausted.
I like the way you explained what Lori had to say, because I actually said that I thought Bob was leaving. I've said it all along. And I don't think that you're surprised at the decision, but you're surprised at the way that the reasoning kind of came out. Because if you did like a pie chart and you sliced it up in terms of why is Bob leaving, the I don't want to work for Joe anymore slice is bigger than what anybody thought.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised that he left. I wasn't surprised at anything he said yesterday. I was surprised with how I felt when the whole thing ended. That's what surprised me. And I was like, why did that feel odd? It just felt weird when Joe came in. And there was just a little bit too much that I felt was actually minimizing Bob. And I know that Joe, like, if he were sitting here right now, I'd be like, what? Minimizing Bob? I said 1,000 nice things about him. And even Bob mentioned at one point, boy, I've never gotten this many compliments from Joe in my life, which then became one of the actual things where we went, really? Why have you not gotten compliments from Joe during the last 12 years?
Because he only won 4 titles. What happened to those other 8 years, Bob?
And there you go. There you go. The whole thing just felt a little out of place and off timing in certain spots where you're for instance saying things like this.
We're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game. And our game is to win games and to win championships. When we came here, this ownership group 13 years ago, we made a ridiculous proclamation about winning within 5 years. And of course, somehow we managed to do it, all of us, players and everybody involved. And we've continued to win. And look, the rules will change in the game, but we'll continue to do that. We're going to work really hard to do it. And I think we have really smart people, and we'll do it.
I know that he's answering a question that was posed to him, but it was just, is that the moment? Is that the day to come out and say, so we came here a number of years ago. We have made unbelievable decisions. We've built an unbelievable organization. We know what we're doing. And as soon as this guy next to me leaves, we're going to keep on doing it.
A little tone deaf in the moment.
I know that I'm splitting hairs. I know that. But, yeah, I would have made yesterday just about I got to praise you like I should.
Right.
That's it.
And
what I would have done.
And it to me, it turned too quickly into what Joe is going to do and how they're still going to win without definitively saying who is going to take Bob's place. Not that he had to make that announcement yesterday. And actually, I think that would have been a bad move to say, Bob, thanks for all your time. Here's your replacement. You let the thing breathe. Yeah. You let yesterday be about Bob. Let everyone shower Bob with the praise. Let him have his moment. And then privately, you can whisper in his ear, you're still on the books till June 30th, dog. He didn't need to put him out on blast like that.
Call me dog? Call me dog? On my way out the door? Lacob says there are a lot of misconceptions. We'll have that for you coming up next. We got time for more of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We are sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Don't go anywhere. Keep them coming right here on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Hey, Brad, I thought you had a date tonight.
right here in the back.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Man, every time I hear Matt Chisholm's voice from the great Buster Posey press conference, if only the timing had worked. I would have loved to have been in the building yesterday. But we were here, and they were there.
Yeah.
And we were getting ready. And Joe Lacob had some things to say, such as this. What do you make of this? The misconceptions about Joe from Joe.
I think there are a lot of misconceptions. I'm involved as an owner, and Peter's involved, but I think you should be involved if you want to be successful. I think this idea that somehow you should stay out of the way is ridiculous. No good business runs that way. Whoever's in charge is involved, and they know what's going on. Now, you hire great people like this guy, and you let them make the calls, and you don't get in their way. You let them do their job. So that's a basic tenet of what we do. But as long as I'm involved in ownership, I'm going to be involved in the organization. Sometimes there are ultimate calls that have to be made, and the buck stops here, as they say, so you have to do that. But I haven't really had to do that very much because I've had great people like Bob Myers and Brandon Schneider and Rick Welts before that and Steve Kerr, and these guys know what they're doing, and they're great. They've been great at their jobs.
What do you make of all that? I mean,
what's the misconception of which he speaks?
Yeah.
Because everything he said is what I believe.
Yeah.
Bob makes the calls, but when there are ultimate calls, when the ultimate calls have to be made, who are you going to call? Joe Lacob. When you make the ultimate calls, which are, I think, ultimate calls such as Draymond Green's extension, that feels to me like an ultimate call, or, a Kevin Durant trade, or things of that nature, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that he's exactly what people think he is, and I don't think it should necessarily be any different than that. It's always touchy, right? Like, should the owner be involved? Yeah, but what does involved mean? Like, not that involved. We don't want you making the basketball decisions. I don't. Great, sign off on it. Don't be Jerry Jones. Don't do that.
Right.
That doesn't work.
Nobody wants that.
No.
And I think about our company, Odyssey, run by David Field out of Pennsylvania. And if our boss, Matt Nahigian, wants to make a change, like let's take this commercial break and move it back 5 minutes, he doesn't have to call Philadelphia and get an approval to make a minor change. Now, if it's a major change, like I want to add 7 people to my staff, well, that's an ultimate call.
Yeah,
and that's a call that has to be made. So there are different calls that have to be made at different levels of any business. And if I was Joe Lacob, I would certainly want to be involved in all of the ultimate calls. And you don't want to micromanage people. And maybe that's part of, the reason why Bob is feeling exhausted, because maybe in Joe's mind there are more ultimate calls than Bob thinks that there are regular calls.
Well, I think somewhere in this conversation is an incredibly relatable topic, and that is just the work-life balance thing. And Joe, in this comment that we've played a couple times, so I'll hit it for you again here in a second.
Hit it.
This is the one that I think really resonates with people and probably their bosses. Like, when you hear this, to me, I hear someone who says work comes first.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand it, because I don't. It's not in me to do that. I'm so competitive, and I know he is too. It's a really hard thing for me to understand why, but it's really not for me to understand why. I just want him to be happy.
Right? So that's what I hear. I hear someone that's like, what's gotten into you? How would you leave this? We're amazing. And Bob is like, because this is work. And work is not the most important thing. Now, I'm not going to just fall into the trap of, it's so easy for everyone to say, work-life balance. Your family is more important than work. Yes, of course it is. However, that's too easy of an answer, because what's your family without the work? Are you providing for them? Like, I don't necessarily disassociate the two things all the time. I got to come to work for the family. That's exactly what we're doing here. So I think it's a more complicated answer than we make it out to be. But I don't think you ever want to feel that. And it felt yesterday like Bob feels like Joe is always on the phone saying Warrior basketball takes precedent over anything else that you may have going on, and nobody wants that. Everybody wants to work hard. I think, well, maybe not everybody, but everybody, if you like your job, you respect it, you want to work hard, but the second you need something personal, you want your boss to do what the Warriors did for Andrew Wiggins.
We got you.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
We got you. I don't know if it felt like Bob gets that from Joe. Andrew got that from Bob.
Right. 12 years is a long time. So I'm sure there were times, and I know that Bob had a tragedy befall his family, and that happened some 6 or 7 years ago, where I'm sure he needed time and got time away from the organization. In general, I think that this all boils down to this job being very demanding. Joe Lacob is a very demanding boss, and Bob Myers, having done it now for 11 years, 12 if you count the year as an assistant, is tired. It's tiring when you are chasing and achieving this level of success year after year after year. It would be one thing if you were done in April. Let's just say that you were the GM of the Sacramento Kings and you were able to keep the job over the course, the same period of time, 12 years, 11 years, you don't make the playoffs, and it's off to Secaucus for the lottery, and then we're scouting college players, and darn it, we're going to get it right one of these years, and then this year you actually are the 3 seed, you make the playoffs, and you get knocked out. Oh, what a fun year. I can't wait to get back to it. Bob Myers went to 8 finals in 12 years, 4 championships, a pandemic, a Draymond Green, and a whole bunch of other stuff. That's got to wear you out. I don't care if you're 48, 58, or Joe Lacob's age, which is closer to 68.
I still feel like the likelihood after watching yesterday, because a bunch of people have gone through all of those. A bunch of people have gone through the last 10 years. Steph, Clay, Dre, Steve Kerr, and others have gone through all of it. But only one is Joe Lacob's point man. And he's the one who got worn out.
Yeah.
That's just me. I think there's something to that.
Yep.
Rob and Campbell, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rob, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, love the show. I've got a thought, and then, Willard, I think you nailed my biggest fear. So my thought is, and Dibs, you brought this up, there's a lot of ultimate decisions to be made. And to think that the Warriors haven't been thinking and or planning for those decisions for a while would not be smart. So I think that they kind of know what they want to do. They're not on the same page, Bob and Lacob. And he decided, listen, if we're not on the same page with these major decisions, I don't want to put my name on that. I don't want to be involved in that. It's just too hard.
Huh.
So I think I'm going to bow out here. You get someone that can be on the same page with you. And then, Willard, my fear is Lacob goes all Jerry Jones now. And how's that working out for the Cowboys?
Yeah, I doubt he'll do that. I think Lacob is smarter than that. I think he's a better owner than that. But when we say that, for instance, maybe they're not on the same page and they want to do something different, I'm fascinated by that because I don't even know what are the 2 different things that they could do. What are the 2 philosophies?
Well, maybe it's the 2 different things that they did do.
Okay.
James Wiseman.
Yeah, but again, like as you've been saying all day, that's not happening with Lacob not signing off on it.
Right. Maybe Lacob actually pushed it on them.
Maybe, although he was supposedly the Wiseman guy. And Myers even said yesterday, it's well documented how much Joe likes size in basketball players.
Right.
So
and so maybe Bob had that forced upon him and Steve and all the rest of them. And it's like, God, I mean,
you know what?
I told you, Joe.
We might have just stumbled onto one of my feelings about this. Like I bet it's more the other way. I bet Joe had to be convinced we got to move off of James for the now. Let's get Gary Payton and let's see what we can get out of now. And the reason I bet Joe had to be talked off of that is I bet Bob and Steve are more tied to stick with the big 3 as long as possible.
Yeah, I agree.
As Joe is, because A, Joe's the one who's always going to be there, and B, Joe's the one who just told you yesterday, we're going to be good.
Right.
Even after Steph, we're going to be good, and then we're going to be good after that and good after that. So
I think it's more the drafting of Wiseman as opposed to them finally getting him to relent. And how exhausting could that have been to try and finally convince Joe Lacob that the 2 timelines wasn't working out? Come on.
Want to do it again tomorrow?
I do, yeah.
All right. There it is. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Best of the game. It's a full hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day, hosted by Mark Grandy. No doubt he will just be playing the majority of our show. All right, so that's what's coming up in the next hour. Make sure you stay with us. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Hey, people, shoot your shot. It's all you got.
These are emails filling your employees' inboxes. Downloads beaming from device to device. Is it possible to keep your small business safe? It is with Comcast Business Security Edge. It helps keep your connected devices protected, and you can monitor threat activity in real time. So this security threat is the last thing you need to worry about. With Comcast Business, advanced security isn't just possible, it's happening.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with qualifying internet. Call or go online today to learn more. N6/21/2023. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and autopay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel, évidemment. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Can you hum along to every 80s pop melody or recognize the beat to every classic hip-hop track? Whatever decade of music is your true love, you can prove it to anybody with the world's biggest music quiz game on Alexa. We play you a clip and you guess the song and artist. Just say, Alexa, play music quiz to try it now. Test yourself, your family, and your friends with music from any decade by saying, Alexa, play music quiz. That's Alexa, play music quiz.
Did you know a bar could sound like this?
Hey, welcome.
Cutwater brings the bar where you are. Bar quality cocktails in a can. So now you can enjoy the bar whenever, wherever. Cutwater. Open the bar. Copyright 2023, Cutwater Spirits, San Diego, California. Enjoy responsibly.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BOUNCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BOUNCE to 42424. That's BOUNCE to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Bay Area Panthers indoor football for youth sports night. Saturday, June 3rd versus Duke City Gladiators, presented by Mary West Credit Union. First 1,000 fans get a Panthers water bottle. Also, get the family 4-pack for only $30. Get tickets now at BayAreaPanthers.com.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that.
From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day.
Hey, everybody.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome into your best of hour here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock, running you through the next hour, featuring 95.7 The Game's best content from today, Wednesday, May 31st. Well, a lot of today was spent reacting still to Bob Myers' decision to step down and leave the Golden State Warriors, but specifically what Joe Lacob had to say about Bob Myers' decision and his comments on the future of the Golden State Warriors. So we'll get to a lot of that. You'll hear a lot of what Joe Lacob had to say yesterday, interspersed throughout the next hour here on 95.7 The Game. But we do begin by chatting or by replaying a conversation that was had by Steiny and Guru earlier today with Warriors insider Monty Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area, talking about his reactions to yesterday's press conference, where the Warriors go from here, what it means moving forward, and all of that. And then we'll get into some reactions from our hosts about the conversations yesterday down at Chase Center. But again, let's begin. Monty Poole joining Steiny and Guru, talking about the press conference, talking about Bob Myers' decision, and talking about what Joe Lacob had to say as we